issue that we had to watch out for. I think our main challenge is getting airspace to do the maneuvers that we want to do to sample these storm systems. But so far, the air traffic controls have been extremely helpful and very accommodating. On our first flight, we were kind of messing around in upstate New York and Vermont, but then we wanted to go across Long Island. And when you looked at, there's these, apps called like Flight Aware, you can watch where all the airplanes are. They kind of cleared out a corridor and let our plane go through. It was like, oh man, that is very, that was really great of them to do that for us. So even though it's challenging but we're trying to do our best to not demand too much and we do whatever they tell us to do.
Is your aircraft on Flight Aware? Is it something people can track when you're on these?
Yeah, it is something people can track. Yeah, definitely.
According to the website I found, which is a NASA website, it's November 806 NA and November 809 NA. So
I just couldn't remember where the N and the NA were. So
we like to make it difficult in aviation.
Yeah. So.
Oh.
These airplanes, especially NASA flies a lot. So does NOAA, and my colleagues who get National Science Foundation funds can also request the NOAA or NASA flights, and so they very experienced crew in field campaigns like this. And each one has its unique way of doing operations. I think. We're not doing anything really clever, fancy, different, and never been done before. And a lot of our instrumentation has been used in many other projects. And in some ways that's good. It's kind of less risky. And we'll get good data right away. And so banking on the experience from other campaigns.
So I know specifically the focus of this project is for snow bands, but does some of this data also feed into freezing rain and sleet forecasts as well?
It might, yes. I think what we're doing at this stage is we're first looking for any storm we can find. The banded structures can result in different things at the surface. The bands form aloft, so at those levels, that's always below freezing. And then the structure at the very lowest levels, the airplanes can't, observe because you're going to crash them because you're flying so close to the surface. So if it happens to be a situation where there's pre-existing cold air down at the surface and that happens to turn into freezing rain instead of snow because it's warmer aloft, then yes, we will inform that. So I've told others that snow bands are our wish list are the main thing we want to get for. But if the storm happens to be warmer than your usual winter storm, the structures are similar and we can still learn the science of what makes those structures. Why does it organize in these narrow bands that are maybe related to the low pressure center deepening or maybe not. There's different hypotheses that we're testing, and we can test them with a variety of storms, including ones that have freezing rain and things like that.
Lynn, just off the cusp thinking, this may, correct me if I'm wrong, may be able to help predict or maybe forecast where we could actually see those intense bands set up where we see thunder snow. Is that?
Oh, that would be, thanks for mentioning the thunder snow, because for this year on the ER2, we do have an instrument that measures the electric field, which then relates to lightning. So if thunder snow happens to occur, we will actually learn some really fascinating stuff. They've never flown this instrument in situations where in winter storms. So you're correct that one of the applications of the data that we're collecting should help us improve forecasting in a variety of ways. The first way is, we will understand the processes much better. So the science will elevate our knowledge base. But then the direct measurements of those snow crystals and the environment they're forming in, and what the liquid water content, the temperature, all these other parameters, these are things that our numerical models are also predicting. But we have to do that, what we call using microphysical schemes. It's kind of like an algorithm that figures out how to do this. And they're invariably wrong. so that we don't have that portion of our numerical model very well constrained. And by having these direct measurements, we can see which one of these variety of microphysical schemes that you have a choice to use when you run a forecast model, which one is the most correct for these kinds of storms. They make assumptions like how much is made into snowflakes, how much is made into solid ice, how much remains in cloud liquid water. There's those things are assumed in the numerical models, but we will measure those so we can tell the models, no, you're wrong. I don't care how much snowfall comes out of that model, you're still not getting it right for the right reason. So that's one of our key applications, is hopefully down the road making improvements in our numerical models.
What's it like? I mean, this has got to be probably the most difficult part of the research.
Yes, it is. Where it takes us all week to figure out, like, how would we fly this forecast that's 85 hours out. So far everything's gone great. We've been lucky, but we haven't flown a lot of cases yet. As you know, it's been kind of a quiet winter, but maybe that's a good thing. So we will be back again next year, and we hope for a really active year, and we really know how to go about this. So this is, even if we don't fly a lot this year, we'll have learned a lot. We will have gotten pretty good data, and we're ready for a better year in the next two.
Some of these, ideal winter storms can be quite massive and stretch all the way from the southeast to the northeast. Right. Mm-hmm. Is it possible for the planes to cover the southeast on day one and then get to the northeast in time for the deepening low pressure?
We would love to do that. The trouble is that these storms kind of move a little too fast. The way when you work with aircraft, there's a certain amount of time that they can fly because of how much fuel they can take, and also for crew duty. So they're very, very strict with how long a pilot can be operating the plane. The ER2, the one that flies really up here, high, is there's only one person on the plane, and that's the pilot. So, and he wears a spacesuit. He's almost beyond the atmosphere. He's so high up. So he has to, we have to be sure that that person is within the safe range. So total crew duty is 12 hours. That includes the pre-flight routine and then landing and the post-flight routine. And then we are required to give them 12 hours off before we require them to show up again. So if my storm would move really slowly, I could probably do that.
Well, and I know you mentioned that next year, the project's still going to be going on. How mm-hmm. long is it set for at the moment?
We're here now, and we're here to the end of February. And then next year, approximately the same, another 6-week window, we'll be out here in the following year. So 3 winters.
Emergency management. Maybe if they, we get this research about where these heavier snow bands, like forecasting, maybe emergency management, that's where they put their assets at. I was just wondering if, who all you can see the benefits from this research.
Yes, I can see like the public at large, and of course the emergency management is part of that because they are the communicators from the forecasters to the public, and they kind of make decisions about how to respond to any kind of threat like a snowstorm. So I could see the public being, benefiting a lot in the long run. It's always hard to see the direct benefit. I'm going in, geeking out about the great science I'm doing, but understanding these snowstorms better and then using that understanding to improve our forecasting. And when our forecasting is done better, and especially in terms of the distribution of snow and where those bands occur, and do they set up, and if it's one kind of storm, do we expect to get a lot more of these banded structures and therefore more localized regions of heavy snowfall, or do we see that a different kind of storm would not have that, and so there maybe be less of a worry? So yes, indeed, that'll eventually benefit the public, our understanding, and then applying that understanding to better forecasting, and better forecasting will help the managers be able to react in a timely manner to inform the public.
I know it's kind of early into the project. Mm-hmm. What's the feedback been like so far?
Thumbs up. It's great. We love it. we have when the type of instruments we fly on the P3 are kind of finicky and difficult instruments. So some of them have not been operating at the top as they could be. So that's some of the feedback. We're trying to correct some problems or fix an instrument or two. The data that I've been looking at looks really good, I think. What you kind of are is exciting is you look at it and go, I don't know what's going on. When you have that kind of reaction, that's actually a good thing because it means you're going to learn something new. So I'm excited about that. So far, I think everything we've collected really high quality data. We haven't lost anything. Like sometimes, your biggest worry is like somebody forgot to flip the switch and it didn't record. Like, oh no, don't do that. So far, everybody knows what to do. They got all the switches turned on. Everything's good. And so far it looks great. So we just need more storms. That's all I need.
Well, we need some more storms too. We're hoping
we all need more storms.
We need some more storms too. Well, Lynn, it's been a fantastic discussion. I'm going to go ahead and close out. So everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you've enjoyed this discussion. Lynn, I want to ask you, if you don't mind, if people want to follow along with the project, I know you have some social media platforms they can follow. How can they do that?
Boy, I should have wrote this down. So the one I know for sure is our Twitter account, which is at snow with a capital S and then impacts, IMPACTS.
Awesome. We follow here on the Carolina Weather Group, and I personally follow the Snow Impacts on Twitter. So get some great information there. You get some behind the scenes photos and things like that. So Lynn, thanks so much for joining us. We want to thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group, and we will see you on our next episode. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. We're going to be talking space with our good friend Tony Rice, NASA ambassador, also a contributor for WRAL in Raleigh. So Tony is our resident person that we go to, and we have space questions. There's some really cool things going on with this Mars launch. We also have some loon balloons. You may have seen some pictures floating around on social media over the last couple of days or weeks, and we're going to talk a little bit about that as well throughout the program. But Tony, we have this mission. I think originally this Mars mission was scheduled to go off June 20th, right around that date. It's since then been pushed back a few days. So can you tell us a little bit about the mission itself? Well, what are we trying to accomplish as we head off to Mars?
So this is was originally called the Mars 2020 rover, and it's a follow-on to the Mars rover you would know as Curiosity. So it's about the size of a minivan, a little bit smaller than that, and its purpose is to go out there and find basically what happened to Mars. It's going to work in concert with obviously Curiosity and all the other assets that are out there at Mars, the orbiters that are studying the atmosphere, that are taking those fantastic pictures that we see of Mars. But it's a very similar rover to Curiosity. It's using the same spacecraft bus. And that's the body of the spacecraft, the wheels, the mobility system, all the computers, all the communication systems. But the real exciting thing about these spacecraft and about these missions are the instruments. So I think of this as like Curiosity 2.0. It has a lot of some of the same instruments that Curiosity did, but they've been upgraded. They've got a little more capability to them. We've learned a lot as we've had Curiosity on the surface of Mars for so many years. We've also added a couple of new ones. I'm sure we'll get into some of the more exciting ones there, but the ones I know that the one instrument, my favorite one, that I know is going to be your favorite as well, is called MEDA, and it stands for Mars Environmental Dynamics Analyzer. And I'm really looking forward to MEDA getting on the surface of Mars. It's about a 12-pound instrument. It's chewing up a whole 17 watts of power. You have to really budget your power up there. Curiosity and this new 2020 rover are going to both be both powered by a nuclear power source. We don't have to worry about any of the solar panels, getting covered in all that Martian dust and causing us problems there. But the deal with META is it's going to be capturing information about air temperature, ground temperature, radiation. We've got a dust sensor that's on there as well, so we can help study those dust storms. If you saw The Martian with Matt Damon, did a pretty good job of showing what dust storms can be like there. The beginning of the movie was a little fantastic, and we don't quite get wind speeds like that, or at least we don't have enough volume in the atmosphere to produce some of the things they're talking about there. We're going to put relative humidity. We'll be able to measure that as well. There's a thermal infrared sensor on there, and there's wind sensors as well. And the wind sensors are kind of interesting. There is wind on Mars. We're getting information about winds from another mission that is on the surface of Mars right now called InSight. It is not a rover, it is a lander, so it stays stationary. It can measure whatever atmosphere comes to it and the column of air above it. So we are seeing winds there that are a little bit higher speed than we expected. You wouldn't be able to feel them though, because the volume of air there is so little.
So Tony, there's this new device that's coming with Perseverance that I literally just found about in the last 5 minutes. So it's going to be some type of helicopter drone deployment. Tell us about that and how that works in an atmosphere that's a lot thinner than ours.
Yeah, that's going to be the really interesting thing, is how you get lift in such a thin atmosphere. The Mars atmosphere is about 1/100th that of Earth's. So it's very, very, very thin. Sorry, not 100th, 1,000th that of Earth's. Very, very thin. But the drone itself, the helicopter itself, has pretty wide blades, and it's going to be spinning really, really, really fast. So don't think drone like the drones that we know here on Earth. It's not going to be sitting up there and hovering for a good amount of time. It's going to take hops. And its purpose, number one, is a technology demonstrator. It'll be the first time we've ever flown on another planet. That's pretty exciting unto itself. But it's not just a technology demonstrator. It's going to be providing valuable information to the team that is driving this rover. And yes, there are rover drivers. They sit in California. They're sitting at home right now because they're able to VPN in and talk to the rover that way. But their technical term, or their technical title, is rover planners. They're doing exactly that. They're planning what drives need to occur during that day to put the rover in a position to do the science. So this helicopter is going to help out with that a little bit. It's mounted on the underside of the rover, so after the rover lands and everything's checked out, the rover will deploy the helicopter, we'll drive off of it, and then we'll be able to take the helicopter off and move it about. It's going to serve as a form of scout for the geologists. It's going to help us move ahead and make some good decisions about where to move the rover to in order to do some good science.
Now, Tony, I have a question as far as, like, I've always wondered the signal, right? So these are being operated remote control a lot of the times. So I know there's some automated processes on site that the rovers would do to correct maybe a rock in the way or something. But how long does the signal take to get to the rover as you're steering it? Now, the radio waves travel at the same speed of light, or I mean, what's the difference in
right at light speed?
How much time? Mm-hmm.
So it varies throughout our year and the Mars year. Mars year is roughly about 18 months. So it's anywhere from about 10 minutes to more than 30 minutes. So when I mentioned somebody that's driving the rover, you might have this picture in your head of a steering wheel and a gas and a brake. Absolutely not that. It's sending commands for the rover to act on at a later date.
Another function of this robot is that it's going to be collecting samples on the surface and to be later taken back to Earth and studied here. How will that work? How's it going to get back to Earth?
To be determined. So there is going to be a caching capability where samples that are first studied by Curiosity are going to be packaged in a way that they can be picked up at a later date and brought back to Earth. We're not quite ready to put boots on Mars yet. That's a goal, but it's a goal that's pretty far into the future. As a step between now and putting boots on Mars, a robotic mission that could pick up those cache samples and bring them back. Why not just go and pick up random samples and bring them back? Why bring these that have been studied by the Perseverance rover, by the 2020 rover, to be able to do additional study on something that's already been studied by a robot is just going to give us a ton of information that we can apply to other studies that have been going on there for years and years. I mean, on back into the Viking days, back in the 70s. So that's why it's being done that way. How it's actually going to happen, there's a lot of different ideas about that. One of the biggest challenges there is how you have enough energy to launch from Mars and get back to Earth. How do you do that? And there's different theories on how that might happen. Do you bring enough fuel with you to be able to get back? Do you use the Martian soil as a source for energy and construct fuel that way? Lots of different ideas. It's being worked on, but step one is to gather those samples and leave them behind so that they can be returned.
In our relentless pursuit for life on other planets, we look at water and potential for water. We've seen pictures of icing on the poles, a type of icing, not as we would know it, but what is the evidence for water on Mars, and maybe some of the past evidence that shows you there could have been water flowing? Has there been anything presented in some of the latest information?
Yeah, that's a great question. And the icing that you're seeing on the poles happens every Martian winter. And you can actually see it with a backyard telescope if you look at the right time. We see it on both the North and the South Pole. What you're seeing there is actually CO2 ice. It's actually carbon dioxide. And the poles get, those ice caps on the poles, they get larger and they get smaller according to the season. And we can see that in Curiosity's air pressure sensors. As that carbon dioxide transfers from a solid phase into a gas phase, it adds to the atmosphere. And we'll see atmospheric pressure go up during the summer months, and then it precipitates down, actually snows, dry ice on the poles during the winter months when it gets colder. Mars has seasons because it has an axial tilt, just as Earth has an axial tilt. It's very, very similar. But as far as evidence for water is concerned, it's really in the geology. The geology is, it tells us the story of what happened in the past on Mars. Where we landed Curiosity was an area that was formerly the bottom of a large river system. It was at the bottom of an alluvial fan, and that's kind of a funnel-shaped pattern. If you've ever seen satellite photos, color satellite photos of the Mississippi River Delta as it dumps out into the Gulf of Mexico, you see that triangle. That's all that sediment that's been collected up along the Mississippi River. Well, that's the Martian version of, or we landed on the Martian version of that. It's all dry there now. We're not seeing evidence of liquid water, but we're seeing the geologic evidence of it. So one of the very first photos that came back from Curiosity after it landed was of these rounded pebbles. Well, those don't form round. Those are rounded as a part of a water process that's picking up and moving them along and rounding them off. And we found lots and lots of that. So through study of the geology and the chemistry of those rocks as well, that's what told us that it was fresh water, determined that the area that Curiosity landed in was probably about knee-deep in water a couple million years ago. The idea that Mars was once a very different place and a lot wetter and perhaps a lot greener, that is one of the things that Curiosity found pretty quickly after its landing time.
Tony, looking at some of the points here for the mission, two of them kind of really piqued my interest. It says this is the first leg of a round trip to Mars, and then after that it's also talking about how this could actually pave the way for future human missions to the moon and to Mars. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, every time we put something on another planet, we learn a lot about it. And the road to putting boots on Mars, it's a long one. But even what we're planning on doing around the moon, coming up with the Artemis mission, is going to teach us a lot about that. Being able to live potentially off some of the resources on the moon. Will teach us a lot about that.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Chemistry and the makeup of the Martian service to be able to have people live there.
I think that's really interesting. You know, we've always heard about people going to Mars, but this actually could be some small steps for that. And I also seen there's going to be like 19 cameras on this that we're going to be able to kind of follow along with the mission.
Yeah, there's a bunch of HD cameras on Curiosity. We got even more on Perseverance. And I've mentioned the name a couple of times. I need to tell you the story about Perseverance. So for the longest time, it was called the Mars 2020 rover. NASA's really terrible at naming things. You give NASA engineers and scientists the opportunity to name something, and they're going to give it an acronym. They're going to give it something boring. You know, maybe it'll be a backronym that actually spells something that you can pronounce. But the cool names, those always come from the kids. So Curiosity was named by a little girl in Iowa, who by the time it launched, she was a lot older than that. She actually went on to be, I believe, an environmental scientist. So she got a lot out of that experience. Perseverance was named by a young man up in Northern Virginia. And I was on the team that helped review a lot of the submissions that came in. They had to come up with a name, and they had to come up with a couple of paragraphs about why they chose that. And I can't recall if I read so many of them. I can't recall if Perseverance was among that. But some of the ones I read were pretty out there. I'm glad they picked Perseverance. We tend to call it Percy, so if you hear talking about the Percy rover, that's what we're talking about.
Speaking of Mars, I know you run a Mars weather page on Twitter. I know you kind of keep up with some of the stuff, so we thought it'd be kind of cool to tie in Mars weather, your Twitter page. What all you monitor? How you get that information? How do you provide Mars weather forecasts and observations?
So we don't forecast yet. We're hoping to have enough data here one day that we can start having a forecasting product. We'll certainly need something like that once we get those boots on Mars. But right now it focuses on the InSight mission. It's pulling data down close to daily. There's a lot of data that has to come down, and unfortunately the weather data sometimes gets pushed to the back if there's images or things like that that the science team needs right away, especially when we were working with InSight trying to get a temperature probe to finally be pushed into the Martian soil there. I think everybody that's ever put a spade into the ground in the Carolinas knows what that clay's like. So it was dealing with some of that same problem up on Mars. Those images that were helping them understand that problem, those took precedent. But anyway, we do see data come down from InSight, and that is delivered through the same mechanism that all those pictures are delivered through. It's called the Deep Space Network. Generally, most of these, both the rovers and this InSight mission, have the ability to communicate straight back to Earth, but they don't tend to do that. They tend to upload the images and other data every time an orbiter goes over. And that orbiter acts like a router and store and forward that information once it sees Earth again. It's a little faster that way, and there's a little more bandwidth. But we see that data come down. I know she just popped that up. So we see temperature data. We see air pressure. I find air pressure to be some of the most interesting there. And then we see wind data as well. So the last one that came up was from Sol 566, and a Sol is a day on Mars, and that equates back to the 29th of June. It's the last time we saw something from it. As you can see there, the low was 25, which is, I'm sorry, the high was 25, the low was 126 below zero, and these are both Fahrenheit. And each day on this Mars weather Twitter, it goes and randomly picks a city somewhere, and Clayton just happened to be picked up there last time it was doing a comparison. So you can see the comparison there. But again, the most interesting comparison in my mind is the pressure. So, we were seeing about 1,012 hectopascals, which I think equates to millibars. You guys keep me honest there. That's what y'all speak in.
Yes.
And on Mars is about 7.7 hectopascals. So that's one of our biggest challenges on Mars is the lack of atmosphere. It's just really, really, really thin there, and it continues to be stripped away by the solar winds. And that's not something that we're going to be able to correct anytime soon, perhaps ever.
So I guess there's really no wind chill there. I mean, I'm looking 25 degrees with 37 mile per hour wind gusts. That's not really a wind chill there then.
Yeah, not too bad. We do see temperatures go above freezing there. It does happen.
Yeah. So Tony, I mean, obviously you're not using tri-cup anemometers or RM Youngs. I mean, how is this? How is wind speed capture? Is it using like Venturi effect, or you're consolidating the air into a point, or how is that measured exactly?
So the thing to look up is an instrument called a hot dice. It is a couple of basically electrodes that are exposed out there and are measuring differentials. They are without moving parts. That's really, really important when you've got a robot out there that you can't go service. There is no Home Depot on Mars to go get spare parts.
Well, you said one last thing. You kind of mentioned that it does get above freezing on Mars. I wonder if you could just real briefly speak to the general temperature range. How cold does it get in winter? How warm does it get in summer?
Yeah, we're talking around -200 Fahrenheit with the lows. And during the summer, most of the time we're talking in the average temperature there is hovering around -80, -100.
I just think it's cool. I just think it's cool you have a mesonet on Mars.
We do. We got 2 of them now, about to put a 3rd.
I've heard that there's a team already being picked to possibly go to Mars by as late as, what, 2028 or 2030? Is that correct?
I will make no comments on when we're going to Mars. You're not going to trick me into that.
I had to try.
There's a lot that needs to be done, and each one of these missions, be they robotic or be they human up to the International Space Station, or once we get Artemis off the ground and have a gateway to the moon, each one of those, it may not seem like it's getting us closer to Mars, but we learn something from each one of them that can be applicable. And when that actually happens, I hope it happens soon, but it's a long road.
Tony, shifting gears, one of the things that I spotted on Flight Tracker this week, and I think several of the people here in the Carolinas have, were alongside all of the little cute icons for airplanes, these circular balloon icons for the Loon Balloon Project. Tell us about it. I understand you're familiar with it, and I think it caught a lot of us flight trackers off guard maybe a little bit, but also people screaming UFOs in the sky as these things were passing overhead.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that, wasn't there? Yeah, it's something that I got to learn a little bit about the other night. So in addition to talking with you fine folks, I've got about 350 meteorologists around the country that I'm in contact with on a regular basis. I try to give them information about the what's visible in the sky, usually planets, usually comets, meteor showers, things like that. But I am perfectly happy to get a what's this thing in the sky question when it's something in our atmosphere. And that's what happened. I forget what day was it. Was it Tuesday night?
Yeah, that sounds maybe Monday. I mean, depending on where you were, right? These things went right over Greensboro, down towards Fayetteville, then out towards Charleston. So it was kind of a simple day.
I first got looking at these things. It was Tim Buckley at WFMY in Greensboro. I get a text from him and it says, "There's this white dot in the sky. What do you know about it?" What? And I looked at it and immediately thought it was a balloon. Unmoving white dot in the sky, especially that high up, is going to tend to be a balloon. It's so high up it doesn't appear to be moving at all. And these balloons are operating with between 50,000 and 60,000 feet. So as you mentioned, as part of Project Loon, we came to understand, which is a project that is, I want to make sure I get the relationship correct here. Google and Loon are subsidiaries of the same parent company, which is called Alphabet.
Okay.
It's all business spin-off nonsense, but anyway, they're looking to provide, as I understand it, internet connectivity in areas that don't get it, which I think is great. I think they're pushing to have like 1 megabit capability. There's an antenna that you have to have outside. And it's going to be a network of balloons, not unlike SpaceX's Starlink project, that talk to each other and serve as an uplink downlink network. But as I understand it, they're in a testing phase. I think their launch site is up in northern Arizona somewhere. I'm sorry, northern Nevada. And these particular balloons that floated over the Carolinas, there was 4 that were visible here around the Triangle area, and up in the Triad around Greensboro, they were visible there as well. If you think about 50,000 feet, and you think about that circle that you draw around something like that, it's visible for a good amount of space. So we dug into it. It's funny that you saw it on flight radar first, because everybody else saw it in the sky first. We go outside from time to time.
We didn't get the direct overhead pass here in Charlotte.
Yeah, you did have one float a little bit near you. There was one that went on out over Asheboro and Asheville, out over Cherokee, and ended up in Alabama the last time I saw it. But the ones that we saw around Greensboro, as I understand them, they floated out directly south off the coast of Charleston and ultimately Jacksonville. But I went and looked just out of curiosity. Once I found out that they were trackable through flight radar, wrote a little script that went up to use one of the APIs of one of those radar tracking sites, or those flight tracking sites. I found 32 of them around the world.
Wow.
I found actually 33 over Australia, the Congo, Kenya, Zambia, Peru. I'm looking at my list here right now. There's a bunch out east of Madagascar, and one off Peru, and then we had the couple here that had floated down from Canada, down across Ohio, West Virginia, and into the Carolinas.
They could be pretty scary if you don't know what they are. I had one other question, and then it sounds like Shay has one too. I'm curious, Tony, in your reading, besides the application of using them to provide internet to rural places that maybe aren't tethered on the ground, have you seen any discussion of an application to use them in storm response when a network might be wiped out due to a natural disaster?
I believe they actually used them for that purpose after, I want to say it was in 2017, but with that pair of storms that went over Puerto Rico. They did some releases from Puerto Rico. If you go on one of the flight tracking websites, I think it might have been Flight Radar 24, don't quote me on that, but there's a blog post on there about them tracking many of these things during some of those storm responses. And providing that kind of connectivity to folks that they may not have power, but they probably have a way to charge phones. To figure out how to do that, it takes a little while to get that infrastructure back up for cellular service. So being able to do that with a balloon is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Tony. I know that some of our Mets with WeatherFlow, we met and talked about it several years ago when Google was partnering with them. Now they're partnered with HAPS Mobile, and they provide LTE connectivity to these countries, these third world countries. There are other countries that lose connectivity during natural disasters. Peru, 2019 was a prime example of where Project Loon was utilized to get LTE connectivity for authorities to get their internet settings back up, and for folks to get some LTE receptions on their phones and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting. I didn't know that there were that many balloons, but I know that they started this off back in 2013, where they did their first test flight around the world. So things have kind of progressed over time. Do you see this as being a permanent solution?
I don't know. Not my area of expertise, but I think it's great that we're able to provide that kind of functionality there. One concern I've got, though, is that these things are helium-based. And helium is something that is in short supply right now. I mean, if you were to go to one of the party stores and try to get helium balloons, you probably couldn't do it. Helium is a very important gas in the space industry. It's used for cleanly purging cylinders and spheres and things like that. So we need it for lots of different things. I hope they can find another lifting gas other than helium, because it is a neat and useful project. But I hope they don't use up too much helium doing it. One other thought on it too is, while we're up there hanging around for days and days at a time at 50, 60,000 feet, sure would be nice to get some weather instruments up there too, some atmospheric instruments, and be able to send some of that data down from that close to the stratosphere.
Sure, I know Boeing's doing that with the unmanned craft that flies for weeks and months at a time on solar energy. And I think when I read on Loon's website that they have their partnership with HAPS Mobile, they have test flight. They've done all their they've rolled out their new unmanned craft that goes out. So that may be the solution to what they're looking for. Instead of having balloons anymore, they're going to have unmanned planes going up that just circle around.
We've lost a lot of data from the grounding of commercial airliners too during the COVID situation. It's amazing how much data we were getting from those. That's closer to 30,000 feet, but it really filled in a lot of those gaps the radiosondes were providing.
In the past, we've talked about the radiosondes that you just mentioned. Could you maybe compare and contrast these Loon balloons with a typical weather balloon, because they have very different lifetimes, obviously, and different purposes?
Different lifetimes, quite a bit larger, and if you find the images of the Loon launch site, I was looking at that the other day. They got some permanent structures out there, and they're building some larger ones as well, just to be able to handle launching these things, because they are so significantly large. And they do get much bigger as they go up into the atmosphere and the air pressure goes down. So most folks that I saw report them or share pictures of them describe them as looking like big jellyfish. It's a kind of a silvery looking material, very, very large. It's not as spherical as a weather balloon looks. Those are, you guys, the experts here, I think they're made of some sort of a latex material, but it's very opaque. Where these are almost like translucent appearance. They're much, much larger, and the volume of lifting gases that they put in there is very, very different too.
So these balloons don't explode at 70,000, or they aren't even meant necessarily to go up to 100,000 feet like a typical weather balloon.
They aren't. They hang out between 50,000 to 60,000 feet. I think a lot of what the research is doing right now is to understand how the steering winds up there work, how viable this is to provide, how wide a coverage that they can provide, how the jet stream changes in the jet stream and other things like that are going to affect their coverage. It'll be interesting to see what comes out of it. And as you mentioned, we can go on these flight tracking websites and look at them. If you go in and you enter HBAL and a 3-digit number, you might just find one.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate you being with us tonight to talk about the Mars mission and the Loon balloons, and we definitely appreciate your time. If folks want to follow you again on Twitter, how can they do that?
So my personal account is RTP Hokie, Hokie. And if you are interested in Mars weather, the Mars WX report.
You can also find you on WRAL as a contributor and the Weather Brains, right? You're still doing the recorded version?
Still doing the recorded version. That's every Monday night we're putting that out, and I try to put something different out every week that's usually space related. Every once in a while we'll add in some other weathery stuff in there too.
Well, Tony, we certainly appreciate your time. And if you're watching tonight and you want to know more about the Mars launch, we'll probably be airing those towards the end of the month as we get into with our friends at NASA TV. I'm sure we'll be doing some more events surrounded by that mission and that launch. So stay tuned with that. And we appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening. And we'll see you on the next Carolina Weather Group episode. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to welcome our guest, Mr. Stephen Baxter. He works for NOAA headquarters. He is the Winter Weather Services Program Lead, and we're getting into that season where we're transitioning more into fall and winter. And with that comes the threat of winter weather. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. It's going to be kind of twofold. NOAA just recently released the winter outlook for the 2021 winter season. So we're going to go over that briefly, and then we're also going to talk about a new product that NOAA is releasing. And this is kind of similar to what we see in the summertime with storms, the threat of storms. So it's going to be a new outlook that we're going to talk about and really dig into, because this is a new product and one I think everybody will find useful. So we'd love for you to join in on the conversation as you're watching tonight. Feel free to drop any comments if you want to. Stephen, welcome to the show, and thank you for joining us tonight. I know kind of a busy season with you getting ready and ramping up for the winter weather season. One thing we always like to ask our first-time guests, and we talked a little bit about this off air, but we'll go through the short, brief version. Tell us about your weather journey. How did you kind of get hooked into the weather field, and how did you get to where you're at right now with NOAA?
Yeah. So my interest in weather started at a young age. A lot of us have some formative moment where we decided that we wanted to be meteorologists. Mine was the blizzard of 96, early January of 96. I was in second grade. And I still remember it quite vividly, actually, watching the Weather Channel and watching the local on the 8s every 10 minutes. And I think my parents thought there was something legitimately wrong with me as I was just watching this constantly. I loved it. I was hooked. And so I loved winter weather. That's always been my favorite type of weather. And so I went to Millersville University in Pennsylvania, where I got my bachelor's degree in meteorology. And when I was there, I was lucky enough to do an internship at the time. Was called the Student Career Experience Program. Now it's called the Pathways Program. It's actually a broader, it's not just the Weather Service, but it's a broader federal initiative. But I did it for the Climate Prediction Center. And I worked there, including that time, for 10 years, about 10 and a half years before I went to headquarters. And so I worked in a couple different positions in the Climate Prediction Center, but I did a lot of research to operations of applied research in climate variability, subseasonal, seasonal climate variability. And as part of a rotational assignment last winter, I worked over in headquarters in the winter program. And then I took that position permanently during this summer. And so that's what brings me here tonight. So I'm pretty new in that position. So I'm still doing a lot of spinning up. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot of awesome stuff and great people throughout the agency. And going from climate to weather, which is kind of funny to say in the Weather Service, but to do that and to do that with winter weather, which is our newest service program, is a lot of fun. But there's a lot to learn, and there's a lot of work that we have to do, but we're really happy with where things have gone recently, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk about some of that progress.
Well, speaking of the National Weather Service and NOAA, they have just released their 2020-2021, it's kind of a mouthful, winter weather outlook. And La Nina has been a word that's been talked about a lot, and some of our viewers may not fully understand what a La Nina is. So what is the winter outlook, and how does La Nina play into that?
Great question. So we start with La Nina. So La Nina is called the cold phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation. So the reason this is important is because the tropical Pacific is an important heat source in generating convection in big swaths of thunderstorms across the equator, especially in the central western Pacific. And that plays a really critical role in the formation and maintenance of the climate as we observe it even in the mid-latitudes, namely through the formation of the jet stream. And what happens during La Nina and El Nino is the sea surface temperatures in the Pacific are either warmer in the case of El Nino or colder in the case of La Nina. And what that does is it alters relative to normal those patterns of tropical convection. And that in turn affects the jet stream across the North Pacific especially. And that has, through what we call teleconnections. So I think a lot of weather folks or people who love weather are familiar with teleconnections like the North Atlantic Oscillation, for instance, or the Pacific North America pattern is another prominent teleconnection. And so itself imparts an extratropical teleconnection, and so is the El Nino Southern Oscillation. And so that kind of classic La Nina teleconnection, if you will, is what drives in large part the outlook for the upcoming winter. And so if you look at the forecast that were published by the Climate Prediction Center. So I used to do these outlooks until about 3 or 4 months ago. You'll see that there's kind of a very typical La Nina type pattern that you might be familiar with, which shows, generally speaking, milder than normal conditions across the southern tier of the United States are favored. And then across the northern tier of the U.S., especially across the north central, northwestern parts of the U.S., colder than normal temperatures are favored.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Actually has a slightly stronger precipitation footprint than temperature, in fact. And across the southern tier of the U.S., drier than normal conditions are favored in La Nina. And across the northern tier, generally speaking, it's wetter. But there's kind of two centers of action you'll see. So one is in the Ohio Valley, which tends to favor wetter than normal conditions to the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes. And then again across parts of the northern Rockies and the interior Northwest. So it's a pretty classic look that you see in La Nina winters. And it's fairly close to the exact opposite of what you see in El Nino. Not exactly. There's some interesting reasons for that. But generally speaking, with a moderate-ish, maybe strong La Nina this winter, certainly a robust La Nina event that's going to have an important impact. And so that's what forms the basis for that winter outlook.
So in regards to the La Nina oscillation, what about the NAO, the North Atlantic oscillation? Are there any trends regarding what the outlook might be for this season?
Another great question. So this is actually something I worked on quite a bit while I was at CPC for the last few years. So the short answer is not really-ish. So the NAO is a very important pattern of climate variability across timescales. So we know it's important for short-term climate variability for the next week or two. We know it varies on longer timescales, potentially up to decadal timescales. The problem is the ability to predict it on seasonal timescales, especially once you remove a little bit of a La Nina influence. So the way the NAO is calculated, right? So you think one way you can think about the NAO, or one way it's calculated, is by looking at the relative sea level pressure anomalies in the North Atlantic between, say, near Iceland and the Azores to the south. Well, if you just take El Nino or La Nina and you look at this wave pattern that comes out of the tropics, and you look at the teleconnection that's imparted from El Nino and La Nina, it will have a non-zero effect in the North Atlantic. It's small, but non-zero in a way that can appear to affect the NAO. And so there's some literature that in our academic literature that looks at the relationship between El Nino and NAO. And such as it is, you might favor a positive NAO during La Nina winters, but that's not, as a causal mechanism, is a little flimsy. The example I just gave, quite famously, the 95-96 winter was such a winter where you had a La Nina, but you also actually had a predominance of the negative phase of NAO, and hence one of the snowier winters on record across much of the eastern U.S., including my part of the Mid-Atlantic. But there are some interesting areas of research related to identifying sources of prediction skill for the NAO, and so it's something that we don't have right now. But I'm hopeful that in coming years, we'll be able to talk more explicitly about the seasonal tendencies of the NAO, or sometimes it's couched in its kind of its sister oscillation called the Arctic oscillation, the AO, which is kind of more of a hemispheric look. They're just kind of derived slightly differently, but capture the same, in essence, the same phenomenon. So I'm hopeful that in future years we'll be able to say something more specific about these patterns of mid-latitude variability. Unfortunately, in this winter outlook, and what we're comfortable imparting in the current outlooks from the state of the science wouldn't really support that quite yet. But it's a good question. It's something that we think a lot about.
If I was approaching from the general public and I wanted to take a look at the 4 different colors that were available that represented the outlook, can you tell me a little bit about what those colors mean and how are they decided?
In the case of the winter storm outlook, there's a few different, we added an 80% this year. So There's a less than 10% chance, which won't show up as any color. There's 10 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80, and then there's in excess of 80%. And so that's the probability of exceeding that local watch warning criteria. Now, how do we come up with this? And so in that sense, those are meant to just kind of fairly easily communicate what the relevant risks are. We can think of 50% as kind of being, roughly speaking, the criteria for a watch. So if it's more likely than not, that would favor a watch. Now, also, it's important to mention that this doesn't take the place of or totally inform watches, because as we're moving towards consistent forecasts across the agency, the other aspect that we're working with is to also improve the impacts-based nature of watches and warnings. So while the probability of exceeding a certain snowfall threshold might say only be 30 or 40%, the local office could still issue a winter storm watch because they're expecting the impacts from that storm to be such that it warrants a watch or a warning. So cases where this gets a little slippery are where you have mixed precipitation, where you have sub-warning criteria in both snow and ice, situations where shoulder seasons, and we saw some examples of this earlier this year, especially in the Central Rockies, where snowfall events that are early in the season with foliage still in the trees, and so snow load and power outages are more of a concern. You might issue watches and warnings for lower snow accumulation criteria because of the increased impacts. And then a classic example here in the East is timing is very important. So heavy snow during rush hour, for instance, is more impactful than heavy snow during the middle of the night on a weekend or something like that. So those are local impacts that local offices can take into account. So it's not a one-to-one correspondence yet, but that's kind of loosely speaking. 50% is where, all things being equal, you would start to think about you would issue the watch, because that's where we're saying it's based on the reliable probabilistic guidance. It's more likely than not, so it's worth issuing the watch. But that can be modified by the local office's take on the expected impacts of the storm.
I know impacts is a big deal, and I know each forecast office has different criterias. First thing that pops into my mind would be the Atlanta snow jam in 2014, where, we had maybe an inch of snow, but the temperatures were so cold. So it seems like this product that you guys are releasing is really more based on impacts and how it impacts the general public, emergency management, and things like that, than it is maybe about this set range of you're going to get this much snowfall.
That's right. So there's another product that is a very nice complement to this that's been operationally implemented this year, which is the Winter Storm Severity Index. And so what that does is it has criteria, but it's a much more complex and dynamic criteria to better account for some of these impacts. And so in that framework, where you have, and so what it's doing is it's screening the official forecasts from the National Digital Forecast Database. So the local offices are submitting their official forecasts. It's using those forecasts, applying climatology, applying different algorithms to assess different impacts, including snow amount, snow load, ice accumulation, ice impacts, among other things. And it's doing that to get an idea for those impacts, including things like flash freeze, blowing snow. And so using those two together, and in fact, the vision of the program is kind of an eventual merger of those two products along the lines of what you were saying. So right now, the Winter Storm Outlook is grounded in the very objective kind of criteria-driven realm. The Winter Storm Severity Index is still deterministic, so we're not using probability information yet. It's just using the deterministic forecast from the local offices, but it's applying it in an impacts-based context. So our long-term goal is to get to a place where we have a probabilistic Winter Storm Severity Index that will in turn inform the Winter Storm Outlook, so that the Winter Storm Outlook today, being just the probability of exceeding a fixed snow or ice accumulation threshold, will eventually be the probability of exceeding moderate or severe impacts. Impacts being defined, being kind of regionally varying and defined in a much more nuanced fashion. And so it's those two products right now that you can that are a nice complement that we eventually want to see kind of come together and form the basis of these kind of consistent, collaborated, and probabilistic products across the agency.
I think a lot of people hear outlooks and they are thinking of the Storm Prediction Center outlooks for severe weather that they might be familiar with. How might these new experimental outlooks compare to those?
So they might be they are potentially similar in that they're probabilistic. They're giving a probability of a certain event occurring in a daily cadence. So we have day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and then the maximum probability across days 1 to 4. That will be different. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't have that component. So they're very similar in that they're trying to give advanced lead time and a heads up, right, in terms of hazardous weather. So the Storm Prediction Center, as you might know, issues severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches for the CONUS. And as you might imagine, their objective probabilistic outlooks, convective outlooks, play an important role in that, and starting that process through which they work with the local offices to issue those watches. And so that's actually one of the we're leaning in on that paradigm a bit in the winter program. Not to say that WPC is going to take over watches entirely, a la kind of the SPC model, but to say that we're moving in a direction where those watches are going to be more closely collaborated in an explicit and defined fashion and process between the local offices and WPC. And so, yeah, I think there is a lot of, you can draw a pretty close parallel between those two. And in a lot of ways, the winter program is trying to lean in on the probabilistic element. I think it's recognized how important that is in severe weather because it's, we kind of, I think it's intuitive, right? That the odds of a tornado, for instance, at an exact grid point at any time is very, very small. And so specifically, right, in SPC's space, the outlooks for the probability of the event occurring within 25 miles of the point, right? And so it's this kind of stenciling out of the grid. And in winter, that's not so much our problem, but we do have the problem of conveying the uncertainty in the forecast. When you're issuing a forecast for winter weather, we need to know how much liquid equivalent precipitation is falling and its phase, and if it's snow, right, the snow liquid ratio, which can vary as well. And so there's a lot of degrees of freedom there. And so it's important that we flesh out all those possibilities. That's why the probabilistic forecasts are so important. And then once we have that suite of probabilistic forecasts, we can kind of take a slice through them and look for these cutoff points where the probability of exceeding a hazardous criteria is enough to warrant kind of these public messages, like a winter storm watch, for instance.
As far as who this product's actually meant to kind of serve the best, on your product description document, it talks about emergency services, different kind of broadcast elements, and it also mentions the general public as well. Can you kind of elaborate a little more on that?
So the product actually has its background in a watch collaborator tool that was an internal tool to help forecasters collaborate between the national centers and the local offices. And basically the idea was to broaden it up and give some of our stakeholders, including the general public, access to this kind of national picture image that gives you the probability of hazardous winter weather at extending lead time, right? So day 1, 2, 3, 4. And in a way that, again, just kind of improves the situational awareness for stakeholders in the general public, as well as the ones you mentioned, like emergency managers and kind of those other stakeholders that work closely with the local offices. And to give them, I know, Scotty, you had mentioned, talking with the meteorologist at GSP, kind of another tool in the toolbox, right? And so that's the idea here, is that we're giving the general public, as well as more sophisticated, maybe decision makers, not to say that the general public's not sophisticated, but the general public, as well as more acute decision makers, another tool in the toolbox to improve situational awareness, to understand the threat of hazardous winter weather, but also to highlight areas where maybe the threat of winter weather is lower than would qualify for a watch, but where certain very sensitive industries might still want to be aware of that. And so it's also an opportunity to better inform the public and those stakeholders about the utility of probabilistic forecasts and how we use them.
So how can the public give feedback on this?
So it is important when we have experimental products. So the process that we go through in the Weather Service is when we have an experimental product like this, it goes out for what we call an experimental comment and review period. So it's reviewed not just by internal meteorologists, but it's also being reviewed by the general public. And so if you go to the Winter Storm Outlook website, which is hosted by the Weather Prediction Center, there's a link there at the top where you can provide feedback in a survey to give feedback on anything from there's a set list of questions, but it will include things like the scientific integrity, the accuracy of the product, as well as the aesthetics of the product. Does the display make sense? Does the web page make sense? Is the data easy to access? I do think the Weather Prediction Center has done a really awesome job with that website. It's dynamic. It's in GIS format. You can download the shape files, KMLs. You can pull static images if you want. So there's a lot of great ability to get hands-on with the data there. It has custom level zooms to each of the county warning areas. So for each office, you can kind of get a zoom in to whatever office, whatever area of the country you're in. So it's really a very accessible website, but it can certainly be improved, I'm sure, based on the feedback that we get from the public. And in fact, that's actually important. I'm glad you asked that question, because last year, like I said, this is the second year that this has been experimental. In the first year, last year, we didn't get a whole lot of public comment on it. And I think it might have just been an awareness thing. A lot of people weren't as aware that this existed, that this product was out there, and that we were looking for comment on it. And so hopefully one of our goals this year is to hopefully get more public feedback. And that's not only important to help us improve the product, that is important, but also helps us make the case to organizational leadership that this is a product that we want to support operationally. It's not a foregone conclusion that this will be around forever, right? If the feedback's not positive or not sufficient or it can't be resourced, we might have to discontinue the product, right? So experimental products aren't guaranteed to continue forever. And so it helps us build that case to transition into operations or to make improvements and then transition to operations in a way that keeps our program and our programmatic goals moving forward.
Well, speaking as a daily GIS user, that new user-friendly interface sounds awesome, and I'm really glad that opportunity is going to be there. Lastly, are there any other winter weather products that y'all are working on besides this winter weather outlook?
So that's a great question. So the winter storm outlook, that's experimental right now. I did mention the winter storm severity index that's operational. Okay, so that went through this experimental process and has been implemented operationally this year. So a few key initiatives that we're working on that I'll just run over real quick, and they're kind of in experimental space or in development space, just things to look for. But these are just kind of general things that we're interested in from a programmatic perspective. I mentioned moving these products through the medium range, and so extending the winter storm severity index and the winter storm outlook through day 7 is an important priority. I touched on briefly the development of a probabilistic impact-based component. So a winter storm severity index that's in probability form. That's something that we're working toward. We're working with kind of the research arm of the Weather Service to help kind of move that along and get that into the operational pipeline eventually. And then lastly, one of the things that you might also be familiar with is there's the local probabilistic snow experiment. So at the local level, if you go to your weather.gov/3 digits like GSP, although I'm not certain that GSP is participating in the experiment, but supposing it is, if you do /winter, right, you get the main winter page, and one of them is the probabilistic snow forecast. So it shows the expected value and then the high end and low end amounts. And so those are the 10th and 90th percentiles respectively. And what we're working on there is that's been experimental for some time, and we're trying to get that on a path to operations and including probabilistic ice forecasts with that. That might be especially relevant in your part of the country, where one of the parts of the country where you get a lot of interesting icing events. And so that's a complicated issue organizationally that we're working through. And it's something that we're trying to make some progress on, but we're looking forward to there being some experimental changes and then getting that on a path to operations. And so as we kind of tying the kind of what I kind of say like the synoptic scale evolution of the winter program is looking at a future in a few years where you have a probabilistic impacts-based guidance informing the winter storm outlook that's supporting consistent and collaborated winter storm watches around the country. And all of that is being undergirded by a consistent national to local suite of probabilistic snow and ice forecasts, and potentially extended all the way through day 7 across the board. And with that kind of, and that's kind of that, like I said, synoptic scale. And then longer term, one of the things that we know is important is being able to improve the storm scale side of winter weather forecasting. Heavy snow bands, snowfall rates, hourly snowfall rates, for instance. Those are things that are really important for impacts. We're talking about impacts. Looking at a 6-hour accumulation, 3 inches of snow in 6 hours. That's nice. If that 3 inches occurs in 1 hour, that's very impactful. If it's a half inch an hour for 6 hours, that's less impactful in an acute sense, right? So those kinds of storm scale, micro mesos type scale storm impacts is something that we're also working on as well. And so that's a little farther out in our planning process, but something that we're really aware of as being an important issue that we need to tackle to keep making progress on all the kind of important aspects of winter weather.
And for our Carolina viewers, I was just checking as Stephen explained that, and there NWS GSP, along with potentially other offices across the Carolinas, do offer that winter weather experimental product to see the 10% and 90th percentiles. That's weather.gov /GSP /winter.
Winter. It is there. Yeah. And you'll see it. It'll be probabilistic snow. Yeah. Yeah. There's 70, I believe it's 76 offices around the country offer it. So it's not in every office. It's not even in every office that theoretically can have winter weather. As you might imagine, offices in parts of the deep south or southwest and the west coast aren't participating in the experiment. But I'm glad to hear that those parts of the Carolinas are. So that's something to definitely check out your local office as you go through this winter season. And another opportunity to provide feedback as well. As we're going through this season, because that's an experimental product, if you go to that website that Evan just mentioned, you can also click, there's a feedback link there that'll take you to another one of those surveys to provide that feedback to us.
Well, Stephen, we appreciate your time tonight. Since you're the program lead, this is your time to let everyone know again how they can find out about all this information. I know you guys are hoping for a lot of feedback. So where should our folks go to find the outlooks and the severity index? And again, remind us how we can provide that feedback for you all.
The easiest place to go to get started on this is to go to the Weather Prediction Center's website. That's wpc.nsep.noaa.gov. There might be some shortcut versions of that also. And under their winter weather tab, on the options panel on the left, you can select the experimental winter storm outlook or the winter storm severity index. I think the WSSI might actually be linked at the top of their homepage. And then for the winter storm outlook, that's the experimental product for which they can give a lot of input. For more information on the winter outlook itself, I would recommend going to the Climate Prediction Center homepage. And they'll have a link to the latest press release from NOAA that was put together, and that whole forecast put together by my former colleagues at the Climate Prediction Center. And you can read more about that there.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Stephen. And thank you guys for watching us tonight. If you're a big winter weather lover, hopefully you'll be able to use these products. I know last year was kind of a bust for much of the Carolinas winter weather wise. So maybe this year we'll be able to use these products, and definitely recommend that you give some feedback.
Full disclosure, right? In a La Nina winter, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't. You're right.
It only
takes one.
And these are all probabilistic forecasts, so you can get lucky, and you can pull a rabbit out of the hat here and get some winter. So I'll certainly be rooting for it. But La Nina winters are not typically our winters here in the eastern part of the U.S., especially the southeastern part of the U.S. Unfortunately, but
that's it.
But so, you never know.
You never know. It's like we talk about the hurricane season. It only takes one. So hopefully, if we do get that one storm, you'll be able to use these products and definitely provide some feedback. I personally think it's a great product, and hopefully it'll get out of the experimental stage and into operational stage. So Stephen, thank you again for watching. Thank you all for watching tonight. We'll see you real soon.
And good evening from Charlotte. I'm James Brierton. It is Wednesday, November the 18th, 2020, and thanks for joining us for an all-new edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Now, this week on the Carolina Weather Group, we are dusting off a tape that has been sitting on our shelf for a little time now. We want to explain why. We're going to be talking about fire safety here in the Carolinas, and in March, we talked to the North Carolina Wildfire Service, Forest Service, and they gave us some great information about trying to keep your...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Our beautiful scenery here in the Carolinas safe. No sooner did we tape this episode last March, well, as you might recall, the pandemic really increased and a lot changed, and we ended up covering several coronavirus-related shows here in the Carolina Weather Group before conditions really became so wet that we haven't talked about wildfires since early in the spring. We had lots of moisture from the tropical season. We had severe weather roll on through with lots of thunderstorms, all conditions that kept things very moist outside and really kind of kept the fire risk to a minimum. Well, it's now cooler outside, it's windy, we have lots of abundant dry leaves on the ground, and thus we're entering a little bit of a fall fire season here in the Carolinas, so we thought it was an appropriate time to go back and visit that episode, and we wanted to give you that premise and our appreciation for our guests who have been waiting for a little while to share all of this great insight with you. That's coming away in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight we're talking about wildfire and how wildfires and weather kind of go hand in hand. And so tonight we have with us Justin Query from Granite Falls, North Carolina. He is in charge of Western North Carolina and the wildfire mitigation program. And we also have with us Hannah Thompson Welch. She's located in Kinston, North Carolina, and she manages Eastern North Carolina and the wildfire mitigation program there. So Hannah, Justin, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate that. I know our first question to a lot of folks who are first time on this program has to deal with weather and how they got interested in weather. And I know weather is a part of your job, but how did you guys get involved in the Forest Service? What really inspired you to want to do this? Hannah, I'll start off with you. Kind of give us a little bit backstory about you and then how you got involved with the North Carolina Forest Service.
Okay. I was one of those kids who liked to romp through the woods and stay on the heels of my father. So trying to keep up with him through the woods, I guess that's what got me into forestry to begin with. But I was a sports medicine major originally and helped some guys out in the dorm with their homework in forestry, and then got bit by the forestry bug. So I worked for Kentucky Division of Forestry for a couple of years and then came to North Carolina, and I've been here 16 and a half years so far.
And Justin, how about you? How did you get caught up in the Forest Service?
Yeah, it's somewhat similar to Hannah. You know, it was a lot of outdoorsy type things with my dad growing up. But then when I got to high school, we had a FFA department there, and they did a lot of stuff with forestry throughout that. And, you know, I realized it was something I really enjoyed and decided to go to school for it and pursue a career in it. And just like Hannah, me and her, we started right about the same time. I'm sitting about 16 and a half years myself now.
Very cool. Those are great stories. So now kind of transitioning into the main topic of tonight, which is obviously wildfires. Justin, I guess we'll kind of start with you. Is the spring fire season the only fire season of the year, or is there another one later in the year as well?
No, we'll typically have another one in the fall of the year, usually right around leaf fall. And we'll have a lot of fresh leaves on the ground, ripe for ignition.
Right, yeah, I can see how that would be an issue. Speaking of ignition, how do some of these fires get started, Hannah?
So in North Carolina, we have around 98% of our fires are caused by humans.
That is terrifying.
Well, it's only 2% are caused by lightning, and that's different in a lot of other parts of the country. But here, with our wildland-urban interface, we have a lot of population, so we have a lot of human-caused fires. And some of those are debris burning is our major cause, around 38%, and then incendiary is about 20%, miscellaneous 14%, and then it goes all the way down to camping at 1%. So it's a variety of human causes, but our main one is debris burning.
And to sort of piggyback on that, to Evan's question, a lot of folks here, we see prescribed burning a lot in our forests. And a lot of folks are always asking, hey, is that fire out of control? Sometimes it can really set up where you get pyrocumulus clouds building over the top of it and just looks like a really ominous situation. So I got to ask, are any prescribed burns responsible for some of these out of control fires, or is that really monitored heavily, and that's almost a 0% risk.
Okay, well, I'll take that one then.
I was thinking about it for a moment.
Yeah, we'll go with you first. Sorry, my fault.
So I guess the question is, does a prescribed fire ever turn into a wildfire? Is that the long and short of it? Yes, it has happened before. And will it happen again? Yes, it probably will. We do our best to plan for that not to happen. But when you're dealing with something like fire, and something as with weather, and it can be an unpredictable thing. As much as we like to think we can predict it, you can have a wind shift that you didn't see coming. You can have a whole host of different things. Relative humidities will drop out lower than what you thought they were going to be, and experience some more extreme fire behavior than what you were thinking you would have that day.
Justin, just quick piggyback off of that. You're kind of talking about the weather variabilities. When you find yourself on some of these larger wildfires like we experienced in Western North Carolina back a couple of years ago, and they grow so large, and you guys actually have like a command post, and you have Forest Service and firefighters. Do you guys ever get like meteorologists that on like site to help you out with like you talked about humidity or wind shifts or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get an incident meteorologist on most of our larger incidents, and then we'll also get some fire behavior analysis guys out there that will help to take those weather parameters, and they'll actually try to turn that into what will the fire actually do, with the weather parameters that they're given. So yeah, we'll get incident meteorologists out there on our fires, or larger ones.
Another piggyback where Evan was talking about causes. Something that comes to mind, which I don't think so. Evan, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know you follow Western North Carolina as much as I do. The flash drought that we had back last fall, where we had, I think, the whole month of September, we were very dry into October. I was actually looking at some of my forecast graphics earlier today and noticed that we had high temperatures in the first week of October, still in the 80s and 90s. What was that like? How, flash droughts happen. Well, a long-term drought, you can kind of predict, we have a chance of seeing fires, but these flash droughts that are caused by the lack of precipitation, really high heat, and everything's kind of starting to die off from summer into the fall season. Do you guys, I guess, assuming when this happens, Hannah, you and Justin, you guys are watching this, and everybody really has to be on guard for something that could quickly happen.
Yeah, and we put a lot of resources into place. There was a lot of pre-planning efforts that went into the flash drought situation from last year. So we were ready to move in the case that we had a larger fire occurrence event where we had a bunch of new ignitions. And so there were plans in place to aggressively hit those where they were, and even calling in out-of-region resources for that.
Very good. So I'm sort of, going to ride along with this, Scotty, because I know one of our topics is going to be how does weather play into these fires? And we talked about wind earlier, right? We talked about the lack of rain, talked about droughts. You mentioned something earlier, Hannah, about winds, and sort of, we saw what happened in Western North Carolina a few years back. We saw what happened at Gatlinburg, and we saw what happened ahead of the cold front where convergent winds drove that fire. What sort of factors are you looking for severe type events to occur, severe outbreaks, or these fires are spread very quickly? In other words, how is weather playing into everything that you're doing?
Well, weather is a huge part of what we do every day. So you almost become an amateur meteorologist when you join the Forest Service, not even by choice. It just happens.
Sure. So you're looking at all the models like us too, right?
Yeah, we are. We're looking at similar products, predictive services, long range planning, long range forecasting, a bunch of different data sets that we look at. And we even have a portal that's available to anyone that wants to look at it with a lot of climate data that's in there.
Very good. And Justin, are you guys working with the National Weather Service offices in the local areas, or if it's divided down the region, you go to 2 different offices, but you're working closely with them, correct?
Yeah, that's right. A lot of these offices, we have direct numbers where we can call them. One of the products we always love to get from them is a spot weather forecast, where we can really pinpoint. I want to know what the weather's going to be at this exact location. So yeah, we're in very frequent contact with our National Weather Service guys.
And so I'm gonna kind of switch this because we're starting to talk about territory, right? And we're looking at mountainous areas versus coastal plains. So like what would be differences between a fire in the mountains in Western North Carolina and a fire in Eastern North Carolina?
So, whenever we're dealing with fires in the western part of North Carolina or the mountains, the biggest difference there is we have a lot of terrain to deal with. Whenever you have a wildfire on a steep slope, it's going to burn typically a lot faster going upslope. The other issue that we run into is the equipment that we can use in some of these terrains. You can't put a bulldozer on a 50 or 60% slope. You can, it's just very, very tricky. So most of the firefighting that we do in that type of terrain is, a lot of manpower with hand tools. So, the actual vegetation that we have, there is a difference there. So luckily the vegetation doesn't burn quite as severely as it does in the east. And I would say Hannah will probably cover some of that. She talks about the eastern fires. But I was just going to mention, we've referred back to 2016 several times. And we definitely had a major fire problem that fall. I believe we burned somewhere around 62,000 acres just within a 2-month period. It was a real problem in Western North Carolina that during that fall.
Yeah, and in Eastern North Carolina, while we don't have to deal with mountainous terrain, we do have to deal with a lot of challenges all in flat country or in rolling hill country. Our fuels are more volatile and they burn with greater intensity, but we can use heavy equipment such as tractor plows, which is a bulldozer with a fire plow behind it. And though that equipment's used more easily in most cases, unless the soil is not, it can't support the weight of the equipment. So we use that equipment to break through organic soil or organic matter down to bare mineral soil is what we're using that for. So in many cases, some of these fires down east will smolder across the surface of the ground until it burns deep enough in organic soil material. And when that happens, then we have fires that go on for a long period of time, sometimes months. And with that, we have a lot of smoke impacts as well. So we get a lot of people who are concerned during those types of fires that we have. And some of those exist in what's called a carousel, which translates to swamp on a hill, or a shrub bog, it's also known as. So those are wetlands with deep acidic sandy peat soils, and they have like an accumulation of organic material that it'll resemble muck, black muck underneath the crust of the surface. So, and that builds up over years and years and years. But those are fire adapted ecosystems, and in the east we are used to having to deal with that type of an ecosystem.
I remember the fires. I'm trying to remember what year it was, where southeastern North Carolina, near the coast, and northern Myrtle Beach and the Grand Strand areas, they had a serious breakout up there. And smoke, we're going right into our next topic, which is going to be smoke management. Visibility factors, travel, the dangers of being on the road near these things and not knowing where the fire actually is and not being able to see. I mean, we've seen that out west in California. Here, what are your challenges with smoke management? How do you get the word out to folks?
We use a lot of tools in the toolbox to get the word out. We always have public information officers on any fires that we have, and then we have public information officers with our agency, and we're constantly working to try to get the word out to the general public and any of our shareholders or stakeholders, cooperators that we need to advise on those types of issues. But it takes a broad toolbox full of tools to get the word out. So we use social media, we use email, we use all the traditional methods through news releases, and then we invite the news media out to some of our fires so they can get the word out for us as well.
One thing that I know you guys look at, and actually I'm going to share my screen here for those folks who are watching, is you guys look at all kinds of parameters. And I know we were talking a little bit about that. You have a lot of tools in the toolbox. One thing, since the wildfires here in Western North Carolina a couple of years back, I've got a tab now on my laptop that has labeled fire weather, meteorology, and kind of look at some of this stuff. So if you guys don't mind, we don't have to go through everything, but as we tie in like weather to you guys, what all indexes and things are you guys looking at? I know we have the KBDI index. You guys look at kind of like the initiation point. You're looking for fuels, fine fuels. Kind of talk to us a little bit about that and what you guys really look at day to day for the potential for wildfires.
Yeah, that's yeah. So our fire weather intelligence portal. This has been a great tool for us as fire managers. In the prescribed burn realm, but also for the wildfire realm here too. Because a lot of times when we're looking at wildfire, we're not just looking at one specific area or just one county. A lot of times we're looking at like an 8-county district, or possibly a 30-county region, or the whole state. So we may need to look at different indices crossing over the state. So some of your more obvious ones, temperature, relative humidity, wind speed and direction, precipitation over the past 24 hours. We like to look at some of that stuff, but some of the other things that we really like to look at are, let's say, the Keach-Byram Drought Index. That's one that can tell us, just how dry it actually is out there. The lower the number, the wetter it is. As we start going up closer, 500, that means we're starting to get into a pretty severe, or significant drought situation. Some of our other parameters that we look at, you mentioned ignition component. That is one, pretty much tells us how easily a fire is going to ignite. Some of the other ones we're looking at, the energy release component right there. That's one that just tells us how intense that fire is going to burn. So there's a lot of different indices in there, and all of them are relative. That just it's just another tool in our toolbox, as Hannah mentioned earlier. Just different things we can look at that'll help us as fire managers to determine how that fire will burn on any given day.
And how are these values come up with? Like, is there like tools that you guys have that you go out and sample the soil? How do these values come up there? I mean, right. What all goes into that?
So you'll notice they're kind of placed oddly across the state there. There's actually a small weather station at each of those that are taken. We actually have small fuel sticks out there, and that takes some of our fuel moistures, and then a lot of your typical weather readings such as temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, precipitation. It also takes in solar radiation. Trying to think if there was anything else that I'm missing on those. But those are called, let's see, remote automated weather stations.
And another thing, Hannah, I'll bring you into this. This is another thing that I look at. It's the national, the NICC. It kind of gives you a seasonal outlook for wildfire.
These outlooks are constantly in our minds. We do an annual refresher training every year, and at that meeting we go over these for the upcoming season, and that's getting us ready for the spring fire season, leading up to our work capacity test that we take annually so we can travel and help other like western states whenever they are having large fires as well. So we look at these and we brief on these throughout the months, even into the summer and into the fall. So we are looking at this way ahead of time. And as soon as this information is released, a lot of times you'll see it floating around social media pages and other things. So it's a hot topic of conversation for any wildland firefighter.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe as we went into last fall of 2019, it was above average for the Southeast just because of the flash drought. I believe that's what I remember seeing. So another agency in the weather community that does some fire forecasting, Justin, is the Storm Prediction Center, where they issue fire forecasts. Do you guys, maybe the Forest office in North Carolina, maybe in Raleigh, do you guys coordinate with them, or how do you guys get those outlooks, or how does that work?
I'll be honest with you. Whenever you sent me, we had talked about that earlier. I think that may have been yesterday.
Yes.
That was the first time that I had dealt with that. I don't know if Hannah has worked with that particular tool, but I played around with it a little bit, and it seems like that's definitely another tool that I'm putting into my toolbox. So, Hannah, I don't know if you had seen that before or not.
I have not.
Well, I'm glad we were able to help you guys out.
Yeah.
For those who may be watching or listening to the podcast, we've had on Randy Bauer from National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma, who is also in with the Storm Prediction Center. And they issue these fire weather outlooks for the day of and then 3 to 8 days. It's kind of like the severe weather outlooks, Evan and Shay, that we see on a daily basis. But they kind of highlight areas that they're concerned about for the potential of some increased fire danger. And Shay, correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm not mistaken, we kind of saw this last year in eastern North Carolina, northeast South Carolina, where dry lightning was highlighted for portions of the area.
No, that's exactly right. They've even done it a little bit out in the Midwest as well during some of the drier seasons and where positive strikes might be forecast. Anything of heat values where drought conditions, severe drought conditions are existing, and it seemed like it was maybe a little controversial, but at the same time, they're trying to incorporate more into their risk factor for severe weather to be a threat, even more of a threat on any level. So they're working with the Forestry Department and others as well, from what I understand. I'd like to learn more about that this year because it is kind of new with them. So yeah, I think to me, it's a good effort on their part.
Definitely so. Justin, Hannah, one reason that we wanted to invite you guys on tonight is the North Carolina Forest Service is really putting a big campaign out about being ready and prepared for fires. But one thing I wanted to talk about before we do that was the idea of prescribed burning and how that kind of helps you guys get ready for the wildfire season. So could you briefly kind of talk about the purpose of prescribed burnings, and then we can kind of go into the wildfire mitigation, what you need to do as we get into the fire weather season.
I'll go ahead and grab that one. So our prescribed burns, we're going to do those anytime that we have a forest stand out here that we want to reduce the hazard in. If you don't have a fire in there, the leaf litter, the pine litter just continues falling to the ground year after year after year, and it accumulates more and more and more. So the more it accumulates, the more of a hazard you have. Whenever you do have a wildfire come through, it's going to have a pretty extreme danger there. So what we do is we'll come through and we'll actually burn the understory and reduce that wildfire hazard. But we'll do it under controlled conditions, or we'll make a pretty strict prescription as far as the weather goes, and follow that to a T in order to hopefully control that prescribed burn like we were talking about earlier.
And so, Justin, one thing that you guys are doing with that prescribed burning, trying to prevent these wildfires, but if we do see some coming, how can folks prepare for these? I know Shay alluded to Gatlinburg earlier, and we kind of have seen some of the scary videos out of California of the fires that were out there, and how these people are kind of just grabbing what they can and getting out before all heck breaks loose. What can folks do now while things are kind of wet, like we were talking about? It's pretty wet outside, but as we could possibly enter a dry part of any time of this upcoming year, how can folks get ready around the house to get prepared for the possibility of these wildfires?
But the first step for most homeowners is you need to realize what your risk is. And so we always recommend that folks actually do an assessment of their own home, or possibly have their neighbor do an assessment of their home. And if they will go to resistwildfirenc.org, that is a webpage that we run, and we actually have some links to a home assessment sheet on there. But some different things that are just really quick and easy that any homeowner can do. The biggest one we see is keeping your roof and your...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
You wouldn't believe how many homes I go out to, and I'll take a look around, and the gutters will just be simply packed full of leaves and debris. The fact is, when a wildfire comes through, it will simply pelt the home with embers. Just thousands upon thousands of embers, and it just takes one ember landing in that gutter or on that roof, in the eave of that roof where the debris has piled up, and it could easily ignite and start a wildfire there, ignite that home. And the last place that you want to have a fire is on the roof of your house. So that's one, really quick and easy mitigation strategy that folks can do.
We definitely want to ask, what's the best way to see what you're reporting out? I know you mentioned wildfire.northcarolina.org. Are there any other social media sites or websites that we could go to view your material and what you're reporting out on?
Yeah, the biggest one that we recommend right now is the one that we're on is going to resistwildfirenc.org. You can also go to firewise.org. That is run by NFPA. That's another great resource for homeowners to take a look at. I think that's the only two that's coming to mind right off the top of my head. Hannah, do you have any others that you can think of?
Do you have a Twitter account or Facebook page or anything?
Yeah, we do. The North Carolina Forest Service does have a Facebook page, and I think we do have a Twitter, but I'm not active on that one. So I know we do periodically post stuff for mitigation strategies on there.
Justin, it was a pleasure having you on. Anything else you or Hannah would like to cover kind of before we close out the program?
Well, I think the other mitigation strategy I was going to cover real quickly was just going to be, the one of the most important zones around the house are just the first 5 feet around the home. And that's typically where we have a lot of our flower beds, where we do a lot of our landscaping. So it's very important, the things that we put there, such as not putting highly flammable plants in that area. And then the mulch what we're putting down on the ground there is not using a flammable mulch, not using anything that's organic that can catch fire, such as pine needles or a shredded bark. The best thing we could recommend is like a hardscape, such as a lava rock or a pea gravel, or possibly even a river rock.
Hannah, any other ideas that you could give folks about how they could prepare for upcoming wildfire season?
It's important to work with your neighbors. It's important to recognize what type of situation you have right immediately around your house and take appropriate measures to reduce risk ahead of fire season approaching. So it's really important to work with those around you, because if they have risk, then likely their risk adjoins your risk. Because we talk about home ignition zones. So the zones around your house from 0 to 5 foot is your immediate zone, and then from 5 to 30 feet is your intermediate zone. And if those 30-foot circles, if you imagine a circle around your house at 30-foot distance, then if it touches another home's 30-foot zone, then if worst case scenario happened, there could be structure-to-structure ignition. So anything you can do to reduce the risk around your home, that's what you should be doing.
Justin, Hannah, one other thing I think pops into my mind that you see a lot of people are out there when we get into these fire situations. They're trying to extinguish a fire with a garden hose that they have at their house, maybe when evacuations have been ordered. Would you guys suggest, hey, just get your stuff, follow the evacuation orders, let the firefighters, let you folks take care of the fire.
Yes, absolutely. If evacuation orders have been made, by all means, go ahead and follow them. A garden hose is not going to do much for that fire. You're putting your life and your family, in harm's way by sticking around.
Take these preparation tips and use them to your advantage. That way that you're prepared before the next fire. So we appreciate you guys joining us tonight here on the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you'll tune in next Wednesday for an all-new episode. Have a great evening, everyone.
Good evening, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. It is May the 6th, 2020. Can you believe it is May already? We had a thunderstorm roll on through here earlier and brought the temperatures way down as we are looking ahead to a cool down the next few days and through the weekend. Could be pretty chilly as you wake up on Mother's Day, Sunday morning. But we're so happy you're with us tonight on this Wednesday night. The panel will be along in just a few moments for tonight's episode. It's kicking off a new series that we're calling Quarantining at Home. We're kicking it off with the weather team from WECT, the NBC affiliate in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's designed to be kind of a lighthearted experience among all of the serious news that is going on. But first, we do have to start on a more serious tone tonight. The National Weather Service has confirmed that an EF1 and an EF2 tornado struck southern portions of Chester County and Lancaster County in South Carolina about this time yesterday. It all kicked off at about 6:30 when the National Weather Service at Greenville-Spartanburg issued that tornado warning as a tornadic supercell was moving to the east just south of the city of Chester. It continued to move to the east where it produced an EF1 tornado, brought down some trees and some power lines, and much of that town was in the dark for a good portion of the evening. Now, the storm itself was moving just north of Little Rock Creek when it most likely lifted and then dropped again. What is being considered a second tornado then touching down near Interstate 77 as it began to leave Chester County, enter into Lancaster County, move towards Great Falls, where the National Weather Service out of Columbia took jurisdiction of the storm. Now, both Weather Service offices went out there today, did storm surveys, and the team out of Columbia came back with EF2 damage caused by the tornado in Great Falls, and that would have been winds of about 115 miles an hour. The other thing you're looking at here on your screen, we're going to go ahead and bring these beautiful and stunning pictures full screen for you. This is friend of the show, Chris Jackson, was out yesterday in the area with his drone. I believe it's a DJI Maverick. And take a look at these stunning pictures. You can see that supercell coming towards him, the lightning that is being produced by this storm. Now, the tornado itself is not believed to have caused any deaths or injuries. However, one man did die in Chester County yesterday from a lightning strike, and you can see some of that powerful lightning here being produced by the storm. And then it dropped hail up to 2 inches, golf ball size hail reported as associated with this storm, and you can see how it littered the ground. Almost looks like a winter morning here as Chris is showing us these aerial pictures, and you can see almost a fog rolling in, and it is actually a fog rolling in over the valley caused by the sudden cool of those temperatures and all of that cold ice particles now sitting on the ground. So the National Weather Service is still working to finalize most of their storm surveys, and we'll have updates for you on Facebook and Twitter as we learn more. But again, to recap, EF1, EF2 tornado in parts of Chester and Lancaster County on Tuesday evening, and thanks to Chris Jackson for these pictures. Now let's get over to Scotty Powell and the panel for tonight's kickoff of our Quarantining at Home series with the meteorologist from WECT in Wilmington. Scotty.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome. We want to welcome the WECT weather team out of Wilmington, North Carolina. They've gratefully accepted our invitation to just have our question and answer segment with the folks. So happy to have on with us Gannon Medwick, Eric Davis, and Kelly McGlynn, as they all are at either home or the weather state at the TV station doing some work. And so when this is recorded, we actually had a severe weather event move through. So Eric and Kelly are actually in the studio, it looks like. So happy to have them join us for a few minutes. Guys and gals, we just want to start off with some quick hitting questions. So I'll throw out the first question, and I'll let Dan and Evan join in. Our first question is about social media. Which do you prefer better, Twitter or Facebook? Gannon, I'll let you start.
It's a good one. I'd probably say Twitter in terms of the way things just come up and they have to be succinct. So I'd probably say that. Although Facebook, I have had more traction and followers over the years. So that's a positive.
All right. Kelly, Eric?
I'm personally probably more of a Twitter myself. I have a lot more followers on my Facebook page, but I think in terms of weather information, if you're looking purely for that, I think Twitter is definitely the way to go. But Facebook is definitely a different way to interact, I think, on a more personal level.
Kelly, do you have a choice?
I would say I like to use Twitter for active weather events. I think folks tend to appreciate that more than Facebook, where it could pop up, days later. And, sometimes people will get that mixed up with actually what's going on outside. But in terms of Facebook, I think it's good because people like to see a personal side to you. So to get kind of who you are outside of the studio out to social media for people to kind of connect with you on that kind of level is why I like Facebook a little bit better than Twitter.
Absolutely. Those are great answers. I'm going to hop in with one of my favorite questions from the list. What is your favorite weather disaster themed movie? I know there's one big forerunner here.
That's a great, yeah.
But again, we'll start with you.
Weather disaster. The first one that popped into my head was Perfect Storm.
Okay.
With Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney back in the day. Like,
someone said that last time. That's a good choice.
Yeah, and it was kind of fun. I mean, you pick out in any weather and disaster themed movie that you pick out the inadequacies of the weather and the geography, and that gets you a little bit. But that one was fairly entertaining, I guess.
Good. Kelly?
The first thing that popped into my mind was The Day After Tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Just because my dad used to like that movie. So I kind of, grew up watching it and always kind of had some kind of appreciation for all the wild stuff that happens in that movie.
Good choice.
I guess mine would be Twister. That was out about the time I was graduating from graduate school or graduating from college. That's about probably aged myself a little bit, but I just love, cow, flying up in the air. That's classic. And there's a lot of liberties with that movie, but it's kind of a cool theme. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are great.
Yeah.
Dan, you got one?
Yeah, and I'm with you there. That Twister. Personally, I think if you haven't seen Twister at least a dozen times, you're missing
exactly.
out. But kind of in the same mode here. Back to you, Gannon. Kind of circling around. As far as music goes, do you have any favorite type of music, or even any music that kind of gets you in the mood for weather or weather related music?
There's really no weather connection to music, but that's an interesting thought. I wonder if there's something deeper going on that maybe I'm not aware of consciously. But if I'm in the forecast center, I'm listening to a variety of music. My couple of favorites are hip hop, either classic or modern. I like classic alternative, like 80s new wave, and I also like some classic rock, like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. So I'd say that it's pretty rangy in terms of those styles.
Gannon also likes to listen to rap too. He always has some sick rap songs.
That was number one. Yeah, the hip-hop, yeah.
Not on board with the rap so much, but I'm a big 80s fan. Just love all kinds of 80s music. I mean, Michael Jackson. I mean, the range. Def Leppard. I like the hard rock, and some 90s stuff is good too.
I'm gonna move to a different room.
We also have
Kelly might be moving to a different room.
Just because we're hearing each other.
A little bit of feedback, I think.
We have Gabe Ross joining us. Gabe, also a meteorologist at WCT. So, Gabe, welcome. As Kelly's moving, we'll let you answer that question. Any favorite type of music for you?
Favorite type of music? Great question. Typically, my go-to is 70s, classic rock. Anything that's got a good beat to it. Typically, my Sirius XM is tuned to 70s on 7. So any of that, even like early 80s rock that kind of bleeds over. Gannon and I have a soft spot for Hall & Oates, I think.
Oh, yeah, Hall & Oates.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 80s, I'm on board.
That's like the common denominator, I think.
We all had a lot more hair then, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Some of us weren't born yet.
I was going to say, yeah, Jess.
Some of us had no hair.
I think Kelly is moving around, so we'll let her chime in here in a second. Here's another
Kelly's
one.
Is going to blow your mind.
Some of our quick hitting questions. A dog or cat person? Gannon, I think I already know the answer for you.
Dog.
Dog.
Score one for dog right here.
I would go primarily dog, but if the cat's tame enough, why not?
Okay. All right.
Great answers. So I want to transition a little bit into some weather-themed questions. This one's coming from one of our followers on Twitter who doesn't have a name, but PsychK8, I guess. And I wanted to know, what is a weather event that impacted you the most? Gannon?
I'd have to say the April 16, 2011 tornado outbreak in terms of formative and impacts. Even I was shorter than Florence. Florence is maybe an easy reach on a recent level, but it just had everything. April 16th, the build up, the actual event, just the emotions of it. We lost people, and then the aftermath, and plus everything that was going on in my life around that time as well. We were speaking about that on a recent Carolina weather group, and so that one's going to stick with me forever and probably hold the top spot in terms of real raw impact.
Kelly?
I would definitely say Hurricane Florence, just because that was the first hurricane I covered on air. And as impactful as it was, I think that's kind of just something that's always going to stick with you. I mean, we're still remembering stories of what happened, because I think at one point, like, you just start to kind of like black out from what's going on. And so we've talked about it, just with some other people in the newsroom, like, hey, do you remember this? And you're like, oh, wait a minute, that did happen. So there's always kind of just more stories, and just looking back on everything is kind of just something that will stay with me for probably the rest of my career.
Good answer.
I'd probably say recently, I'm with Kelly, probably Hurricane Florence, but Gannon makes a good point with the April 2011 tornadoes. I happen to actually be working in Texas on the May 3rd, 1999 outbreak. Remember, Texas and Oklahoma, Moore, Oklahoma. Now, I wasn't in Oklahoma at the time, but I was in Abilene, Texas, and we had a couple of what would now be classified as EF2 tornadoes touching down, baseball size hail, just incredible stuff. But I was on the periphery of that event. That was pretty exciting. And just to maybe turn it in a different direction, I guess two of the big weather events that really inspired me to go into weather. I think growing up, I'd always had an interest in being a meteorologist, but two big weather events happened right about the time I was graduating from high school and kind of pushed me more into the meteorology field. The Raleigh tornado of 1988. I don't know, we're kind of going way back here, but the Raleigh tornado of 1988, I just remember the damage. And one of my friends in high school, there was only 2 deaths, surprisingly, with that tornado, but a friend of mine in high school actually had to perform CPR and unfortunately lost one of the girls who died in that tornado. So that was kind of a direct impact. And also, I think Hurricane Hugo, which was just a little bit later in 1989. So I think those 2 events really kind of pushed me into the meteorology field and really had a big impact on my life.
Wow.
Yeah.
Heavy stuff. Gabe?
For me, I mean, I'm with Kelly. Florence was certainly substantial. Prior to that, I guess within my first year of doing weather professionally, there was a massive derecho that came through Ohio, June 29th, 2012. And it just, I mean, it ripped through the Buckeye State. A lot of folks were without power for a week. For me, memorable because I was working at a very small market TV station in Zanesville, and I was the only one working that weekend. So I basically lived at the station for 48 hours. We lost power to the TV end of things, so it was constant radio updates. I slept in the basement. Temperatures were, I would say, in excess at times of 85 degrees just in the actual studio. Outside, daytime highs were in the deep 90s, and I want to say some low hundreds, but just an incredible system to see it sweep through. I mean, straight line winds, I want to say they were close to 90 miles an hour, if not more than that. It's been so long, but it's certainly sticking in my mind. But of course, most recently, Florence, and even a little bit with Dorian too, just the tornado outbreak that Gannon and I were covering that morning. It will stick with me for a long time.
Well, and so sticking with you here, you've talked about what's most memorable, but what would be your favorite? What's your favorite type of weather to forecast?
Favorite type of weather?
Winter weather. That's an easy one. I love
Easy
snow.
for Eric.
Don't get to see a lot of snow, so I get pretty
That's
excited
true.
with snow.
Yeah, pop-up showers and storms are, pretty expected during the summer. So after a while, it gets kind of tiresome. But yeah, anytime there's a threat of snow, mixed precipitation, especially down here, we get it from our viewers all the time. They're just, oh, is it going to snow? Well, a degree or two difference, and that's what we get. So it's a lot of fun.
Okay. Kelly, Gannon, choice on that?
I love tropical forecasting. That's my jam. I don't like winter weather forecasting at all, just because people are so mean about it. God forbid you get chilly rain instead of, snow, and it's the be all end all of the Carolinas. But I've always just loved tropical weather. That's been my thing for probably quite some time now.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Tropical is my favorite. Challenging weather to forecast and impactful weather to forecast. In terms of just favorite all around, though, I love those first couple of fall air masses that come down in September, October, August. Yeah. If we're lucky, we get a little taste. And I think those are fun to sort of gauge and talk about, just because you realize everybody's ready for that at that point. Even if you like summer, everybody seems to be happy when the weather just gets a little more mellowed out. So that's the kind that I like, that makes everybody happy. Hurricanes and tropical storms probably take the top spot, though, in terms of the challenge in the meteorology. It's just fascinating.
So speaking of your favorite weather, kind of the reverse of that, do you take it personal when you miss a forecast? I mean, does it bother you, or do you just kind of shrug it off and say on to the next one? I'll start with you, Eric.
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes, I know early in my career, I kind of got a good lesson in when I was in Rapid City. I completely I went outside and, I said, oh yeah, beautiful sunny day. And then all of a sudden some big storms develop in the Black Hills, like, oh, and then of course Rapid City that was my first job, was in Rapid City, South Dakota. Of course, obviously I've had many more misses since. And I guess it just depends on the experience. I guess when I go back and I look at something, I miss something, I'm a little more bothered, but sometimes, I guess Mother Nature just throws a monkey wrench in your forecast, and at that point, you just kind of have to say, oh, well. But I guess I'm a little more upset when I maybe didn't look at something and I should have, and then I missed the forecast.
Kelly, Gabe, Gannon?
Ladies first.
Yeah.
And I don't mean you, Gannon. No.
He wants to answer. I mean, yeah, of course, it's something that, if we miss a forecast, or, the timing of a line of storms is off by a couple hours and it arrives earlier, and, a lot of people work outside in the summer, like landscapers, and, people have businesses along the beaches, and they rely on those forecasts for their businesses. So, from time to time, we know how the summer goes here. Of course, we can't predict where those pop-up storms are going to be, but, you know, I think it's a kick in the butt when we miss our own forecast and, you know, we let some viewers down. If you really want to say let them down, or but I think for the most part, our viewers are very appreciative of our forecasting and how, you know, accurate we can be in the summertime, especially during hurricane season. You know, we get a lot of emails saying, you know, how appreciative they are of, you know, how interactive we are on social media and whatnot. So there's, you know, pluses and minuses to that too.
I don't really feel like I take it personally, except for you got to put your name and your face on your product, so that when your product is less than perfect, it reflects.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. helps slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Can't help but be personal, but I think I have I've learned to kind of compartmentalize that and shake it off, if you will, maybe more than if I was a really young forecaster. And then also you learn when you have to eat humble pie that maybe you should have messaged it different. Maybe you knew there was a possibility that the outcome could have been that. Maybe I could have articulated that better. Probabilistic approach to forecasting as opposed to, oh, the high's going to be 75. And then if it's like 73, is that bad? No, we're talking about the same kind of flavor. So yeah, take it personally, but grain of salt. But only because we have to put our name and our face on the product. Otherwise, treat the instance as a learning opportunity to do better next time.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Gannon. At least in my case, probably compared to the other Mets that are on the team, I'd say I have I won't say least experience, but I know these guys could write books on the stuff that they know by comparison. And when I miss a forecast, it is just that, a learning experience. And agreed with Kelly that our viewers, I think, are very generous. They understand that what we do is difficult, and if it's a huge blow in the forecast, for instance, cold air is rushing in and it comes farther south than we anticipate, and so instead of seeing highs in the mid 70s, we don't even make it to 70, and that becomes tricky. And to Gannon's point, how could I have messaged that differently? What steps can I take to be clearer about that message going forward?
We blame it on the wedge here in Western North Carolina. It's all about the wedge.
Yeah.
All right, Evan.
So last time I asked this question with the WFMY crew, we got somewhat of an unexpected answer. So this will be interesting. What is your favorite model website, if you have one?
Okay, I'll jump in. I use Weatherbell. I use the other ones like Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits occasionally. I probably need to use those a little bit more than I do, but I started paying the Weatherbell man, and I feel like I got, once you pay for the ticket to the amusement park, we're riding every ride, we're gonna use that all day. So that's kind of what I'm stuck on for the time being. It's good.
I didn't get a Weatherbell account, but Pivotal just started charging. I was kind of using their Euro model, and then I think it was like Monday, I think they started charging. I was like, I kind of got to have something. Got to have my Euro. So yeah, I went ahead and just sucked it up and paid Pivotal. So I'm paying Pivotal. I'm with Gannon. I like Tropical Tidbits a lot. I'd say Pivotal and Tropical Tidbits are probably my two favorite.
Okay.
Complete agreement with the two of you. Pivotal, Tropical Tidbits. Good to know that they're paying. It's been since Sunday since I forecasted. So if they're paying now, then it looks like I'm going to have to knuckle down and get an account.
Just ask old Gannon. He'll help you out there.
Eric, can I
Weatherbell's a good side though. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you, Kelly,
I have to agree with the rest of the guys too. I like to use Tropical Tidbits obviously during hurricane season, but I favor Pivotal Weather for severe weather. I just think they have different parameters than Tropical Tidbits has, and I like to use that more.
Now, did those answers surprise you?
No, they did not.
Okay,
those are generally what we were expecting last time.
Sorry, guys.
Last time we got the Penn State E-Wall as the resounding answer from everyone.
I've used that a little bit.
Yeah.
I've used it.
And I haven't heard of it before.
Gannon,
Even with the hat, I've been using that for years, but I haven't used the e-wall so much recently. I gotta be honest. I probably need to go back and check it out. That used to be my go-to for the HRRR mod for her. I used to go there on the e-wall, but now I use WeatherBell.
So, Gannon, here while we're on you here, the this is kind of a multi-part question. Were you scared of thunder and or lightning as a kid? And also, was there kind of a period connected to that or after that you knew you wanted to be a meteorologist?
My answer to the first part was not especially. Like, I don't have one specific knock your socks off thunderstorm memory that really freaked me out. And I have a couple of thunderstorm related memories. Like, we actually had a lightning strike to a tree outside of my house. And I remember the current got in the house somehow to the extent that some electronics were messed up. And I remember thinking, whoa, how would that, you know? So I mean, it's like 3-4 years old. That kind of gets the gears turning in your head that something bigger is at play. It didn't really turn into fear. And I would say it was just a compilation of thunderstorms and other weather phenomena in aggregate that got my interest in meteorology going throughout my childhood years and in my adolescent years.
Okay, great. And Kelly, do you want to speak to that?
Was I scared of thunder and lightning when I was younger? Is that the question?
And then did that kind of evolve into an interest for meteorology one way or another?
I don't think I was ever scared of thunder and lightning. I actually would love when like a summer storm would pop up in Pennsylvania in the summer, and you just feel that nice rush of cool air. But I don't think that necessarily led to my love of weather. I mean, growing up in Pennsylvania, I mostly remember like huge snowstorms, even though I don't like winter weather forecasting that much. Kind of ironic there. But that's kind of, what sparked my interest in weather, is waking up to like 2-3 feet of snow, just overnight. And it kind of just snowballed, if you will, from there.
I have to say I wasn't really that afraid of thunder and lightning. I certainly had an awareness of it. And one interesting thing is my house, I think when I was maybe 15 years old, was struck by lightning, or at least some streamers got into our house. And I remember my mom was making spaghetti that day, and she was cooking the spaghetti sauce on an old cast iron pan, and the lightning actually burned a hole in the cast iron pan. I remember that very, very vividly.
Well, see, I'm going to go the opposite of these guys. I was scared to death of storms growing up, and I think doing weathers has helped me over the years, of course, get over that. I remember, I was living in Thornville, Ohio at the time. It was the summer of 96 or 97, I think 96, and we had just a huge, string of showers and storms that came through that resulted in what was basically tornadoes, and constantly the EAS tones going off. As a kid, that's kind of scary. So it always stuck with me. From there, I was always at least keeping an eyeball on the weather forecast, no matter what it was. And then when I got to college, I had actually. Long story short, my folks had us grow up basically in TV. They were both TV personalities, TV managers in Columbus, Ohio. Got out of it for a little bit, and then college came around, and then got back into it. And so I started on the news end, and then I actually dated a meteorologist my junior year of college, and then that sparked the love of weather. So the relationship didn't last, but my love of weather from there on did.
At least you had something lasting from that.
We'll call it a nice parting gift.
Another question, and then we want to kind of get to some more fun questions. While we're taping this, we've been going through some crazy times in the country with the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is kind of another two-parter question. A lot of folks have been able to do weather from home, a lot of meteorologists. So my question is, what are your thoughts on doing weather from home, and what do you think the future of meteorology looks like? Do you think we can incorporate this more into your daily routine of what you guys do on TV? Whoever wants to start, I'll let whoever.
Well, my thoughts of weather from home is I think it's a great way to offer the service, the public service of distancing as you can. We've kind of followed the guidelines at work from our middle and upper managers, and we're kind of, as weather in terms of directives, the last off the boat, really. A lot of our anchors have been broken up and our reporters have been taken away. Some of our producing has been doing sales, etc. But they've left us in place. But I mean, I think it's great when it can be done. I know Gabe has a great setup that he's probably going to speak to, and but I'm enjoying watching some of the setups and the creative things that people have in other media markets. Every little bit helps, I suppose.
Yeah, Gannon's right about that. I for sure think that this entire outbreak is going to change the landscape. Are we going to be doing this completely at home from now on? No, but certainly we have a baseline of what to do in the event that we can't be at the station. I mean, it's really no different than doing live shots, but the key is going to be for stations to help as much as they can, their meteorologists, their anchors, reporters, utilize the technology they have or provide them with the technology they have that is comparable to what they would have if they were in the building.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Gabe. Again, I think it is incumbent upon the stations to make sure that the meteorologists have the tools that they need, the computers, the broadcasting equipment they need to broadcast from home. I love the idea. Of course, I think you always run into the issue, of course, is probably severe weather. It's probably a little easier to obviously broadcast from home on a quieter weather day, but when you start getting a severe weather situation, especially, it kind of feels like it's more incumbent to be at the station where you have all of the tools that you would really need to do a broadcast, especially on short notice.
Yeah, just to piggyback off what they were saying, I have personally seen a lot of very impressive work from home setups. And I think, at least for me, going in, you normally think you're a broadcasting major. Everything that you do needs to be done from the studio. And now that we, kind of are taking that step forward to work from home, there's so many different opportunities and doors open on how much can you expand this? What more can you do from home? And then you also think, how long is this going to last for? And, if it's, tech trends to be something that pops up more in the winter or in the summer or whatever it would be, would people just start to transition to working from home during that, time where people would more likely get sick than, during the off season, if you will, from that coronavirus?
It's amazing how many different setups there are too. I mean, you're right. I even saw a picture of someone using augmented reality in California and their weather hits. Wow, that's impressive. So transitioning away from some of the weather talk, and Kelly, I'll put this right back to you. What are some of your favorite non-weather hobby?
Well, I've recently started painting at home just to keep myself busy. And I've also realized that I'm pretty good at doing puzzles, since that's kind of one of the only things that I can do now. But I also love doing anything at the beach. Anybody who knows me knows anything coastal or nautical or ocean related. Like, my name is just all over it. I really want to start surfing. That's like the next thing on my list.
Are you able to get to the beach right now?
I know. Well, Ganna said there's parking in Carolina Beach, so I'm going to try and get down there like ASAP, because I usually go probably like 3 days out of the week, and I haven't been in like 2 months. So I'm starting to go a little stir crazy there.
The waves are good today, so
I know.
It could be a good day to learn. I'm seeing that.
Even just body surfing would be fine with me. Just something to get into. I love being in water and around water.
Awesome. Good choices. Eric?
Well, I don't get to do it enough, but I like to play tennis with my son. Obviously, in recent years, I've been raising my kids, but now they're kind of getting older. So actually, probably in the future, I'm going to have a little more time to myself. But yeah, I love sports. I like golf. I'm a terrible golfer. I haven't golfed much recently, but I do love the sport. Obviously, I love just getting out, walking around. And obviously when I go to neighborhood swimming pool, beach, things like that. pretty simple guy. Wouldn't say I'm real complicated, but those are the kind of things I like.
You know, we found out during a photo shoot that Eric has got some pretty awesome hoop skills.
Oh,
yeah. This
Need
was
to get in shape. I got to get into shape though. That's the first thing.
well, yeah,
Is there
but
any video of this?
there. I feel like someone recorded some cell phone video with it. I'm not 100% certain, but
I could shoot a little ball in the day. I could.
Yeah, it was October and November. I'm a perpetual band kid, so my athletic talent is slim and none unless it's pro wrestling because it's predetermined and I know how to do it. So
He was fitting in well with the WFNY crew last week. Every single one of them played an instrument, and they were all in the band back in the day. So we're trying to get a band together, a weather meteorologist band. So we'll maybe reach out.
Not me.
Oh well, I'm your guy. Any drums or any percussive needs, I've got you covered.
Okay. Gannon, what about you? Favorite non-weather hobby?
If you guys get a band together, I'll just call the bars to see if I can get you in. That'll be my role. I'm not very musically inclined. I like a lot of the things that my cohorts said they like. I like sports. Play a little sports. This past week I did tennis, but I like watching sports, keeping up with sports. Around the house, grilling and chilling, gardening. I like to exercise, so try to do that. I got a little elliptical machine that I try to hit at. Even if you're tired, it just feels good to get drenched with sweat when you can, a couple of days a week at the very least. And then just the salt water, having that, I really like it. I'm with Kelly, made it down to the beach yesterday. They kind of have a just keep moving along directive going on right now. So there's no coolers or beach blankets, but that's real nice when you can do that, because that's just a real good way to unplug is being near water. I've always found that to be the case.
Very nice. Well, in a similar light, is there what makes the city that you live in so great? And do you have any favorite spots to go to? Anything you can recommend to the viewers?
I'll say Wilmington is great in its variety of things to do for a city of its size. I think it's a relatively small city, and you might pick something out of Charlotte or Atlanta or Washington, D.C. that Wilmington wouldn't have had a chance of even having. So, I mean, I know there's scale to be had, but there's plenty to do. And then the variety of landscape with the different water bodies, the ocean, the intracoastal, the river, so close, that naturally lends itself to a lot of different things to do. I'd say one of my favorite spots is the part of the downtown riverfront and historic district portion of Wilmington. It's all within a few city blocks of each other, and it's extremely walkable. And there's just a variety of places to dip into and eat and drink. And it's a good vibe down there.
Wonderful. Do you want to jump in, Kelly?
I was gonna say I love Wilmington. I'm not a city person at all, but visiting from time to time is cool, I guess. But Wilmington just has beautiful downtown features. They have the Riverwalk, numerous different kind of restaurants you can go in. They have a raid room. They have again, what did we do the one time? The knife throwing thing.
Oh, you can throw axes.
Axes
and
arrows,
axes.
Multiple axe throwing opportunities in Wilmington.
Yes.
Axe throwing. Then you have the beaches. Any beach you go to is going to be a beautiful beach. I love how the people here really take care of the beaches. Like, I rarely ever see any trash on the beaches, and it's great. People pick up after themselves there, and we keep our beaches clean. And not too far away from here, you can go to Raleigh. You have Myrtle Beach to your south. It's just a really good location, and being in a southern coastal town, for me, it's something that I've always wanted to experience living in, and I'm glad I did it.
Yeah, I completely agree with what my colleagues have said. I kind of like the Fort Fisher State Park myself. I think that's kind of a hidden treasure in a way. One nice thing about Fort Fisher is, you probably, of course, hear about like to Carolina Beach or Wrightsville Beach, you have to pay a lot of money to park, but obviously Fort Fisher is a state park. You can park there for free. So that's that's a good beach experience. And plus, it's not quite as crowded either. So that's kind of a nice place to walk around, or if you want a little quieter beach experience.
I'm for sure more of a Wrightsville Beach kind of guy. I live near Wrightsville Beach, so I can very easily run or, jog to the beach and get in and around there, kind of the Mayfair area. Also, really just from here up through like Surf City, North Topsail, some of those places, they're a lot of fun. I don't want to say a lot of folks my age, but 30 somethings, you're going to find some 30 somethings, in that neck of the woods. So it's pretty cool to get out there. And yeah, most people keep to themselves. And the one thing that was remarkable when I came down here 5 years ago from Ohio, I was just floored at just how nice everybody is. You don't get that kind of niceness in Columbus, Ohio, when you walk past somebody in Walmart. Oftentimes it's what are you looking at me for? Like, what's going on? Here it's like, hi, how are you? Oh, wow, I didn't get cursed out. That's incredible. So it was a nice change of pace. So I love the people down here and the scenery just as much.
Well, you know what they say is that people who are at the coast often are have a little bit more of a relaxed personality and are generally happier, right?
That's true.
And it sounds like we all need to try the river walk too if we haven't done that. I know that's I'll have to put that on my list.
Worth it.
But I think, Evan, you have one more question to follow up with, and we'll go with that.
Yeah, so one last very short, very silly question to kind of end us off for the eve or the afternoon, I guess. Gannon, start with you. Really philosophical here. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh shoot! You were really going to ask that?
Oh yeah, we weren't joking around there.
Yeah. I'm gonna say yeah. Like a square is a rectangle, but it's a square.
What goes on? What goes on your hot dog, Gannon? Tell us what's your toppings.
Oh man, I haven't had a hot dog in years, but I like brats, so same kind of thing. It's mustard and then sometimes pickle relish, but definitely mustard.
I like the rectangle is a square is a rectangle, whatever. That's good. That's good logic.
I got mathematical on you.
I'm going to say yes, because if it's between two pieces of bread, in my mind, that qualifies as a sandwich. Very, very simple criteria. If I have to have a hot dog, I'd probably say chili, mustard, and some onions. Got to throw some onions on there too.
Okay.
Well, by that criteria, quesadilla is a sandwich too, then, right?
Oh,
sure.
Yeah, that's for the next show.
It's got to be bread. Hot dog lunch kind of
It's
bread.
a parallelogram.
Gabe, Kelly?
I'm stumped. Would never consider a hot dog a sandwich, but I guess if you think about it, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In elementary school, when they'd send out the list of what's for lunch or whatever, they actually would have for us hot dog sandwich, which is okay. Small town Ohio, great. But I guess it would be considered a sandwich in that regard. I mean, if that's the same thing with with a hamburger, I guess it's technically a sandwich between two pieces of bread, like Eric said. So in my case, I'm with Eric though. I like chili on my hot dog, and I am a cheese fiend. So whether it's nacho cheese, cheddar cheese, you name it, load it on there, good to go.
So Gabe, on my hot dogs, I do the cheese rotel dip. You can mix the rotel and the cheese to get with a little bit of chili. That's good.
Oh yeah. Oh, and bacon too. Duh. We're planning in my front. A little bit of bacon on there, just for some taste.
Awesome.
Kelly, what's on your hot dog? I know I stopped you, but
I'm still figuring out if a hot dog's a sandwich over here. I haven't even gotten past the first question. But I guess, I don't know, kind of just the classic hot dog kind of gal, onions, mustard, ketchup. What's that one hot dog place in Southport that's now in Wrightsville Beach, guys? Do you know what I'm talking about? The Trolley Stop or something like that?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of really cool, different kind of hot dogs there. So, I don't know. Is a hot dog a sandwich, though?
This is a question that's going to have to come back every time we do this now.
I bet
like
for
y'all's
you,
answers. These were good.
I bet for you guys watching, you never thought we was going to talk about hot dogs on this show. But we are going to start to close up. So I would love to give each and every one of you the opportunity, if our followers and listeners find themselves in Wilmington, how can they find you on the social media platforms so they know what the weather's going to be like when they're visiting the Wilmington area? Gannon, I'll start with you.
Thanks, Scotty, and thanks, guys, for the opportunity to hang out. I'd like to revise my answer on the hot dogs to include chili, first of all. But also, if you're in Wilmington, you have any interest in Wilmington weather, I'm at Medwick, just my last name, on Twitter, at Gannon Medwick, all one word, on Instagram, and then meteorologist Gannon Medwick -WECT is the search for Facebook. So I'm on all of those 3 places.
Okay.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Twitter, I'm at Eric Davis, WECT, ERICDAVIS, WECT. Meteorologist Eric Davis WECT. You can find me on Facebook. I'll have to get back to you on the Instagram. I forgot for the moment.
I have it, Eric. It's WX Eric D 10.
WX Eric D 10. There you go. That's Instagram. Thank you, Gabe.
Quick search.
My Twitter is at Kelly_WX. And for those that may be watching that doesn't know what WX means, it means weather. And my Facebook is just meteorologist Kelly McLinn. So if you do come to the Wilmington area, you won't be disappointed. And hopefully you won't be disappointed in what the weather is that day. But otherwise, it's a beautiful place.
I try to make all my social media as consistent as possible. So you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, at TV's Gabe Ross, TVS Gabe Ross, GABEROSS, YouTube, and all the other fun stuff you can find on that too.
Well,
and I just want to say too, I'm not like other Kellys who spell their name with a Y.
Oh yeah.
My name is KELLIE, so that may help you find me too.
All right.
There you go. Well, we appreciate you you all joining us this afternoon. For everyone who is watching, thank you for joining us, and catch us next time as we wrangle up another group of meteorologists and ask them these silly questions. Have a good day. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, April 8th, 2020 edition of our little weather get-together. We hope you are all staying safe out there. Tonight, we're going to be talking about storm chasing and COVID-19. We know that the pandemic is ongoing throughout the United States, and we are entering severe weather season. So we're going to talk to some storm chasers tonight, some familiar faces and some new faces. We want to welcome in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Pocatello, Idaho. We have on with us Tim Marshall, storm chaser, meteorologist, and engineer. If you are familiar with the weather community, you know Tim goes out and performs damage surveys after these big tornado events. So happy to have Tim on and let him talk a little bit about that towards the end of the show. And our good friend Mike Olubinski is with us. He's back with us, storm chaser, videographer, located out in Arizona and goes out throughout the plains throughout the storm season, capturing all the sounds and the sights of tornadoes and severe weather. So we're happy to have Tim and Mike and Kevin on with us. We may be joined by an additional guest later on in the program. But bring in our guests. I want to bring in Tim Marshall, Michael Levinsky, and Kevin Smith with us tonight. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. How's everyone doing this evening?
I'm still alive.
Well, that's good. We like to hear that.
Doing
Tim,
great. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, Mike.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Tim, we'll start with you. You are in Texas right now. Tell us a little bit for your first-time guest. So tell us a little bit about your weather history, your weather background, how you got caught up in this crazy weather community that we're all involved in.
Yeah, we've come a long way, haven't we? Many, many years. Well, I've always been interested in the weather. Ever since I was small, I really kept weather records in my house. My parents asked me what I wanted for Christmas. I told them a barometer. They said, "What's that?" And I go, "It's a device that measures barometric pressure, air pressure." And I got a barometer, so I kept daily records. I wrote to TV weatherman. They wrote me back in those days. And then Ted Fujita was at the University of Chicago, and I was in a suburb of Chicago, Oak Lawn. I got hit by a F4 tornado on April 21, 1967. I was about 9 or 10. And I knew right then and there I wanted to study tornadoes the rest of my life and figure out what these things are. And I didn't realize at that time I was going to chase them down, but that came later. But I wanted to go to school and learn about tornadoes, and that's what I did.
That's awesome. And Tim, we want to get more into what you do after the tornado later on in the show. Let's bring in Kevin Smith. He's with the National Weather Service in Idaho. Kevin, currently in Idaho, but you also have some ties here to North Carolina. Tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, so great to be on, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So grew up in central New York, Syracuse area, right in the middle of New York State, and right on the edge of the lake effect snow belts, which might have helped spur a little bit of my early interest in the weather. And I'm not really sure what really got me into it. You know, a lot of people have stories of a big tornado or a big storm or some trigger for them that really launched them into their meteorology careers, their storm chasing careers and whatnot. And not sure really what it was for me, but ever since elementary school, knew I wanted to be a meteorologist and was particularly interested in the National Weather Service, just for the public service side, public protection side of everything. So went to college down in NC State, Raleigh. So there's my connection to North Carolina. Started in 2007, working on my meteorology degree and was there for 4 or 5 years. So, got to know a lot of great people down there. And Dan Whitaker and I believe we met possibly doing some local chasing back during that time when I was in college. Got some exposure at the Raleigh Weather Service office, doing some volunteer work there. Whatnot, and got involved in the ham radio side of weather spotting and the Skywarn programs there in central North Carolina as well. And so graduated in 2012, and just like a lot of people are facing, very competitive these days to get into the National Weather Service. And it took several years of applying and kind of refining my credentials and gaining some more experience in different areas. And during that time, I spent some time actually firefighting and doing private security as my paid job during that period. So a little bit of a break, and then was able to get a job offer at the National Weather Service out here in Pocatello, Idaho, just a little over 3 years ago. And I've been out here ever since.
Do you know one of my best friends out there?
I'm sorry?
Do you know one of my best friends out there, Jeff Hedges?
Yes. Jeff was there when I first started. He's retired now, but I was able to work with him for, I believe, a little bit over a year out there.
Yep, Jeff and I went to school together at NIU.
Yeah, so small, tight-knit community in this meteorology world we live in.
Yep.
So, and I have about 12 or 13 years of storm chasing experience as well that I've continued on the side. So,
do you know Elizabeth Padian?
I have met her. I believe she is or was working at the Boise Weather Service office, and I've met
Boise.
her.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. I shot her wedding like years ago, and she was always. She said she was up from one of those offices, and for some reason, Pocatello always seemed to be where she was from or something in my head. So that's why I remember.
Yeah. No, I have met her as well.
Well, Mike, I'm going to start off with first question for you. Our guests may remember you from December, but I want to ask all three of you guys your different roles. Each one of you have a different role in storm chasing, a different agenda, idea of what you want to do. So, Mike, I'll start with you. Kind of tell us, you live in Arizona, so you make the trek out to the plains every year. Kind of tell us about the role that you want as you're out storm chasing.
I was just talking to someone today. They were saying something about, I bet you'd probably still go chasing if you didn't have a camera. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I would love to watch a storm if I didn't have a camera, but chasing it and going out to the plains and all that stuff, my big thing is I love to capture that stuff, photos, time lapse, and share that stuff. That's kind of what, drives me. So my whole kind of motivation every year is to go out and do that. And it's, my job has kind of evolved since I've been, started doing this over 10 years ago out here. And I'm, from Arizona, we get amazing monsoon thunderstorms. And that's what I grew up loving out here was lightning and dust storms and all that. And so, of course, once I saw a supercell in a tornado, I was like, well, that's the next best thing. So, but my job has kind of evolved where I'm out there mainly for me to get footage, but I've also turned into taking people along on tours. I kind of, do more like, I guess I would kind of call them private tours, where there's 1 or 2 or 3 people coming along. Try to keep them small because I still want to get, the footage I want to get. And we've also played guide to having some people follow us that want to get the same kind of footage that we're getting. And we're definitely, when I say we, I mean, sometimes I have my buddy Brett ride along or me by myself, but we kind of have a different mindset. I know Tim, a lot of these guys are right under the tornado. They want to get close up footage. They're getting the damage. They're getting all the crazy stuff. And we're usually in front of it because we want to stay out of the rain and the hail because we want to capture these images. So the footage we're getting is a little bit of a different type than what other people get, but it's a heck of a lot of fun. And I'm hoping, badly that I will be able to get some more this spring.
I'll bring in Brett Adair. He's joining us. I think he's actually out in the field right now. Doing a little bit of chasing. Brett, a guest of our show. So if you've been following us, you've seen Brett before. Brett, you do live storm media, doing some stuff for Weather Nation. What's your objective? What's your goal as you go out in the fields and chase?
Well, the number one objective has been report. Obviously, we want to get in front of these storms and, in some cases get close and others maybe not so close. Today, the objective was we had some inverted V type soundings earlier in the day. So we knew hail and damaging winds were going to be the key elements and components for earlier today. So we did a little chasing in the severe thunderstorm watch down in Alabama just to do a little bit of reporting if we had anything. Now we're shifting into nighttime mode where we're moving up I-65 north of Birmingham headed toward Huntsville. And we're going to go up and see if we can't, confirm anything that might happen. We got increasing shear in the overnight hours, and we're still really unstable. 2,000 to 3,000 CAPE out here as these storms push out of Tennessee and Arkansas. So we're going to be doing anything that we can to confirm any type of damage and see if we get any wind or hail reports up here.
And so we know chasing kind of a different scenario this year with the coronavirus going on. Maybe some different rules, perspectives coming through. Tim Marshall, I know you was able to head up to Jonesboro, Arkansas. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. But as you're out in the field, what is your guidelines, or what are you wanting to look for as you're out in the field?
Well, we've had to change
now. Oh, go ahead. Now, right now, I'm on this EF scale committee, and what we try to do is get pictures of certain buildings that are damaged by tornadoes. So that's my mission, and that's why I was in Nashville, I was in Jonesboro and Dallas, looking for these specific damage indicators, as we call them, and get photos of that. We have plenty of photos of damaged houses and manufactured homes. What we want to do is look at more details, like your Walgreens and your cantilever lights that we have, street lights, those kinds of things that we need photos for. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm surveying to get specific photographs.
Awesome. That's some great perspective there. Some good information that we get from your storm surveys. Dan, I know you friends with Kevin, and maybe you guys can kind of talk about that side of the conversation tonight.
Right. Yeah, definitely. So it's nice to have a great round view of perspectives here of all the different types of chasing that the people here do, as well as the professional associations with their job in storm chasing. It's one of the perspectives that I thought was really important to have tonight was bringing on Kevin Smith, who's a meteorologist at the National Weather Service. I've known Kevin for a while. We've ran into storms together. We've in North Carolina, we both would end up on some of the same storms as we were chasing it. He's always been someone who has thought very critically to spotter reports and reports to be used for the National Weather Service. So that being said, kind of Kevin, what do you think, like, I mean, just for you to speak to it, your overall kind of perspective on storm reports and the importance of those and how those are used for the National Weather Service. What is kind of your history and your, where you feel that importance lies with those reports?
Yeah. So going back to before I was in the Weather Service, my focus chasing has always been on reporting. And I know, we all chase for different reasons. There's research applications, there's chasing with tour groups as a means of making money and whatnot. Obviously, a lot of research going on and whatnot, people looking for photos and videos. My focus has always been on the public reporting side, just because I knew back in the day that it had a lot of importance for the local Weather Service offices. And I'm also personally very driven by things that help people. So putting on my Weather Service hat, now that I'm working out in Pocatello, spotter reports are huge. And, there's this distinction. There's skywarn spotters, there's storm chasers. A lot of people kind of put them in two different bins. And there is a difference. Spotters are usually going about their daily life and just when they happen to come across something, when they happen to see something going on in their neighborhood or on the way to work or on the way to their family, they'll go ahead and report that. Whereas chasers put more time and money into following storms over great distances, counties and states and whatnot. And again, sometimes for different reasons. So from the Weather Service perspective, ground truth reports are huge. They are not going away. The importance of spotter reports are not going away. We talk about all these great advances these days in radar technology, dual pole radar, phased array radar. We have satellite imagery that's incredible resolution now with even 1 minute updates if we want that type of data during severe weather. And even with these advances, there's nothing that's come along, and probably nothing that's going to come along in any of our lifetimes that's going to replace ground truth reports. So the Skywarn program, the practice of calling in reports, whether it's to the media or directly to the Weather Service offices, remains incredibly important for our operations at the Weather Service. And I think that's going to remain incredibly important going forward, even with the advances.
Well, thanks for explaining that really well. I guess kind of the purpose of tonight's conversation, how everything kind of comes back around is, how things are going to change this storm season with the threat of coronavirus and the way things are going this storm season already. And hopefully that changes in a few weeks or a month, and, staying ultra optimistic that by late May or June, things will be a lot closer to where they were, before all of this. But that's just the optimistic storm chaser in me. All that being said, I think one of the important things is, what if we're talking 5 years from now and we're looking back at this storm season, what are going to be the biggest takeaways? What are the most important things that may have happened weather-wise from a lot of people staying home, from a lot of research potentially being halted. So that being said, Kevin, kind of back to you about this reporting, just kind of starting there, as we're all trying to make sense of severe weather and try and figure out the best way to make sense of ground reports and get those in. How do you think that might be affected this storm season?
Kind of our security, and that we just have.
It's really hard to tell. So obviously, and probably everyone on this panel is aware, there's a lot of debate right now going on among the spotter community, storm chaser community on to chase or not to chase, and CDC guidelines, and how is the overall season going to be impacted? With everything going on with COVID. In terms of the reports that are streaming into the Weather Service offices, it's hard to tell. We get a lot of reports from the local spotters in each CWA, so each county warning area, the area that each Weather Service office is in charge of in terms of forecasting and warning operations. I don't speculate that would change significantly, particularly with a lot of people at home. Our spotters that usually call in reports are hopefully going to continue to call in reports throughout the pandemic as long as they can do so safely. In terms of maybe having less chasers out in the field, it's really hard to speculate on that. Whether that's going to have an impact on the overall verification process or just the amount of reports that are coming in. Officially, from the Weather Service standpoint, we strongly recommend everyone to follow all the CDC guidelines and all the local guidelines related to the pandemic. That's kind of a first priority before we get into, well, I need to report the wall cloud. But outside of that, pandemic or no pandemic, we want those ground truth reports whenever they can be sent.
Kevin, one of the things that you said that stuck with me was the importance that in normal times, these observations can provide to you guys at the National Weather Service. I'd like to have you speak a little bit more to that in just a second, but what I'd like to do to kind of draw a parallel between the two conversations we're having is play a sound clip today from here in Charlotte, North Carolina, where Mecklenburg County Health Director Gibby Harris actually drew a line between what hurricane forecasting is like and what trying to forecast the coronavirus is like, and it plays off of exactly what I think you were just talking about how today's observations determine tomorrow's forecast. This runs about a minute. It's a little long, but I want to let our weather-centric audience hear this sound.
We have built the modeling that we're using in this community based on methods that were developed by a team of researchers at the University of Pennsylvania. The CDC has also used this model. We're working with our partners at Atrium and Novant, and it requires data from all three of our systems to run these models. We've adjusted the models with our local data and are monitoring the projections daily. Every time we put in new data and adjust the assumptions based on what we're seeing in our community, the forecasts can shift. These models are not unlike what you see when we have a hurricane. When you see models from a hurricane, you see where the hurricane is and then the cone that goes out from the hurricane. That means that it could happen anywhere within that cone based on the modeling that they're able to do. And the further you go out with the modeling, the wider that cone becomes. That's what we're dealing with in this situation. We have limited data, and we're using what we're seeing in other communities to help us with that modeling. But you have to know that this is a moving target for us, and we're doing the best we can with what we have.
So, Kevin, those observations, whether they come from humans or machinery, really do play a role in the weather world to help with tomorrow's forecasting. Is that right?
That's right, yes. And I think we're padded a little bit as far as spotter reports go. And what I mean by that is obviously when we're reducing weather balloon launches, which are directly inputted into the models that we use, if we're reducing observations coming from aircraft, because air travel is down so much right now with the pandemic going on. Things like that are direct inputs into the weather models are going to have a pretty clear and documented impact, I think, on some of the accuracy and just the performance of the overall model. When we circle back around to ground truth reports from spotters and from storm chasers, again, it's hard to ascertain. We're not plugging a spotter report or a chaser report directly into a model. And again, with the majority of spotters being on the spotter end of that spectrum and reporting from home, reporting from work, again, we're hoping that we don't see a big reduction in those types of reports coming in during the pandemic. But I can think of multiple examples all the way back to high school when I was a spotter back in high school. And then I kind of started to stray more and more into storm chasing as we went into college and then my adult life so far. There's a lot of different examples I can think of where actions were taken by the Weather Service immediately based on my report. And that's a really great feeling. As far as, we know spotter reports are valuable. I'm telling you they're valuable, Weather Service employee. But being able to see that in real time. So for example, back in Cicero, New York, just north of the Syracuse area, called in my rain gauge observation one day. This was back, I believe, toward the end of high school, and said, hey, we've had a thunderstorm. Our total accumulation over the last 45 minutes was measured as this much. And this is what I'm seeing in terms of minor flooding around the neighborhood. And within 3 minutes, an urban and small stream flood advisory was issued. And when you read into the text of the advisory, it said, at such and such a time, a trained weather spotter reported this much rain fell in 45 minutes. The weather spotter reported there is street flooding in Cicero. And multiple examples like that over my time as a spotter, where you can see that direct effect that report has. So I think it's kind of in a different category. Regardless of how the weather models are responding to changes in the data inputs right now due to the pandemic, I think spotting is always valuable. Calling in reports, whether you're a spotter or chaser, is always valuable, pandemic or no pandemic, and hopefully that's going to continue uninterrupted as we go forward this year.
Kevin, one more question for you before we move over to Brett, Mike, and Tim. As a forecaster at the National Weather Service, if come May, some of these stay-at-home orders haven't been repealed and we can't get storm spotters out in the field, how will that affect the warning process?
Yeah, so again, hard to say. I think the majority, my impression from my experience is the majority of our local Skywarn spotters that report into each weather service office, again, are local. And so I don't think there's going to be a huge interruption in general in terms of their ability to report what they're seeing in their backyard, the type of weather that's impacting their neighborhood and whatnot. And again, it's hard to categorize, if people are not going out as much as they would, if some of the local spotters are not driving the neighborhood looking for damage, maybe because of the pandemic, or if we're cutting down on the chaser presence out in the field, just from the storm chasers, whether in another state, it's very hard to tell what type of impact that would have. But the final thought.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Spotter, whether you're someone looking to get involved in that process, these reports matter a lot. We use them every single high-impact weather event and operations at all the Weather Service offices, and it's a great thing to get involved in. And if you want me to at some point, I can speak a little bit more to that and how to get involved as well.
Yeah, actually, Kevin, near the end of as we after we talk about some more things, we'll be talking about that specifically. And for any of the listeners, it would be great for us to give them things to do they can that they can do from home to become involved with better reporting and stuff like that. So we'll be actually speaking to that. I think it's a great and very useful thing that we can all kind of try and figure out what we can all do while we stay at home. So, but over to you, Brett. You're out in the car. You're pursuing storms right now. Just as a kind of overall question, what is so important about today and about what you're doing that you're in the car and following these storms right now? What from a media perspective and from a meteorologist's perspective is the reason you're out there, and why is that so important?
Yeah, Dan, I mean, it's one of those situations where now, some people are definitely scared to go on the field because, the advisement has been to stay at home in most states. For us, we're still essential. We still have to report. We still have to, give the news, whether it be the news or weather news. And we're having to take really drastic steps to change things in the field ourselves. Normally, when we go out, we do this. We're, covering the storms, and then if we may be covering damage. And then in most cases, we're going to go and, try to find a place to have a meal, try to find a place to sleep for the night, get ready for the next day, or get ready to head home. For us, over the last month and a half, my wife already has a bit of an issue with lupus, so she has an underlying condition. So I'm having to be extremely careful. We have tons of hand sanitizer, gloves, N95 masks. We've been sleeping in tents on air mattresses at campgrounds that were open. Now we're going to likely have to do some primitive type camping when we go out for the next month or 2 months or however long. We also are having to bring our own food because in many cases we just don't, either A, you don't have restaurants open to do curbside when we're finished with our day, or B, the comfort level of trying to get food right now is just not there because personally I think you could easily spread a virus through, food contamination. So, I mean, we're just having to be extremely careful wiping down gas pumps before we use them, wiping down credit card readers because we've still got to pump fuel. It has really changed the way that we operate, and we're having to really slow down and be more attentive to the things that normally would be second nature to us when we're in the field. So, personally, I'm a little more worried about other things than the storms, and you have to pay attention and really think about things more in depth. And it also, I second guess myself sometimes. I don't want to become complacent about the weather and then have an issue there as well. So it's becoming very challenging, but we still have to be out here, reduce number of spotters. One thing that has not happened yet, and luckily for all of us it hasn't, what if we had a radar failure during, a time of of this where we don't have as many spotters and eyes out in the field on storms if we had severe weather. Luckily, our equipment hasn't failed us yet. Let's just continue to hope we get through this without any of those type of issues as well.
Yeah, that's right. So Tim, to kind of speak to you, you've already been out chasing as well. You've done your damage assessments. You've seen some of these effects probably as well. Is there anything like what Brett was talking about that you think you've had to change, or that's limited your ability to do your job or to pursue the storms?
Absolutely. Everything Brett was saying with regard to carrying hand sanitizer. I have an N95 mask and have gloves, have surgical gloves, have a whole box of them. So every time I go to fuel up, I put on a surgical glove and then go ahead and proceed to use that and then throw it away after I fill up the vehicle. Fast food is the order of the day, obviously, and that's not good for my health. My doctor would certainly frown on that, but that's the way chasing is. So some of the fast food restaurants are still open fairly late at night, and even the Sonics we found are open, and not my first choice to go eat there, but if it's the only thing around, you want something warm there you go. Hotels I have not found to be a problem yet. I've been finding that many hotels welcome to have a visitor because they don't have hardly anybody in the hotels. So I'm not too concerned about that. So far, we've done pretty well. We've had a couple chases already, and it's been fun. But I think what happens is we'll see how things work over the next few weeks and months, and see how bad it gets or if it improves any.
And so, Mike, I want to bring you in because Tim lives in Texas, Brett's in Alabama. You're in Arizona, so you have to do a lot of traveling to get to where you need to be. What do you think the effects may be for you? Have you already experienced some of them? Kind of tell us, walk us through your game plan.
Well, at least I haven't experienced them. I haven't been out chasing yet. I've kind of put a goal in my head of not chasing until May, just so I don't even think about it right now. I just want to wait till things maybe get a little better. Plus, I have 3 kids. They're out of school, and my wife works at our church where there's only a couple people working, so she still goes in every day. And so I'm kind of hunkered down, helping them, get caught up on schoolwork that they need to do. I'm the one going to the store to get groceries and all that. So it's actually been really fun, but also kind of, still trying to work and stuff on my own, which has been a little bit stressful with the kids. But, I'm trying to look at this time a little bit with some silver lining as a gift that I get to spend time with them and help them out. But all the precautions they're taking, I've been taking. I'm starting, I'm freaking out. I sound a little sick. I have allergies out here. But on Friday night, I thought, I was like, oh my God, my chest is caving in and I've got all these symptoms, and I had like a panic attack on Friday night. So, since then I realized I just have allergies. It's real bad out here for everybody. But I do everything, go to the store and wash my hands before I go in. I try not to touch anything. I've trained myself not to touch my face. And it's just crazy how much your face itches once you've trained yourself not to touch your face inside a grocery store. And then I cannot immediately wash my hands and make sure and wash my phone if I've touched it, or credit card or whatever. So, but for me, at least coming up, it's going to be different. I usually will do tours for 7 days, 10 days. I don't know if any of those are going to happen. They don't usually start until mid-May. So right now I'm, one of the guys coming, he was a 77-year-old man who's come on a couple of my workshops before. He's like, I don't want to come and I don't want to stay in hotels, and which is great. I don't want him to risk anything he doesn't want to. But, for me, when I started doing this, I started in Arizona chasing by myself. And when I started coming out the plains, I had a buddy or two, but really my first time ever coming out was by myself. And I learned to chase solo and how to navigate, look at radar, and do all the stuff at the same time. For me, I'm almost thinking, it's going to be kind of like a flashback to how I used to chase. And right now, the plan is to bring a cooler of food and a sleeping bag and a pillow and sleep in the back of my 4Runner. And if I need a, motel, I might even go in and bring my pillow and my sleeping bag, so I don't really have to touch the bed, and make sure I wipe everything down. And like Tim said, I have a neighbor who works with hotels, and I know that some of them out there, they're going to need money. They need support as well. And so, in a way, hopefully we're kind of helping them out at the same time of being, safe and all that. So, my plan is to just kind of try to do that as much as I can. I've gotten used to driving out there, especially to, kind of to Denver, chasing, coming back to Denver, leaving my truck somewhere and flying home for, $100 a flight one way, which is pretty cheap, staying home for a few days, flying back out and chasing. So I don't have to do the crazy drives back and forth across New Mexico and everything. But this year I'm probably going to have to get used to doing that again. So I think it's possible it's going to be a little bit different than before, but my plan really is to, hopefully wait till May, maybe first, second week of May. I love late May and June anyway. It's about my favorite time to chase. Usually it's more picturesque, or it can be. But that's just kind of my goal. And if it's safe to go, I'm going to feel real good about it. But I'm definitely going to be ultra paranoid the whole time I'm out there and try to avoid any, big chaser meetups, no Applebee dinners, none of that stuff. It's just going to be kind of staying below radar, just chasing and having fun and trying to just do what I really love, which is just be out there all night getting lightning photos. And honestly, storm chasing, at least to me, is one of the most socially distancing hobbies you can possibly have. That also, at least for me, is a job. So I get to go do that and really have an excuse to be away from everybody and not have to do anything. But other than, Tim and Brett said, wash your hands before touching the gas pump and avoid, that kind of stuff as much as possible. So at least that's my plan right now, but we'll see. It's, it's only early April. Who knows what's going to change?
Yeah, definitely in a changing world. Kevin, I want to bring you in, and then we're going to go to a quick break. With the Weather Service, I know some things have to be kept internally, but as we get into storm season with the Weather Service, we see these bigger severe weather days. Sometimes the Weather Service brings in additional staff to help monitor social media, Skywarn, things like that. Does the Weather Service have any clue or any ideas or plans on how to address these bigger severe weather event days during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah, so the guidance we've been given is operations continue. So broadly in the Weather Service, we have a lot of people teleworking if they can, particularly on the management side, upper management, even some of our IT support and electricians type positions, electronic support, are trying to telework as much as possible. As far as operations goes, doing the forecasting for the airports, providing support for our partners, all of the severe weather outbreaks, all of that. I say business as usual. We're washing our hands more. We're spraying down the workstations. We're trying not to sit next to each other. So we're trying to practice social distancing and disinfect as much as we can. But we're going to bring in everybody that we need to work a severe weather event or a tornado outbreak. And it kind of comes down to risk. If we have the potential for big tornadoes to start wiping people out, there's a point where that risk potentially, particularly if we can't warn for it, that risk is going to become pretty big and be a pretty big threat to life and property. And, right alongside the pandemic, that needs to be addressed. So, we bring in everybody that we need on the operational side to handle the big events, just like we normally would before the pandemic.
So, Tim, you were in Jonesboro just recently in the past few days surveying. Did you notice any effects of the COVID-19 outbreak and how that influenced storm surveying as well as storm recovery?
Well, the people there were very cognizant of the stay-at-home order, but they also wanted to go out and see the damage. So there was, two types of people out there. There were people who did stay home, and then there were people who were out in their cars taking cell phone pictures of the damage and destruction. The police were all over there, and funny because talking to the police there, one police officer shook my hand, and then we both thought, wait a minute now, we shouldn't be doing that. And then other officers would say, well, we could just, say hi or something like that. And that's great. So there was some of that. And then the hotel I stayed at up in Jonesboro, they said that before the tornado, they had 20% occupancy. But then after the tornado, it went to 60%, and they expected to be sold out as more first responders and contractors come into town. So in a way, it brings back some business.
Absolutely. Wow, that's scary stuff. It's the worst case scenario that a major tornado goes through a populated area at a time like this. And obviously that's awful no matter when, even when there's no virus wreaking havoc through the world. But that's just awful for those folks. Over to you, Scotty.
Thank you, Evan. Tim, I want to keep you up and bring Kevin in as well. Tim, you were able to kind of go through Nashville, Tennessee, look at this tornado damage that went through downtown. So, Tim, I'll throw it to you first.
Well, as far as Nashville and then Jonesboro is concerned, I was still able to get around without any problems whatsoever. I was able to do my survey without any problem. I do a lot of walking as well, and I have all the credentials with me. So, I have my hard hat on and I have a jacket on that says, that I'm a surveyor. So those kinds of things, people recognize me as somebody who's supposed to be essential out there doing the job. And that's what I do. So I've had no problems with it myself. And like I was saying earlier, there's two kinds of people out there in the Jonesboro area, those that stayed home and those that went out and took a look at the damage. And it wasn't anything too bad because it's a rural town and it didn't have the hundreds of people that have had it or died from it yet. And so it wasn't really that impactful to a lot of the people I spoke with. They didn't realize the full extent of it, I don't think, like some of the bigger cities have. It's because they're out 2 hours from Little Rock, for example, and they're out in the country, and they don't have the concentration of COVID positive cases as something like Little Rock.
Very well. And Kevin, with you guys doing out National Weather Service storm surveys, I know you got the credentials and stuff, but sometimes you maybe interview or interact with homeowners and business owners and things like that. Is there any guidelines that are changing during this COVID-19 period?
Yeah, so luckily we haven't had anything to survey yet out here in Idaho. Certainly less severe weather than the plains, which makes it a little bit nicer. But, storm surveys are a responsibility of the Weather Service, usually a lot of times in conjunction with local emergency management and some other partners. And as they fall under operations, we're going to proceed forward with what we need to do. Certainly there's going to be social distancing. There's going to be an increased emphasis on safety and disinfecting and masks and things like that, just like everyone else is doing. So that's the main difference there, is that type of stuff is going to come into play in a pretty big way as we go out and do that. But storm surveys will continue. I'll mention too, since it relates to chasing and spotting, we've had to cancel our outreach. A lot of Weather Service offices are essentially locked down. We're not letting contractors in anymore. We're not we're not interacting with people who are delivering packages. We're not allowing tours or visits or any in-person meetings of any kind. And that includes the outreach we do out in the field, like Skywarn classes to train new spotters. So a lot of that has been canceled, and actually just about all outreach across the country for the Weather Service has been canceled or postponed until things get better in the course of this pandemic. We have increased, most offices have increased their virtual presence. Some offices are doing more virtual online Skywarn classes that people can dial into live. So there's been a little bit more of an emphasis there. And that's a trend that's been going on for years. A lot of offices have been starting to do that anyway. But that's certainly taken on a bigger role here during the pandemic, since we're avoiding all of that in-person contact.
So Kevin, if I was, let's say this was my first year trying to get involved with severe weather, whether that's the information or the spotting or and I have to do most of that from home, what other things would you recommend that I could get into to be able to kind of enhance my knowledge and also my ability to report from my local area for home? Things such as CoCoRaHS or MPing, anything like that you can think of?
Yeah. So there are two ways to look at this. One, business as usual as far as reporting for local spotters. If you're going to work, if you're at home, you see severe weather, before we wanted to know about it, we still want to know about it. And it's certainly, a safe social distancing activity as far as reporting electronically or over the phone. COCORAS is great. We use that data at the Weather Service offices across the country routinely for precipitation events. So getting involved in COCORAS, whether the pandemic was happening or not, is certainly something that's encouraged. Getting involved in your local Skywarn program and becoming a spotter, certainly encouraged. And then there's other technologies out there such as Spotter Network and MPing that are both pretty popular among the spotter and chaser community. And those are fair game as well during the pandemic. So if you haven't gotten involved in Spotter Network, there's a little training that you can take online to get involved there, and that's a way to submit reports. And those reports do process into a lot of our systems at the Weather Service offices, like NWS Chat and some of our other systems. And then on the MPing side, MPing, it can be a little less useful at times depending on the category you're using. In terms of whether we can directly use that for storm verification. So, for example, if you're reporting quarter-size hail in MPing, perfect. A lot of Weather Service offices have started using that data on a regular basis in an official capacity. Some of the wind damage categories in MPing are a little more binned. They're a little more broad and not very specific, and that isn't always the most helpful as far as verification goes. But remember, MPing is being used for research by the NSSL, by OU, and I believe SIMS is involved in well. So outside the Weather Service, there's a lot of applications for the MPing data. So that's still a great, valuable way to report. And they're still looking to really push that and get more and more reporting through MPing. Utilizes crowdsourcing to really provide its value. So all of these are on the table, regardless of whether there was a pandemic or not. And we certainly encourage people to continue to take those routes and get involved if you're interested in getting involved.
Tim, in years past, you've been involved in projects such as Vortex 2 and more recently Rotate. How might this diminish travel and being more careful about what you do while you're out chasing? How might all of those things affect severe weather research this season?
Well, there'll be no project this year for me. I was informed that the folks that are in charge, Josh and Karen, lost funding, unfortunately, with NSF, so there's not going to be any kind of program this year. But they have asked me in past years to go along with them and to serve as one of the lead probe vehicles out there to deploy those instrumented pods. And the reason for that is because of my long years of experience and how I have this passion for getting up right in front of tornadoes. And we've had some good success over the years with them. It's just, I wish it would go every year instead of kind of waiting on the whims of funding. But I guess that's the way it works. So there won't be a project this spring, but I'll be out. I'm always out every spring, have been since 1978, and I will continue to go out and chase.
Brett, I want to talk to you. I know you, Live Storms Media, you guys are out shooting video and different media outlets contact you about that. Do you think that might be a bigger thing this year to kind of break the COVID-19 news cycle, people wanting to see something besides the coronavirus with severe weather video?
It's already been that way. We've been kind of noticing an uptick lately. A couple of other issues, though, with it. Unfortunately, some of our clients, particularly within the CBS News headquarters in New York City, have actually died of COVID. So it has created internal challenges on the administration side for the bigger networks. As you can imagine, treating their people and covering the story as much as they can. Another issue that we have actually ran into this year is we covered the Eufaula, Alabama tornado last week as it roared through. And, your first thoughts are to get out and check on people, number one. Number two, when people start talking to you and coming up and telling you about how the storm was, and then, from my media background, my perspective is, okay, would you like to do an interview? And it's very, very hard for me to try and retrain myself. Wait, I can't mic this person up, or we're going to have to take a different approach. We're trying to stay 6 feet back. Well, the boom mic pick up the audio, those type of things. So the actual coverage element has had to change overall as well due to COVID. But back to your original question, yes, we've seen an uptick in weather video. I think really and truly, there's so much doom and gloom with the curve and the number of fatalities nationwide, the number of cases, that anything that is different that's going on television, people are kind of glued to, because they know the seriousness of the situation, but they're getting burned out on hearing about it.
Definitely so. Well, I know we're running up on the hour. I want to invite you guys to stick around for just a little bit more. We're going to do a weather roundtable. But before we do that, I would love to give you an opportunity to promote any website, social media that folks can follow you on. Mike, I'll start with you first. How can people keep track with you as we get into the storm chasing season?
Pretty much, unless it's something called TikTok, which I've never understood what that is, you can find me. So
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Again, my name for my website and all that. But if you Google my name, you'll probably find it.
I think we may see Mike on TikTok before long. Tim, how about you?
Well, I'm on Spotter Network. When a storm gets going, then I put my beacon on, but not until my target storm is going. So people cannot follow me until there's a target storm there. And I'm on Facebook. That's the only social media I'm on. Even though I do have a Twitter handle of Tornado, I don't really post very much on Twitter. So it's best to follow me on Facebook. I put out a forecast in the morning if I'm going chasing, and I show kind of the setup and show you my target. So that's not done by too many other chasers, but that's what I do. So at least they have an idea of where I'll be in the afternoon.
I always enjoy seeing your Facebook posts, drawing the target area of where you are headed towards. Brett, how about you? How can we follow you?
Yeah, we're on Facebook. Obviously, I have a personal Facebook, but Live Storms Media, you can see all kind of cool videos, and then the YouTube channel, Alabama Storm Tracker on Twitter. And if you got an iPhone, Android device, which most people do these days, the live chasing app. That's one thing where people are going to be able to get some entertainment. We're going to have a lot of new live streamers streaming storms this year. And we're going to be running on livestormchasing.com. Also, lots of cool new features coming as we go through the season.
And then, Kevin, if we find ourselves in Idaho up in your area, how can we follow you?
Well, unfortunately, with my focus always being on calling in reports, and that's been, always been kind of my core focus. I haven't really dabbled much into having social media pages for people to follow me on. So not super helpful there. I have a personal Facebook page. I post some photos and video, mostly for friends and family. And I'm on Spotter Network. So for the chaser community and the spotter community, you will see my beacon moving around when I'm out on chases on Spotter Network. I'll toss out there too, since I don't have a personal page that's public. The last question I kind of said, well, there's two different things here. One of them, like I talked about, is the spotting and chasing side and calling in reports. But for people who are home teleworking right now, or maybe just have more free time on their hands because they are isolated because of the pandemic, one way to get involved if you want to expand your knowledge a little bit in the world of weather, weather.gov/learning is one of our official websites where we've collected together a lot of different things. So some of it designed for children, some of it designed for everybody. And I believe there's links to like Comet Med Ed and some different programs in there where actually you can take Skywarn spotter training online and get that to your local office. But a lot of different resources there for anyone looking to pick up a little extra knowledge or learn a little more about weather if you have extra time at home during the pandemic.
Climatologically, this is the prime time for severe weather in the South. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that. And James, today, the National Weather Service, NOAA, Weather Ready Nation ambassadors, all were promoting Safe Place Day. Safe Place Selfie Day. I'll say it that right the second time. Safe Place Selfie Day. And so, James, I know you were able to capture a few selfies.
Yes, the first one comes to us from the National Weather Service in Greenville-Spartanburg, making mention of social distancing. Have you thought about where your safe place is at work? For that point in time when we actually went to work. For them, it would be their break room, which doubles as their storm shelter. And you'll notice that it is empty here, as we've talked about with so many of them working from home. This guy's going to look real familiar to you. Here's Scotty Powell in his, is this a basement closet, Scotty?
This is the basement bathroom, yes.
Yeah, you got your helmet on, which is good. You have your tools, and loyal viewers of the show will know that we've actually seen Scotty reporting live from this space while seeking shelter, so we're used to seeing that wood paneling there behind him. And then, what are you going to say?
Remind me, it happened about this time last year, right?
Yes, I believe
we were talking
it was
about that earlier.
A year ago, coming up, not the 16th, because that's a different tornado outbreak, but it was about a year ago that it all took place. And then here's my picture. We moved into our new house a couple months ago, and I'm still trying to figure out where everything is, but we have this really nice space under the stairs, and I was going to pose with my emergency hand crank radio, because it's important that when you go into a shelter, you can continue to receive information, but it's actually acting as the flashlight in this particular photo. So it's not too late. If you have not already taken your picture, you can send it using hashtag #SafePlaceSelfie. And it's just always good to know exactly where you're going to go, how you're going to get there, and if you're like me, make sure you clean the space out, clean the closet out, maybe the day or so ahead of time so you can get in there in a moment's notice. Scotty, back over to you.
Yeah, so we have a couple of days. We'll be watching that severe weather possible setup over the weekend. So that's all for tonight. Next week, we're going to be talking about the April 16th, 2011 tornado outbreak in the Carolinas. So be sure to tune in next week. We all hope you have a great Easter weekend. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on this Wednesday evening. We're going to be talking with Dr. Phil Klotzbach, meteorologist and professor out at Colorado State University, as well as Mr. Carl Schreck, who works for NC State University. You've also probably heard him associated with NOAA up in the Asheville office. So, Carl, a fellow North Carolinian on the show tonight, and we're going to be talking about some research that they've put together, and they are trying to get a little momentum behind of this theory of classifying hurricanes not by the traditional way of wind speed, but more of surface pressure. And that is something that we've seen over the past couple of years with, you guys know, living here in the Carolinas, we've had our fair share of tropical weather. So as always, we appreciate you following along. And if you have any comments throughout the show, feel free to drop them in the perspective outlets that you're watching on tonight. So, Phil, we've had you on the show several times. We're happy to have you back. Carl, this is the first time for you, so I'll start with you first. Kind of give us the background of your weather history, and then Phil, I'll turn it back to you and let you kind of give our audience a little bit of background behind you too. So, Carl, I'll let you go first.
All right, yeah, thanks, and thanks for having me on the show tonight. So I grew up right down there in Raleigh, North Carolina, and one of my pivotal moments was in high school when Hurricane Fran made landfall in Wilmington, followed I-40 right up to Raleigh, and just the power of that storm and all the damage that it caused and the power outages and missing school for 2 weeks, which seems like nothing now, but back then that was a big deal. So decided to go on to grad school, and to this day, my parents don't understand why I went from North Carolina up to Albany, New York to study tropical weather. But Albany is actually kind of one of the hot spots for tropical meteorology. And I did my PhD, master's and PhD in tropical meteorology up there, mainly large scale things, equatorial waves and the Madden-Julian oscillation on subseasonal scales. And then managed to find my way back here to North Carolina, where I got a postdoc out here in beautiful Asheville, working for NC State University, but at the National Climate Data Center at that time, NCDC. it's since been renamed the National Centers for Environmental Information. Yeah, we're kind of like the research arm of NCEI, doing some of the more fun researchy stuff.
And Phil, for those who may have not caught you on a program that you've been on with us before, you study hurricanes, but out in Colorado. So kind of tie all this together and let us know a little bit about you.
Yeah, so I grew up in Massachusetts, right on the coast in Plymouth. And so when I was 5 years old, Hurricane Gloria came into Connecticut. But even though it was about 150 miles away from where I grew up, it still had pretty significant impacts there. And that was I've always been kind of really fascinated by the weather, but that's really what got me focused more on hurricanes. And then I did my undergraduate at Bridgewater State in Massachusetts in geography. And then I've done some research on seasonal prediction as an undergraduate. And so I applied to go to CSU where Bill Gray was, and he accepted me. And I was very, very, very excited to go work with Bill Gray because he's kind of a legend in the field of tropical meteorology and everything. And I went out to CSU in 2000, and I've been working at CSU ever since. So I've been doing seasonal forecasting, part of the team for 18 years now. And if you were to ask Bill Gray why forecast hurricanes in Colorado, he would say it's because the storm surge can't get you at 5,000 feet.
That is very true. That is very true. Well, Dan, I think you're going to kick off the topic, so go ahead.
We want to talk a little bit about surface pressure in relation to how hurricane damage is assessed. Currently, hurricanes are based mostly on wind speed, but it would be great if you could tell us a little bit more about how the pressure is actually related to the hurricane damage assessments, or how that comes into play at all, other than just forecasting.
Yeah, so this was some work, and some of this actually came a little bit motivated from me growing up in the Northeast U.S., where the Hurricane Center has been reanalyzing all those historical hurricanes, and all my major hurricanes from New England are gone. They're taking them away. They know they're only Category 2s by wind speed. And so, if you look at hurricanes hitting in the East Coast, especially from, say, like Georgia northward, the Carolinas, especially as you get up in New England, their structure is somewhat different from a canonical hurricane like the ones you normally see, like a hurricane hitting Texas or Florida. As these hurricanes move further up the coast, they tend to get somewhat elongated. They're a little less symmetric looking. Sometimes they're not particularly, you wouldn't have those on your wall behind you framed as a picture of what a hurricane looks like. But these kind of big sprawly hurricanes often have a significant amount of damage associated with them. And so basically, if you're thinking about a hurricane, and I think Sandy's probably the best example. I know Sandy was officially post-tropical when it made landfall, but up to about 2 or 3 hours before it was still classified as tropical. It was a Category 1 by wind. Wind's only about 65, 70 knots, but the pressure was down around 942, 943 millibars, which is an incredibly low pressure. And so the reason the winds weren't that strong was because basically you had a very low pressure in the center, but Sandy, as you know, was an enormously large storm. And so that pressure gradient, the gradient and pressure was spread out over a very large area. And so basically we find that pressure is more of an integrated metric of the storm. So your max wind gives you the strongest wind anywhere in a hurricane, whereas pressure gives you kind of the overall broader intensity of the storm, how large the storm is, because size is very important when it comes to the storm surge. If you have a larger storm, it tends to have a larger storm surge associated with it. And in our paper, we kind of talk about both Charley and Katrina, how you had Charley, which was a Category 4 by wind, a tight little storm, very damaging, very devastating, but over a very small area, had very little storm surge, even though it went into one of the most storm surge prone parts of the US. Whereas Katrina, obviously we all know it did in New Orleans, but even say the levees it held in New Orleans have been 100% fine, killed several hundred people on the Mississippi coastline with a storm surge that approached 28 feet. Because even though its winds were slightly lower, it had a low pressure, 920 millibars. So we argue from our pressure classification scale that Katrina actually would have been a Category 5 hurricane. And consequently, if you look at the damage from Katrina, even putting aside the New Orleans damage, certainly had the damage more you would expect with the Category 5, just basically complete devastation and surge going miles inland.
And so, Carl, we're talking about categories. This is all based off of the Saffir-Simpson scale currently. Can you just give us a brief rundown? I know it's not all, not quite as complicated as perhaps the pressure categories you guys have produced, but can you just give us a rundown of the Saffir-Simpson scale?
Yeah, so the Saffir-Simpson scale was developed back in the, I think it was the 60s. based, mainly on damage assessments, and it was tied very much to the wind speed. Originally, it was set for wind speed, pressure, and storm surge, but as the decades went on, they started to realize that those aren't always one-to-one. So the Hurricane Center is really narrowed in on using just the wind speed to define each level of the scale, going from 1 to 5. And it's convenient because it's an easy way to communicate to people how strong the storm is with just a single number, but it can also be misleading. And so, some of them are spaced closer together than others, and so there's a little bit of kind of statistical noise with it as well. And so that was, all part of why a lot of folks have really been starting to turn away from this really simple, just based on the maximum wind speed. Folks have been trying to come up with better and better metrics to identify different hazards like the rainfall or the storm surge that aren't really well captured by the winds. And also it's the winds at the center of the storm, or the strongest winds in the storm, and that doesn't really, give you an idea of the size of the storm. And so, one of the most popular alternatives to just using the wind speed is something called IKE, or integrated kinetic energy, that takes kind of the whole disk of the storm and kind of adds up all of the wind speeds throughout the size and really takes into account that size. But the issue there is that you need to know the full wind field, and that's very rarely possible, especially as you go back farther. So that's one of the reasons why we really like the pressure. I mean, no single number is going to give you a great estimate of how strong a storm is, but we think if you've got to use a single number, that the pressure seems to integrate a lot more things and is a lot easier to calculate than some of the alternatives.
But the nice thing with pressure is we measure it every time we fly a plane through a hurricane. We measure the pressure, and we have that number in real time. So basically, the nice thing is someone who's TV meteorologist or emergency manager can see, here's the current pressure, look at the scale and know what it is exactly, as opposed to having to wait for, a model analysis for IKE. And that's the thing, is we need something we have in real time. And basically in real time, Hurricane Center has wind and pressure. And we argue also you can measure pressure a whole heck of a lot better than you can measure wind, both with aircraft and especially on the ground during a hurricane. Obviously, we all know anemometers tend to crash and burn in strong winds right when we want them.
So your research, is this at the point where we could see this becoming the new scale in the near future?
I don't know. I mean, I think, the general public, I think we do need a scale for hurricane intensity. I think you need a 1 to 5 scale. I mean, you look at whether it's a hurricane, a tornado, or even just like storms, you'll see TV stations will categorize it under 1 to 5. I think really what we find is that it gives you an overall better indication of, one, how much damage the storm is likely to cause. If you look at the historical relationship between wind and damage versus pressure and damage, pressure works better. And we've seen that. You see it also with fatalities. The storms with lower pressures have higher fatalities compared with the storms with lower. I mean, higher winds cause higher fatalities too, but the relationship is better with pressure than it is with wind. When it comes to storm surge in general, lower pressures, you're going to see higher storm surges, even with a stronger relationship than you do with wind. And one of the big things we've seen is a pushback against Saffir-Simpson in the last, say, 10 to 12 years, as with these large storms like Ike and Sandy doing a lot more damage than we would expect from the category. But if we were categorizing them by pressure, we wouldn't necessarily have that strong pushback, because they've actually worked pretty well. When you look at the pressures, they correlate really well with the damage. And obviously all we're looking at is the storm itself. We're not looking at where the storm is making landfall, because obviously if a storm makes landfall in, a major metropolitan area like Miami or Houston, it's going to do more damage than if it makes landfall in a much sparsely populated area. So just simply looking at the pressure, we can explain about 55–60% of the variability in the damage, not even knowing where the storm is going to make landfall.
So for a rapidly intensifying hurricane, would this provide any more, any better communication tools, or how would this apply to a storm perhaps like Michael that was rapidly intensifying as it approached the Florida coastline?
When it comes to rapidly intensifying storms, it should work about equally whether you're using wind or pressure. I would say typically your pressure is going to, you may see the pressure fall. The pressure often will fall just ahead of where the winds pick up. So it might give you a little bit of extra notice. I think a lot of what you find is that pressure works well for these storms. I would say that pressure is going to work a little more robustly than wind when you have an eye wall replacement cycle. Because when you have an eye wall replacement cycle, the storm grows in size, the winds come down, but the pressure will maybe go up a scooch, but it's not necessarily going to go up. You're not going to see as big a dramatic a variation in the pressure as you do the wind. And so often when these storms go through eye wall replacement cycles, it's like, oh good, the winds are coming down, but the pressure is staying the same or even going down at the same time. And so it's not, things are getting better, it's the storm's getting larger. And basically kind of the way I always figure it is that the pressure's falling, there's other things that come into play, but in general, if the pressure is falling, the storm's either the winds are picking up, the storm's getting larger, or a combination of both, all of which is bad. We saw this a bit with Hurricane Dorian last year, is it once it emerged from the Bahamas, it was kind of, it had weakened, the winds had come down and the pressure had gone up, but then we had a few hours where the winds were still coming down and the pressure was actually dropping at the same time. And so you kind of see the wording that the Hurricane Center was using where it's like, okay, the category may have come down, but the storm is growing in size, so it's not like the risk is getting any lower. And so I think that's why we argue it's a smoother and more continuous function than is the wind overall. It's a lot less volatile. And again, I think really one of the key things is we measure it a whole heck of a lot better too.
Well, and you touched on earlier how the winds were, they're always going to be concentrated kind of in a smaller area. The strongest winds, as where the wind field itself can be a lot larger and still be very damaging. And how does, assigning a number to a hurricane, category number, obviously when it comes to research purposes, you're going to be able to look at a lot more factors, but when it comes to emergency management and assisting funds that are associated with these storms, can either of you speak to, how putting a number to that storm might affect that system if you have a 4 versus a 2, and how many funds you would be able to get from that, and why it would get better to have a better rating system?
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly how the numbers are used in that scenario. I know that like the Hurricane Center has been increasingly trying to kind of de-emphasize the Saffir-Simpson scale. So like if you look at the warning graphics, the cone of uncertainty, nowhere on there, you have to really dig pretty hard to find the Saffir-Simpson category. It may not actually be in there usually. They usually just give the wind speed and the pressure. They'll put, hurricane, major hurricane, which is category 3 or greater, but they don't really get beyond that because people seem to focus too much on the category, and they'll see, like Florence as it was approaching Wilmington, we've got downgraded from a category 4 to a category 2, but we all knew that the rain threat wasn't going away at all. And with pressure, the downgrade wouldn't have been as significant. So really where the Hurricane Center seems to be moving is, and I think this is similar to other parts of the Weather Service, where it's really worn on hazard instead of worn on, the hurricane itself. So they're really more focused on, having this custom suite of different storm surge products and wind products going farther inland, and the rainfall and the flooding, like having each individual component warned on. And that's really, I think that's what the emergency managers probably really need, because they really care about what's going to happen in their county, not necessarily what's happening at the coastline if you're not, right there on the beach. But if you're on the nightly news, going through all those details is going to take a lot longer than you probably have. And so that's why boiling things down to just one number still is valuable. It's just a matter of trying to figure out what one number is going to be the best for it. And we think this is a better solution, but we'll see how quickly people pick up on it.
Have you guys looked at applying this to typhoons in the Pacific or any other basin?
I would love to do that, but unfortunately we don't have really independent pressure measurements from wind. So in the Western Pacific, almost all the assessments are based on satellite. So they have like basically what's known as the Dvorak scale, intensity estimation scale. And basically it and all its derivatives are based off of like satellite presentation, and then they assign a wind and a pressure based on that. So Unfortunately, the Atlantic is really the only basin we have independent pressure measurements to actually be able to do this analysis. We actually do have aircraft recon that goes back from like 1950 to 1987 in the Western North Pacific. Unfortunately, I don't think, Carl, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the pressure is archived in the best track though, unfortunately. So like this, the statistics at the end of the year, basically the Hurricane Center or the Joint Typhoon Warning Center in the Western North Pacific will go through and reassess the storm, maybe tweak its location slightly, or maybe change its intensities. And so in the Atlantic, they archive the position, the wind, and the pressure. And in the Western North Pacific, they only archive the wind speeds.
So the other really interesting thing that Phil was touching on there with the West Pacific is, so the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, their best track historical data only reports the wind for most of the record. But we do have the pressure fixes from recon data. And the really ironic thing is those winds that are reported in the best track were almost never measured. Because if you think about it, right now, most of the winds that we get are primarily coming from dropsons. And, we look back in the 50s, we found a schematic of what a dropson looked like in the 1950s. It literally had a record player.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, Wait 6 feet apart. Wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Dropping down out of the sky. How accurate do you think that was for measuring the wind speeds? Not very. So, really what they were doing for most of the recon era in the West Pacific was they were actually measuring the central pressure and then using their best guess of a wind pressure relationship to estimate the winds from that pressure, because the only way they could really measure the winds was to look down at the ocean and see how much spray was coming off of the waves. And again, not a very accurate way to do things.
My, how the technology has changed. You guys have poured a lot of time and effort into this research. If some of our followers who are watching tonight, they want to kind of look at the research, where can they find that at? Where's the best spot?
So it's been accepted. It's currently in early online review early online for publication. So you can view it. It's currently the way it was accepted, the way it's currently formatted. They'll actually put a nice new formatting on it. It was supposed to come out in April, but I still haven't seen the final version. So I suspect it's now going to be May. We have some other stuff going on in the world, so a lot of stuff has been delayed. If you search Phil Klotzbach, Carl Schreck, and wind pressure, you'll definitely find it from that. There's not a lot of us roaming around.
Well, gentlemen, we certainly appreciated your time tonight talking about this as we get into the tropical season. I know there's a lot of conversations going on in the weather industry about the Saffir-Simpson scale and maybe adapting or changing a little bit. I think tonight you've got a little bit of an idea of what a future scale may look like as we go throughout the next few years. So, gentlemen, we certainly appreciate your time, and hopefully this tropical season will be a little bit quieter, but if not, when you hear about surface pressure, hopefully tonight's episode will kind of give you a better idea about how we're determining the damages that these hurricanes could cause. So thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you have a great evening, and we will see you back here next time. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is show number 305, and we're very happy to have Mr. Tom Nizzle on with us. You've probably seen Tom on the Weather Channel. He's a winter weather expert, has since retired, but finds himself close to the Carolinas, and we are happy to have Tom here. As we're in the heart of winter weather season, we thought, well, it's appropriate to have Tom on. So, Tom, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you on with us this evening.
It's great to be with y'all, and I'm originally from up north in Buffalo, New York, but now I'm right next door to you, just across the border in a place called Roan Mountain, Tennessee.
Yes, Roan Mountain, Tennessee. You probably heard about that on the show here. Ricky Matthews, meteorologist up in the Bristol, Tennessee area, talks about Roan Mountain, as does Evan Fisher, who goes up several times throughout the winter season to do some snow chases. So you've heard about Rolling Mountain, so now you can kind of put a face with the place tonight. So Tom, you have been dubbed the winter weather expert at the Weather Channel. You work for the National Weather Service. You've been able to develop some weather programs, some tools. Kind of talk to us about your weather journey. How did you catch the weather bug? Kind of go through with us on your journey and how you got to each stop along that journey.
Yeah, well, thank you. And again, thanks for having me on. This is an honor. Like so many of you that are in tune to this podcast, you're weather geeks, right? You're weather weenies, and something turned you on at some point in your life. For me, coming from Buffalo, New York, of course, they say up there's 2 seasons, July 4th and winter. And we, of course, really got to enjoy winter as kids. I also lived very close to the Buffalo airport. And when I was a little one, there were 10 boys in my neighborhood. My dad used to load all the kids into the car and go over to the airport to watch airplanes. And we'd park next to this crazy looking building. It had a little dome on top of it. Well, while the rest of my friends were watching the airplanes, that building was the upper air site for the Buffalo Weather Office. And that's where they sent up the weather balloons. And I got interested in weather just by watching the technicians taking readings and sending up balloons. And my love of winter weather, of course, was in my DNA, because when you live in Buffalo, you learn to enjoy the snow and get out and play in it. So that was kind of my beginnings.
And Tom, talking about winter weather, before we kind of transition into more conversationally, winter weather is different. You said you grew up in Buffalo, you're kind of used to it. Now you live here in the South in Tennessee, where the mountains of Tennessee obviously sees more snow than when, let's say, you lived in Atlanta, Georgia. So can you talk a little bit about the differences of how people perceive snow maybe in Buffalo compared to here in the Southeast?
Well, yeah, it is fascinating. And, when I lived up north, we used to, and I mean this in sort of a respectful way, but we would laugh at the people down south having all kinds of problems with a few inches of snow. Well, then I moved down to Atlanta, and we got a couple of interesting events with only a couple of inches of snow, but temperatures below 32 degrees that turned that snow immediately into ice. Atlanta's a pretty hilly area. I came from flatlands up in Buffalo, and I very quickly found out that when there's no salt to salt the roads and treat the roads, and you're in hilly conditions, I don't care how good a driver you are, you're going to be stranded. You can't get around in that kind of weather. And so it's not as much that people are wimpy in the South and can't handle the snow. You're just not set up for it. So it was a really interesting education to me. But it was also fascinating when I first got to the Weather Channel that when we would talk about snow in the South, I would kind of just push it off like, yeah, there's going to be a little bit down here. And everybody would say, no, that's the point. All you have to say is the word snow, and it puts everyone into a panic.
Ain't that the truth? The time, that we're talking about this, we just recently had a snow scare here in Charleston. Somebody, a snowflake showed up on the app and everybody freaked out. So it's, I get it. I lived down here a long time, and it just freaks everybody out. So let's talk a little bit about you started, you really got your big time in weather before you came to the Weather Channel. You were at the National Weather Service up in Buffalo. You were up there, did a lot of really, a lot of really cool things that we're going to talk about here later in the show, such as Buff Kid, and but also naming winter storms was something that came out of the Buffalo office, as I recall. I want to talk a little bit about that and just how that, and just your time up there and how the winter storm names came to be.
Well, let's start with career real quickly here. It's great to be in the right place at the right time. When I graduated from college with a bachelor's degree out of State University of New York in Oswego, one of the lake effect snow capitals of the world, I worked research for about 3 years in the Buffalo area in atmospheric science, and then transferred over to, at that time, the Weather Bureau, now the National Weather Service office in Buffalo. And, immediately began this interest in lake effect snow, this crazy type of snowstorm where it can be snowing in one part of your town with 2 feet of snow, and 10 miles away, you could have green grass. I was born and raised with that, but I didn't understand it that well. So getting into the Weather Service office in Buffalo really sprang my career into learning more about lake effect snow. And, as I went through that career there, a 32-year career, I went from a forecaster to a science officer and eventually the meteorologist in charge there in Buffalo. Great time, just a wonderful time to work in an office where so many people had an interest in winter weather. And, we developed a lot of tools to help predict winter weather.
So tell me a little bit about, you worked on some really innovative things, including BuffKit. And BuffKit is, we love it here for fog prediction, smoke dispersal, things like that. Talk a little bit about, what that was like, seeing that get off the ground and how that has been applied across the weather enterprise.
Yeah, BuffKit. It's a fascinating story about a tool that was developed by forecasters for forecasters in the operational environment. Way back when I started in the Weather Service, there were only very basic computer models with very basic information. But in getting to network with people from Washington, D.C., we were able to pull much more data out of the computers at Washington and be able to develop programs that would display that information and that data, forecast information on an hourly basis from computer models that up to the point in my career, you only got information and weather forecast at 12-hour intervals at just the mandatory levels in the atmosphere. So we had this plethora of tremendous amounts of data that were coming into our offices, but no way to really display them. And we developed this tool called BuffKit. I was in on the ground floor with the development of that. But the guy who was really responsible was a guy by the name of Ed Mahoney that still is in the National Weather Service at the Warning Decision Training Branch out in Norman, Oklahoma. Ed was an amazing programmer. Came in as our science officer to Buffalo. And over the course of about a year and a half, it turned into this magical laboratory right within the forecast office. We would say to Ed, we want a tool that's going to help us predict fog or maybe predict strong winds with momentum transfer down through the atmosphere. Ed would look at the data, go into his office, sit down at the computer like Scotty at the computer in the Enterprise, right? And just type away. And about 3 hours later, come out with another tool that we added to this toolkit designed in Buffalo, and hence the name BuffKit.
I wanted to get back into one of the topics that we brought up a little while ago, which was lake effect snow. So Buffalo being on the eastern side of Lake Erie, we all have heard stories about just some of the amazing amounts of snow that fall from lake effect snow in the Buffalo area. Specifically, a couple of years back, there's about 5 feet of snow that fell during one event. That it was forecast. It was a huge event. But talk to some of our viewers about what is lake effect snow and how you understood it in your office. How did you forecast for that?
Lake effect snow, of course, when we talk about lake effect, it's mainly in reference to the Great Lakes, though it can occur in bodies of water all around the world. Essentially, they're a snowstorm on about the scale of a summertime thunderstorm. So they can only sometimes be just a few miles wide across the length of a band of snow that comes off the lake itself. The snow develops as cold air comes across that relatively warm water of the Great Lakes. So you may be moving air at maybe 10 degrees Fahrenheit across a lake that's 40 degrees. You get a tremendous amount of latent heat release and heat and moisture that actually rise off the lake into that air. And as it continues to rising, cools, condenses into snow. And then the wind direction is what determines where that snow falls. So as the winds change direction, the snow band will move downwind of that. And that's what the big challenge is to predict lake effect snow. You got to think about the fact that you're predicting for one side of a city, maybe 2 feet of snow, whereas your friends that live on the other side of the city may see no snow at all. So it was a tremendous forecast challenge. And early on in my career, it was long before you guys were, some of you may be on the face of the earth, computer models were at a much lower resolution because you didn't have the computer power to work with these models. And some of these early models did not even see the Great Lakes. That is, the Great Lakes weren't even an input into the model. So they wouldn't even recognize the ability to predict or simulate a lake effect snowstorm. So early on, we actually had forecast methods that we used to predict these snows. And again, you see the Great Lakes there. These are huge bodies of water. I mean, they compose 20% of the fresh water in the world. I think about that. And I read a statistic on that. If you take all the water in the Great Lakes and you spread it across the entire United States, it would be 9 feet deep. So put that in your head and think about it. These are huge volumes of water, and they actually control the weather, and not only on a local scale, but on a regional scale across the eastern United States. And yes, and we may touch on this a little later, if you get the right wind direction off the Great Lakes, you can actually see lake effect snow down along the Appalachians.
Very, very interesting. So a little bit, I just want to dive a little bit more into this, right? Because we touched on what the lake effect snow is. Wind direction for Lake Erie. If you look at the length and the width of the lake, not so much the depth or the longitude, but the latitude, you think west-southwest winds. And then how do you forecast the time that it's going to occur? Say, like you said, 10 degree Fahrenheit air moving over 40-degree waters. At what point does that stop? We're looking at what kind of difference in for maximum occurrence to happen, and then for how long is this going to occur? How do you know when the valve shuts off?
Yeah, it's a very interesting and important question there. I like the question. The question is, how long is it going to last? What's the intensity going to be, in addition to where it's going to occur? What's important is you need cold air moving across the Great Lakes, but that cold air has to be deep enough to allow clouds to grow to a great enough depth to produce snowfall. If the cold air is really, really shallow, like that cold air that dams here on the east side of the Appalachians and is really shallow, you're not going to develop the clouds to produce lake effect snow. So that's a very important parameter. As far as how long is it going to last, once again, once that layer of cold air becomes shallow enough that it gets squeezed out by high pressure that moves across the area and begins to produce subsidence, that will cut off the lake effect snow. But in any particular locale, any location, it's the wind direction that determines where the snowband is going to be. So that snowband may be going like crazy over your little suburb, your area, and as little as a 10-degree shift in wind, just like that, will kick the snowband 10 or 15 miles north of you or south of you, and you'll go into clear skies at times. So it's a very, very intricate set of parameters that produce lake effect snow. Again, temperature difference to get that heat and moisture off the lake, the depth of the cold air to allow clouds to grow, and then the wind direction, which determines where that will all occur. And if you put all those parameters together and keep the winds in one direction for a long period of time, then you get pasted with snow. If you're under that snow band, think about the fact that it can produce 4 to 6 inches of snow an hour. Put that snow band over you for about an 8-hour period, and you're looking at anywhere from 32 to 36 inches of snow.
Very insightful. Thank you for those answers. I got one more topic to ask you about, and then I'm going to hand this off to Scotty. Tell us about some of your most memorable winter events.
Being from up north, you probably can give you one a year from up there. But, and again, many of you too young to remember this, but one of the coldest winters on record in the eastern United States was back in the winter of 1976-77. And in January of 1977, everything came together in the right or wrong place, depending on how you would define it, at the right place at the right time into upstate New York, western New York off of Lake Erie, and produced a 5-day blizzard known as the Blizzard of 77 in Buffalo, New York. Unfortunately, 29 people died during the blizzard. Many of them were found frozen in their cars that had gotten covered over by snowfall from 5 days. And think about this, 5 days of blizzard conditions. Blizzard conditions that stranded people on roadways. Back then, you didn't have cell phones. You couldn't get on that phone and just call someone to help you. The conditions occurred with temperatures down near the freezing or the zero mark and wind chills down to 20 to 30 below zero. anyone caught outside in that storm was in peril. And again, unfortunately, there were many, many people that died from that. That was probably the benchmark storm for me because the intensity and the duration of that event. But we've had other really interesting lake effect snow events that have occurred. Back in Christmas week of 2001, I was working at the office in Buffalo, and during that week, we picked up 82 inches of snow. And this wasn't in mountainous areas or areas that were not populated. It was right across the city of Buffalo, and that really put the city at a standstill for several days.
Tom, when you had a chance to go to the Weather Channel, your area of responsibility grew from upstate New York to the entire country. What was that learning curve like?
Oh man, what an education to go from forecasting for, several counties in a portion of the state, and then all of a sudden ending up being responsible for forecasts across the entire nation. At any one point in time, and I've had this happen more than once in my career there, I'd be covering a storm coming into the West Coast, pasting the Sierra with heavy snow, a second weather system that was developing a lee cyclogenesis coming off of the Rockies, and maybe a third weather system that was working up the East Coast to produce a Northeast snowstorm. As I got into that, I began to understand the United States as a whole and what an amazing natural laboratory it is for studying the weather. Check the map out here. This is what I use when I train the forecasters and meteorologists that are at the Weather Channel. There's several features in the United States that make this a great natural laboratory. We start with the mountains, the western and eastern mountains. They not only, their elevations, trap a tremendous amount of cold air and wring moisture out, but they actually are responsible for developing their own storms. Lee cyclogenesis, low pressure systems that would develop either in Colorado area or across the Carolinas here and just off the coast to produce massive winter storms. All right, so you've got the mountains. The mountains kind of ring in the United States on either side here. And what they do is they take and they channel all of this cold air. That's the second ingredient you need for snow, right? Cold air and moisture. That cold air comes down unimpeded from Canada in across the United States and can get as far south as the coastal areas of the Gulf Coast. And that is just amazing. So here you have this continent. You've got the mountains to start. You've got the cold air that comes down from Canada. And now you've got three significant moisture sources to produce that snowfall. The Pacific Ocean, it hammers the Sierra in through the Cascades with the most snow that we see in the United States. Paradise Ranger Station up Mount Rainier in the Cascades gets over 1,000 inches of snow in some seasons. Think about that fact. Now, that's your first source of moisture coming off the Pacific. Your second source is the Gulf of Mexico. What an amazing source of moisture that comes northward into that cold air and is responsible for the tremendous snowstorms we see from Colorado working its way right up into the Great Lakes region. And down in the southern United States, that cold air can be shallow enough that the Gulf air rides over it to produce some major ice storms. And then we've got our next feature, and that is the Atlantic Ocean. We're all familiar with that because that's what's going to fuel a lot of the snow that occurs here along the east coast of the United States. And by the way, what I call the turbocharger is the Gulf Stream. That'll take that storm that's really firing up off the Carolinas and infuse it with so much more energy that it really cranks as it develops into a nor'easter going up into New England. So all in all, that education in the 7 years at the Weather Channel taught me just how amazing the United States is and the North American continent for producing winter weather.
Tom, let's take a little bit of that and translate it into the Southeast here in the Carolinas, Tennessee, Virginia, Georgia. For us to get winter weather here, you kind of talked a little bit about the CAD situation. What are our typical setups? We hear Miller A, Miller B systems. Talk to us about what we need to see here in the Southeast to get a winter storm.
Well, again, I always talk about two ingredients, right? You need cold air and you need moisture. And it doesn't have to be exceptionally cold air. It just has to be cold enough. But my gosh, that temperature profile in the atmosphere, where the air is cold and where the air is warm, means everything as to the type of precipitation you get. Now you get across the Carolinas in the southeast, you're east of the Appalachian Range. And so very often you will end up seeing events that set up that bring really cold air from New England down along the east side of the Appalachians. And many of us are familiar with the term cold air damming or the wedge. That cold air that slides down, it's very shallow. It's kind of like molasses. It moves its way down along the east side of the Appalachians and it sits in there. All right, there's ingredient number one. We've got the cold air. If the cold air is really, really shallow, then that can be a real serious issue for the Carolinas. Because ingredient number two is typically going to be a system that is coming somewhere out of the Gulf of Mexico. We talk about the Miller Type A, Miller Type B systems, but let's keep it even more basic than that. Low pressure system coming out of the Gulf of Mexico is bringing all of this moisture northward along the east coast of the US. And it's not exceptionally cold. There's a lot of moisture there, but it's relatively warm. Oftentimes we see in the Carolinas that this moist air will move northeastward along the coast. And what I've got next to me is one of the most interesting storms I had looked at in the years that I had worked with snowstorms and ice storms along the southeastern part of the United States. And this storm is back from December 2nd through 4th. And I think this was back in, trying to look at the exact date on there. I can't see it on there. I think it was 2002.
That's right.
This is one of the worst ice storms that occurred in the southeastern United States in many.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
An inch of ice that occurred from this storm. There were hundreds of thousands of people without power. I believe there were 24 deaths attributed to this storm. But it's a classic setup from a meteorological standpoint here. You've got very cold air to the north of that storm that comes down along the east side of the Appalachians. It's very shallow. You bring warm moist air above that. What will happen is snow starts high up in the atmosphere. It melts as it comes down into that warmer air. And then when it hits that cold air right near the surface, it ends up hitting anything that's below the freezing mark and instantly freezing. And because there was so much moisture with this storm, it moved relatively slowly, so there was a long duration. A combination of cold air at the surface and warm air aloft produced what again was an epic ice storm there.
As of here in January, mid to late January, much of the East Coast, Southeast, I would even say the Tennessee Valley, has not really seen a lot of winter weather. We've had really warm conditions. As we go back, I know for a lot of locations in western central North Carolina, it's been over 400 days. You'd have to go back to December 2018 since we've seen measurable snowfall outside of the mountains. Obviously, the mountains have seen some snowfall. What has contributed to that? Why do you think over the last couple of years, it seems like the snow chances are decreasing in much of the Southeast?
Well, obviously, there can be a number of parameters that contribute to that. You can certainly have weather patterns that operate on many different scales, from more of a local or regional scale to a hemispheric scale, that certainly modulate the winter weather across different parts of the globe and across our latitudes. We've had up to this point, two relatively mild, and I might say very mild winters across the southeastern U.S. We've had a jet stream that has been defined by oftentimes a trough in the western U.S. and a ridge over the eastern U.S., which is not allowing much in the way of cold air to get down into this part of the world. But you can't neglect the fact that all this is occurring on a background of a warming globe. And that climatic change, that warmth, is going to produce certain results. We don't know exactly what that is contributing to in the way of modulating our seasonal weather patterns here, but it certainly has to be doing something. We'll often look at other factors on a large scale that help to modulate seasonal weather across parts of this continent. ENSO is one example, okay? And we're always quoting El Nino or La Nina, whatever phase of ENSO that we might be in, and looking at that as a possible modulator for seasonal forecasts across the United States. But there are so many other factors that come into play from mid to high latitudes. And when you talk about the eastern United States, you talk about other factors that can influence that pattern in the season. It can be anything from ice cover in the Arctic to snow cover in Siberia, to other factors that influence the mid and high latitude flow across North America. Features that are indexed or measured by things such as the NAO, North Atlantic Oscillation, the Arctic Oscillation. Those types of factors in there also play a role in the seasonal weather. But there's no doubt that the past 2 winters here, I mean, for someone like me who's a snow lover, it's been few and far between.
Even extrapolating that over the last decade or so, we kind of transitioned to northwest flow snow and how that pertains to the Carolinas. There's been a serious decrease in bigger northwest flow snow events over the western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee area. That affects you because you've just recently moved to Roan Mountain, a place of legend in the Northwest Flow conversation. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to live there, and also how Northwest Flow snow is similar to lake effect snow?
Yeah, well, again, I'll go back to the fact that you need two ingredients, right? For snowfall, you need cold air and you need moisture. And there's a couple of ways that you can get cold air. You can move to the far northern parts of the country to get in where it's colder, right? Going up toward Minnesota or Maine in those areas. But you can also get to colder air by elevation. All you have to do is go up in the atmosphere. And so that's why these mountainous areas are so great for skiing, right? Because the temperature drops about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet on average. And so as you get up in elevation here, there's a much better chance for the precipitation of fall as snow. You talk about northwest flow events. These are winds, northwest winds that will come down across the Appalachian Range and produce snowfall. The Appalachians run from the southwest to the northeast. So if you have a northwest wind, it's hitting that mountain range just about perfectly perpendicular, isn't it? And that's the best chance to get lift in the atmosphere, to get what we refer to as orographic lift. And that lift can help squeeze out any moisture in the form of precipitation across the windward side of the mountains, where that wind is coming from. But what's interesting is northwest flow also emanates from an area called the Great Lakes. And so oftentimes, if the flow is very well aligned, it comes off the Great Lakes, you can actually get channels of moisture that will propagate hundreds of miles downstream. When that little area of moist air is moving along and it gets that little kick going over the mountains, that's when the snow can get kicked out. And so oftentimes we get some pretty significant snow events in what otherwise would not be a snowy setup across this part of the world.
Well, Tom, we've certainly appreciated your time tonight. If our followers want to follow you on social media, I know you like to tweet and you tweet out articles. How can they do that?
Well, I'm it'll be at Tom Nizzle, and you'll be able to get to me there on Twitter. And I have my Facebook page as well. And if you're interested in snowflakes, I have a Facebook page called Mother Nature Snowflakes. So you can hit me at all those spots. And yeah, I'll friend you for sure.
Awesome. Well, go follow Tom on social media. Great follow. Check out his snow photography. Hopefully we can get you a few more snow events up there in the East Tennessee Mountains before winter ends. And we've appreciated you being with us tonight. As always, we thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Remember to like and subscribe our podcast. Send us any requests. If you have any guests or topics you'd like for us to talk about, send them our way. Until next time, have a great one. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we're going to be talking about winter weather. It's getting cold outside, and eventually we're going to be talking about some of those wintry precipitation events that likes to kind of rear its head here in the Southeast, here, especially in the Carolinas in the wintertime. So with us tonight is Trish Palmer. She is the coordinating meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg. And if you've watched our show you probably remember Trish, but if you haven't, Trish, welcome back. I know recently you got a promotion there in the office to the WCM. So before we kind of get into winter weather, Tell us about that position. It's I know it's kind of different from going from the forecast desk to doing a lot of more things, kind of juggling in the air with the new job promotion.
Sure, and thank you guys for having me on again. Yes, as the warning coordination meteorologist, my job is that I'm now the primary liaison with our external partners, and that means the TV meteorologists, emergency managers, you guys out there in the other parts of media world. I'm also in charge of all of our outreach and preparedness programs. So when you hear about Severe Weather Awareness Week or Winter Weather Preparedness Week or whatever it might be, I'm the one that has to coordinate all of those different issues. And I work very closely with our surrounding offices. As part of the transition, I'm no longer actually in the shift rotation, but I still cover shifts because I'm still a meteorologist, and I have not lost my love for the geeky part of meteorology. I absolutely love it. That's why I got into this. But now with the promotion and my title as the warning coordination meteorologist, getting to work with the partners and establish those relationships and working with the media and helping to bridge the gap between what we do in the Weather Service and what you guys and the TV meteorologists do in taking the message to the public. It's the whole weather enterprise needs to work together really well in order to effect the proper response from the public. And I really enjoy being that liaison and working with all these different facets of the weather enterprise.
Forecasting is a big deal, but communicating is another big deal. And you about put half and half now these days with the various ways that we can communicate. And one of those ways that we really want to communicate is winter weather. And it's one that we don't get a lot of storms here in the Carolinas, but when we do, they're pretty impactful. So Trish, talking about the winter weather products, we kind of start with a winter storm watch, and then it kind of builds from there. Talk to us about these different products and what each product, the criteria is for each of those.
Okay, so for a watch, just like any other watch that we might issue, a severe thunderstorm watch, a tornado watch, tropical storm watch is what we had this year as well. A watch means that conditions are favorable for these hazardous weather types to occur, and you need to have a plan in place. You need to be thinking about what you would do or where you would go if that weather event were to impact you. So a watch is basically, we're keeping an eye to the sky, we're watching the weather. Again, have a plan, make sure you're prepared for whatever happens. So in the case of winter weather, we like to issue a watch anywhere from 36 to 48 hours in advance of the onset of wintry precipitation. And the watch timing with that, we're really looking at about a 50% confidence level, that we're 50% confident that this hazardous weather will occur. As we get closer to the event, we can transition the watch to a warning or an advisory. And the difference there is that with the warning, we're looking at 80% confidence that hazardous winter weather will occur. And with an advisory, it's still 80% confidence, but it's more like nuisance winter weather. So the difference would be if you consider snow. Right now for the Piedmont of the Carolinas, our criterion for winter storm warnings for snow is 3 inches. So if it's below that, that would be more of a nuisance event, which would warrant an advisory. And if it's 3 inches or above, you'd get a warning. Now, we do have flexibility with our forecasters because we all know that, say, 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 2 o'clock Sunday morning is very different from 2 inches of snow in Charlotte at 7 o'clock Monday morning, right? So we are able to take the societal impacts into account when we're issuing those warnings. So for 2 inches of snow at 2 o'clock Sunday morning, probably an advisory. 2 inches of snow at 7 o'clock Monday morning, you're talking about rush hour, school buses, that's where we would have that flexibility to go ahead and issue a warning, even though the objective, the number criterion isn't quite met. So we have that flexibility there. We have different criteria for sleet and freezing rain too. For a warning for sleet, we're looking at 1/2 inch. For freezing rain, for a warning, we're looking at 1/4 inch. But again, there's a little bit of flexibility there depending on the impacts that we might be experiencing.
And so, Trish, one thing is an advisory really isn't a step down. It's still impactful. It just, the accumulations are different than what a warning is. And, some folks may see as advisory as, it'll be okay, when in fact it's still going to be impactful to people.
Right, especially when you're talking bridges and overpasses. You could still have dangerous areas on the roads, dangerous travel conditions, even with an advisory. Again, going from a watch to either a warning or an advisory, we're going from 50% confidence to 80% confidence. So we're confident that something is going to happen. It's just the scale of whatever that is. So we don't want people to just take advisories lightly. You still have to be prepared, and you still have to take precautions. It's just that we're talking the chances of, say, like widespread power outages and stuff like that would be much less with an advisory type situation than with a warning situation.
Right. And Tricia, one of the things that sticks out that I wanted to reinforce is that the criteria for this is it's tailored to each area in your forecast area. Like, for example, the impacts and the impacts are what matters most. So, what would be most impactful for Asheville is different than what would be impactful for Charlotte and Greer. So obviously you're going to have different criteria for those areas, and that's what matters, and that's the thing you need to be thinking about, is whether you get this lower level advisory but still important, or the higher level warning, which is even more important, that would be issued for your area.
Right, exactly. And we all know that the mountains get more snow than the Piedmont does, right? So our criteria for the mountains for snow is 4 inches, whereas the Piedmont, it's 3 inches. And the further north you go, the higher that gets. You go for places like New York, you're looking at 6 or 7 inches, maybe even 8 inches before they get to a warning, because they know how to handle it. They have the resources. The impact isn't as great up there as it is down here. Again, just partially based on climatology.
Right. And something else to think about if you're traveling outside this area is that criteria will be different elsewhere. If you go into Raleigh, if you go to Philadelphia, if you go to Chicago, those criteria are going to be different still. Think about the level of impact when you hear about these advisories or warnings being issued. It indicates how serious the event's going to be.
Right, and we have the exact opposite in the summer. Down here we can handle the heat a little bit better than people can up north. So somebody down here may go up north in the summer and that's a heat advisory, whereas down here we're expecting heat indices of 105 for a heat advisories, but up north it might be more like 95 or 100. And we Southerners are like, what? They can't handle 100 degrees. But it's different. It's based on climatology and what your body is acclimated to.
Trish, the National Weather Service also issues wind products year-round, but during the wintertime, it gets especially breezy across the western half of the Carolinas, and specifically in NWS GSP's forecasting area. That's maybe not a winter weather type that most people think about, but it can definitely drive wind chills down and cause widespread power outages. So can you talk a little bit about the criteria for wind products in general?
Sure. Well, we've got the wind aspect, and we've got the wind chill aspect. And then, of course, we have the winter weather aspect. So when we have a winter event, lots of times we roll them all into one product rather than issuing a whole bunch of different products. Because as you guys are probably aware, a wind product is handled by one set of products. It's called a non-precipitation warning, whereas the winter storm and wind chill products are handled by the winter storm products. So it can get very confusing. So we often wrap these in together. And so we can sometimes tweak our criteria to make it match what the weather is looking like. And again, just to make more sense to the residents across the Western Carolinas and Northeast Georgia. So for example, when we issue a high wind warning, that's when we're expecting frequent gusts over 50 knots or 58 miles per hour. That's not uncommon in the northern mountains in the middle of the winter, because we have the jet stream coming down. We've got some really tight pressure gradients that set up often. And anybody who's watched the weather at Grandfather Mountain knows it can get very, very, very windy up there. So you'll see those products a lot. The step down from there is a wind advisory. And that's really when we're expecting winds, 30 to 39 miles per hour with frequent gusts over 40 to 45 miles per hour. Again, we have the flexibility to adjust that. It's been kind of a wet season, so maybe we might issue a wind advisory at wind speeds just a little bit lower. We also know that once we get to wind speeds that are over 35 miles per hour, school buses have a real hard time driving in that. So we're trying to line up our products a little bit more with what the schools are needing from us. And that's part of the communication between us and those decision makers. So they let us know what they need. And we tell them what the weather is going to be. And sometimes it's just easier for us to issue a product based on those more widespread impacts. So when we take the wind and the temperatures into account, then we get the wind chills on top of that too, right? So once we're looking at wind chills below 0 Fahrenheit, that's when we're going to start looking at wind chill advisories, wind chill warnings. Again, it's going to be a little bit lower in the mountains than it would be in the Piedmont. But again, we're not going to, during a winter weather event, we're not going to issue a winter storm warning for 4 inches of snow and then a separate product for -5 wind chills and then a separate product for 40-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to all roll them into one product and then just outline it there in the text.
And so, Trish, one more thing, and we'll kind of transition out of the warnings. There is a few more that we've not talked about. And that's the ice storm warning. And we've had those occasionally here in the Carolinas. Can you tell us a little bit about that product?
Okay, well, again, it gets kind of complicated with all these different types of products. But we have a winter storm warning and we have an ice storm warning. The difference is that a winter storm warning is considered, either a mix or a mostly sleet or snow event, whereas an ice storm warning is mostly freezing rain. The difference is, again, in the impacts. When we have snow, we don't have quite as many widespread power outages as we might with a freezing rain event, because the freezing rain is accumulating on the power lines, whereas snow doesn't always accumulate on the power lines. The difference is, like, if we could look back to December of 2018, that was pretty kind of an earlier snow event. So there were still some leaves on the trees that hadn't fallen off. And so we had more widespread and prolonged power outages just because, the leaves were brown, but they hadn't all fallen off. So there are some, again, impact-based issues that we're dealing with there. But freezing rain can often be a bigger hazard for travel than snow can, because if we can get the roads treated for snow, lots of times the road crews can keep up with it. But ice is a totally different beast, because you've got the power lines, you've got the tree issues, you've got bridges and overpasses. Sometimes you can't even walk. Whereas with snow, you get a little bit of traction just based on the snow itself. So ice storms are a slightly different beast. And we're happy we haven't had a big one in a while.
NOAA released their winter weather outlook not too long ago. And it all it takes everything into consideration, the La Nina state that we're in currently, as well as other factors throughout the year. Can you tell us a little bit about that outlook and how it might impact the Carolinas?
Well, the outlook, like you said, it takes a lot of big picture seasonal things into effect. And the outlook is developed by another branch of the National Weather Service called the Climate Prediction Center. And these are folks who are climatologists by training. They have a lot of experience in seasonal forecasting, and they look at all of this stuff and they produce this outlook. Now, for us, partially because we're looking at a La Nina year, we're looking at more likely we are going to have above average temperatures through the winter season and below average precipitation. Now, I want to be clear that that doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. If anybody remembers back in 2011, January of 2011, here at GSP, we had 6.5 inches that year, and that was a strong La Nina year. So it doesn't mean we're not going to get any big events. We actually had somebody call the office and said, well, we're going into a La Nina winter. Does that mean we're not going to have any flooding? No, that doesn't mean that at all. It just means on a seasonal basis, the average temperatures will likely be above normal and the average precipitation will likely be below normal. But here on the local level, we look out 7 days and we are forecasting for these high impact weather events. And we're going to issue watches and warnings no matter what the seasonal outlook is, because you could still have an extreme event any time of year.
Very important to consider when we live in the South here that one snowstorm can bring you double your normal snowfall in a year. So even though on average we're likely to see a warm and dry winter, it only takes a 1 week long cold pattern to give you above normal snowfall. So keep that in mind, because what's normal is actually not much. So you can actually get a lot well above normal snowfall for a year just because you got one big snowstorm.
Yep. And it's really important for your viewers, your listeners, to understand that they need to be prepared for all types of high impact weather. Don't take a seasonal outlook of above normal temperatures, below normal precipitation, and say, I can let my guard down. No. You always need to have an emergency kit ready. You always need to be prepared.
And so, Trish, talking about that, the forecast, it seems like, with tropics, we get a little sector of that. But with winter weather, we get a bigger sector of seeing these fantasy weathercasts that go out 10, 15 days in advance and kind of show these big monster winter storms developing. But honestly, tell us how hard it is to forecast winter weather here and how those Fantasyland storms that some people like to post, hardly ever verify here.
You can find a model run that'll say basically anything you want it to say. And what's the saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day, or even a blind squirrel catches a nut every now and then. So there may be some extreme forecasts out there, and maybe somebody gets lucky and it gets right. But the important thing is for people to rely on trusted sources of weather information. So don't just look at one social media post from Joe Blow out there. Talk to your, you guys have a huge Twitter following, and you guys have reliable sources that you tweet and retweet, whether it's your local favorite TV meteorologist or us here at the National Weather Service. It's really important that people rely on trusted sources of information. And in the end, when it comes to watches and warnings, we in the National Weather Service are congressionally mandated to issue those products. And then we rely on you guys on the media side of things, whether it's TV media or internet media or whatever, to get the word out there to the public. I mean, some people will get it through our website. But our interface is more working with the media and emergency managers. So we really rely on you guys to be the go.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
So again, we're the ones that are issuing the watches and warnings, but often it's you guys in the media that are communicating that to the public. So that back and forth interaction is really important. And when it comes down to some random social media post with some random forecast, anybody can be right every once in a while. And a lot of that is just clickbait. They want people to click on them to get likes or followers or whatever. And there's really no point in scaring people with crazy forecasts all the time. Again, go to your reliable, trusted sources of weather information.
Absolutely. Know your meteorologist. Or if you're finding weather information from someone you don't know who is actually posting it, it's some anonymous type of weather site, you may want to take that with a grain of salt. But
exactly.
If it's the National Weather Service, a company like the Weather Channel or AccuWeather, or a local meteorologist, those are ones you can trust, especially if you're hearing the same or similar message from all of them.
Trish, we were talking about that. Obviously, winter weather gets everyone excited. But there's also some aspects here in the southeast where we could see severe weather in the wintertime. We have seen, severe weather aspects. And even when you mention La Nina, you in the back of your mind, late winter, early spring, you think of potential of an active fire season. So there's other things that we're looking at in the wintertime besides snow, sleet, freezing rain, and high winds.
Yes. We live in a very active portion of the country. We don't really get a break here. There's not really much of a down season. Sometimes October, early November can be kind of quiet. It's actually kind of quiet out there this week. But certainly recently it hasn't been. We've had a lot of rain and some big flooding events. So there's always something that could be happening. So like you said, winter, we're going into winter weather. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be tornadoes at some point. February 6th of last year, we had a pretty big event back then, this past year. We had tornadoes back in January of 2020. So tornadoes can happen any time of year. And again, that's why people need to be watching the forecast, be prepared for anything. And you mentioned fire weather. We've been lucky in the fire weather aspect, and that we haven't had much of a fire weather season in the past few years. It's been 2016 since we've had a really big one, and that was a bad one. To avoid fire weather, we've got to have a lot of water, right? So you get 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But that is certainly an issue before the leaves start greening up, the big spring green up. As we get into late winter, we still got leaves on the ground. It's not quite as wet anymore. We've still got some big wind systems that are coming in that'll continue to dry us out. So yeah, fire weather in the early part of the spring is a big issue. This time of year also in the late fall, it's also a big issue because all the leaves are falling down. So it's also always important to be monitoring fire weather conditions as well, especially if you need to do some outdoor burning. Check with your local officials to find out if there's a burn ban. Please, please do not burn a brush pile without checking the forecast. I have personal experience with this. A few years ago, our neighbors did not check the forecast and went to burn a brush pile. And they left, there was one guy there with a tractor to watch it, and it got out of control. And we noticed more and more smoke. We all happened to be home that day. There was more and more smoke coming by our windows. Our baby girl was up taking a nap. And so my husband goes and he looks, and there's a fire in our yard. So we actually had to call 911, and there were 2 different units that had to come out. We had a 2-alarm brush fire around our house. And then they're first concentrating on a propane tank. And, you know, in the heat of the moment, you don't think about it. But looking back, if I had realized that if I had put the 2 and 2 together, fire, propane tank, I would have completely panicked. In that case, they got the fire out, but it could have been a devastating situation because our mulch was on fire. It was very scary. Our little boy was terrified. The little baby slept through it all. But you've just got to be careful. You've got to watch what you're doing and pay attention to the forecast.
So Trish, what are some of the sensible safety precautions that the public can take? We talk about putting together a kit so that you can be prepared, but what would go into that and really tailored towards winter weather?
Well, it'll depend on what you're doing and what you need to be doing and your life situation. So if you're at home and we have a winter storm warning and you don't need to be anywhere, and hopefully not, you're going to want to have your standard, a gallon of water per person per day in case you lose power and can't get water, especially if you're on a well. You're going to want to have any medications. You're going to want to have non-perishable foods, and make sure you have a manual can opener for any cans that you have. You're going to want to have extra blankets and stuff nearby. If you're using something like a kerosene heater or something, or propane gas fireplace or something like that, you need to be aware of carbon monoxide issues and always have a way to vent the carbon monoxide out. And if you've got the best thing is to have a carbon monoxide detector in your house, because that is truly a silent killer. Because people go to sleep and they never wake up. They have no idea, they don't know what happened. So again, have a way to stay warm, have a way to stay fed, and have plenty of water. If you have babies, make sure you have plenty of baby supplies with you. Again, your medications. If you need oxygen or something like that, maybe you need to have some extra supplies with you there. If you have pets, that's another thing. You need to have a way for your pets to have water and food, and maybe bring them inside. Or if you have like farm pets, make sure that they're taken care of. If you need to be out on the road for any reason, if you must be out on the road, we've got a lot of first responders that have to be out on the road. Make sure you have a bag of kitty litter or ice melt or something like that in your vehicle. Make sure you have an ice scraper. Make sure you have a blanket in case you get stuck. Make sure you have some food and some water. Make sure you have a snow shovel, maybe even. So there's a lot of different things that you can have with you to help you should the worst case situation arise.
And it's important to do that in advance.
Yes.
Like for example, current times when the weather's relatively quiet, advanced planning is the key to being ready when things happen, be them a weather disaster or something else. Get ready in advance. That way, for one thing, you can actually secure the supplies. They might be in short supply when we're close to an event and something bad's going to happen, a big snowstorm or whatever. Be ready in advance. And ready.gov is a good place to go and look for other tips for not just weather emergencies, but also other kinds of disasters too, earthquakes and so forth.
Exactly. And always have your phones charged up. Always have these charged. Even if the cell phone networks get clogged up, often text will still work. So if something were to happen and you get stranded, maybe you don't have a cell phone signal, you might be able to still send a text to a family member or something like that and ask them to ask for help for you. But always have your phones charged up. That's a big one too. Especially going into a big event, just keep it plugged in overnight and just have it there. There are lots of like manual battery chargers that you can get. You can get crank chargers, crank radios, and stuff like that. So there's lots of different options out there.
Well, Trish, speaking of winter weather, we'll kind of close with this. For those folks who live in Western North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, and far northeast Georgia. How can they follow you guys? What's the best way for our followers and listeners to get information from the Weather Service there with winter weather coming up? I know your website, you've got social media. What's the different outlets they can check out?
Well, like you said, our website, weather.gov/GSP for Greenville, Spartanburg, weather.gov/GSP. That's going to have all of our latest information, the most official information. We do have Facebook and Twitter at NWSGSP. Facebook and Twitter, social media is not an official source of warning information, okay? Because sometimes that can go down. Sometimes our meteorologists get overwhelmed and we can't always keep some of that updated. A lot of that auto posts. The other thing is that Facebook algorithms sometimes don't always show you the most recent posts. So we have stopped posting warning information on Facebook because we've had a lot of complaints from people getting old warning information instead of new warning information. So we'll use Facebook more to post precautionary and preparedness activities and actions. And we might use Twitter more for the actual warnings and advisories, those kinds of real time, what's going on right now situations. We love to get reports from people. We don't know what's happening basically anywhere except outside our office. And we have these little bitty windows. We can't see very far. So it's really important for people to tell us what's going on out there. And that's not just winter. That's all year round. If you see a tree that comes down, let us know. If there's a thunderstorm out there and it's causing, there's flooding on your road, let us know because we don't always know what's going on at the ground. So get out there with a ruler, take a picture of the ruler. Those are the best. If you can take a picture of the ruler in the snow and then tweet it to us at NWSGSP, or if you go to our website, there are places that you can report your weather there. We really, really, really appreciate that information because that helps us to understand what's going on out there so that we can then adjust our thresholds.
That's all good information. Trish, we certainly appreciate you joining us, and fingers crossed. I know I like winter weather. I believe you like winter weather. I know Evan loves winter weather. Frank, I know you've had your winter weather in Pennsylvania, so you might want a little bit of a break. But
yeah, I'll take this La Nina winter. Hopefully it's at least 60 degrees every day for now through March. I'll be fine with that.
But for the rest of us who are wanting winter weather, we hope that we'll get some. And Trish, we thank you and your crew down at GSP for all you do. I know it's been a very busy year, and maybe we can get one or two winter weather events and then let you guys get a little bit of a break.
Maybe we can. And we really appreciate you guys because, like I said earlier, we really rely on you guys in the media, whatever type of media it is, whether it's television or social media or podcasts and videocasts and all of this stuff. Again, we rely on you guys to be the go-between between us and the public. And we appreciate the efforts that you guys make to help in that regard.
We're honored to do it and honored to help you all out any way we can. And we thank you guys, our followers. Give us a like on this podcast. Let us know if you found this information valuable to you. And be sure to follow GSP on Facebook and Twitter and let them know what you are seeing this winter season. So for everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, hope you have a great evening, and we will talk to you soon.
Good evening and welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. We have a great panel for you tonight. We are going to be talking about the flood threat against your house, whether you live in a flood zone or not. We have some great material for you tonight that may have you rethink the next time you're looking at your policies. Joining us from Charlotte, Bill McGinty, consumer reporter at WCNC Charlotte, and in full disclosure, I work with him during the day, so I feel like I need to throw that out there as I will be interviewing him in a moment. From WPDE, we have Annette Montgomery, who's a reporter there, who's been doing some local reporting on this topic in their neck of the woods. And we're also joined by April O'Leary of Horry County Rising, and they are involved with this exact topic there along the South Carolina General Coast area. But we'll start more inland with Bill McGinty, who, Bill, just last week, you did a story that kind of tipped this whole thing off to us here at the Carolina Weather Group. So why don't I just have you, the reporter, tell us, in your words, a little bit about what you uncovered here in the Charlotte area.
Yeah. So one of my jobs here in Charlotte is the consumer investigative reporter, and so people email me. I run a franchise called Get McGinty, and if you have a problem, you email me. And so I got this email from this couple, and I actually got the email in the middle of the 4 o'clock news, and he said we're being flooded. Every time it rains, we get flooded, and it never used to happen. We can't figure out why. The city was working on the storm drain system. We're wondering if that maybe had something to do with it or not. So I replied back and said, just send me a couple of photos if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to see what you're talking about. He sent me back some photos. And when I looked at the photo, I said, I'll be out there first thing tomorrow morning. He showed me, he's got a townhouse, a 3-story townhouse, and the bottom floor of his finished townhouse was completely underwater, above the fireplace. And I said, this is from a rainstorm? I mean, this looks like a river came up. He said, it comes up, and then it goes away. And as long as the rainstorm lasts, his point was that if we get 3 inches of rain over 3 days, not a problem. But if we get 3 inches of rain in an hour, huge problem. So it's basically a flash flooding issue. And so one of the things we were able to do was get a hold of the city of Charlotte, which told him they'd look into this sometime about 2021, before they actually would drill down on this and figure out what the exact problem was. And they gave him, I don't want to say the runaround, but for lack of a better word, the answer wasn't good enough for him, which is why he reached out to me. I reached out to the city. I sent them some of his home video that he took, on his iPhone. I sent some of the pictures, and I said, this is unacceptable. He can't live like this. This is his home. And so within a week, they had some digging equipment out there, and what they found was a couple of blockages in those pipes. And so just before we came on, and I mean literally just before we came on, within the last half hour, I got a text from him. They got some rain here in Mecklenburg County tonight, and he said, so far so good, fingers crossed, we haven't flooded. So maybe the blockage was the issue, maybe not. It's going to take a couple of more rainfalls before we know for sure. So I'm crossing my fingers that maybe we have solved this issue. But the bigger issue is his homeowner's insurance isn't going to cover this, because this was considered rising water. And I don't care whether you live next to a creek, you live near a drainage ditch, you live alongside a river. If you have water come up from anywhere and it comes into your home, that is considered a flood, and that is not covered by your typical homeowner's insurance policy. If in a hurricane, which I used to live in Florida, so if in a hurricane, the roof blows off the home and you get a ton of water in, okay, that's water damage, and that is not flood damage. Rising water is water that comes in through the doors, through the garage, things like that. And that is a federal policy that you have to have. That is a completely separate policy other than your homeowner's insurance policy. I don't think, a lot of people know that, and I don't think a lot of people understand the risk they have to their home through rising water. Most people say, I'm not in a floodplain, I don't have to worry about it. I've seen plenty of those people, and I've covered plenty of those stories where they stand there scratching their heads wondering, what am I going to do now? Because their homeowner's insurance says, sorry, this isn't covered.
Well, that's some good update, though. A little breaking news there, that at least today it didn't flood. And as we're recording this on Monday night, I'm looking over here at the Mecklenburg FIN system, the Flood Information and Notification System, and they had just shy of about an inch of rain there in Mecklenburg.
So let me set it up, James, if you wouldn't mind. Let me, I talked about the rising water coming into his home, and you'll see it if we show some pictures and video here. But the bottom line is his townhome, if you can imagine this, runs this way, but the back of his town, the driveway runs down. And so you've got 4 townhomes, and the first one up at the street level is street level. But his is higher because the driveway slopes down in the back. And of course, because the driveway slopes down, you need a couple of grates down there that lead to rain runoff. And that's what was backing up. And it, of course, backs up to the lowest point, and the water came into his house. So I don't want to lead people to believe it came in from the street. It actually came in from the 2 grates that were in his driveway, but because he was down at the lowest point, water came up there.
And the grates are on private property, but are connected to city-owned drainage?
Yep. It's a stormwater drain. Think of what's out in your street. If you go out and you look at your street and you see those grates in the corners of the streets, that's a storm drain. And that's basically what he had, but flat in his driveway.
and people will probably know from looking at those, you'll sometimes see the little placard on them that says, do not drain liquid oil and such down into those,
Right.
because they're connected to the streams and the creeks and the waterway.
100%.
Which in Mecklenburg County, as I think a lot of other places, but especially here in Mecklenburg County where we have the urban development, all of that infrastructure is needed for anyone who doesn't live here to drain off into our nearby creeks in order to keep that water flowing, ideally away from your house.
Ideally.
The gentleman you talked with, in terms of repayment, is the city offering anything in terms of mitigating this flood damage to his home?
Well, that's the next part of the story. Step number one was to get the flooding stopped and to get them out there and to dig into the ground and find out what was the problem. Was it a blockage? Was it pipes that were too big flowing into a pipe that was too small and it just couldn't handle it and backed it up? So step number one was getting the flooding stopped. But to answer your question, that's where the lawyers get involved, and that's where the city's legal department gets involved. And they're having conversations with him that right now I'm not privy to. But, in my experience, and I'm just cutting him out of it, but in my experience over 31 years, watching people wait for repayment from some kind of a government entity, I'd say it's about 50-50 as to whether you're made whole or not. Can the city be held liable for the first flood because they didn't know there was a blockage? Should they have known? It's what did you know and when did you know it? And so as soon as they were alerted to the fact that there was a problem, okay, now maybe they didn't act swift enough, and maybe there's a lawyer, his lawyer, that will make a compelling argument enough to say, hey, wait a minute, we alerted you that there's a problem. So that's where it gets sort of tricky, James, is that what are they really responsible for? The first flood or the following 7? And that's a good question. And, I'm looking forward to following it. I'm curious to see where it's going to go, but all of it could have been avoided in terms of waiting for the city to reimburse and whatnot if there'd been a flood policy.
It really struck me. When I first heard this story pitched, I thought, oh, he must live along a river or a creek or a stream, and he doesn't.
Nope.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the city.
Bill, I want to come back to you in a few minutes because I know there's some more that you have to share, tips and tricks for folks wherever they live, things for them to consider on their homes. I want to bring in Scotty Powell, who's going to expand the scope and continue our conversation.
Yeah, thank you, James. Much like the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area, another metropolitan area that's really growing a lot of urban development is the Horry County area. And that's Myrtle Beach, Conway, South Carolina. Tonight we have Annette Montgomery and April O'Leary with us. Annette, you cover this story a lot for WPDE. I came across some of your reports there. You guys see flooding maybe a little bit different than what Bill was talking about. Obviously, flash flooding, a big concern. But a big concern for you all in Horry County is when we see these heavy rain events occur. And this doesn't necessarily have to be tropical rains or tropical storm activity. This could just be heavy rain that's developed over North Carolina, anywhere between 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, and it kind of travels down the river system. Annette, you unfortunately have been covering these stories of folks who've been affected by also this water runoff and affecting many homes and many communities that are being flooded.
Yes, I actually know a lot of homeowners that are selling their homes just simply because of the flooding. I actually did a story last week with a woman who she moved into the house less than a year ago and wasn't told by the owners that it floods just from small rain events. And she said it's flooded so many times since she's been there that she wants to move closer to the beach, which is insane because where she lives is a lot further, but it seems like this community keeps seeing flood events. And the unfortunate thing, like Bill was saying, is that she doesn't have flood insurance and she bought this home with inheritance money. So she says she really feels like she's at her wit's end, and the county's telling her that, to wait for this buyout program, but she knows she's not going to get 100% of the value of her home. So she says, she feels like she's going to lose a lot of money, but she doesn't have another option at this point. And I've covered so many stories with similar families. Just another man, he's selling his home. But the concern that people have is when their homes flood, it's sewage water, it's things like that that's also in the water. So they're just very concerned for their overall health and their safety. So that's another huge portion that people might not realize, that these people are very concerned for their health as well.
And Annette, correct me if I'm wrong, but this isn't just one community. There's several communities throughout Horry County that's experiencing this. Seeing a lot of videos out of the Socastee area, places like that are really experiencing this. We just went through a primary. I know that was a big topic of discussion among the city council and county commissioners. What did they have to say about this as a lot of their constituents are facing this flooding threat, it seems, almost every month?
Yes, just last week I spoke with County Councilman Cam Crawford, and he tells me right now city leaders are looking into, and county leaders are looking into this relocation program, but they're waiting on money from HUD. So currently right now, it's a federal government concern that they're waiting on in terms of money to get to the county. But he said the only solution they're looking at right now is the relocation program, which buys out these homeowners. And a lot of them that I spoke with say that that's a huge concern for them because they don't want to be bought out, not at the market value of their homes. But that's the most immediate solution they're looking at right now.
I want to get to April in just a second, but as Bill was talking about, Charlotte, a big metropolitan area, a lot of construction, a lot of concrete, asphalt, things like that, not a lot of drainage. Horry County also experiencing kind of a big boom. A lot of folks, businesses, housing developments moving into that area. So is that playing a factor into this flooding as well?
Definitely development, and I know April's probably going to speak to this too, but definitely a huge, huge, huge concern for a lot of the people living here is that a lot of these homes and developments are being built on wetlands. And a lot of these people that are moving from these other areas to Horry County, just like the woman I spoke with, I think she was from like New Jersey, they don't know about the flooding here and they don't know about the wetlands and how bad.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
So a huge portion here, and a huge thing that people focus on when they're speaking to these county councilmen is that, you know, development cannot happen on wetlands, and that's something that happens quite frequently. I know I probably talked about what April's going to speak about, but yeah, that's a huge concern, development.
Well, April, I want to bring you in. You run Horry County Rising, and this is a nonprofit group. I want to say you're out in the field. I've been following your Facebook page. Follow the pictures and the videos. You're actually out there with the folks who are being affected by this day in and day out with your rain boots on, high water, kayaking. I've seen a lot of things going on. Tell us about Horry County Rising and just kind of tell us some of the stories that you hear day to day.
Well, thank you so much. And thanks for not forgetting about families affected by flooding, especially to Bill helping to work with that family. That's a great model that I like to see in the media moving forward. But yeah, I flooded in Hurricane Florence, and prior to that was working in clean water protections. And I decided that I really thought that I could make a difference around flood mitigation and making sure our communities are more sustainable. Kind of seeing the trends and seeing the historical trends, both leading to loss of life, but also an increase in damages. And so I quit my position and created Horry County Rising. We are a social welfare organization trying to work with this vulnerable population around flood mitigation, but also trying to propel the government to have a plan. You know, we really believe that there's some good components of a good flood plan, and we're really frustrated and concerned at this point, given that this is such a significant hazard mitigation issue, but also a public health concern, that we really need to have a plan that kind of defines what our priority projects are, you know, a timeline for how to fulfill those, a funding source, a responsible entity, and really trying to explore all of the options that we have available to help reduce that exposure and reduce the catastrophic damages caused by flooding. And so, yes, we actually flooded twice this year. We flooded in February, and we also flooded in the first week of June. The last flood event is a community that actually was just built within the last 15 years. So, you know, we're essentially very concerned about future land use because we're seeing more and more homes flood. And we were really hoping that we purchase a product that can sustain a 30-year mortgage. And maybe even possibly sustain families and generations of families. And what we're seeing is we're not even getting halfway there to that 30-year mortgage, that these homes that were just constructed 15 years ago on the ICW continue to flood, continue to be rebuilt resold to another unsuspecting homeowner. So we see these homeowners, particularly around the Atlantic Intercoastal Waterway, repeatedly flood in the 4 or 5 times in the last 5 years. But we also are impacted by these significant riverine floods as well. So that's, events like Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence, where we saw historical river crests. Hurricane Matthew broke Hurricane Florence's record level by 3.21 feet. It was the largest, most historical flooding event to hit this area. We've been fortunate. We haven't had too many storm surge impacts as of late, but we certainly do see concerns with flash flooding, much like you talked about earlier, Bill, where, our infrastructure is aging. It was based on this assumption that we would have consistent historical rainfall trends, and naturally these really significant events, these high peak rainfall events, contribute to those flash flooding impacts, and we see damages as a result of that as well.
April, obviously not mention any of the families that you work with, but just some of their stories. Can you tell us a few of those? I mean, I don't live near the coast, and I know coastal areas always hurricane threats there. We experience flooding up here in Western North Carolina, but we don't experience it like you guys do. I mean, it's just a constant, like you said, already 2 times this year, not counting all the previous years. What's their stories like? What are they telling you? I mean, I know you're the advocate for them, that you're going out and trying to spread the word. So what do you hear from these families?
The first initial response, I think, to any kind of catastrophic flood event is, how do I control this water? But, we're really trying to focus and shift that perspective and really kind of explain that this isn't a water issue, so to speak. Yes, we're seeing high peak rainfall events, more flooding, obviously as a result of rainfall events being more frequent and more intense. But, this is a people problem. It's just a flood if there's no capital investment in that area. We won't see catastrophic damages. So it's really about understanding what your exposure is and understanding what your risk is, and doing all you can to mitigate that risk and reduce that risk. Annette touched on it. A lot of families, we have about 80 families that are interested in that flood mitigation buyout project that should be available, but we're competing with 10 other counties, and there's only 35 million. So we're going to have a serious unmet housing crisis in the middle of a huge growth and population boom. So a lot of this is just really smart future land use. I also think we're a particularly vulnerable county, so we're among the top 5 hazardous counties. We should probably exceed those federal standards and those regulations, given that we're particularly vulnerable to flooding. We have a 100% probability of flooding if we get a hurricane, as indicated just with a tropical storm that we recently had. So, these families are particularly very vulnerable. We see a lot of financial stress. They lose their financial viability. So families that are typically getting ready to retire, or maybe just bought their last forever home and in retirement, that are on fixed incomes or flooding. They just bought their homes again, within 15 years, and, they're being impacted every year at this point. So there's a lot of real concern about that vulnerability and, how that really decreases a family's financial viability, and there's very few options. Obviously, protecting yourself and buying flood insurance is critical. You can flood from a tree or a beaver or a stormwater issue, or, Eastern Carolina getting 8 inches of rain. So, at this point, it's really crucial that we do all we can to educate the community about these issues, but also work with our elected leaders and our government to really take this very seriously and, do real common sense approach, like have a plan.
Annette, one more question for you. You had an article or a news story out last week, June the 15th,
some flooded homeowners in the Socastee area actually plan a protest to make their voices being heard to officials. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So I spoke with one of the women who helped organize the protest, and what she basically told me is these homeowners, like April knows, they're just tired of flooding and tired of, you know, elected officials telling them that they're doing studies, and nothing is being done. So they said, you know, they're doing this to make their voices heard. And I know April could probably speak to that as well. A lot of them they just said this is their last resort. They feel like they've spoken to county council members, they've spoken to elected officials, and they just feel like enough is enough. So they said they're gonna bring out some of their flooded items and have them laid out for people to see. And this is just to have officials really see how these people are being affected and what it's doing to them emotionally and physically, their stuff. So it's July 6th at 8 a.m. in front of the Horry County Courthouse, in case anyone wants to go. But yeah, I'm glad that, you know, they're doing this. I think it's important.
Well, Scotty, I think that we would be remiss if Jared and I didn't also hop into this conversation and talk about Charleston. I can see it. I can see Jared cracking a smile every time you guys mention street flooding, because living in downtown Charleston, this is also an issue that we face regularly, at least once every couple of months. And it just like I said, it's a combination of water table issues, salt water getting into the pipes, as well as just freshwater flooding. So it's kind of a combination of everything, and blockages and sewers, and just it's a mess. But there's a real social problem where if you drive around downtown, you'll notice a distinct difference between higher and lower income portions of the area. A lot of the higher income areas in these homes, they're well off the ground. They're at least 5 feet above street level, versus if you go to the lower income areas, a lot of these homes are literally sitting at street level. And you know, both areas typically flood in heavy rain events, but unfortunately, one area sees significantly more damage than the other, just because of the way that the infrastructure is in that portion of downtown. So everyone has a plan. When the heavy rain starts, people start coming out and laying out sandbags, and that shouldn't have to be where we go to every time we have a thunderstorm, but unfortunately, it is. It's a very serious problem. And Jared, you've had a little bit more experience in Charleston, and you certainly run the weather page that deals with all of the reports. So I'll let you jump in here as well.
Yeah, I mean, for historical reference, I used to live on Evans Street a lifetime ago, and I know that sewage water well. I know wading through that. I know losing a car to it almost, and so, I mean, there's real property damage that happens, and much as what y'all are seeing in Horry County, we're seeing the same thing in Charleston. We have people building on wetlands. We have people, building in places where they shouldn't be, and now we have new flood hotspots coming up. Meeting in Hugie Street used to never flood. Used to be that was a clean getaway. That was an escape route from downtown when many other arteries were closed. And now it's got the same problems. You're building right at the base of the Ravenel Bridge there, and now it floods. And that's just within the last year kind of thing. And when it gets up 6.7, 6.8 feet, and it floods all around the low income housing right around the Citadel. And it's just like, and this happens. There's no advisories, nothing like that, and you'll get a coastal flood statement at 6.8 feet because it doesn't affect a large enough area, but it affects those people. And so, we've got, Evan is dead on when he said we have an inequality issue when it comes to this. And suffice to say, these problems that you're seeing there are endemic up and down the coast. You have, you can't help but wonder, there's been scuttlebutt in Charleston about them just not insuring these places anymore. Mm-hmm. and that is when you're going to finally start to see some change, because when they won't insure them anymore, then you'll start, then people will be rethinking their views. But yeah, no, I mean, we have got, we've got a major issue. Just the tide, just a thunderstorm. We had a thunderstorm about a month or so ago. We had a thunderstorm set up just off the coast. Stalled out a little bit, had a water spout with it. But the problem is, on the north side of that storm, the rainfall rates have become so enhanced. It rained 5 inches in an hour. Wow. We're seeing more and more of those kinds of events. The Army Corps of Engineers is studying a seawall. They're gonna build a wall in the Battery, make the floodwaters pay for it. I guess, I don't know, but And it's like, okay, well, that's all well and good, but that's not going to solve the problem, as Evan said, of the water coming up through the drains. And then you have the water coming up through the drains. So we have these things called check valves. And when the tide hits a certain height, check valve kind of clutches and fills the drain, and then no water comes in. But what if it rains on top of it? Then that has nowhere to go. So when you're trying to fight the laws of physics, generally speaking, it's not going to go well for you. And we're learning some very expensive lessons in Charleston right now. I mean, they're pumping millions and millions and millions of dollars into this, but sea level keeps going up. We keep getting these heavy rain events. I mean, Charleston, Beaufort, those areas, Horry County, Myrtle Beach area, all the way up, Wilmington, we've got problems. I mean, we've got big, big problems.
I don't know if people who listen to this show on a regular basis are thinking, I haven't heard Jared that much in like a year. Jared is really passionate about this, and some great points there, Jared. And that's what I don't know, Jared, if in the years we've been doing this show, I've ever seen you that fired up.
I love it.
It's a big problem. And it's a big problem. It's just one of those things. It's just so self-inflicted, and it just keeps happening. It's like, that's not cool, man. That's not cool. I'll shut up now.
April, in this cycle of proposing, planning, and building, and we loop around again, in your experience, where do we start the problem solving? At what point in this cyclical wheel?
Your backyard, right? So you want to have a backyard perspective. You want to pay attention to your county planning commission. You want to review future land use projects. You want to educate yourself about the special flood hazard areas. You want to make sure you speak up, whatever district you live in, and work with your elected official and let them know your concerns about whether that project will increase flood risk or exposure. And I think, making sure you take advantage of public input opportunities at a council level. And then I also think, there's so much value in coming together. Like Horry County Rising really takes care of our own. And we provide a forum, but also a support network. So we're all learning from each other. And I think there's just something so powerful about that, because every day we're growing and growing, and we're learning more and more. And we took it from, just 80 people to 25,000 in 1 year. So I'm really optimistic. I have a lot of hope. And I think it's really important that when you're in this line of work, that you can remain hopeful and be optimistic. But I think it's really important to look at this from a vulnerability perspective, and really make sure that we critically look at some of those socioeconomic vulnerabilities, and make sure that whatever decisions that we make, that they are benefiting our socioeconomic factors and communities. So that piece is really crucial. And obviously trying to overcome those deficits. There's not enough money. We're always going to have more need than we do funding and resources. So partnerships and engaging with other stakeholders like all of you is really critical, and being engaged is critical.
Bill, I want to bring you back into the conversation, because at the start of our program tonight, you were telling us about a gentleman here in Mecklenburg County who fell victim to urban flash flooding. You know that I recently bought a house, and when we bought our house, I looked at it's atop a hill, and water should flow away. But tell me, Bill, what other things as a homeowner do I and all of the other homeowners out there need to be considering to put ourselves in the best position we possibly can?
All right. First of all, let me apologize for my lighting, because it got dark on me. I'm outside.
I'm just glad you're enjoying the beautiful Carolina weather.
Yeah, I'm not telling those stories, although it may look like it. But okay, so I don't care where you are, you should entertain the idea of a flood policy. They are not that expensive. And I will tell you, it's the first thing people tend to cut out of their budget. Now, I'm going to circle back around to something I think what Scotty said before about, when are they just not going to insure? Well, you know what? People need mortgages to buy some of these places. And so if insurance won't insure it, then you can't buy it. And so I think he raised a very good point there, that when insurance gets tired of paying for these bailouts and gets tired of, we used to say the same thing. When are these people along the beach going to quit building homes along the beach? When we know this area gets hit by hurricanes all the time. Well, they're going to keep rebuilding as long as insurance pays for them to rebuild. And so it's sort of the same problem here. I lived in Tampa. I lived in flood zone 3. So I lived at the very top of Tampa Bay, literally the bay. And so I was in flood zone 3, which meant A, B, C. So C. I was not going to flood. It had to get like 2 miles inland. But a Category 4 hurricane would push that water inland, no problem. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to be proactive. I was young. I had flood insurance. But as soon as our firstborn came along, I thought, all right, I got to slash the budget. What's going to go? And it was my $200 a year flood policy that went. And I thought, you know what? I'm not going to need it. And as it turns out, I didn't need it, but I rolled the dice. And now that I'm older and wiser, I would tell people that even if your real estate agent who's trying to sell you something, or the buyer who is trying to sell you something tells you you don't need a flood policy, don't listen to them. You make that decision as to whether or not you need a flood policy. I've got a creek nearby here where I just bought this house a few months ago. I don't think it's anywhere near anything I need to worry about, but I'm going to get a flood policy. It's just good protection. I think as long as people want to live near the water, and Charleston is a beautiful area, you know what? People are going to continue to build near the water because it's tax revenue. It's a lot of money for the county and for the city. And so to put up those opulent properties and then sell them for megabucks, you bet. They're not going to be around when the floods come up, but they're going to be have their hand out when they want the tax revenue. So I think as long as people are willing to buy those properties and live in those areas, even with the risk, they're going to continue to do it. It's not anything that's going to go away anytime soon. The only thing you can do to mitigate this for yourself is to buy a federal flood insurance policy, and it's under $200 a year. Now, if you live right on the coast, it might be more, but I'm talking for myself here in Mecklenburg County. It's somewhere between $100 and $200. The other thing that April and I think both of you mentioned is that these homeowners that are selling these properties to people, knowing that they flood, not disclosing that, I mean, that's a legal issue right there. Now, if your home's flooded, what am I going to do? Fix my house, or am I going to file a lawsuit against the former owner? It comes down to how much resources do you have? How much money do you have in the bank, and where do you want to put those resources? A lot of people would just choose to fix the home and then get out of it again. But, you just really can't rely on, you should be able to, the seller and the real estate agents involved, but you have to protect yourself. And the only way, again, going back to, is a flood insurance policy.
Are there different tiers or different versions of this flood insurance that different people should be considering?
Yeah, I'm not in the insurance business, so I won't pretend like I am. But having looked at a lot of insurance policies over the years, just through the eyes of a consumer reporter, yes, there are. If you live along the coast, you're going to pay a higher premium to live there. And a lot of people are willing to do that. But if you live inland, if you live just anywhere near a creek or a river, and I'm not saying so that you have riverfront property, but if you live anywhere near it, and I think it's reasonable to ask, what's the 500-year flood plan? Most people don't think, 500 years, that'll never happen. Well, look what's happened in the last few years.
Yeah. And I know here in Mecklenburg, and I can't speak for Horry County or any other municipality in the Carolinas because I think it varies. There are maps out there that hopefully you can get your hands on. You can here in Mecklenburg. You can go on to, I want to say county, could have been city.
Yeah, yep.
And
your
you
county
can see.
And city government. Yep. They'll make it all available to you, and you have to then take the ball and put it in your court and decide whether or not you want to spend a couple $100 a year for a flood policy. And it is worth it. It is worth it. And I'm going to be getting one here. We just moved in here a few months ago, and we're coming into the rainy season now. It is definitely something that is worthwhile.
I know when we bought our house, I looked at that map and we were clear of the 500-year flood plain for the nearby creek. But I think after tonight's conversation, I'm going to take another look at that because it's not out of the question. And, the thing that is striking to me that is timely to this conversation, just in the past few days during their regular coronavirus briefing, you had North Carolina state officials coming out and reminding folks that they can still sign up for hurricane relief programs. Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Florence, these storms are over 2 years ago, and folks are still needing help to clean up. I don't have to tell you that if you're watching or listening to the show and you're in that position, but I will say it's easy for me here in Charlotte to forget that there are still communities trying to clean up from those storms, those floods more than 2 years ago.
Yeah, Jane, let me throw one more point and a lot of people think that, oh, you know what, I'll just wait till I see a storm coming and then I'll get the policy. But a lot of these policies have exclusions, and sometimes they won't write 30 days before a storm. Now, nobody knows 30 days out when there's going to be a storm, but it isn't something that you should sit on your hands. If you're even thinking about it, you shouldn't wait, because a lot of insurance companies will not write policies the minute your area goes into a hurricane watch or a hurricane warning, or even a flood watch or a flood warning, or if rain's expected heavy and the meteorologist is saying, hey, I think there might, look for a flood watch. The insurance companies are going to use whatever they can to not pay you, down the road if they could. That's how they make money. That's their business model. They don't really want to pay out. And so you can't sit on your hands and wait for the radar to start.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Something. At that point, it's too late. You just got to hope for the best.
It reminds me of life insurance. We got life insurance after my son was born, and I think it had at least a 14-day, if not a 30-day kind of waiting period.
Yep.
I want to give each one of you a chance to tell us where we can find you or your organization on social so we can stay informed. But I also want to ask if there's anything else that maybe we forgot to ask or we didn't ask that you wanted to get out there. And I'll start with Bill on both of those points. Bill, how can we follow you on social and get updates on this and other stories like it?
The best way to follow me on social is I have a Facebook page that is station branded WCNC Bill McGinty. I put consumer stories on there and consumer advice from time to time. I'm not super active on social, but I should be. James, I see you grinning there.
He will be, don't worry.
Yeah, right. But you can also find, my consumer reports on WCNC.com. I just made up for it right there, James. WCNC.com and our WCNC Facebook page, they take a lot of the content as well. I just think that it's better to tell your friends and family members if they live anywhere near a body of water that they at least investigate a flood policy. You might be surprised how cheap it is, and it's one of those things. It's like life insurance. You don't. And I had a family member that needed the life insurance after signing up for it, and you know what? It made all the difference in the world in terms of childcare and things like that going forward. So I know we hate paying those premiums, but boy, I'll tell you, when you see rising water coming up, you're going to be darn glad you did.
And I think those are some good takeaways, Bill, because I hadn't thought about that waiting period for the flood insurance. And we are just into the start of hurricane season with 4 tropical cyclones thus far here in the Atlantic Basin. Annette, how can we follow you?
You can follow me on Twitter at AnnetteMTV and then Facebook at Annette Montgomery WPDE. And like Bill said, I'm going to brand my station, WPD.com. You can find my stories there as well.
Okay. Hey, you got to plug them, right? You got
making a lot of bosses happy.
That's right.
April?
We have a Facebook group called Horry County Rising. Our website is horrycountyrising.com. And the only thing I just wanted to add was I just wanted to thank you all for doing this today because these families, your home is supposed to be your sanctuary and where you feel safe. And these families lose that after you flood. And so I think the more we can keep having this conversation, the better. So thank you so much.
And we appreciate you all and your time tonight and your expertise in joining us here on the Carolina Weather Group. And we'll remind folks at home that if you're dealing with an issue or have something on your mind that's weather related, you can always hit us up here at the Carolina Weather Group. Or if you're in any one of these areas and you need to get McGinty or Annette, we need to come up with, do you have a franchisee name yet? We need to come up with one. If you need to get a net, you can do that as well too, to have them help you out in some of these situations. So on behalf of the Carolina Weather Group, with Jared in Charleston and Evan physically sitting in Asheville, but with Charleston in his heart, and Scotty Powell in the mountains, I'm James Brierton. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you back here next week for another edition of the Carolina Weather Group.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 1st, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We hope that you're doing well on this Wednesday evening, hoping that you and your family are safe and sound during these crazy times that we're experiencing. And that's kind of the topic of tonight. We're going to be talking about coronavirus, COVID-19, and weather. You know, we still have weather going on during this crazy time that we're experiencing throughout the country. And in fact, tonight, we're going to be talking to Ryan Vaughn, who was covering a EF3 tornado that struck in Jonesboro, Arkansas this past weekend. So we're looking forward to that. We are streaming live right now on our many streaming platforms. So if you'd like to interact with us tonight during the conversation, just drop a comment in the Facebook Live or the Twitch or Periscope link, and we will monitor those throughout the show. And James, I'm going to toss it off to you because you have been working from home for the past couple of weeks, and we're starting to see more and more people work from home. And so I know it's been a crazy time for you and everyone involved in TV media.
You know, it's been a very interesting time indeed, Scotty, because everyone has kind of moved very quickly, whether they liked it or not, real fast into the cutting edge technology of 2020. Everyone suddenly knows what Zoom conference is. It wasn't but 3 weeks ago when we would be booking guests for the show saying, hey, we're going to send you a link to a Zoom conference, and then had to proceed to explain what Zoom conference is. We do not have to do that anymore. With so many folks using Zoom conference or similar products. So we're going to be talking to Ryan here in just a moment about his experience this weekend with him and his team covering a very severe and significant incident in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We also have Brad Panovich on with us tonight from WCNC Charlotte, who is very comfortable in his home studio. You've seen his weather video blogs many a times, and now that is his TV space as well too. And we're also going to be talking with somebody here in Mecklenburg County who does some paramedic work about what this means, the coronavirus means for their line of work too, because as Scotty mentioned, the weather is still continuing to happen. We had a line of storms roll through South Carolina yesterday, prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Charleston area. Luckily, we didn't have any tornado warnings to account of, despite having a tornado watch, but it was a much different story this past weekend in Arkansas. Let's bring in Ryan. You were actually working from home, and you had your other meteorologists back in the station. Just bring everybody up to speed if they're not familiar with what took place this past weekend.
Okay, so typically in a severe weather situation, we would all be in the studio. We were going into this, we were low wind severe weather threat. We knew tornadoes weren't out of the realm of possibility, but we were kind of thinking gusty winds, and I think everybody, even the Storm Prediction Center, kind of had northern Illinois pegged for the hot spot. Well, tornado warning comes out for one of our southern counties, and we had already kind of discussed that, okay, in the interest of social distancing, and we were already kind of playing that that role already was already kind of unfolding. I said, well, we've got a solid system here. How about I go here and you guys stay back there, and we wouldn't be there. And hopefully we wouldn't go into long form programming. And so the tornado warning came out for Woodruff County a little bit after 4 o'clock. And at that point, you could draw a line and see that there was a chance that this was going to come into Jonesboro.
We have some video from your coverage. We're going to pop up here in a double box.
Oh, man.
Walk us through. This must be the moment that tornadic cell started producing in Jonesboro, if I'm correct.
Hold on one second. I just now lost. There we go. I'm back, I think. Yeah, that's this is where it was producing here. So what was going on? Zach Holder is in front of the chroma key wall, and we had already at this point had a pretty large tornado out of Jackson County. So we were watching this one pretty close, and the mezzo was going right over town, and we really just started getting some indication that it was cycling. And sure enough, we were concerned that it was going to, if it cycled through and it produced a tornado, it would be right in the middle of Jonesboro. And you see what unfolds here now. For Zach, he's in his 20s. He hasn't covered a ton of tornadic storms, especially like that in front of a weather camera. He did a spectacular Aaron Castleberry. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was his first severe weather event ever covering broadcast wise. So it was hard to not get emotional. I've lived here almost 20 years, and outside of a couple of years, I lived in Alabama, and to watch that go through the town that you've forecast for and covered for so many years, it was tough to kind of hold the emotions back on that one.
I want to ask
Ryan,
go ahead, Ricky.
I was going to say, talk about having to work with the delay and the live view delay or the TVU delay, and being able to hear Zach and the folks in the studio at the same time.
Yeah, that was tough. I learned some lessons. We had the delay, and stepping on each other and things like that was a little bit of an issue because when you're in severe weather coverage, you speak in half sentences. You can be sitting there talking about, okay, guys, this tornado is coming for, and you'll stop, and you're thinking they're done, and you step in. And so there was a little bit of an issue there in the middle of that also. So while we're all going through that, Southwest Power Authority feeds Jonesboro and Paragould. So even though I was 19 miles to the north, when they started taking power hits, I started taking power hits. So I lost programming. I lost what they were seeing. And then also was losing access to Max. So I had Max 1 up in here. They were using Max 2. Then they lost Max 2. So they needed access to Max 1. So after I lost programming, after I lost ability to have Max, and they needed it anyways, that is when I grabbed my phone, grabbed my laptop, and that's when I went out chasing, if you saw the coverage afterwards.
Ryan, previous to this weekend, had you ever done live TV from home?
Live television, yet from home. Yes, that past Thursday we had done all shows. We were kind of dabbling. We're going, okay, do we want to do this completely from home? Do we not? And so Thursday was a beautiful day. Zach was back at the studio, and so we did that. I went live from my backyard, and it went great. Everything went great. And so that's kind of where we were going into this, going, okay, this could work. I will say there was another time about 2 years ago, we had a just random tornado warning. No watch. I'm not even sure if we were in an outlook. Random tornado warning. Didn't produce a tornado, but it was about 2:00 in the morning, and master control calls. And of course, my weather radio and everything's going off. And I told them, I said, I don't have time to make it to the station. So I pulled Max up in my office, and I said, pot up the phone. I'm controlling Max. I'll talk over it. And we did it then. So, I had done that one other time, and no one really even knew then that I was at home. We just talked over it, went through about 30 minutes of a tornado warning, and that was done.
Hey, Ryan, looking at the weather outlook from last week, it looked like the severe weather was going to be maybe in Illinois area. How did you and your team go about preparing for this with, trying to keep as minimum people in the studio? What was the preparation like for the days leading up to the tornado on Saturday?
Well, we were going into anytime we have that we think there will be watches, warnings, or advisories, we mark that on the 7-day forecast as red. And we do certain things like put social media graphics out there specifically for social media. So we were ramping it up. We knew the possibility was there. Of course, you look at it. If that had been over an open field, yeah, it would be a big deal, but not this big of a deal. We knew the possibility was there for tornadoes. But not enough to risk everybody being in the same studio together, if that makes any sense. That morning, I can remember Zach, we kind of have like a little group chat going on with text messages. And I can remember that morning, Zach goes, I'm getting a little concerned about the tornado threat on this also. So, we knew it didn't sneak up on us, but it was still kind of a low end deal. We put a medium risk out a little bit farther down to the south into southeast Missouri, but it still didn't play out exactly like I think anybody thought.
I think one of the remarkable things about this was being able to show the images live. Talk about your camera network and how valuable being able to see that. Because I was watching it on radar in real time. I'll tell you what, if I didn't have that camera at the same time, I would have thought for sure it was producing it on the ground, but it wasn't yet.
No, it wasn't. You know, I kind of thought that also when we we have 8 cameras. Yeah, I think 9 cameras across our viewing area. And that goes back to, that's a James Spann thing. I worked for 2 years down in Montgomery, Alabama, and of course got to know all the stations down in that area. And, you know, James was really big on cameras back then. And it did just make sense. It's like, man, if you can get eyeballs in every single county, especially when you live in as flat of an area as we are in, it's going to be really hard for a tornado to sneak by us. So we have several cameras in Jonesboro. We have some to the west down in Batesville. We've got some up here in Paragould. I say some, one in Paragould, one up in Pocahontas, one in Walnut Ridge. We've got almost every county around us covered. Now after this, I want 2 or 3 more. But I've always been a big fan of cameras. This is actually our second tornado in about a year that we've caught on camera. So, and the other one was heading right from my house also. So,
Ryan, you talked a moment ago about the emotional impact of being able to see this tornado. Is that one of the roles that the Skycam network plays as opposed to just colorful imagery on radar?
Well, I had so many people. One thing that I always do is I go out to the damage path as soon as possible afterwards. And that night and that next day, over and over again, people said, you know, man, we watched it and we knew it was serious. You know, you can say all day long until you're blue in the face, hey, this tornado's on the ground, this tornado's on the, you know, you can tell them, and they're still going to run out there and look at it. But showing it like that, everybody was taking cover. You know, you're not going to be out looking about for it.
You also, as you just mentioned, went down to look at that tornado path after the storm. And you mentioned on James Spann's Weather Brains earlier in the week that that's one of the things you do. You are actually a community responder. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having that dual role that you play as both a broadcast meteorologist and a community responder.
Yeah, I'm part of the rescue squad here in the county that I'm in. So if you listen to the coverage, at one point I turn on the radio and I'm trying to communicate to our guys and emergency management and dispatch in this area. And then I was thinking, as we were driving down there, my son was going with me. And he said, are you going to put your turnouts on when you get down there? And turnouts, if you're not familiar with that, that's all of your gear that you put on when you start to get in the rescue and extrication for vehicles or rescue of tornadoes. And I really, for the first time, was thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I getting down here and I'm helping with rescue? Am I getting down here and telling the story of the tornado aftermath? Am I doing a little bit of both? So I was confused. It was one of those first times where I was thinking to myself, what are we going to be doing when we get down here? And of course, our news folks were already on the scene. Zach and Castleberry were continuing the coverage from a weather side of point of view. And I really did. I mean, you look at that, I thought we were going to be pulling dead bodies out all night. And we weren't. So.
We had Damon Lane from KOCO in Oklahoma City on our show 2 years ago, and he talked to us about what it was like one day to be on television at the studio tracking a storm as he knew it was coming into his neighborhood. What was it like to be home with your family within earshot and having a tornado in your community while also trying to be a broadcast event?
Well, you know, a lot of people have laughed about hearing the snapping. You know, I was going... And what I was doing, I was trying not to go, hey, Jennifer, you know, yell into the other room, or, hey, you know, George and Avery and Kate, get downstairs. You know, I was trying not to do the you know, yelling at your family, you know, get the dog out of here, get the dog downstairs, that thing. So I was kind of meaning get in here so I can, you know, lip sync to your lip, and so Jennifer comes in here, and I said, get downstairs, get downstairs, get downstairs, and I point over at the television, and I wasn't sure if they were watching it in there, and judging by my wife's eyes, I don't think they were. And she looks over at the television, and by that point, it was tearing stuff up, and they moved real fast and went down there. But our wives do this, without us here all the time. In severe weather, they get tornado warnings here, and her job is already to get all the kids and pets and go downstairs. So I don't really know what I was doing, saying, hey, like I'm gonna step in and be the leader of this, because they've done this in the past. And so I realized that after the fact. I'm like, you don't need me to tell you to go downstairs. You probably already knew. But it was wild. And then when I was leaving here, we were having flash flooding in our neighborhood. And it was kind of wild, but I knew that they had everything under control here. And fortunately, I've got a 17-year-old that can handle things here. So I felt comfortable leaving in the midst of that also, once I knew it was going east of us.
Ryan, the tornado EF3, 140 miles per hour winds. I think this happened right around the 5 o'clock time frame. On a normal Saturday night, people would be out at restaurants, shopping. But with the coronavirus going on, thankfully, unfortunately, we had 22 injuries, but I feel like this could have been a whole lot worse if we wasn't going through COVID-19.
Oh, we would have been pulling bodies out. Of those 22 injuries, only 2 of those were hospitalized. So you got to think of a large part of those were probably just scratched up arms and things like that. But I just think I had just left the mall about 2 hours earlier. We went and picked up a cake right beside the mall, right where it hit. And I can remember going by Best Buy. My wife and I were even talking about it. We were like, wow, look at that. They've got a tent out front. And what they were doing is she goes, yeah, I bet they're, you pull up and you say what you need and they run in and get it and check you out. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool that they're still open. We even commented, talked about it before we were heading home. And so you had, just a handful of workers in the mall. The rest of the mall was closed. And so if you look at the aerials, I mean, it just tore up the mall. JCPenney, the roof completely ripped off, and you really can't tell until you look at the aerials how messed up JCPenney was. And Dillard's ripped out. A Saturday at 5 o'clock, all those places would have been busy. You think of Cheddar's. I think that's a national chain that you guys may know about, but Cheddar's is a restaurant that would have been completely packed with probably about an hour wait with people sitting all around it. On a normal Saturday at 5 o'clock. Instead, they had a couple of workers that were cooking to-go orders. You had Academy Sports. You had several restaurants through there. And it also went through, and I'm going to check the numbers on this, but I venture to say the busiest intersection in Jonesboro, Arkansas, if not the top 3. I mean, definitely. So you just had an extremely populated area that if this had hit on a normal Saturday night where people aren't staying inside, it would have been very bad.
Ryan, you've had a crack at this before with back in the day when you had that other situation where you were home and you had to broadcast real quick. And you've prepared some, and everyone's prepared, but last weekend was something no one has ever experienced before, and certainly to a greater degree than the last tornado that you covered from home. What did you all learn from that?
Well, I learned, the power hits, for one thing. I learned that we need an UPS system even here at the house if we're going to do that. I learned also that I want an over-the-air antenna, which I've already gotten now. But more than likely, even doing all of that, there's going to come a time where we just all need to be in. I know we're trying to take the steps to be socially distant and things like that, but I think if we have another severe weather event like this, we probably just all need to be in studio.
Ryan, talking about the coronavirus stuff for a second, what challenges did that present after the tornado with rescue crews, with the recovery aspect and things like that?
The scary part of it is, and it's really part of the reason why I decided that I need to start broadcasting from home, is that everybody forgot about it. So Saturday night, we're sitting there handing off microphones to each other. We're 6 inches away from the mayor, talking to him and the police chief, and we're just helping people. It was like there was no virus. Late that night, we start thinking about it a little bit, and start thinking of, okay, we need to stay a little farther apart. We need, things like that. And then the next day, you get out and you get into the damage. You start helping people and you start talking to people, and everybody's just hugging each other and just happy that everybody's alive. And I had one lady come up and just give me a hug, and it was like, well, I'm not going to sit there and say no, coronavirus. You're not going to say, well, I'm not going to go in this person's home and help them clean up because of the coronavirus. But later in the day, everybody just kind of starts thinking, well, this could be really bad. We've got people coming in from out of state. We've got people that are older. We've got, just everything started to coming around to where you slowly started seeing people taking more precautions. You slowly started, people are elbow bumping instead of hugging and crying and things. I did notice, in fact, Tim Marshall, I met up with him at the tire store, and that's the first time that I saw they were separating out the cleanup and rescue into groups of 10. And they were telling all of them to stay 6 feet apart. So it took a while. But for a period, everyone forgot it. As I said, I'm on the rescue squad, and we 3 weeks back were handed masks, and we were supposed to be wearing masks and responding. Well, I wasn't rescuing people at that point, so I was just like, oh, I'm not doing that. So I don't have to follow any rules because I'm not doing that side of it, and I'm back on the media side of it. But
we'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
In 14 days from now, we're not looking at this going, we all got a little too close. So,
and you know, that's it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. And you're right, it is weird. I mean, even me personally forecasting on a day-to-day basis, I've kind of had to tell myself, hey, this is still important, but it feels less important on a day-to-day basis with everything going on. So I want to bring in Corbin here real quick to kind of talk about maybe something that you guys experienced too, Ryan. And it was trying to shelter people during severe weather and with the whole coronavirus situation going around. And Corbin, you kind of work in the emergency management field a little bit. Talk about what scenarios would play out and what problems play out with sheltering people during severe weather events while this virus is going around.
So obviously that's one of the things that we really want to look into. Is sheltering in general is never a good situation per se, especially in severe weather events. And we're all very aware that, you know, life goes on even though the coronavirus is our main focus right now. So one of the main things obviously is social distancing. There are some guidelines out from FEMA as well as DHS or DHHS that say, you know, basically each person needs anywhere from about 50 to 80 square feet. So that's going to limit how many people we can put in a building and create shelter for. And especially if we're looking, you know, 6 feet apart, so we don't, you know, sneeze and cough on each other to limit the coronavirus spread at this point. So that's some of the things we're thinking about and we're actively working through in the Emergency Operations Center. I think in North Carolina currently at the last count, there are 46 emergency operations centers active. So it's definitely something that's on the forefront of our mind.
What about masks and stuff like that? Has that been given any thought? I know CDC's been reconsidering some of their thoughts, and Los Angeles tonight recommended their citizens wear masks when going out and about. Is there any benefit to that? Is there any downside to that?
So that's obviously another one of the hot topics from the CDC. It's one of those things that's changing every 12 hours. For emergency responders, the protocols in North Carolina just changed to where we were only wearing masks on suspected COVID-19 patients. Now we're wearing masks on every patient encounter. And now, you know, you're starting to see some direction from the CDC and from Pence's, from Vice President Pence's coronavirus task force that may say different. So there's conflicting stuff out there right now, but just for the everyday person, wearing a mask all day long doesn't seem to have an effect yet. But we'll see what the data shows as the days come.
Corbin, we learned today that a paramedic with medic tested positive for coronavirus. You mentioned a minute ago that more people might be wearing masks as they go out and tend to emergency responses. Did that decision to have everyone wearing masks as they're responding to calls come as a result of that positive coronavirus case, or more in line with the CDC updated guidelines?
So just to clarify one thing, I'm a paramedic relief supervisor in Cabarrus County, but I did see the news about medic's case in Mecklenburg County as well. And that was actually put out yesterday by the North Carolina Office of OEMS prior to, I'm assuming, that case testing positive. But you got to remember, so an N95 is to protect the provider. A surgical mask also protects the provider, but it's better to kind of put on the patient because it's going to prevent them from spreading their germs, just like a surgeon in surgery.
Patty, I think you had something.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Corbin. I'll ask you and Ryan both. Ryan, you live in Tornado Alley per se, the Arkansas area, kind of prone to tornadoes, especially this time of the year. As the CDC and as we hear about the doctors, they're talking about we're going to continue to kind of see that spike happen over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Do you think this will become more of a concern, Ryan, when you're talking to your folks? I know. I'm not sure about your particular area, but I know places like Kansas and Oklahoma, they have these public storm shelters. How do you think I don't want to say you guys have fear of tornadoes because you're more used to them than we are here in the Carolinas, but how do you think preparing for severe weather days as well as dealing with the coronavirus, how do you think like the psyche is going to play on people out in your area, Ryan?
That's a great question because we have had some of the public shelters closed. And because a lot of them are, some of them are in basements of hospitals and stuff. And you say we're used to them. Saturday night has scared a lot of people, and the storm anxiety is going to be really, really high. And I don't really know how that's going to go. As far as public shelters, even some that are open. It'll be interesting to see. Or even, there's a lot of places where, like our house, we have a basement here. Not everyone around us has basements. So we've always just, hey, come on over, take shelter. Will we all continue to do that? I think in a tornadic situation, I think you throw it out. I know that may not be the right answer. And I'm sure my doctor friends may say, I don't know, but I don't know.
Corbin, to you guys are dealing with the COVID-19. We're getting into the Carolina severe weather season where maybe not as many tornadoes, but we still have those threat of severe storms. And you're trying to message the threat of severe weather, but also trying to communicate about the COVID-19. So how are you guys in the emergency management spectrum are dealing with the preparation of severe weather and dealing with the ongoing virus?
So one of the things we have set up in Mecklenburg County, the Emergency Operations Center there, is we have a decision support services line set up with the National Weather Service, which we set up in all of our special events and things like that. We do have the ability to have the National Weather Service in the EOC with us, just a phone call away, a request away. But it's something that our Joint Information Center that deals with all the public information is looking at as well as we progress into our summer season, our storm season per se. We're going to start messaging, obviously, coronavirus, COVID-19, but also our severe weather messages as well. Before the coronavirus hit, we did participate in the nationwide tornado drill day at fire headquarters and everything like that. So we're still trying to do our normal stuff as well as focus on COVID.
Let's bring in Brad Panovich, who is a broadcast man at WCNC in Charlotte. Brad, if you were to go to air tomorrow for a tornadic situation, do you have something in mind that you would tell people in the event they either needed to leave a manufactured home to go to a sturdy shelter, or even afterwards if their homes were damaged?
I found it was interesting. I read the press release that I think the governor of Kansas sent out. I think it was yesterday or today, basically saying, you got to prioritize the threat. So if a tornado is coming, that's your most immediate threat. So you need to seek shelter. But if you are going to seek shelter in a community setting, try to do the social distancing the best you can. But it's one of those things. If there's a train coming at you, you get out of the way of the train first, okay, and then you worry about all these other things secondary. So I think that what I would tell people is, do the best you can, but please avoid the tornado because that's the most immediate threat and most likely going to cause you your life. But I was glad to see Ryan's work, which was spectacular because it kind of gave me a little relief that, hey, we could do this remotely from a broadcast standpoint as well. But just like Ryan, I think if we knew a couple days ahead of time that we might have a moderate threat day, that we probably are going to send one of us into the studio, likely me, and we'll keep everybody else out of there. But the fact that we can do this remotely with somebody in studio is great. The whole reason I had this monitor behind me was I was thinking ahead, like if I have to track storms at home, I wanted some kind of graphic behind me where I could be in front of it. So I think that potential is there as well. But it's the first time in a long time, as a meteorologist, I'm like, I hope we have a super quiet spring. I'm just like, I do not want to have the added worries of severe weather. And I've already been thinking about hurricane season as well. I don't want to have to deal with any hurricanes. I just want it to be quiet because I think it's the last thing people need to worry about right now. But we know, it's April. For us, April's the peak of severe weather season. Hurricane season's around the corner. So at some point in the next couple months, we're going to be dealing with severe weather and coronavirus at the same time. And hopefully we'll be a little more prepared by then.
Thing else to think about, guys, through all this is I wonder what the viewership numbers are, and I wonder what the connected people numbers are. Are people using Netflix more? Are people watching these streaming services more? And maybe not watching actual television? My cable box will override with the EAS if something happens, but Netflix and things like that won't. So it'll be interesting to see if more people pay attention, less people pay attention. You're not at work, so maybe you're more connected.
Well, it's a good point, Ricky. But I think one of the things, what happened in Jonesboro is a good example. I think the fact that everybody's in a home already is a good start. At least they're there. One of the things that I love what Ryan did during this event was, tell people to call people. The thing is, as a broadcast meteorologist, you can never assume everyone's watching you. They're not. So, but you can connect other people to the people that are watching you by telling them to call people, DM them, text them, do whatever, amplify your message. And that will wake people up and get them, away from Netflix and maybe flip on the broadcast network. But this is where digital and social media is really important to us as broadcast mets. It's a way for us to reach people when they're not watching us. And so hopefully they'll flip us around. The thing I worry about, Ricky, honestly, is that, and we've already seen this, our internet and digital systems overwhelmed with so many people at home. Are the WIAs going to be bogged down? Are the cell networks going to be clogged up? Are we going to be able to push out this information because there's so many people using all this bandwidth right now?
Yep, good point. James, I think you had something to say.
Yeah, I had a question for Ryan. And, so often in interviews, we end the interview by saying, what else did you want to share? What did we not ask you? And while that's exactly what I want to pose to you now, because we are trying to think of everything, but inevitably we're not. And unfortunately, you had a situation where you've now experienced one of these scenarios that we're still fearing. So let me ask you, what did you learn that we're not even thinking of?
Well, two things. This wasn't my first time to have a tornado in front of us on live television, but it was the most populated. And you just have to remind yourself to keep your emotions in check. It's tough, and you can say it a million times, I would, but you really have to keep, stay calm because it's going to continue moving forward. And so that's one thing that, for every broadcaster, as Brad said, telling people to call people. And that was huge. There was a lot of people that I didn't run into anyone that said they didn't know it was coming. It was either I was watching you guys, your app went off, or my mother or sister or whoever called me and said it was coming. So nobody knew it wasn't coming, but you got to spread out the tentacles and get everybody working for you more or less. But from the side of this whole new thing with social distancing and everything is in the cleanup process. Even though we're all wanting to hug each other for all being alive and making it through it, we just got to be smart through this whole thing.
Corbin, what about you guys from an emergency response paramedic scenario in your experience? Do you think if we got into a weather situation, the response might look slightly different, or the advice coming out from officials to the public might look slightly different?
It may look slightly different, but obviously we're going to prioritize life and safety first before everything. So everything we do is to save life. And if that means, that we have to put people at risk of getting COVID-19, then it's probably something we're going to do in that situation. Whereas if it's a sheltering situation, it's a little different. We can, open more shelters per se for less people. Instead of a shelter we put 300 people in, we may just put 100 people in and then open 2 additional shelters, something to that effect. So it's something that, it's taken into consideration, but ultimately that life safety is the priority of every first response agency out there.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot to weigh. Brad mentioned a minute ago in an analogy with the train, and Ryan, you mentioned it as well too, in that, in some sort of silver lining, not having people out at the restaurants and the malls and the supermarkets may have done you guys some good.
That is a huge lifesaver. Not having the people on the road. We still had people on the roads, but not having large numbers of people out there was it saved lives.
What other agencies, we're talking a lot about weather and medical and first response, but the hospital systems as well too, I think could be a concern. Brad, what's on your mind, I guess, when you think of this strain on the entire system?
Well, when you have so many people in the healthcare, emergency management, everybody working on this COVID-19 pandemic, if we have a mass casualty event or some kind of huge, you worry about how the resources are stretched so thin already. And I even think about it from a health standpoint. It's like, this is not the time to have a broken arm or leg, because you are not a priority at the hospital when you go in there. And in fact, going to the hospital puts you at more risk than, treating yourself maybe outside of the hospital. So that's what I worry about. If we have a big event in a populated area, and I'm sure that's what Ryan was worried about on Saturday, is like, this thing's plowing through his main metro. It's like, man, how are we going to handle this with all this other stuff going on? So I think that's a big concern. And that's why I think just people in general have to be very cautious over the next couple of months. We don't need to have unneeded visits to the ER for things that, we could prevent. Like, I've even talked to my kids like, hey, let's not jump out of the tree, okay, for the next month or so. Let's not try to jump the bike over the rock, because we're probably not going to be able to get into the ER. So from a weather safety standpoint, don't take that added risk. If there's lightning outside, let's just go inside. We don't need someone to get hit. If there's severe weather, let's be overly precautious and safe in this situation, because we don't want to have to go to the hospital or ER in this situation when they have a whole mess of another concern to worry about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the trick there is going to be getting people to maintain that attitude for a prolonged period of time. Scotty read an interesting article today, and I'm going to go to him in a second to summarize, talking about weather data and observation. And I feel like now is a good time to bring it in, because we're talking about the strain on the response system, but also the strain on that data system. Going back to what Brad was talking about could the systems be overwhelmed, the emergency alert systems, or even the data observations? Scotty, that was something that you were reading about today, right?
Yeah, so the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, came out with an article today talking about COVID-19 and how it could affect some of our weather modeling, weather forecasting. I can maybe toss this to Brad here in a little bit, and Ryan, maybe they can tell you a little bit more than I can. But basically, there's all kinds of observations. We run satellite radars. If you're familiar with the Carolinas, it seems like one of our radars is always down. And so it takes people to go out and fix those. And with the strain and the social distancing, the folks may not be there to get that. There's also another concern with the airplanes that are taking off, just everyday flights. A lot of these airplane companies have weather observations on them. They send temperature, humidity levels, wind speed, wind direction, and all that's kind of fed into our systems. And kind of help us with our weather modeling and our weather forecasting. So with the less flights that are going out right now, with people not traveling from COVID-19, and just the strain on the staff to get out and fix these instruments that we use every day in the weather community, we could start to see some concerns with that as we get longer and longer into this COVID-19. Brad, I know you love to talk about weather models and how we get all that data in. I know you've actually done some weather school talks about that, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But can you kind of tell the public a little bit about how we could start to see more inaccurate weather data as we get through this process?
Yeah, so I actually posted some graphs the other day. This is called what we refer to as AMDARB data. It's basically aircraft data. And I'm going to try to share my screen here. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try to do this. If you guys can see my screen. Oh, maybe it's not going to share. I'm going to share it here, hopefully.
Not yet. Otherwise, is it something you tweeted? Like a double box?
No, it's let me see if I can bring it up. It won't let me share it. But what it was is a chart basically showing the lack of upper air obs from aircraft. People don't realize that every commercial aircraft that takes off and lands collects, data for us. And so what has happened is that we have actually, let me see if I can share it. There we go. You guys see it?
Yeah, we got it.
So what you're looking at here is, I made it a little bigger. This is the GFS model. And that red line is the drop in observations from aircraft going into the GFS model. You can see pre-COVID, which is earlier in the month, we were getting about 15 to 18,000 observations into the 12Z GFS. As of this morning's GFS, that is down to like 2,000. I mean, that is just a tremendous drop. And the best way I can explain this to people that have seen hurricane coverage, you may have seen me talk about how we often like to get the plane out in the system so that we can get better data for the models. Well, this is what these planes are doing. When we have that lack of upper air data, some of the accuracy and the guidance can drop by 20% or so. And it's just not the US, that's just US data. That doesn't include European data, Asian data. I mean, and that article you're referring to, Scotty, all those aircraft, I was amazed how much some of the European airlines added to this. It was crazy, the drop in upper air observation. So this is going to be a real task that we're going to have to watch and see how much this impacts severe weather. Day-to-day weather, it might not have an immediate impact on us, but I think for high impact events like severe weather outbreaks, tornadoes, flooding, this might have a pretty significant impact, because the difference between something being 20% more intense or less intense is pretty significant in the weather world.
Brad, do you think it would impact high-res models more, or models like the global forecast system?
It seems like it'd be more the global forecast, because the upper air data is really key for, big, long wave troughs and ridges. You're looking at long wave pattern. I think the CAMS models are going to do fine. Thank goodness we have the GOES 16 and 17 sounder data, and now we have the polar orbiting data. The only problem is you need clear skies for good sounding data from the polar orbiters. But that sounding data, back after 9/11, we saw a similar drop in this aircraft data, but we didn't have the satellite data that we have now. So I think the satellite data is actually offsetting some of the issues, but this is going to be a much longer period of time that we'll start missing this data. It's only been, about 2 weeks now. I think we start getting 3-4 weeks, and now the long wave pattern across the whole globe will be totally impacted by this lack of upper air data.
Well, you've been teaching us some stuff now, and I think, James, part 3 of our episode tonight was about teaching folks about weather. Do we want to transition over to that?
Sure thing. Real fast, let me ask Ryan one last question, and then we'll certainly go to that, and I appreciate the transition. Did you guys, Ryan, have any issue with observations during or in the aftermath of your storms with everything going on coronavirus related?
You talking about from weather observations? Yeah, Jonesboro Airport took a direct hit, and there's going to be some interesting things come out of that, because KJBR did take a direct hit. You can go back and look at the data and see the winds backing as it was coming in. And the interesting thing is, it looks like power was knocked out. And it looks like the altimeter was knocked out, but was in kind of a separate area from the actual ASOS. So We probably, like you said, with the weather service being stretched thin and social distancing and stuff, we probably won't have observations from Jonesboro for quite a while.
That's interesting, and I think that's going to play into this bigger picture as we're just trying to use whatever we've got available, and everyone's trying to do their best and safely to restore all of this. As Ricky mentioned, I know Brad Panovich here at WCNC has started to do some at-home weather classes. Brad, how did this come about? Why is it an important thing with so many kids at home that you guys saw a void to fill?
Well, yeah, Ryan could speak to this as well. We do a ton of school talks throughout the year. I think last year I added up, and I thought I did a lot last year. I did 76 last year. I know some folks, like our good friend Ed Pietrowski down in Myrtle Beach, I think he does like 200 a year. I mean, it's a crazy amount. And so initially when this happened and all the kids were stuck at home, I thought, man, I had to cancel a bunch of my school talks. I do a 1-hour presentation where I go out, and I had a ton scheduled in the spring for 2nd and 5th graders here in North Carolina, which is weather is part of the curriculum in those courses. And so what I did the first couple days we were out, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do my 1-hour presentation at home, and I'm going to stream it. And I did it with my kids, and it did pretty well. And then my general manager in the station said, hey, let's do this every day at 1 o'clock. I'm like, every day? I was like, an hour? They're like, no, we're going to do small, one topic at a time. Let's break that hour thing down to one topic, and we'll do it every single day. And so I got the rest of my weather team involved. And it's put another thing on my plate, but I enjoy it. I mean, I produce the thing from home completely. I do it all out of this computer right now that's in front of me. And we send it out every day at 1 and on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook, our app, and our website. And the cool thing is our YouTube page, we have a playlist built that James put together that archives all these. So if kids miss them or teachers miss them, they can go back and watch them again. And it's been a lot of fun. I think we created a monster, though. I have a bad feeling.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Questions about it, I'm like, uh-oh. What did we do here? So we've already had that inquiry.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, what did we do? Now it's going to have a sponsor, and we're going to have to do this every day for the rest of our lives. But I think it's really important because the cool thing about weather, I'm a weather geek. We're all weather geeks, right? We love it. But to me, it's one of the few sciences for a kid. It's just not something in a textbook. You can teach it to them, and they can immediately go outside and apply the principles of atmospheric science to what they actually see every day. So for a lot of kids, this is their first real science that they see, because a lot of times, physics and chemistry just looks like something in a book, but atmospheric science is actually something they can see, touch, and feel. So I think it has a real big impact on them. And in these tough times, it's actually been kind of a nice thing to be able to do and have the kids like tweet pictures at me of them in front of their TV, watching it on YouTube or watching it. The funny thing I'll say, the Twitch stuff has been great. I've had so many kids on Twitch reach out to me who, don't normally watch the weather, like, hey, this is pretty cool. What games do you play? So it's like, everyone wants to wants me to game with them online, and maybe me and my son will team up and we'll get in there and get a server going, and we'll start playing some games with some people online. But
last week we played one of the virtual storm chasing games on our Twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really. I think that'd be fun. I would like to play like NBA 2K with like some other anchors at the other stations. I think that'd be cool to have a little like tournament in the market.
Broadcast Met iRacing.
What's that?
Broadcast Met iRacing.
Yeah, or something. I think that would be cool. I think viewers would eat that up. We could stream it online. It would be great.
You're giving those sales folks some more ideas.
We'll get our sports guys to do commentary. It would be awesome.
Corbin, I have one question for you before we kind of wrap up. As Brad was talking about, he does a lot of hands-on things with students. You guys in emergency management, you guys do the same thing. So has this kind of affected you all with your outreach to the public?
Yes, it's affected our outreach substantially. We're not really doing much face-to-face right now. You'll notice if you go to like the Charmec EM, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter account, you start seeing some videos pop up from the Emergency Operations Center in areas like that, where we're trying to do some education, but just obviously not face-to-face like we normally do. I think last year we did anywhere between 30 and 50 face-to-face talks with everywhere from school age kids to older adults to talk about emergency preparedness. So it's definitely affected that. And we're seeing that effect, I think, just across about every industry at this point.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that in terms of fire prevention and first aid trainings, and that would be school age kids. But you guys also, would you normally be doing office visits? Is that something that is done too for like professionals in office parks?
So we have a public information officer, and she goes out and does a lot of talks. One of the most recent age groups has been like older folks in not retirement communities, but maybe apartment complexes over the age of 50 to talk about emergency preparedness and what they can do just in a general emergency, a weather event, having 72 hours worth of supplies on hand, just general things like that.
Let's not even talk about supplies because we know those are scarce right now. But James, one thing I want to do before we close out, I do want to bring on Dan Whitaker. You guys may have seen him pop up from time to time on our show tonight. Dan is our newest panelist here with the Carolina Weather Group. So Dan, for those who are watching tonight, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Hey, thanks, Scotty. Yeah, so I have been involved with weather as a kind of weather geek and weather follower since 2008, and have really I'm strong on the storm observation, visual storm aspects, storm spotting, storm chasing. I'm kind of in the field, in the storm type of guy. So nice to be able to kind of join everybody and represent that angle when I can. And definitely great listening to all the different kind of pieces to the conversation tonight. Honestly, I have kind of one thought, kind of reaches out to a lot of the different things that were being talked about from tonight, which is, as a person who enjoys the spectacle of nature and following everything from nice day cumulus clouds to supercells in the Midwest. For those who want to experience more outdoor weather during this time when we want to travel less, when we want to do more staying at home, short of tuning into Brad Panovich's weather lessons to get some real world observation, is there a way that anyone wants to kind of speak to that would be a good way for people to do that right now?
Definitely so, Dan. And we are happy to have you on the team and can't wait. Well, maybe we can't wait till hurricane season, but we can't wait to see your footage out there. Evan, I wanted to bring you. I know you had something you want to mention, but you also did a little chasing of yourself today, but not storm chasing.
Yeah, I do my little cheesy snow chasing. It's really not nearly as complex as the stuff that Dan does. But as long as you drive high enough up on a mountain, you'll eventually run into snow. So I went up to Craggy Gardens today. Parkway was closed at about 4,900 feet, but I ended up running the rest of the way up to Craggy Pinnacle at 5,900. And it was beautiful, about 3 inches of snow up there, real windy. I'll share a picture since I can see James yearning and trying to share a webcam.
I was trying.
Yeah, so then that's what it looked like up on Craggy, right near the Craggy Pinnacle Tunnel. It was real pretty. But you're right, Scotty. The one other thing I wanted to mention tonight before we close is that we've talked about a lot of the challenges that have been presented to us over the last couple of weeks as we suddenly get thrown into this new coronavirus situation. But there are some opportunities and some good things. If Melissa Griffin were here from the South Carolina Climate Office, she would be talking about CocoRoss. I know we just finished up March Madness, but this is an excellent opportunity for people to be joining CocoRoss and submitting precipitation reports every day because everyone's got to stay at home, right? So why not get up at 8 a.m. for work or school and check their rain gauge? So she would want us to mention that. And just because it's not March doesn't mean we can't do it. But go join CocoRoss. We'll tweet out a link later tonight.
That sounds good. That's a great point, Evan. We definitely, I think I read a tweet, North Carolina's second in CocoRoss reporters, so that's pretty cool. And I know South Carolina is up there as well, so the Carolinas representing really well. So anybody have anything else before we kind of close up shop tonight? All right. All right. So I appreciate you guys watching tonight. We hope that you stay safe out there. Continue to practice those best practices of social distancing and kind of just staying inside. Eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get back to normalcy and be able to enjoy what what we've not been able to enjoy for the last 3 weeks. So we're thinking about everyone. We hope that you stay safe out there. We appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group tonight. Be sure to follow Ryan and his folks if you're ever out in the Arkansas area. Ryan, once again, great coverage
Thank you.
this weekend for you and your team out there. Spectacular. And we hope that everyone in your community will get back to normalcy with the cleanup from the tornado. And we extend our thoughts and prayers to your folks out there as well. So we hope you all have a great week, and we'll see you back here next week for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group.
And good evening from a very warm Charlotte. Happy Wednesday to you. It is March the 11th, 2020. I am James Brierton. It is Severe Weather Awareness Week carrying on here in the Carolinas. Last week, it was Severe Weather Awareness Week in North Carolina with a tornado drill on Wednesday, and we were lucky enough to bring you some special snippets from our friends at WCNC Charlotte. Well, joining us again this week as Severe Weather Awareness Week continues in South Carolina is Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich back from WCNC. Brad, thanks for taking the time out again for us. So you got an opportunity last week, Brad, to go visit the Insurance Institute in Chester County, South Carolina. The rest of our audience is going to get familiar with it if they're not already, with a rerun of our 2019 interview. But tell us a little bit about what you saw down there at this great facility they've got.
The interesting thing was how they test roofs in particular for hail. You know, the standard test for hail was actually done with just a steel ball that dropped on a horizontal surface, roof surface. Well, what they did is they try to recreate actual hailstones, how they are in nature. And so what they've done, they've gone out and done field studies where they try to measure hailstones in the wild, if you will, to get a more accurate measurement of their density. And then they shoot them out at speeds that are more similar to what you see in a strong storm. Because what happens in most hail events is the hail is wind driven. It doesn't just fall. It's being blown by 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds. And so they test roof structures in particular, metal, asphalt shingles, plywood, just to see how they withstand it. And then they can rate these shingles so that you have, like, as a consumer, a better idea of what you're getting into when you're going to put these on your roof. And it also helps the insurance industry kind of understand, like, what kind of damage certain type hail can cause to your building.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that roof, because you just put a brand new roof on your home about a week before that EF1 tornado came through Charlotte. Did you get some ideas from the Insurance Institute?
Yeah, so last year I went down there for one of their tests where they were taking a roof and they were submitting it to a hurricane, basically. What they did is they took wind and rain and they blew it at a home that had half the roof using what's called the fortified roofing system, and the other half a typical roofing system. So what they did is for several hours, I think the test went on for 8, 10, 12 hours, which is typical for hurricane winds. You know, they're going to last a long time. The winds went up and down and they blew rain. And so they wanted to see how much water intrusion they would get through the normal roof versus the fortified roof. And when I saw that demonstration, and at the end of last year, my roof needed to be replaced, I said, you know what? I'm doing that fortified roofing system. So every contractor who bidded on my house, I basically said, hey, I want this fortified roof. And a lot of them had never heard of it. So I had a PDF that they actually can print out on their website, disastersafety.org. And I gave it to my roofers and I'm like, okay, we can do that. And basically what they do is they tape the seams of the plywood, or in my case, the roofer decided just to put ice and water shield on the entire roof. They also use underlayment that's synthetic with caps, cap nails instead of just regular nails or staples. And then they use double shank nails, which don't pop out when the wind rips on them. And the reason you do this is in a big storm, shingles are going to fail. But with this fortified roofing system, if water gets underneath the shingles, you have the layers of protection that will keep the rain out of your house. That's the goal, is you don't want water getting into your house to cause further damage if the roof gets damaged. So I had just got my roof replaced a week before the tornado came through my backyard. I lost 15 trees in my yard. And we only ended up losing 10 cap shingles, which are the shingles on the peak. Those are weaker shingles, and the nails held. The shingle was actually ripped off the roof. The nails did not pop out. And because I had that ice and water shield underneath, it actually kept the rain out of my house. So my roof held up pretty well. Considering I had a 71 mile an hour wind gust, I was pretty impressed on how well it did.
And our viewers right now on our Facebook and our Periscope and our YouTube feed are looking at pictures from your neighborhood from February the 6th. What have you seen in your neighborhood in terms of neighbors helping neighbors over the past month?
You know, that event is going to be crazy. It was by far the worst weather event in my neighborhood. And, you know, it seems now after the Nashville tornado, it doesn't seem nearly as bad because most of the homes escaped with minimal damage. Most of the damage in our neighborhood was all trees. And obviously, so those trees came down and did cause quite a bit roof damage. We had, I think, 50 or 60 roofs damaged. And you really didn't notice until the following days when you started to see the blue tarps go up everywhere. And we had one house that was heavily damaged because a tree fell through their kitchen in the back of their house. But what's amazing is that here we are, over a month removed. James, there are still tree guys all over my neighborhoods. There's still the sound of roofers nailing stuff. I still hear chainsaws and chippers and fences being put up. So it's a long process. It is still going to be a while. And these trees, there were just so many of them down that there's just wood everywhere. There's tons of firewood in my neighborhood and trees still stacked up all over the place. So I really, the thing that struck me most about that storm is how long it's taking for the cleanup process to be completed.
And to remind folks, this is the same line that came through South Charlotte, starting over in that Pineville area through South Charlotte, and ended up in Matthews, where we showed you some pictures here on the Carolina Weather Group. But Brad, I'm wondering, this is obviously really close to home for you and your neighbors. The next time we get into a weather awareness day, do you think the perception's a little bit different now for so many people who've came so close to this?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for this event, people did a pretty good job. There was some schools that didn't evacuate their students, but in general, I think it was a pretty good success story considering we had an EF1 tornado go through the heart of South Charlotte and no injuries or deaths is pretty amazing. I hope that it serves as a wake-up call for a lot of people just to have a plan. I mean, that's the thing I preach all the time. It's like the warning times, I wish they were longer, but the average national warning time, lead time for a tornado is like 12 minutes. And we were about 16 minutes with those tornadoes back on the 6th. That's if you get the warning right at the beginning. What happens if you don't get the warning until halfway through or 3/4 full of the way through? You only get like 5-10 minutes. And that's not the time to look at each other and go, where do we go? A lot of people, especially in businesses and structures they weren't familiar with, had no idea where to go or didn't know what a tornado safety protocol is. So that's one of the things I think going forward I'm going to work on is try to educate people on getting that plan together. But I think you're right. I think people are going to take these more seriously. I used to have a saying all the time at the coast when I did hurricane coverage, but people's level of preparedness is only as good as their memory of the last disaster. And it's just human nature. If people are going to remember this tornado and the next one, they're going to take it much more seriously because they have that recent memory of this event.
And we unfortunately had another incident last week in Nashville that will be on a lot of people's mind with a deadly late night, overnight tornadic event that came on through, playing out right in the middle of what was North Carolina's severe weather preparedness week. So for Brad, anyone who may have missed some of the material that went out last week, what are some of the items that you would recommend that people have on hand to be informed and be prepared?
The most important thing, first and foremost, is have at least 3 ways to get a warning. And I mean 3 minimum. That would include watching us on WCNC. That would include weather apps, text alerts, social media, radio, a weather alert radio, have at least 3. And the reason I say that is because often in these cases, 1 or 2 of those might fail. So you need some redundancy. So first and foremost, think about, do I have 3 ways to get a warning? And the WCNC Charlotte Weather app is great. Our news app is great. Text alerts are awesome. The WIA, which is a wireless emergency alerts, are great. But also, Twitter notifications from me is pretty good. I have a lot of people that actually have done that. And I'm kind of shocked how many people actually do that. They have my notifications turned on when they think there's going to be severe weather. And I push out all our tornado warnings. The next thing is to have a plan. So once you get the alert, you got to know what to do. So whether it's your home, your business, your school, or your place of worship, you need to know where to go for severe weather safety in all of those structures. So think about it when you're at work or school the next couple of days. Where would I go in this building? And it's got to be in an interior room away from the outside walls and windows on the lowest floor possible. So make sure you have that plan in place. And those 2 things are really the most important things that you can do, because those are universal. Those work with, hurricane season. It works with earthquakes. It works with just about any natural disaster to have a way to get the alerts, but also a way and a plan of what to do. And then obviously we talked about flash flooding, severe thunderstorms, and lightning, which from a hazard standpoint, lightning, severe thunderstorms, and flooding are much more frequent than tornadoes. I did a graphic in my class the other day about risk perception. Tornadoes have a very high risk perception, but the actual hazard is small. And it's just because the tornado is actually pretty small compared to the map. But severe thunderstorms, lightning, and flooding have a small risk perception, but the threat is actually very large. You're most likely going to encounter one of those than you would a tornado. So it's important that you prepare for all types of severe weather, because we have a saying in our business: wind is wind and water is water. It doesn't really matter what causes those. If you get enough of either, it's going to cause problems.
And for anyone who missed any of those explainers, you can find them at wcnc.com/prepare. There's the plug. You can also find them here in the Carolina Weather Group feed by scrolling up or checking out some of our latest posts. So, Brad, appreciate you coming on. So happy that you were able to get that work done on your home just before those storms, and hopefully other people will follow that lead. As we mentioned at the beginning of our broadcast, we want to revisit our 2019 interview when we had a chance here at the Carolina Weather Group to learn about the Insurance Institute. They've got one of the coolest jobs in the Carolinas, and it's so great that we get to call this place home and that they constantly are welcoming you guys on down there, Brad.
Yeah, and I would highly recommend go to disastersafety.org. They have a great site of all the things you can do to make your home weather ready, and a way to talk to contractors, because some of these things, James, they're super cheap. Like the things I had done to my roof, it only added an additional couple $100. When you're talking about, a 6-figure roofing job, a couple $100, it could save you a long history of having issues. And the other thing is, my insurance company actually offers a discount for having a fortified roof installed. So really a good way to get a discount on premiums.
And I should ask you before we go, Brad, tomorrow, Thursday, slight chance of seeing some storms?
Yeah, I think Tennessee, unfortunately, looks to be the area that's going to get hit the hardest, but that line of storms is going to move into the Western Carolinas late tomorrow at some point. So a wind and hail threat certainly possible, especially along and west of I-77. So we're getting in that time of the year, James, where, March, April, May for us is big severe weather season. So we're kind of entering that, and it's a good time to use those severe weather safety tips we just gave you to kind of put them into action over the next couple of weeks.
Stay tuned, stay weather aware. They're tips that you could use tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, it never hurts to be prepared for the next go around.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Brad. We're going to go ahead now and take you to that 2019 interview and check out this place in Chester County, South Carolina.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the Wednesday, July 24th, 2019 edition of our little weather get-together. Tonight is show number 285, and tonight we have with us Dr. Ian Giametco. He is the lead research meteorologist at the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. We're going to be talking about hail and some of the research they've done with hail. Ian, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is kind of your first gig with us, and I told you before the show, Glad to know you're in the Carolinas. So let's talk about what you do at the IBHS.
Our lab here in South Carolina was built and opened in the fall of 2010. IBHS as an entity has been around almost since the 70s. It can trace its root back to a few different names and basically started as an advocacy group to help people better prepare for severe weather and try to reduce the losses associated with severe weather. Well, in 2010, our research center opened. And we're taking the model of the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. So think about car crash tests. It's been highly successful. The property insurance industry wanted to apply that to severe weather. And so $40 million later, in the midst of our economic recession, trying to bring that facility to life, we have our lab. And it is a pretty neat place. Our centerpiece is a full-scale wind tunnel. We call it our large test chamber. We have 105 6-foot diameter fans that can take winds up to about 120, 130 miles per hour. We can do full-scale hail simulations. We can do wildfire ember attack scenarios in there. Basically, anything the weather's out there, we can throw at it. And our goal is to understand how all these different hazards associated with severe weather attack structures. How can we build better? What are the systems that we can improve? And how do we show people those steps that resilience is affordable, and then we can start to bend down the loss curve that we see growing and growing each year?
Tell me a little bit more about, one, to go start basic, how do we get hail? And how do you do a hail simulation? That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, so most intense thunderstorms have hail aloft in them. It can grow from particles that freeze or grapple, kind of those melted snowflake conglomerate things. And as they make their kind of horizontal arcing traverse through a thunderstorm, they can collect more ice and water and essentially grow and grow. Sometimes they become too heavy and fall out and get down to the ground. Sometimes they fall and then they melt before they get down to us. And other times they can hang around up there in a thunderstorm and get really, really, really big and then fall down. And those are the ones that can break things. Once you get above that kind of 1.5 inch or so threshold, that's when you start seeing legitimate property damage. Now for cars, it's a little bit less. But for us, it's duplicating the properties of hailstones in the lab. And we can propel them or fire them.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Electronic control potato guns. So in our small lab, we have a single, actually we have 2 setups, basically cannons with barrels that have a pressurized air tank, and we calibrate that to an exit velocity and associated kinetic energy that a hailstone would have when it hits things. Now in our big chamber, if you ever come to visit us, you can go out in there and look straight up and you'll see a whole bunch of light pieces of PVC pipe. Well, that are the barrels that can basically put down a swath of hail across the footprint of our large test chamber. We can do 3 different sizes and shoot as fast as 1 per second. So really unique piece of capability. I do a lot of work both in the small lab, very meticulous scientific testing, but we can also test the full roof system on a building.
You have a job destroying things with hail. That sounds really fun.
That's a little bit of what we do. We try to break things in the lab so it doesn't happen out in the real world.
That was really interesting. I can't wait to tell my friends and family that you guys shoot hail out of potato guns for testing. So that's kind of cool. Talk about some of the hail studies that you do in the lab. You mentioned something earlier about recreating hail crystals, and you're actually building hail in the environment in which it forms.
What we found out, because of the strength, it can do about 3 different things when it hits your roof. It can bounce off. That's really hard hail. It can shatter. That's kind of the hard to medium. Or it can just become really slushy. That's the very soft hail. And all of those have different kind of types of damage that they produce on your roof. The soft will kind of dislodge all those granules. The hard bounces and shatters will do more cracks and dents. So we realized all that stuff was mattered, and we needed to simulate it in the lab and also repeat it. That's scientific testing right there, is being able to repeat this stuff over and over and over again. And after about 8 years of work, we released a new hail impact test standard for asphalt shingles, and we have our actually we rated the products that are considered impact rated. And we have a rating scale that's actually out on our website now. So if you're looking to get a roof that's more resilient to hail, I would encourage folks to check that out. It's at ibhs.org. You'll see what products are out there and which ones meet the top of our class and which ones are at the bottom, and where you might want to be.
Talk about the size and how much damage hail creates while we're on the topic. I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize hail, we kind of joke, is the Rodney Dangerfield of the severe convective storm hazards. It doesn't get any respect, but in any given year, it's about 60 to 80% of the dollar damage from severe thunderstorms. That's a lot. And we're in probably what will be the 12th straight year of damage totaling over $10 billion. So it's a big piece of the damage that comes from severe thunderstorms every year. Now, when you start talking about damage thresholds, of course, we have the National Weather Service severe criteria of 1 inch. That's when we really start to see some issues, dents and things with auto. On the building side, if you start looking at roofing materials, once you get close to that 1.5 inch mark, that's when you can potentially see some damage. Now, there's a lot of things at play, age of roofs, age of materials, all that, the wind-driven aspect. Now, we can go all the way out to the extreme size. And once you get to about 3.5, 4 inch hail, that will puncture the plywood roof deck that you have. So you're thinking fall speeds close to 100 miles an hour, pretty intense hail.
That I hope we never have to see here in the Carolinas. I'm sure it's happened before, but that size hail, very rare here. So I don't know what's more interesting, the work that y'all do in the lab or the fact that you also have field work. Tell us a little bit about your field work and what y'all have done over the years.
Yeah, so way back in 2012, we decided there was all this hail data we needed to go get about strength. And a lot of the tests and how we test buildings were all rooted in information going back all the way to the 1930s. So nobody had looked at this stuff for a while. Plus, we didn't know what strength actually did. There was no data on it. So like any good scientist, we just, hey, let's go to the field and let's go measure it. Let's go look. We kind of use the motto, you can learn a lot just by looking, and we kind of took that approach with hail. So we started out back then going out to the field, collecting hailstones after a thunderstorm, doing crush tests, basically measuring the amount of force it took to crush the hailstone. That's how we get to the strength. Making very detailed measurements of them, weighing them all. And we did that for about really 4 or 5 years. That was our focus, to collect this really big data set, which is now somewhere over, near 4,000 different hailstones that we've tested. And to guide how we did the lab work that we just talked about. We needed that guide to be able to give us that information. Now we've switched a little bit. We now go to mapping hail swaths using deployable instruments. I come from a background at Texas Tech where we built a lot of deployable weather instruments. So I took that and applied it to hail. So we have a network of about 18 impact sensors that can measure the impact energy of hail, and we can actually deploy them ahead of a thunderstorm and look at what the size distribution is within that particular storm and how it varies and changes within the swath. That's really, really important for how we look at radar hail detection, even looking into how numerical weather prediction manages hail.
And how did it go this year?
Oh, two good missions for us. Spent about, I think we spent about 12 days total in the field. Ended up, my target was somewhere, I think, 5 to 7 total cases. I think we were right there at 7, which was really, really good for us. So yeah, that's usually the case. We spend about somewhere 10 to 14 days each year in the field. And we'll continue this going into 2020.
Yeah, and talk about some of the more memorable cases that you guys have covered, maybe some of the more interesting field tests that you guys have done over the past couple of years. Yeah, for hail, couple of years ago, intercepted a supercell near Eric, Oklahoma, that produced just this really narrow swath of just really big 3-inch hail with the concentration maybe 10 to 12 or so per square foot. That's a lot for big hail. It was the first time we got our instruments into hail that size, so that was kind of a unique experience for us. Now, a memorable case, and this goes back all the way back to I think 2013 or 2014 when we were doing a lot of those crush tests. We encountered some hail. This was in Montana. What we kind of think of as low density spongy type hail, that when you crushed it, it actually deformed almost like a sponge, but held its shape. It actually didn't fracture. And there's some literature out there that talks about how these hailstones can come about, but talk about kind of blow your mind of how complicated hail can be. That the fact you could get this spongy kind of hail that you could compress, it basically just did that and then held its shape even after you took the load off of it. It never broke. I'm guessing those are rare. We haven't seen that again. It was one particular case, and I don't know what kind of environment might produce that, but it's really unique, and it's always been a memorable one from looking at hailstones, and I've seen a fair bit of them.
We got a hail threat, right? So how do we tell businesses and homeowners how to better protect their property?
One of the things you can do make sure you can get your car in your garage if you have one. If you're like me, you got all sorts of stuff in the garage. I couldn't get my truck in there if I tried. But that's a step you can take, is make sure you can get your car under cover. And maybe, say we're under a higher risk for a particular day. If you can find a way to keep that vehicle covered, that's one way to reduce your auto damage. Now, for homes, it's a lot trickier. If you're in an area that sees a lot of hailstorms, think about the folks in Tornado Alley. If you live in Dallas, Oklahoma City, Wichita, we saw how sick of people were of hail in Dallas this year by their putting pool noodles on cars and inflatable mattresses. And I'm sure they're tired of getting new roofs every 2 years. So I'd encourage people to look at our impact rated shingle test results and look for those good performing products. There are impact rated shingles that do perform, and we tested up to 2-inch, and those top performers really do perform very well. So there are products out there from a roof perspective that I would encourage homeowners to look at, and talk to your insurance agent too, because in a lot of cases you can get a discount for some of these things.
You own a business, you have a building, you have roof, you have items up on the roof, you have your HVAC units, you have satellite dish. I mean, whatever instrumentation you have up there, is there anything we can tell business owners?
For HVAC, that's a very good point, because there are some shields that can be made that actually surround HVAC units that, from what we've been able to tell, looking at their performance, they do a decent job. And HVAC, just the damage to the fins and coils in an HVAC system can be very, very expensive. So there are a few steps you can take if you're a business owner there.
You guys are located here in the Carolinas, and many folks may not know that. How did you guys choose the Carolinas?
The lab came about in the Carolinas. There was kind of a little bit of a bidding process, and this is before my time at IBHS. We wanted to be away from the immediate hurricane coastline. That's having a facility like that could be damaged by a significant hurricane was a concern for our membership. So that's one reason why we're a fair bit away from the coast. We had a power requirement, and we wanted to be within a certain distance, basically an hour's drive from a hub airport. So what was settled on was essentially kind of the general Charlotte area. And we had two sites that were the original ones. One was closer to Gastonia just across the South Carolina border up on I-85. And then there's the site that we currently had. And we ended up with really, really nice package from the community down here in Chester County. Our plot size was a lot larger. We did have some noise concerns, so that also played a role. And they had the power requirements they need. We're right next to a transmission line, and we had a substation on site. So 105 electric medium voltage drives power the fans, and we need some juice. So it all came to fruition, and there we are out in Chester County.
And so talk about, you were talking about hurricanes. Talk about some of the wind studies that you guys do there. You have this big wind tunnel, and you actually have some model scale homes, and you can do all kind of testing in this facility.
A very unique thing about our facility is that we can do full scale home testing. We can look at a full home system, and that's really important from a wind perspective to understand how the wind forces are essentially transferred through all the different connections that are within your home, roof to wall, through the walls, wall to foundation, and all the connections in between. You have to really look at it in a system perspective to understand how wind essentially attacks structures and what you can do to mitigate it. So we do a bit of garage door vulnerabilities. We've seen that garage doors can be a huge damage amplifier. Think about it, they're a big hole, really, if they fail in your house. That allows wind to get in and start acting inward, pushing up and out, and can lead to failures. Once you start the damage cascade, it just goes. Tornadoes, it happens very, very fast. Hurricanes, it can happen over the course of, say, 6 to 12 hours. But that cascade is what we're trying to stop the start of that. And we think we can find those mitigation solutions that are not only useful, but also affordable too.
So before we kind of wrap up the interview, can you tell us a little bit about how you forecast and how you decide where you're going during your field studies?
Yeah, the logistics are actually a fair bit challenging. So we are a good distance away from essentially what is Tornado Alley or the Great Plains. We like it out there, good road networks, good visibility. Although we are going to try to explore some southeast hail. There's some environmental questions that we have that I think we're going to try to tackle that. So we basically have to rely on medium range forecasting. So we're looking for just general pattern support for severe weather. So is the Gulf of Mexico open? Is there good moisture transport northward? Maybe not necessarily if there's a trough, but is there just generally enough flow aloft to support supercells? Sometimes you didn't have the surface features underneath the best flow aloft. It kind of became a day-to-day, almost a mesoscale type forecasting scenario, which is very hard for us in terms of when we pull the trigger. So we work our teams on about a 48-hour leave or 48-hour kind of go, no-go scenario. Using GFS output, Euro output, try to get our best feel that we're going to get at least 3 operation days out of a mission. We got to have some kind of confidence that we're at least going to get 3. It's just not worth shipping equipment out and bringing the team to the field. So, okay, say we give a go. We actually ship 5 big Pelican cases of equipment. FedEx is fantastic. Out to some target cities, and it's usually where we can store equipment. So Norman, Oklahoma at the National Weather Center, have lots of colleagues there. We've used my wife's grandma's garage in Wichita to store all the cases and equipment. So we do that, pick our target city, fly in. We use rental vehicles. We do try to stay out of the hail as much as we're researching hail, and we've done a pretty good job of that. And we outfit them, get our instruments ready, take all the equipment we need, leave the cases behind, and off we go. And usually each mission is about 7 days. So there's some logistical challenges there, given our distance, but we've managed it quite well over the years.
When you're renting the car, do you have to kind of stay quiet about what you're really doing with the car?
There's one hail. We were out in the field for a hail event in Cheyenne, and the rental car dealership at the Denver airport, they were dealing with a whole bunch of people who were bringing back hail damaged cars, and I kept thinking to my head, I'm like, we're running a hail research project, and we got perfectly fine vans here. But yeah, for us, it's a safety concern to stay out of the hail, and we do a good job of that.
You were talking about these instruments. Can you kind of give us an idea of what's on these instruments? What it's like?
Yeah, certainly. They're on little tripods. They're basically little engineering tripods. And the plate itself is a little small pyramid. It's 1 foot by 1 foot. And it's actually based on a design that was developed at NASA, Kennedy Space Center, and was published in the literature. So we use that same plate design. It's got a little acoustic sensor, a piezoelectric disc that can record the vibration of the plate. So the higher the signal amplitude of that vibration, the larger the kinetic energy of the hailstone that hit the plate. And then we can work backwards to estimate a size. The unique thing about ours, we actually use robotics microcontrollers as our data system. We use an Arduino Do. It's about $35. A lot of maker components. We needed to make them cheap so we can have a bunch of them. And it samples really, really fast, about 5,000 times per second. So we can actually resolve impacts at 5/100ths of a second. So that's pretty neat. And it's got some switches for on, off, and data control to make it easily user-friendly. I think we set a record for deployment time of one of these this year in under 20 seconds. I'm going to give out a shout out to Hank Pogorzelski, who's in our Tampa office, who's been with us in the field every single year since we started. Hank went out the door, set the probe up, and was back in the car before I could log the information of where the actual instrument was. So it had to be somewhere in the 15 to 20 second range. So big old tip of the cap to Hank. I think he set a time speed record there.
Well, Ian, we've certainly appreciated you giving us some of your time tonight. If our followers want to continue the research you guys are doing or follow along, how can they do that?
Yeah, so we got a couple ways. So first of all, if you're a consumer out there and you want to see some of these DIY resilient type solutions and things you can do for your home, go to disastersafety.org. That's our kind of front-facing consumer website. For some of the research work, you can go to ibhs.org. But please follow us on Twitter at Disaster Safety. You can also follow our hail research specifically at IBHS Hail Study. You'll get a kind of an inside look on that Twitter account as to what we're doing in hail.
We've had many guests on this show, and I think you've got one of the coolest jobs because you get to use potato guns and mix it with weather. I mean, I don't know how much better that can be. So Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you, and we're going to continue our fun interview segment that we do with local meteorologists throughout the Carolinas. And today we have on Jason Boyer and Ryan Coulter from WLOS in Asheville, North Carolina. They are the ABC affiliate. So if you live in Western North Carolina, I'm sure you've tuned to Channel 13, and we're happy to have Jason and Ryan with us today. One of the main questions that we always ask everybody is how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? Everybody has that story. So Jason, I'll let you start. What's your story?
Well, my story goes back to, like most, to when I was very young. Always was inquisitive about the earth sciences and always wanted to understand how things worked around me. And I spent a lot of time outdoors as a child back in the 80s when I was growing up. And that was kind of the way to go growing up in the 80s. Most people just let their kids kind of run around in their backyards. I grew up in a small town, so that was where I grew up and explored. But I think it was around third grade, and this is the most stunning and life-changing moment that I remember. I was walking home from school. It was November, and I lived in Illinois then, so we weren't in Tornado Alley per se, but I remember coming home from school, and I could walk home. That's how close I lived, and it was an unusually warm day. In fact, it was record warm that day. I think it got into the 80s, and the sun was out, the wind was blowing, and I was just thinking like a kid, like a third grader, I can't wait to get outside and play ball, ride my bike. I got home, the sky went pitch black in about a matter of 30 minutes. The wind started picking up. My older sisters, thankfully, wiser and certainly more proactive, they knew something bad was going to happen, and we all rushed downstairs. And in a matter of moments, the tornado sirens in the neighborhood went off, and we had a weak tornado go through my backyard and hit my neighbor's house. And it happened in a matter of a couple of minutes, and that was it. And it was a life-changing moment. When I walked outside, the birds were no longer chirping, and you could see the destruction of my neighbor's house in the backyard across the street. His entire roof was peeled off. You could see into the house, and the insulation was gutted out. And that was amazing. I mean, frightening, but also to me, an amazing display of what Mother Nature could do. And I think from there, I was really hooked. I knew I always liked science. And then from there on, I kind of just built on that, and had a great teacher in 5th grade, Mr. Morris, that set me on the right path too, and inspired me to continue to study science. So that's how it started for me, and I just pursued it.
And what about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for having me, first of all. Yeah, I mean, my story is really not unique from anyone else who does this either. I mean, grew up, my grandparents lived with us growing up, and, they were avid news watchers, as a lot of older people are. And so anytime the weather came on, I was always, super interested in watching that. They always let me watch that with them. I grew up in Colorado, so as growing up, we had a little bit of everything, wintertime snow, severe weather in the springtime, and the summertime heat, wildfires. So kind of a mixed bag of everything. You get it all there. And so I grew up around that. And I was in about 5th grade. We had a science fair project, and I actually wanted to make a homemade barometer. And so I figured out how to do that. And I actually wrote into one of the chiefs in Denver. She's still there. And she actually responded to my email. So, as a 5th grader, that was pretty exciting. But I knew, kind of like a lot of other people who do this, I knew that from the time that I was a little kid that, this is what I want to do. It's a fun job, and you get to study science, the weather, all of the above, and it's a great. It's ended up being exactly what I wanted it to be.
Those are great and very classic weather stories, I feel like. Super interesting. So keeping on kind of the same track of weather before we deviate off to some more unique conversations. Did you guys ever have a meteorologist that you looked up to as a kid or as you were coming up through school? Ryan, I guess we can start with you.
Yeah, interestingly enough, there was a meteorologist in Denver, and he was really cool. He ended up being on both the stations. I grew up watching him on TV, and when I got to school, he ended up actually being my advisor at school when I got into the university. So I learned so much from him, and it was really cool. Of course, he always I always told him, I grew up watching you, and that doesn't go over very well when you say that when you say that to him. But no, it's true. He truly helped me along the way a lot, and then I got to learn from him, so even better.
I did have a role model as well, and growing up, I would watch Channel 4, the CBS affiliate in my market, St. Louis, and yeah, I grew up watching a particular meteorologist there, and he was the chief, and kind of wanted to mirror him and grow up to be like him as well. So it was a unique situation, but I got to meet him actually in person. We had a old time power show in my rural town, and he flew in a helicopter, and I mean, it was the biggest thing that ever happened in my small town, seemingly at that point in my life, and got to get an autograph, talk to him briefly, and so that was a moving situation for me too.
So Jason, I'll pose this question to you first, and then Ryan, I'll let you to finish up. So, Jason, you've been in Western North Carolina a while. We have all types of weather. So this question is, would you rather forecast for severe weather or the dreaded winter weather that we face here?
Yeah, they have their unique qualities, obviously, and they're very different when you're trying to forecast those two situations. And the most challenging, I think, would be winter weather because it usually is much more of a large-scale system. So it affects many more people than just, say, localized severe thunderstorms. So you're dealing with everybody's topography too, and it's very topographically driven by elevation and location in relation to the mountains. So that is the challenging forecast. I look forward to that. It's the most stressful one, but it's part of the job. You come into this situation here in Western North Carolina, and you quickly realize how big of a deal winter weather is. Most would categorize our severe weather as flash flooding, a big risk. I think flash flooding is certainly one of the bigger risks here, living in the mountains. But when it comes to winter weather, that is usually the memorable severe weather for most when they think back to when they were younger, or maybe even the older folks. They'll say, look, I remember the big snow of certain years, certain month, and it sticks in their mind. So that would be the bigger challenge, and also the more exciting, I guess.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. and South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Your career was in Texas for a while, so you had to deal with forecasting of winter weather and severe weather there. So tell us, which one do you prefer?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a similar answer. I mean, there's definitely a lot more challenges with winter weather than there is severe weather. Where I was at in Texas, we would get severe weather. We would be, wall-to-wall coverage for, sometimes 6 hours at a time or even longer than that. I don't even remember what our longest stretch was on air. I would say, though, there is more challenges in winter weather, and I would say there's more that can go wrong when we're forecasting for winter weather as well. So, we can say we think we might get 2 to 4 inches for Asheville, for example. The temperature comes in a degree or two warmer. We're not getting that. And people get a lot more upset when you miss winter weather forecasts versus severe weather forecasts. So I would say, I would rather, I guess from that standpoint, I would rather be forecasting for severe weather. It's usually, I want to say easier, but usually you can have a better idea of exactly the elements that could be coming at you. There's, people are, again, they're more mad when you tell them 2 to 4 inches of snow and we only get an inch of snow, or you get, on the other end, you get 3 to 6 inches of snow, and then they don't like that either. So, yeah, definitely severe weather would, I guess, be my preferred.
Well, Jason, you mentioned topography a minute ago. And with this conversation of severe and snow, I feel like this kind of rolls into a question that we had on social media about lower precipitation totals in kind of the French Broad Valley. I know you have a map and some resources to talk about, so I'll kind of let you take over from there.
Yeah, I think when people talk about Western North Carolina weather, the first thing that comes to mind is snow, but then rain is actually a very diverse topographical feature here as well. So I brought this 3D relief map just to give you an idea. It's kind of one of my more favorite maps to look at. I could study this. I've looked at this 100 times already, and I could still just look at it almost every given day. So here's the French Broad River Valley right here. This is I-26 running through, and it's a valley. So it's the Broad River Valley. So it's pretty wide considering the other features here. The French Broad starts down in Transylvania County near Rosman and goes north through Asheville and all the way up into the Holston River into eastern Tennessee. But what you have around the valley are higher elevations. So Asheville sits kind of in the middle here, Hendersonville down here, Brevard right there. And the prevailing winds during the spring and summer months are south and southeasterly winds. That will draw moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf, bring it into the mountains. And because of the features we have from lower elevations in the upstate and Piedmont to highest elevations here, the air has to rise. And so the air will rise and cool and condense into clouds and form a significant rain event down here into the southern mountains, whereas Asheville is in that rain shadow. And the rain will fall mostly to the west and south or to the north and east because we have the Black Mountains and the Craggies up here. So that prevailing wind will certainly help rain form more over this area of the county, Buncombe County, eastern side, and into Yancey. So there's a rain shadow here. There are other rain shadows like in Waynesville. They're surrounded by, with the Balsam Mountains to the south and west. They don't see nearly as much rain in the valley as they do just west and south of Waynesville as well. So that's kind of how it works in the summer months. In the winter months, the prevailing wind is much, much different. It's from the northwest. So the wind is blowing into the Smoky Mountains and the higher elevations along the Tennessee border. And that's where most of the precipitation is going to fall, near and along the border, whereas there's another shadow effect down here in the valley. So this is why Asheville usually averages a foot of snow a year, and places up in Madison and Yancey County can get up to 50 inches of snow, like Mount Mitchell averages in a particular year. So big difference with the prevailing winds during the different seasons. But that's pretty much how the shadow affects us here in the French Broad River Valley. In fact, south of Virginia, east of the Mississippi River, I believe Marshall is the driest point in that eastern U.S. So it's pretty neat.
Cool. Do you guys have any, what was your most embarrassing moment while on TV?
I'll take this one. It happened pretty early in my career. I was working in Tennessee. I started out in the Tri-Cities, Johnson City at WJHL. And I filled in for the morning guy who went on vacation. And I was working one morning and the newsroom was downstairs. The studio was upstairs. So there was always this climbing the flights of stairs. And one morning I was filling in and I remember being down in the newsroom and I looked up and I saw the national weather cut in. And I knew that there was going to be a local cut in shortly after. And I remember it was Tony Perkins. He was the meteorologist at the time. I believe he's in DC right now, but he was on CBS This Morning at the time. And then I had to run upstairs, end a quick conversation I was having with my news director. I ran upstairs, 2 flights, ran into the studio, ran over to the computer to make sure it was set up, ran over to the chroma key, the green wall, and I had about 10 seconds to situate myself. I was out of breath. I was trying to calm myself down. And I remember I just started talking and almost instantly I was exhausted. So I started talking about the 7-day forecast and I got about 5 words out and you could just tell that I was losing steam and I started getting real hot. I felt like my temperature went up and I was getting flushed and I was kind of panicking in my head, like, how am I going to get through this? You know, you're talking to yourself in your head while you're doing the delivery of the forecast. And I tried to push through it and I should have just kind of ended early and said, you know, all right, just take a look, here you go, enjoy. But I thought I was still, you know, I'm going to make it through and it was brutal. I could see the studio guy on the headset kind of laughing, you know, chuckling behind the camera. And I just thought, this is, I'm bombing here. And I went off and we had a good laugh after that, but that was really embarrassing, especially when you're trying to make a good impression. I was maybe 6 or 7 months into starting a job. So that was mine.
Yeah, I got to think back here on this. So far, luckily, since I've been here, I don't think I've had anything crazy happen here. I will say, though, in my last job, my first job, first day on the air, you know, we have a system. It's called Max. I don't know if you guys are probably familiar with it, WSI. And the way we have it formatted, you know, you have your first weather hits, you have your main weather hits, you have your final weather hits. And I unknowingly, I had the wrong weather hit loaded for my first full weather ever on. And I didn't know what to do in the moment. I had my final weather loaded for my main weather, and kind of like kind of like what in TV you always have a time limit that you're set for, and you have to fill that time. And so here I am. I have my current temperature graphic, and I think I had a camera graphic, and then it went right to the 7-day. And so I'm standing there for 2:30 is what we were allotted for. This was the weekend evening show. And I looked back towards the anchor, who's also the producer at that station, and she's just cueing me to keep going. So I think I talked for a solid 2:15, 2 minutes 15 seconds on the 7-day forecast. And I may have even gone back. I don't remember. I may have even gone back and talked more about current temps. I don't know. It was bad though. Luckily, I haven't made that mistake since, or if I have, I just will run over and correct it pretty easy now.
You learn quickly how to get around things.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Both of you guys have experienced this, and tell us what it's like, and then we'll maybe go into some more non-weather questions. A lot of folks may tune in when the weather's at its worst, and you guys are doing wall-to-wall coverage. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, that's pretty intense for you guys. Jason, you were talking about, you were out of breath, with that little run, but, being on the wall for 2, 3, 4 hours straight, that's got to be mentally, exhausting as well as physically exhausting. Talk to us about that.
It certainly is. Most recently, I think this year we had so many of those early season tornadoes, especially for the upstate, and we had wall-to-wall coverage almost every time, obviously, when those were occurring, because our protocol is to stay on when the warning comes out until it ends. And what do you do when you have a tornado warning that goes for 30 minutes and then another one comes out in between and another one comes out in that? So we were going on and on and on. And a couple of times during this early spring season, I was there waiting for, backup to come in and help out as well. Like Ingrid would come in or Ryan, and you have to go. And if you're solo, you are just essentially repeating a lot, but you're trying to get new information at the same time you're giving the current information. So that's a challenge. You're literally on a computer talking, looking at data that's now happening and trying to analyze that data on the fly, as we say, and also looking at other pages of weather information on the internet, trying to get information from the National Weather Service sites and observers. And then you're on social media pages looking for information from people that are sending you pictures or updated information from what they're experiencing. So yeah, it's a lot of information. And nowadays we're able to get social media information. And years ago when I started out, there was none of that. You had to wait for somebody to call or email you a weather observation. And that would have made it even more challenging, I think, looking back, because what other information are you going to get? The more information you get, the better it is to kind of have things to talk about. And that is, it's unique, and it doesn't happen that often here in this market. We don't get widespread severe outbreaks like they do in the West or the central US. And a snow event, a winter weather event, you see for days coming, typically, and you can just lead up to it and get into it and talk about it. You don't really have to be breaking news and breaking into programming for a weather event like, say, snow. But the severe weather events are certainly challenging, and you just you learn from each one. Even somebody like me in the business for 22 years, you still learn from these experiences.
Ryan, you dealt with that in Texas. I mean, that's these are what we face, or could be more rain-wrapped tornadoes, but you guys out there see these massive tornadoes, or you saw could see these massive tornadoes. So is there a little any different perspective of that, where you guys have storm chasers out in the field and you can kind of relate to those folks out in the field?
Yeah. So when I was in Texas, that's a station that really drove the market for severe weather coverage, and so it was more built for that kind of thing. So yeah, we had storm chasers out in the field, but you still need to have, 2 people at the station during these kinds of events, because you have one person off camera that can help to look at and analyze that data, look at radar, see what's going on. We also had in that market, we had a crazy amount of cameras. I think there was like 50 or something like that, and we could move those around during severe weather events. That's what we used them for. And so you have the other person off camera that can see that. But yeah, I mean, you're going for hours at a time, and I think well, Jason already mentioned it, but the biggest challenge is trying not to be repetitive. In some cases, you have to be repetitive when there's, potentially life-threatening storms out there. I mean, we're talking about tornadoes that could be affecting communities. There could be communities in the path. And I think one of the hardest things with these kinds of storms is people don't like it when we cut in, and they don't like it when we interrupt their show. And especially being an ABC affiliate, that's what I was at in Texas too. We have a lot of basketball. We have, big shows. I mean, the Bachelor. I mean, heaven forbid we ever have to interrupt any of those kinds of shows. But, we don't want to interrupt them. But at the same time, we have a job to do. And, we have to. It's important that we get that information out because, you never know when that information could be helping someone who is in the path of that storm. And so I think once when you're in the midst of all of that coverage, you don't realize all the time that's actually going by, especially when you get into that rhythm. I think that, especially in some of those more long duration events, you get off the air and you're like, oh, we were just on for, 2 hours or whatever the case may be. So definitely one of those things though, that it can be stressful for sure.
Well, we promised that we would stop talking about the weather at some point, so we can go ahead and do that now. You guys can take a little breath and a break from your everyday work. So do you guys have a favorite genre, a favorite type of music that you like to listen to in your everyday life? Ryan, I'll go to you first.
I'm not too picky. I'll listen to anything. I will say I grew up listening to country, so I mean that's still my go-to. 2000s country, Garth, anything like that, I'll go for.
I'm with you on that. What about you, Jason?
I went through that country phase many years ago, and I got to get out of that. But I listen to a lot of different genres as well. I grew up in my high school days were in the 90s, so alternative music was big then. So people probably remember Stone Temple Pilots and all that, Pearl Jam. But I don't really listen to that music as much anymore. I've gotten older and a little more subdued with my music choices. But I'll listen to a lot of modern music, pop or rock, and I just don't spend as much time listening to the radio or actually picking out songs anymore. So more of my time is spent just maybe even popping in some classical music just to chill out and get my mind cleared of certain things during the day. So that's what I do. I play music too, so I have a guitar and I love playing music. So that's my escape. Anytime I want to, I can just pick up the guitar and play some songs or whatever.
That's something we've found with a lot of these that we're doing is a lot of meteorologists play music on the side. I don't have that ability. Evan, I know you play guitar as well, so you got that.
I play a few instruments. Brian, do you play anything?
No, I can't play anything. I can't sing either. No one for that. So yeah, no music ability here.
I'm glad we're there on the save link there. Yeah. Right. All right. Assuming pizza's got cheese on it, so it can't be that. But if you only had one topping to put on pizza, what would it be? Jason?
One topping. I think pepperoni would be mine. It's an easy choice. I know. I mean, I love Hawaiian pizza, but if I get one choice, then I'm going to just do pepperoni.
Yeah. I mean, I think for me, the choice would be pepperoni, but not to steal Jason's answer. So I'll go with a more controversial pick. I like Hawaiian pizza. I'm gonna go the pineapple on the pizza. I know I'm probably gonna get some flack for it.
You are good.
That was actually one of our other questions. Does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? So if both of you guys like Hawaiian, I guess that's a yes.
Yes, it does.
Well, since we're on the topic of food, what's your favorite kind of food?
All right, I'll go first. Any food, really. My son and wife are usually finding me in the pantry, digging through snacks, and I wish, sometimes I need to quell my cravings, but favorite type of food, if I had to pick one type, I would probably go, tacos. I love Mexican food. I love Italian food, but I love Mexican food. So
man, this one's hard. I like all kinds of food also. Really not too picky. The things I don't like, the one thing I am picky on, I don't like a lot of seafood. But I have a major sweet tooth, and it doesn't matter the time of day. I can go for, you put candy in front of me, I will eat it. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not.
Amen to that.
Either. So in order to try to keep myself out of trouble on that stuff, I do like, I like Mexican food too. I hate to go with the same answer again, but
we see why Jason hired you now.
Yeah, just a lot of similarities here. I would say, though, I do like Mexican food as well. Enchiladas, definitely probably one of my top choices. If, I mean, ice cream would be number one, but
Oh, yeah.
besides that, we'll go for a healthier option there.
Here's a controversial question: is a hot dog a sandwich?
I've never thought of hot dogs as being sandwiches. I mean, I wouldn't, but again, it's bread, it's meat. I mean, that's what a sandwich is. I don't know. But I don't know why we have to categorize it as a sandwich. I think they're kind of by themselves hot dogs. I don't know.
By the way, there's I guess I lied a second ago. I said I'm not that picky. There's one more food.
You don't eat hot
I will
dogs.
pass on the hot dogs. I don't know. I mean, I've never considered it to be a sandwich. It's kind of in its own category. I feel like it's a hot dog. Bread. I mean, yeah, it is tricky though, because I mean, again, yeah, you have your bread, you have your meat. Mustard on a hot dog, I guess, whatever people like. You have the top. I mean, I don't know. That's a good one. I'm gonna go with no though. It's not a sandwich.
I agree.
We're gonna have to start keeping track of these answers. We have gotten yeses on this.
Yeah.
So we have to keep track and see what the Carolina meteorologists actually think of hot dogs. So coming back to the Asheville area and away from food, you guys have a favorite location to go visit or hike, something like that in Western North Carolina?
Gosh, so many. Convenience-wise, we love the Arboretum. It's close to our house, and we could just jump on there with the bikes and ride. It's pretty easy trails for Hudson, my son, and that's a good go-to. Just hopping on the Blue Ridge Parkway, that's also very convenient. We love going to Grandfather Mountain. It's a little more out of the way, but we love going up there. I love the uniqueness of the rockscapes and the swinging bridge, and seeing off to the east, you have this completely drop off in the elevation, and then you have your mountains around. So those are my two big places, but I could go almost anywhere, and really be happy as long as there's a trail or hiking or biking trail and some vistas. I'm good to go.
Yeah, and I'm still new to the area here. I haven't had a lot of time to explore a whole lot, but I will say the close place for me that I could go to any afternoon would be DuPont State Forest. It gets kind of crowded this time of year, I've found, but a little bit of everything there. You can get some elevation. You got the waterfalls, so a lot to do there. I've actually spent a little bit of time in South Carolina here more recently. I found some cool places, cool pockets down there. So there's a short drive down there as well.
Ryan, you're from Denver. Evan and I, we went storm chasing. We was based out of Denver. We flew in and kind of went from there. So we took our last day. We took our trip into the Rockies, and it was June the 3rd, and it started snowing on us, Evan, I believe. Yeah. So what's your favorite place to go in the Rockies?
Oh man, it depends on the time of the year. Rocky Mountain National Park is such a stereotypical answer. That's a great place to go in the summertime. In the wintertime, I mean, I'll take any of the ski resorts. Love skiing, so I'll take any of them any day in the wintertime. Probably not Loveland. I would say more of the Copper Mountains, maybe Keystones of the state. Steamboat Springs is another great place, but even Denver. Man, I know I'm not narrowing this down very well, but Denver's great. Love Denver as well. So I don't know.
Amen.
Well, guys, I know we're nearing our kind of end time, so I'm going to ask one more quick question, and Scotty will close this. So the last one for me is going to be, do you have a favorite weather disaster movie? It can be super cheesy.
Well, Twister immediately comes to mind. My wife loves Twister. My son loves Twister. I love Twister. That would be the number one, but The Day After Tomorrow's good. My son loves weather disaster movies, of all things. Can you imagine? I mean, he's the perfect child. So he loves any kind of disaster movie related to weather. So I've seen all of them. But yeah, I still think Twister ranks at the top.
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't watch a lot of movies. Immediately, Day After Tomorrow came to mind for me. Great movie. That's one that, I mean, you can stay involved in the entire movie.
Yeah.
No chance of losing focus on that one. But yeah, I have a short attention span, so not a lot of movies. Twister, of course, is great. It's the all-time classic answer, but Yeah, I'll go with the day after tomorrow for sure.
I think those have been our most popular answers when
Yeah.
we've asked this question. Well, gentlemen, final question here. For those folks maybe who are getting ready to leave high school or are in college and thinking about maybe changing their degree and they're interested in weather, what would be your advice to these folks? Why should they choose meteorology if it really interests them? And Jason, I'll let you go first.
Well, that's a diverse question, but here it is in a nutshell. Meteorology offers so many opportunities. Besides what Ryan and I do every day, broadcast meteorology is a small sample of overall the meteorological profession and the meteorology field. You could go into research. You could work for NOAA. You could work for the private sector. You could start your own company. There are many climate-driven sectors to go into as well. That's becoming more and more important, and certainly more and more are leaning towards the environmental/climate side of things too. It's just such a diverse area of study. It's great for somebody that loves science, and you got to stick with it. It's challenging. I mean, many people don't understand how much math and physics goes into meteorology unless you've taken those courses. It is a very challenging profession and study, but I think it's wonderful. So yeah, just stick with it. If you love science, meteorology is one of the best fields to get into.
I mean, I obviously haven't been at it for very long. I'm still, pretty young myself, but I would say the biggest thing is, there is a lot more work involved than I think that people realize. It's something that is fascinating. It's interesting. There's a lot to look at. And again, TV is not the only thing. In fact, I would say if someone wants to go into meteorology just to be on TV, that's maybe a bad idea because, there's so much more to it than that. A lot of math, a lot of science, but it is fun. And, every day for us looks different. And I'll disagree and agree with the statement that to a certain degree. Everyone always says you can be wrong and you still get paid. We're right most of the time. But you know what, even if we miss a forecast, it is true. We still get paid. So that part's kind of cool too.
It would be challenging if they did pay by the accuracy of the forecast. Some people, you never know, right?
Goodness, great. I can imagine now dealing with the Carolina wedge and at least a temperature forecast. That would be horrible if that was true.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that would be brutal some days. Well, guys, we're gonna let you do your social info so folks can follow you if they're not already. Ryan, how can our followers follow you on social media?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook and then Twitter. I should know what my handle is, but I don't. You can find me on there as well. And I'm on Instagram, and same thing. I gotta figure this out. But I don't know what my handle is on there either. Not much help.
Well,
I'm Ryan, sure if you just your handle on Twitter, it's Ryan_WLOS. So if y'all want to follow him, you can find it there.
I think it's the same on Instagram. So there we go.
All right, well, Ryan, thank you. Jason, how can our folks follow you if they're not already?
I believe. Well, I'm on all three too: Insta, Twitter, and Facebook. I won't get into the uniqueness of each demographic and socioeconomic thing, but the idea is that I'm pretty simple. I think it's just at Jason Boyer WLOS.
We appreciate you guys joining us, and for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight, we are joined by the WLTX weather team out of Columbia, South Carolina. That is the CBS affiliate there. So if you watch Channel 19 at Columbia, you probably see some familiar faces. And if you don't, hopefully after tonight, you'll get to learn about these meteorologists and tune over and check out the weathercast. So Efren, Daniel, Alex, and Danielle, thank you for joining us, and happy to have you all, and thank you for a little bit of your time. So we're going to start off this question, probably one you've been asked several times, but we're going to ask it again. How did you guys, how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? What persuaded you to do that? And Everett, I'll start with you, and I'll just let the team continue after that.
Actually, the interesting thing is that when I went to school, I actually wanted to be an aeronautical engineer. Then I had an interest in weather, but I never had an interest in meteorology as far as a study. And I took one class, and it was an orientation to professional meteorology. There was a 1 credit class, and I got hooked. It came down to really the same thing. I'm always talking to kids, high schoolers, college students. It comes down to the one word I always say when I talk to people about meteorology. It's why. Why is it sunny? Why is it hot? Why does that cloud look like it's cut in half from the bottom? Why is it raining at my house, but my neighbors who are just a quarter mile down the road, they're not getting a lick of rain? Why? And that's where my interest really came in. Why is the weather the way it is? And every time I ask the question, and still today, it's that passion of wanting to know why it is. And even finding out why it is, I just still wanted to know more. It's like those little kids who, when I was 8 years old and sitting on the lawn and looking straight up and going, that cloud looks like a dog, and that cloud looks like a tree. Those are the things that, really got my interest peaked when I was a kid. But it wasn't as an adult that I realized that there's a very big interest, and I just want to know more.
So I always knew I loved the weather. For me, it was, flying to Florida for the summer and seeing all those big puffy clouds and just wondering, how do clouds that produce so much rain, stay afloat, as a kid. I was just so amazed by the idea that it was just totally sunny along the approach when you're flying into, let's say, like Orlando, for example, and then by the time you're at the airport and you're getting the taxi, it's pouring, So just the power of the weather in the Southeast was actually what started it. But I'm from New York originally, so it wasn't the snowstorms and things like that that initially did it for me. So that was kind of a surprising thing, because a lot of my, fellow colleagues and friends that I went to school with, it was snow for them because I went to school at Rutgers in New Jersey. So yeah, I originally wanted to be kind of more of the operational forecasting side of things, but then I realized when I was in school after Hurricane Sandy that I wanted to do more television and communication, because a lot of people were impacted by storm surge because they had no idea what it was. It wasn't well communicated, as far as the city evacuating people from for Sandy. Hurricane Sandy wasn't a hurricane when it made landfall. So there were just so many communication things. I mean, we see it now with the derecho in the Midwest. People don't know what a derecho is. And so there's all of these different things that kind of go into the communication aspect that I was like, that is absolutely where I feel comfort. I need to, kind of explain what's happening because I love learning about the weather and why it's happening. So that was sort of what did it for me.
I'm kind of like Alex. I grew up outside of Philly, but it wasn't snowstorms that did it for me. I have a lot of good memories of snowstorms, but kind of like the two big things I remember growing up was sitting on the back porch, dangerously close, just listening to thunderstorms and this is the coolest thing ever. And then just kind of growing up, the news was always on in my house. And for my 15th birthday, I think my mom took me to the Today Show so I could meet Al Roker and do that whole experience. So I knew I kind of wanted to do news, but I hated writing. And I naively thought weather's cool. I love science. I'm never going to have to write as a meteorologist. wrong. But I kind of just like combined a lot of different interests, and it really worked out, and it's been great. And it's fun, like Alex said, communicating while also like being a scientist and kind of digging deep with the math and science was always kind of what I leaned towards growing up.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you, back in 1984, a tornado destroyed the school I was in. And so that kind of sparked a little bit of interest for me. And then Hugo back in 1989, that was a big deal as well in South Carolina. And all y'all know it as well. That's still the litmus test for hurricanes is Hurricane Hugo. But I think those are the two things that kind of sparked my interest. I do apologize. I'm sitting in the car. They don't like for us to stay in the station. So I'm sitting in the car kind of holding the phone.
You look good, Daniel, and you sound good. Appreciate that. Hugo, definitely one of those benchmark storms for the Carolinas. Speaking of that, Daniel, I heard you mention Al Roker. So our next question, was there a meteorologist that you looked up to growing up, or maybe even in college with internships, someone that you looked up to as you went through your career?
I can start. So yeah, Al Roker, like when I was growing up for sure. And then, so I got to go to school at UNC Charlotte. And so being in Charlotte, Panovich is who you kind of watch and who you're kind of like following along. So on the more local scale, Panovich was definitely a really good mentor, and then ended up being a teacher at school. So he was one of the people that definitely helped solidify that for me.
Alex, Daniel?
When I was a kid, I watched a lot of Weather Channel. Anytime I was sick at home, I was so excited that I could just watch that all day long and, just hear the forecast around the country. So honestly, growing up, seeing a lot of those meteorologists, all of them, I was just totally attached to and interested in because I felt that they were very knowledgeable and that they dug in deep to the weather. So I appreciated that always. I have to say, probably in high school, Stephanie Abrams her career was really starting to rev up. And I probably looked up to her the most because she was just so, her personality was just what it was. She wasn't really afraid to hide it on air. And I was always, in high school, the kind of person who just said whatever came to mind. So I felt like I could kind of relate to her. And she also, was big on the science and on the math. She was from Florida. I loved Florida weather, so there was like that connection I always felt with her whenever I would watch her on TV, because she was really into the science, but she also had like this personality where she was like unapologetically herself, And so I think Stephanie Abrams was definitely a person during my formidable years that I looked up to.
Well, I'll jump in. Crazy enough, since I live where I work where I grew up watching Jim Gandy. So that was kind of a guy that I always enjoyed watching. And crazy enough, he came to my school when I was in third grade. That was like seeing a rock star. And then luckily I was able to work with him for, almost 14 years. So that was kind of cool. Kind of dating myself because the Weather Channel was not necessarily huge when I was coming along. So I do remember watching Ken Torrey, and I met him a few years ago, and he seemed to be a pretty nice guy as well.
Something that you guys have dealt with already this year, severe weather in the Columbia area. So our question is, which one do you find more challenging forecasting, severe weather or winter weather, which we get a little bit of in the Carolinas? Alex, I'll let you start.
That is a great question. So for me, obviously the tornado outbreak the day after Easter was something that I hadn't anticipated, prior to seeing that synoptic setup could even happen in South Carolina, just because it's so rare to have tornado outbreaks like that. A lot of times, our tornado outbreaks come from our tropical weather, where we're on the dirty side of the storm. And so those are a little bit easier to sort of convey, whereas, a morning tornado outbreak where we had, I believe, like 3 or 4 EF3, big tornadoes in the Midlands, in the 5-6 o'clock hour of the morning, that was definitely, I think, a big challenge. But winter weather here, we're going on now our 7th year without any significant snow. So I think as the years go on, there's a whole generation of people that aren't used to snow, either because they didn't live here at the time or because they weren't grown up yet at the time. So I really think now, and as the years continue to go on, that we go without snow, I really feel that winter weather is perhaps one of the trickiest because severe weather, a lot of times it's isolated, the impacts, but if it snows, everybody's feeling that.
I'll jump in. Winter weather. I've been around I guess I've been doing weather in Columbia since 2007 at this point. And winter weather is always the big thing. And I remember in 2013, we forecasted 1 to 3 inches of snow in Columbia, and we missed by 50 miles. The city was shut down, and it was blue skies outside. And even now, it's become even a bigger deal because of social media and all the bad information out there. So in my opinion, for a snow or ice event in South Carolina, that's the bigger challenge. Maybe not from a forecasting standpoint, but from the standpoint of social media and people getting the wrong information out there and calling us names because we're not buying into the hype sometimes.
Good point. Danielle, I want to bring you in. You graduated from UNC Charlotte. You didn't prepare for doing weather from home, I'm assuming, and class there. So what are your thoughts?
No, I barely made it 9 months into my career per se that I had to transfer to my 500 square foot apartment. So I definitely was not equipped like other meteorologists have their green screens, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even have this map here. The station was like, we're going to throw something on your wall for you. So I was not prepared whatsoever, but I think I really do like what it has offered. Now that we're going back to the station, it's showed how much flexibility we could potentially have in our job. We can work and build our graphics and do everything at home on a quiet weather day. And I live across the street from the station. I can pop over, do my show, and come on back. So that's kind of been nice. And with Alex's setup, it has been so cool to see him that'll be great if he could stay home on a nice weather day and say, check out my plants, check out the beautiful sunshine. It's fantastic. So I didn't really prepare. Thankfully, it had been kind of smooth. There hasn't been a ton of hiccups with it. My dog has only barked on air once. So that has all been positives. But I don't think we're going to stay like this. But I think it does show that we could have more flexibility in our jobs that we didn't really think we had beforehand when it comes from working from home.
Yeah, just beyond this window is my porch, and I have hundreds of plants out there. So it's been really fun to show off, the different plants and how they're growing. Like my banana tree is growing a new leaf every single week because of how hot and humid it's been. And so there is this opportunity to tell the forecast in a different way. Sometimes during the morning show, the wind will actually shift from behind me, which is my south, to in front of me, which is my north. So I can talk about the reason why there is maybe some fog because, the temperature has now reached the dew point because of this northerly breeze that's coming in. It really has been a good opportunity. And a lot of people have come up to me and said that they really like that I'm out on my porch because I'm wearing a jacket when it's cold out and, I'm wearing my windbreaker when it's misting. Luckily, I have a roof over my porch, so I don't have to worry. And since it's the morning show, I don't have to worry about storms very frequently getting in the way either, because if there was lightning, then I would not be outside. And that's only happened once during the morning show. So yeah, it's been a good opportunity to sort of change things up a bit. I still have my forecast graphics. I'm still doing, still showing the same things, but now I get to bring the weather outside where it's happening. And I feel that it's kind of made me a little bit more intuitive, to see the sunrise earlier in the morning. I see hummingbirds flying at 7 a.m. It's just made me so much more in tune with nature, which is really needed when you're not around people. You need something to hold on to.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's get some fun questions here. These are just some questions to get to know you guys a little bit better. So beach or mountains? Which one do you guys prefer, beach or mountains?
Beach.
Beach, all right.
Easy.
I'm beach. I'm with Danielle.
That's good. We're all beach. I love the beach too. Favorite food?
Anything pasta for me with cheese. That's my anything Italian food is great.
Pizza. Everything pizza.
I really like just a good baguette and some nice cheeses, a little charcuterie spread. That's what I'm gonna say.
Everyone's talking about pizza, so we had a few questions about pizza here. A, does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? And B, if you only had one topping besides cheese, what would it be on pizza?
Pineapple does not belong on pizza.
I actually, surprisingly, do like pineapple on pizza. I didn't first have it until after I left New York because that's just not something you tend to see up there. But I love the sweet, salty. So, I'm like not afraid of, some odd and unusual kind of toppings. So on the topic of toppings, I think the one that I would really like to keep is basil. I know it's simple, but I just love that little herby kind of feel that it gives.
I think pineapple can stay on pizza. I'm okay with that. We can leave it there. My topping would be black olives. Like growing up, my sisters and I would have like extra double black olive pizzas, and that was it. So I'll keep the black olives with the pineapple.
Favorite type of music? What do you listen to while you're preparing your forecast, or just kind of out every day? What's your favorite type of music?
Oh, I go through all the decades personally. And I do listen to music in the morning. A lot of times I'll listen to our other sister stations to see what they were talking about because we have sister stations across the country. But when I'm not doing that, I'll listen. I think this morning I was listening to Fleetwood Mac. I was listening to the Supremes last week. It's just like all over the place. I love it. But generally my favorite music is kind of like that alternative rock kind of thing. Like I still listen to like the Foo Fighters and the Killers, like all those bands that were popular in the 90s and 2000s. They're still releasing pretty good music, so I like them.
I'm country all the way. And then whatever Spotify will like say is popular, I'll like shuffle because I don't think I'm a good playlist maker. But if I have to pick, it's going to be country.
Favorite disaster or weather-themed movie?
I agree with Twister. We actually did a senior project about all of the things that were wrong with Twister. That was our final assignment in mesoscale meteorology, and that was a lot of fun because, I mean, you got to watch Twister and, kind of pick it apart with the things you learned. It was really fun.
I'm going to go Twister, too, just because I know I've seen it. I don't like disaster movies. They stress me out.
I feel like I heard a couple of weeks ago there may be a Twister 2 coming out soon. Oh. So we may all have to get together and kind of do what you did, Alex, and kind of point out the inaccuracies of the movie.
I'm down. That sounds so fun.
All right, we have one more controversial fun question, and then we'll kind of start to wrap up. This is one that we've done with all of our specials here, and it goes back to food. Is a hot dog a sandwich or not?
Oh.
A hot dog, is it a sandwich or is it just a hot dog? Some people say it's a sandwich, some people no.
What's the definition of a sandwich?
Well, they say it's two pieces of bread and a meat, but a lot of people say that doesn't qualify. A hot dog doesn't qualify.
Bread. It's one bread.
That's one bread.
True. That's a good point. I'm with Efren. That is a really good argument.
Final question. This is one to promote your city, Columbia, or your forecast area there in the Midlands. Tell us why we should visit your area. Give us maybe your favorite spot to hang out at, something that anybody should go out and see if they're in the Columbia area.
We have so many river walks. Those are like my favorite places to like take my dog and exercise or like go tubing down the river, and you're still like right next to downtown. So I feel like there's a really good mix of like, you can do your downtown thing, but you could also like kind of get out in nature. I really like that aspect of the city.
I was going to say the same thing, the rivers. And we have some great parks too. And so you have like awesome geography. Like I'm up towards the Sandhills, which is totally different than Riverwalk. And they're all like a 15-20 minute drive. And sometimes I'll go to both of them in the same day. And in one of them, my feet are all sandy. And then in the other, you're, at the bottom. So it's a great place to sort of learn the fault line because we're right on it, and sort of what the difference is. Plus it's, literally the dead center of South Carolina. So if you want to go to the mountains or to the beach, you're kind of like in a good territory to go to either.
Truly say this to a lot of people. I live in North Carolina, but South Carolina is like a second home. It's a beautiful state, and it's definitely a place that you need to check out. So, y'all, we appreciate your time today. I'll let you be able to promote your social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, if you guys want to do that. So if our followers aren't already following you, they can there on social media. Alex, I'll let you go first.
Sure. It's Alex Calamia WX. That's my Twitter, and my Facebook is Alex Calamia as well. My Instagram is very plant focused. We have Gandy's Garden here at WLTX, which is all about climate and the garden, and it's applicable to everyone in the Southeast. So Instagram is a big place for you to see all my plants. So that's Alex Tropical Pics. But you'll also see it on my Twitter and Facebook. We're always talking weather and and plants. It's fun.
I am at WX_Danielle on Twitter and Instagram. Lots of forecasting on there. And then on Facebook, I am meteorologist Danielle Miller. So come on over.
Nice and simple for both my Twitter and my Facebook. It's Efren WLTX. EFREN WLTX. You can find it on both of them. It's easy. As long as you spell my first name correctly, you'll be able to find me.
Daniel just emailed me, said his phone was overheating, so he wasn't able to stick around. But if you want to follow Daniel, it's Daniel_Bonds on Twitter, and then on Facebook, I think it's the same thing. You can follow his weather page, Daniel Bonds. Just search it up, WLTX. So we want to appreciate you guys watching us here at the Carolina Weather Group. Guys, thank you for spending some time with us, and we will see you all next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Thanks, James, and welcome everyone to the Carolina Weather Group, Quarantining with Mets. We're happy to be joined by the WMBF weather team out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina this afternoon. We have on with us Jessica Dobson, Robert Whitehurst, Andrew Dockery, and hopefully Jamie Arnold will be joining us here in just a little bit. So over the next 40 minutes or so, we're going to be getting to know your local forecast team there in Myrtle Beach, and hopefully we'll reveal some fun things that you may have not known about those. So welcome to the show. We appreciate y'all joining us, and we always like to start off with some fun questions. So Jessica, I'm going to start with you because you kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Iced coffee or hot coffee? Which do you prefer?
Usually iced coffee all the way. I've been on this whole whipped coffee kick. Andrew hasn't heard me shut up about it for a long time now. But iced coffee on most days, unless it's like winter outside. And then sometimes I'll go for a warm cup, but usually iced.
Andrew and Robert, you guys have a choice?
I would say I'm an iced coffee guy. I wasn't until I moved here into Myrtle Beach. And once you get into the humidity here, you're almost kind of forced to be an iced coffee guy. So I do hot coffee in the mornings, but if I have it in the afternoon, it's usually iced. And yeah, that whipped coffee, Jessica talks about it nonstop, and it is very good.
I wouldn't steer you wrong.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. It depends on the season. And it depends on where you're getting the coffee from. Ooh, Dunkin', I love Dunkin's hot coffee. I'm not a big fan of Starbucks hot coffee, but I like Starbucks iced coffee and cold brew better than the iced coffee at Dunkin'.
That is a well thought out answer.
Yeah, I discovered this thing too. It's called a hyper chiller. And so what you can do is brew hot coffee at home. You pour it into the hyper chiller that's frozen, and you spin it around for 30 seconds, and you have iced coffee that's not watered down.
Wow.
I don't own any stock in this hyper chiller either, so I don't.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
How many sugars and creams, though?
You know what? You're really, that's a hurtful comment right there.
That's what gets me at Dunkin'. I'm like, load it up. Just keep squirting it. And
my coffee is like white, okay?
What are y'all's favorite weather or disaster-themed movies? I guess we can go in the same order again. Start with Jessica.
Twister is for sure. I mean, that's very typical, but that came out when I was younger. And, you know, Jessica, she had blonde hair. I have blonde hair. So it just kind of really, it stuck with me. Love that movie. And also one that I grew up watching, I feel like it was on ABC Family a lot, was Night of the Twisters. It's very corny, like 90s one, but that's another.
I think for me, Twister was a big one. I'm not a big movie guy, though, if I'm being honest. Especially when it comes to weather movies, I just critique them really bad. But another one that stands out that I did watch a lot, which is even worse, is The Day After Tomorrow. That's one that immediately pops in there with Twister. But as far as if I could quote a movie, the one I've watched the most, it's definitely Twister for me.
Yeah, I think Twister is kind of the go-to answer, I think, for this one. I loved it growing up. I used to watch it all the time. I get a little more frustrated watching it now. Like, maybe that's not where we want to be during a tornado. I don't know. Maybe not in a shed tied to a water pipe coming out.
I think it's funny that I love Jo so much, but I didn't really understand the whole backstory that she was like kind of crazy and was refusing to divorce her ex. Like that didn't really register with me until honestly I watched it like a couple of years ago, and I was like, man, this is kind of messy.
So next question on our list here, and to kind of stick with the same kind of weather-related stuff, do you have like a favorite type of music just in general, or maybe it's something that helps you kind of get in the mood for doing live broadcasts or weather-related stuff when weather's happening?
I'll let Andrew go first for this one because Andrew's our music buff, I feel like.
Y'all have opened a can of worms. We could be here. We could be here for 40 minutes on this topic, no doubt about it. Music is my passion. I'm probably behind weather, so I'm a big music junkie. With that being said, I love every type of music. Anything kind of gets me in the mood. I usually do something that's not super upbeat in the morning since we're on the morning show, but something that'll just like, all right, this is a good feel, kind of like a acoustic indie vibe maybe. But I can listen to anything from Fleetwood Mac to George Strait to Tom Petty, Bruce Springsteen, you name it. I love it. I am a big component, though, of playlists. And I think I told Jessica this yesterday. I made a hurricane playlist. I might have to make it public one day. And it's all these songs about hurricanes. And I'm a big runner, too. So, like, right before Dorian arrived, I was just, like, rocking out to all these songs that had hurricane references in there, from Jimmy Buffett to Luke Combs to all kinds of music. And it was fun. But yeah, music is a big passion of mine. So
we might have to get your hurricane playlist there to put out when we put out the show, right?
Oh, for sure. Heck yeah, I can gladly do that.
I don't really, I listen to a little bit of everything, but I don't really listen to music much when I'm forecasting. I think it distracts me a little bit.
Honestly, so on the weekends, I'll do mornings and evenings. And honestly, it really depends on the morning show or the evening show, which one I'm doing on my mood. Because if it's the evenings, like I'm already like mostly awake and I've probably had a lot of caffeine in my system, so I'm like ready to go. And I'll listen to, honestly, like I love throwback playlists, like whether that's like throwback R&B and hip hop from like the early 2000s or like the early 2000s hits or like late 90s hits. Like those always put me like in a really good mood. But when it comes to mornings, I kind of like, what is it? I have like a couple of different ones on Spotify. Like my Spotify is so disorganized, it's not even funny. I'll like think of a band and I'm like, oh, I want to listen to that kind of music today. But mostly like things kind of more chill, probably like Mumford & Sons or Neon Trees or Kings of Leon too. I listen to them a lot in the mornings. It really depends. Like my mood changes also throughout the morning. Sometimes I'm like, no, I need something a little more somber. Like, so it really depends too for me. But I like all music too. Like I'm the worst when I'm driving in a car with someone else and a song comes on and I start singing it and it's just not, it goes downhill from there.
Like those Spotify playlists used to work great for me until I had a daughter, and now it'll go from Luke Combs to the Frozen 2 soundtrack.
Moana.
And then back to Aladdin and Moana, and then back to some sort of rock song. It really brings you all over the place.
Yeah, that sounds honestly kind of great though. Like
gotta throw in a Disney song every once in a while just to kind of bring things back down.
Yeah, I gotta humble you.
All right, weather question, kind of a two-part question. When did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? And was there someone that you looked up to when you were younger, going through high school, college, that kind of also pushed you into that direction?
So for me, I don't think there was ever really a moment in time where I just knew. I honestly just kind of always knew. Like even when I was looking at colleges, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do meteorology. But I didn't know I wanted to do broadcasting because I used to be really shy. I don't really know what happened. But something happened, so now I can't shut up. But that kind of evolved throughout college. But in terms, I watched a lot of the local meteorologists. I think someone who pushed me a lot, though, who I met in high school, didn't realize how important it was to meet him, though, was John Gordon. he really pushed me to just kind of like take on my own personality when it came to weather. He works with, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He used to actually be a hurricane hunter. Now he's the MIC at the National Weather Service in Louisville. And I volunteered with him one summer, and like it totally changed everything for me. But I always grew up watching the meteorologists on air. There weren't always a lot of females though, so it was kind of hard for me to I never really had one specific person I looked up to, because I kind of watched them all. So yeah, long story short.
I think for me, I was in 5th grade. I grew up terrified of thunderstorms, couldn't stand them. And I turned to the people on TV to kind of guide me through the storm, as corny as that sounds. My mom was in TV her whole life. She's behind the scenes. So she is a research director. She's been doing that for years. And I kind of had a firsthand like experience into what broadcast meteorologists do. So I would go to work any chance I got with mom and shadow all these meteorologists and be like, hey, listen, I don't like storms. And that actually grew a passion more out of fear back when I was in like 5th grade to, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Like the power of the atmosphere is so amazing. So I think the big mentor for me was Kevin Harnick growing up. I met him in elementary school. I kind of went with him. He's in Louisville. Jessica and I are from the same town, same city, went to the same college. But I got to shadow him all the way from elementary school through middle school, through high school, through college. And it really paved a way for me to understand how this business works, but also to really just be amazed at, there's people that are out there that are afraid of this type of thing, but just to be amazed at the power and how the technology these days is almost like there shouldn't be a fear, just because we've come so far for how we are in this industry. And I think that's a big focal point for me right now, is to try to teach people, hey, if there's a warning issued, take precaution, but at the same time, there's no need to be afraid of these things.
Yeah, I think my passion for weather started pretty young, and I think it was kind of a fear thing too. But my grandparents, my parents always told me that 5 or 6, I'd always watch the Weather Channel instead of the Cartoon Network or something, especially when a storm would come in. And then I would go into a closet and watch the Weather Channel because the storm scared me, but I was so interested in it. And especially my mom has kind of pushed me into weather because I was so passionate about it growing up. But we would go storm chasing in Florida. Whenever a hurricane would go by, we'd go down to the beach. I remember Flo going up the coast, and we were down at the beach looking at the wind gusts. And whenever a storm would come by, we would do that kind of stuff. So it's something I always wanted to do. And I don't know if I really had a favorite meteorologist growing up. I watched a lot of the Weather Channel and local. We had Tim Deegan in Jacksonville. I think he's still there. He's been there a long time. John Gahn there as well. So I think growing up in Florida, hurricanes was kind of my passion, and that's always been still my passion. That's why I'm still in the Southeast.
So this is maybe a question that has been a little bit controversial in the past. We've had some interesting answers. But model websites, you see model output all over Twitter and Facebook and anywhere that social media exists. Do you have a favorite website?
So in college, we always used Pivotal and COD, or College Up to Page. And so like in college, I got so used to those that like those kind of, I'll use other ones. Like I can never remember the one we use now. That I think, Robert, you have it on our computer, or it's like your account. But that one's good too. But I always end up, I think, going back to COD and then, or Pivotal, because I don't know, I just always like Pivotal, the colors, I don't know. And then when it comes to COD, I like their satellite data a lot. I always go to their satellite, their surface analysis. So
I am a weird one when it comes to models. Twister data, does anyone remember like that site back in the day? Yeah. Like how the color table was so great, but like the features were a little I'm a big fan of like ensemble forecast and having a ton of variety on a website. So simple is great. Otherwise I get distracted. So I try to do COD throughout like a 48-hour window. And then I transfer over to weather models, which Robert and the team use, and then Weatherbell. I love Weatherbell. I love weather models. And those two are like, I would say my 1 and 2. But if it's coming to a quick 48-hour look of a forecast, it's usually Pivotal Weather or College of DuPage. If I need to get something out quick. Otherwise, I'll spend way too much time on the other two.
Yeah, I think a lot of them, each have their strengths.
Yeah.
Like Pivotal Weather with the clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met and all the extra data now. That's great. You can't really find, I don't know where else you can find that kind of stuff right now. Obviously, you could break down the levels yourself on Weather Bell or weather models, but to have those clickable soundings for the Euro and the UK Met, great. We were big into Weather Bell, and then when Ryan went over to weather models, we kind of gave that a try, and I think they're both great. The navigation certainly gotten a lot better on both of them. I think when they first started, it was like, there's all this stuff, but I don't know how to get to it. You'll find it once. You're like, I really want to save that. You come back and you couldn't find it. But I think they've kind of improved with those. So we use all three. We're kind of lucky that we have an account for all three.
Yeah.
I don't know if many people know about this one, but the FSU cyclone phase, that's good. That's good stuff there. You can see, kind of gives you an idea if it's going to be a shallow warm core, if it's more cold core.
What would be your most embarrassing on-air moment that you can recall?
I feel like I embarrass myself on a regular basis. So, I don't know. I mean, I have made it before on one of those like viral YouTube, like blooper things over something so stupid. I like just stumbled over my words and then I couldn't stop laughing afterwards. And it was just 20 seconds of me like doing the whole where you don't breathe or say sounds. You just like sitting there laughing without making any noises. I did that. That was probably up there with one of the most embarrassing.
I don't really, in this, I mean, you can ask Jessica and Robert, they know. I don't get embarrassed often.
That's true, yeah.
So, like, I think back to, like, my job at Eastern Kentucky when I was the chief at WIMT. I would go out and do face paintings right before main weather and dance with people to learn, like, a jig or whatever it was. So I've done probably a lot of embarrassing stuff, but to me, I was just doing it just because it was interactive. But something I did not plan that happened was I did a whole main weather and Twitter blew up. This was back at Bowling Green, and it was obvious that my fly was down the entire time. So that was the only thing I can think of. I will never remember or forget that day. But other than that, everything else it takes a lot to embarrass me, but that day certainly did.
This isn't a bad one, but we have a Hurricane Expo we do every year. And I went to a little girl who was with her dad and a live interview. And I asked her, hey, are you having a great time here? And she looked at me and said, no. And I had no idea what to say. I was like, oh, well, there's some fun stuff over there. Back to you.
You didn't respond with, I like turtles, right?
And that's the thing with kids. They'll tell you the truth. They're not going to sugarcoat it.
Storm chasing. I know Western Kentucky goes out in the storm chasing every year. Have you guys been storm chasing? Any memorable events from that?
Oh my gosh. Storm chasing. I went twice. And best 2 weeks of my life, both times. Like, hands down. Like, second time, they were both great for different reasons. The first time I was in 2016, in May of 2016, which I don't know if you guys remember or not, but that was the whole Dodge City event that unfolded, which was the craziest day of my whole life. Just like a tornado on the ground for I think over an hour, and it had, sister tornadoes at one point, and it was just like complete madness. Like I'd never seen chasers like that before either. And really that whole season, I got to see pretty much every type of storm structure you would want to see, whether there was tornadoes or not. So that was really big for me. It was like literally, like everyone says it, but it was literally like everything you learned in your meteorology class and your textbooks, everything you see, but it was like in front of your face. And so that was really cool for me. The second time, we didn't see quite as much, but WKU goes over a 2 week span, which I think a lot of schools probably do that too. And we did a lot more sightseeing. We went out to New Mexico, and we got to do a lot of cool things outside the whole storm chasing thing too. But I got to be with like my best friends when they saw their first tornado. So like lots of bonding, and like it was just the best of both worlds, like being with your friends, but also at the same time learning so much, like being able to share all those like experiences and your same passion with other people. I could go on for days about storm chasing. very near and dear to my heart. I wish I could go back and relive those days.
For me, I did go on the storm chase trip. I worked 2 years in college while doing school, so I did 19 hours of classes in a 40-hour work week in Bowling Green, which was crazy. The first year I couldn't because of a job. We just lost someone, so I couldn't take off. The second year I just accepted a job in Hazard, so I was already moving out when it was going up. I've storm chased on my own. I've never seen a tornado with my eyes. I've been around storms that produced a tornado at night and knew that, hey, this had a good chance of a tornado. I've seen damage firsthand from a tornado. I think the most powerful experience, though, would have been when we signed up for, and something that's not even storm chasing. We remember March 2nd, 2012 was a big time event in Kentucky. It was the one time I left Kentucky to go to and paid for this big conference in Oklahoma. I never attended the conference. I just sat there and because everyone back home was so freaked out. So that was probably one of the more memorable events, is coming back and seeing the damage of what that produced up in Henryville and all that, because it's still crazy to look back at. But
yeah, it's kind of a bucket list thing for me. I've never really done storm chasing much, other than with my mom going to the beach when hurricanes went by. And of course, in Jacksonville, it's always when they went by for the most part. So we could go down to the beach and I went gusts 40, 50 miles per hour. It was kind of crazy to watch. And they would always shut down the bridges going over the waterway. So we get stuck at the beach for an hour or two until the storm went by. But I've never really done any big storm chasing. I worked in Hattiesburg, Mississippi for a couple of years, and we certainly had quite a bit of severe weather there. A lot of tornadoes, and certainly saw a lot of pretty bad damage around there, but never actually seen one in person.
I foresee a WMBF storm chasing trip here in the near future.
I am down 100%.
So our next question is about favorite non-weather related hobbies. Robert, I don't think we've started with you yet, so I'll let you lead off if you want.
I love to get outdoors. So I love to mountain bike. We love to camp, go fishing. Growing up, my dad and I would always go up to North Georgia and go camping for a weekend, do some trout fishing in the Chattahoochee, going up into the little rivers up and streams up in North Georgia and to the upstate of South Carolina. So, of course, I'm outdoors for this shot too. So I guess
I'm a big outdoors guy too. Hiking, kayaking, boating, running lately has been a big passion of mine, just because I love food too. So food's a hobby. I love to eat. And then I also, like I said, I love music. So I play guitar, play the mandolin, play a little bit of piano. Any instrument I could play, I try to get my hands on. But yeah, I think those are the big things. I just love being outdoors. I hate sitting on the couch all day. I always have to be doing something.
My hobbies have kind of changed over the years. I used to dance growing up. I was on the dance team in college. But obviously now don't really do as much. But I now that I live near the beach, I don't ever like to be sitting in my apartment. So I go to the beach literally as much as possible. Like when I get off here, I'm probably going to try to go to the beach because it's so nice outside. I love to read. I love reading books, especially recently, like autobiographies about either meteorologists or people in broadcasting, like books that I can take a lot away from. I love to cook. I don't like to clean. But I like to cook pretty much any chance I get, and I like to experiment and try to, like, if I can't, like, recreate like really good dishes from places I like, so I'm not as tempted to eat out as much. But it's really hard in Myrtle Beach. I plan on eating my way through this place. So yeah, and then hanging out with my cats.
Since all three of y'all like doing stuff kind of around the city and stuff, is there a shout out to some of the places or things that you like the most? What makes your city so great? Can you name a couple favorite spots?
Beach.
Any particular part of the beach?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple spots here. I mean, everybody kind of, when they come to visit, they go to downtown Myrtle Beach, and it gets a little busy, a little crazy. I think the locals go a little farther north or a little farther south, and it gets a little quieter, and you can actually relax a bit. So maybe that's if you're going to come to visit Myrtle Beach, try to branch out from just downtown Myrtle Beach. There's a lot to offer up and down the coast, and that's the thing with Myrtle Beach. they want to stay as close to the beach as possible, the buildings and the homes. So instead of going inland, everything here is built up and down the coast. So you have to kind of go quite a bit to see everything. But it's worth a visit from North Myrtle Beach all the way down to Merrill's Inlet. Pawleys Island's beautiful, a little farther to the south of Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I will agree with that. And the food is great too. You can go all the way up into North Myrtle Beach and hit up portions up near downtown North Myrtle down to Barefoot Landing. I think a Flying Fish is a great seafood place there. Highly recommend that. It's a 48 catch to plate rule, so everything is super fresh, 48 hours. And then I'm a big South Strand guy. So what we say about South Strand, south of downtown Myrtle Beach, Surfside, Garden City, Merle's Inlet, the Marsh Walk is beautiful. And then you go even further south, Huntington Beach State Park, Brook Green Gardens, Pawleys Island. It's just a beautiful area down there that I would highly recommend anyone to come check out. Come to Myrtle Beach, check out downtown, and then go south would be my recommendation. And then if you have another day, go north, because you could eat your way through this city in the Grand Strand, no doubt about it.
I have not had the chance to really explore that much. I'm just now starting to be able to with all the Corona stuff going on. But I will say I have not been to a single place that I have not loved so far. All the beaches I've been to as far south as, I recently went to Surfside the other day. And that was really nice. And there, every little spot I feel like has a different feel to it. It has different character to it. And so I really like that so far. Honestly, have not really even had the chance to eat at any local restaurants except the Boathouse. That was really good. Andrew and I ate there after work or during work one day. And then I went to a local Mexican restaurant the other day, Sol y Luna, which was freaking amazing.
Where do you see the future of meteorology being? We're seeing a lot more non-traditional wise media with social media, websites, blogs. You still have your TV, your National Weather Service stuff. Where do you think the future of meteorology takes us in the next 10, 15 years?
I think that's kind of the magic question that everybody's looking to the answer for. I mean, you think back 15 years ago, how different it was. And then you look 15 years or 10 years in advance and just how different it's going to be again. Obviously, a lot of focus is on digital now. Everybody's on their phones. Most stations have a weather app at this point, but I think we invest a lot of time into our weather app, and we've seen quite a bit of growth of that here in the last few years. And even on social media, I think when I started in 2013, we had 3,000 or 4,000 likes on our weather page. I think we're up to almost 40,000 now. And you can see that kind of growth on our digital team as well. I did a presentation a couple of years ago about digital growth, website growth, and it was something like 200% growth since we launched the station. We're a relatively new station. We've only been around for a little over 10 years. But you start to see the TV side go down a bit, but the digital side is kind of taking over from there. And we started to put some work into OTT, things like Roku, so you can get your news kind of on demand. We're setting up a new system now at the station where basically an anchor or weather anchor can go on air.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Audio board, cameras built in, they can punch up any sort of audio source, video source. And so we don't have to wait for that traditional 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. People don't want to wait until 4 p.m. to get the forecast or 4 p.m. to get some information. So it's tougher now to tease things like, hey, we got this really big story, tune in at 4 p.m. for the details. And people don't, everybody wants the information now. So instead of doing that typical thing, if it's breaking news, we can get on air, we can get on the digital, get on the Facebook with it, onto the website, and people can go there and get the information right away. Otherwise, they're going to go somewhere else to find it.
What's your favorite social media platform? Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat? Where's your go-to?
Well, I still have my MySpace active, I think, somewhere. So make sure you give me I'll put you in my top 6. But really, I think Facebook is still probably the king when it comes to weather information with the general public. I think it's probably starting to skew a little bit older with the population. I don't think the younger you go, I think you get the less people on Facebook now. And where we go from there, I'm not sure. We've kind of dabbled in Instagram a bit. And we have decent luck with it, but I don't think we've got a huge amount of traction on there yet. But it seems like most TV stations still use Facebook as the kind of big digital social metric, and then you just kind of have Twitter and Instagram and some other things on the side.
All right, we're gonna end with a couple of fun questions. So I'll end with this one. You're ordered a pizza. You're only allowed one topping. What is that topping?
Pepperoni?
Sausage, but this puts out a Barstool Sports one bite, everybody knows the rules is what I thought of as soon as you said that.
It's hard for me to pick one. My original thought was pepperoni, but I love banana pepper pizza.
Interesting. Nobody said pineapple, so that's good.
I was waiting for the pineapple.
Yeah, I don't think pineapple's on a pizza.
All right, then I will close this out tonight. This is a question that we briefly talked about before the show and had you all stow away your answer. So this could be controversial. There's only one right answer. Toilet paper, over or under?
I had to think. It's over. No. It's over.
Okay, one for over.
I saw a terrifying image once, and I'll explain it after Jessica answers. It's over.
Okay.
And it's because of the image.
Okay, yeah, I would say over, and I think of a meme, and I hope it's not what Andrew's thinking. It's like, I don't know, I can't even remember the meme. Something about a mullet, like, it had to do with a mullet.
I've seen that one.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
The one I saw had a spider underneath, and like you reached underneath the toilet paper to get it on the underside, and when you do that, you're like touching the spot. Ever since then, it's over.
No. All right, we have definitely enjoyed having you for this. We appreciate it. I would hate to give up this opportunity, or would love to give you this opportunity to promote your social media accounts. So if anyone who's watching or listening, head down to Myrtle Beach. They know where to get the weather information at, and maybe some of the best places to hang out. So I'll let you guys give out some social media information before we close off. Robert, I'll start with you.
You could. I'm big on Facebook, so if you just search for meteorologist Robert Whitehurst, it should pop up on there. And of course, our main Facebook page is kind of the one where we put a lot of our time into more forecasting, and that's going to be the WMBF First Alert Weather Facebook page.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty generic in our handles. I'm meteorologist Andrew Dockery on Facebook, and then you can find me on Twitter at AndrewWMBF. We have a great team that loves social media. We would love to just even chat with you all about weather sometime.
Yeah, mine's the same pretty much. It's meteorologist Jessica Dobson on Facebook, and then at Jessica Dobson WX on Twitter. You can also follow me on Instagram. I can't even think of my handle right now, so whatever. You can also follow me on Pinterest.
You can also find Jamie Arnold at Jamie Arnold WMBF on Twitter. So look up Jamie. We hate that he wasn't able to join today, but certainly appreciate having you all around. And if you're in Myrtle Beach, be sure to check out the WMBF First Alert Weather Team. For everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties, along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths. 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet, unfortunately, another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the community's still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in on it well too. Is, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right-hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour, at times almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-warned polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore in the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down and I was like, "Holy cow!" Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature, and I knew it was bad. And then immediately, with some of my emergency manager contacts, started getting messages about some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So for those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, it was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in 1971. So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina, and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
yeah, I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit, and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes were well-built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And, it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too. And the very next morning, I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter. And so I went and downloaded the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, oh my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado. Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
22, 25. It was up there. It got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado, and in this case, at EF3. And that's what it looked like. It could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah. That's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts and rotation. But who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity. 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro. I want to ask you for your advice for folks who hopefully never find themselves in this situation. But if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do? Especially if it's midnight.
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said. I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area, who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get. And really, in this situation, we say it all the time and it kind of gets drowned out and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, well, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that, has windows in it. No, it's not okay. Because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, I mean, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around. They can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think they left earlier this week to kind of get away while crews were cleaning up their yard, and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think, if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all that Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. Make the plans on that day. Share them with your family. Make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, an excellent amount of lead time is, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and in this case, it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with this with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So, yeah, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. So I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on. I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle. It's miraculous. It's heartbreaking. It's inspirational. It's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally. And I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio. And you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
They won't invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things. Yeah. Hello, how are you? I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing? We're alive. The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days. Yep. So we're thinking about you and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here. It's tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. That was not us. This is sticks and bricks and computer studies.
So is this your house?
Yes.
And so were you guys home?
Yes. Oh, yeah. We were in this under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys, where were you?
I was in bed and I heard the hail, and at that point I said it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no
I couldn't tell you what to say. I was on the living room sofa, and as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked, and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And the one chair blew in on me like a teepee tent. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor
scratches.
I had to get
a couple of stitches.
But considering, no is the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes, the neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So
Yeah, we have a place to stay. There are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So we've been fortunate.
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here on the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160 mile per hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. And man, I am excited about this show. We have featured Frying Pan Shoals out off the coast of North Carolina several times during our hurricane coverage that you most likely have tuned into from one time or another. And I've been wanting to get Richard on the show, and Shay worked his magic and was able to get Richard Neal on the show. Richard is an engineer and the director of Frying Pan Shoals Tower out in the Atlantic Ocean, where he currently is right now. And it's just hard to believe that technology's come so far along that we can actually talk to Richard, who's out in the middle of the ocean right now. So Richard, welcome to the show. We are happy to have you. And, I just want to talk a little bit. Our first question for you is more of a just kind of getting to know you question. And normally it's how did you get hooked into the weather world? And though I know weather plays a little bit into what you do, but how did you get involved in this project? I mean, this is just such a fascinating story about you guys.
Well, like a lot of guys, after work, I still have my hands on the keyboard and I'm working on things and I'm surfing the web. And this was back in 08, 09. And I was like, well, there's got to be great things that are giving away because we're in a recession and everything's so discounted. And let's search for government surplus in North Carolina. And the first thing that popped up on screen was this big old warehouse. And I'm like, no, that's crazy. Swipe right or left, or whichever it is. Next one was a whole bank building, and then some FEMA trailers, then some strange big metal box out on legs in the ocean. And that was kind of the fish hook that caught me. So ended up getting it. Won the auction.
A little bit about you, assuming you was looking up stuff in North Carolina. Are you originally from North Carolina, or how did you get here?
Well, I was born and raised in Oklahoma, which is not exactly a land of oceans or mountains. And so I had a chance to come do a job interview over here back in the previous couple decades. And I was like, the trees are tall, the ocean's beautiful, so it hooked me. I moved into the Charlotte area where I've been since 99.
I've got to ask you, I personally love Oklahoma. I go out as much as I can to storm chase. So did you have any close encounters with tornadoes in your time out there?
In Oklahoma, it was pretty normal to just, there's the tornado and it's only yay big. And so you drive a little slower so it can stay ahead of you, or you drive a little faster because it's behind you. The one time riding in my dad's pickup truck, banged on the rooftop because back then we could ride in the back.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
About 2 miles ahead of us. And I asked him to hurry up because there was another one behind us, about 3 miles behind us. So we just stayed right between the two as we went home that day. Just a normal day. Did not understand the magnitude of the difference between a tornado and hurricanes. Hurricanes are a whole different ball of wax, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They are. We'll talk a little bit about that. So engineering, I know you got some engineering out there. Tell us a little bit about that and what all engineering wise you do out there right now at the tower.
Well, you know, when I got the tower, when we first came out here, we opened the doors and all the windows were sealed up and there was thick junk all over the floor. It was incredibly filthy. And of course, nothing worked. There was no electricity. There was no running water, you name it. Obviously, no internet. And so the name of the game was basically, how do we reestablish? And so if you can think of walking into a garage that people had walked out of 2 decades before, leaving most of the tools in there, almost like a put it together puzzle, figure it out and you can make it work, that sort of thing. That was what it was. So found that there were holding tanks of water, found that the wiring was redundant because in the classic military Coast Guard sense, you never modified a circuit. You just added another one and added another one. So, oh my gosh. So it's really stretched my brain, everything from the structural to the mechanical to the electronics to you name it. Again, you don't just hire a plumber out here. You are the plumber. So
very interesting. And you know, the first question that pops into my mind here, Richard, is how do you get out there?
Good question. After I bought it, it took me 4 months to get here because I couldn't get a captain willing to bring me out in a boat. He said, there's no ladder on it and you can't get up on it. And I said, well, I was actually a really good climber, so just get me close. But I think what really made him laugh was when I showed up at the dock carrying an extension ladder with hooks on the top. So climbed on it that way, and we do come out by boat when we're carrying things, but more commonly we just fly out by Robinson R44 and land on the helipad, which is our entire rooftop. So it was here a couple times today dropping off researchers.
Very interesting. So no Jacob's ladder. I mean, you're just strictly helicopter at this point?
Helicopter and boat, because one of the legs does have a reestablishment of handholds. You do have to be a little bit of a monkey to jump from a boat to a leg and then climb up freehand 65 feet of handholds.
So you're telling me if you're not a fan of heights, that might not be the best way to go.
Not a good idea. But, you know, that's actually how we get to the first person on, usually one of the crew. And then we snatch everybody, if you don't like heights, we snatch everybody out of the front of a boat with a hoist and just pull them straight up. And that's actually really, really safe because a person's sitting there with a harness or whatever, and until they get hooked in, they're perfectly safe. They're just sitting in a boat, right? Then we grab them, pull them right up, roll them inside, just tell them to stand up. That's all there is to it. And haven't dropped anybody yet. That's probably a good record, 10 years.
So why was the tower built in the first place?
I'm the old one out of probably all of us. And I remember when we didn't have cell phones and we rolled this little circle on the phone to make it work. So back in the 1960s, there was still the frying pan shoals, and the shoals were shallow and then deep, and then who knows, boats were going aground and wrecking. So because we didn't have GPS and we didn't have LORAN, and you could use a sextant or whatever to look at the stars, but it was out here to be the lighthouse. So it's still got the light up in the corner that we don't use anymore because GPS, obviously, but it was purely to keep people from running aground. There's literally hundreds of shipwrecks from here to shore. We're about 32 miles from the closest point. Technically, we're outside of America by about 6 miles.
And speaking of that closest point, for those who may not know, what is that closest point off reference of North Carolina?
A lot of people would be aware of Wilmington, and Wilmington has a bunch of smaller cities flanking it, Southport and Carolina Beach, and coming out to the tip of it of Bald Head Island. And that's from where the shoals actually continue on outwards. So Bald Head Island, which is right over that way. We can see the light of a lighthouse on shore occasionally, just a little faint glimmer, but we don't see light of anything else because we're just too far away.
Sometimes people just like to go out in the ocean, fishing and stuff. Do people ever come by and just say, yell up and say hey to you and whatever?
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know if it's good or bad, but I've got, I guess people are like, hey, Richard, and my phone number's out there, so I'll get text messages, emails. I think I'm down to, 5,000 or more emails in the last couple of weeks again. So it's a little tough. I'm amazed you guys could track me down. I'm glad you did. But they'll holler up, Richard, hey, this is so-and-so. And I was out there 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Sometimes I remember who they are and sometimes I don't. But on a good, flat, calm weekend, we can have 30 boats around here all getting bait fish or catching fish or just hanging out. It's really quite the party.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've done spearfishing at the Chesapeake Light Tower to the north up there. That's a popular spot. And there's, there's a lot of fish. There's a lot of great, fish that hang around these things. It's an object in the water. It goes in depth. There's teeming life around it. It's kind of neat.
Yep. We've got a lot of bugs underneath this. And bugs, in layman's terms, are lobsters, spiny lobsters. They average about 8 pounds here.
So you kind of took up my next question was going to be about the B&B and how long that ran for.
Yeah, we were doing that from 2012 when we had our first family stay out here, which was quite interesting. They were like, yeah, we know it's sort of a B&B, right? And then we shifted over in 2018 purely to the nonprofit. And we still have a lot of people come out, but it's not in the sense of coming out and hanging out. It's come out and participate. The walls in here are nice and blue because we had 3 or 4 volunteers a couple of weeks back, clean and scrape and put it all back in order.
How many people do you normally average in a year, Richard, that come out and volunteer? I mean, I know it can vary, but it's...
You know, it's a really great question. We've had thousands out, and that's because many people will come by in their boat and then they'll come on up and maybe they'll carry something out. I occasionally get a call on the Marine Band radio. Hey, Richard, we're here and we brought you that extra water, or we brought you some food, or we have too much beer and we can't get rid of it. We need your help. So, or we have fish that we've caught and they're like, yeah, come on up, let's share it and have a meal, and then you can head out the next morning. But with 8 bedrooms and a crew room in addition, and about 6,000 square feet, and a rec room and a stainless steel kitchen and a big generator room where we can cut and torch and do all the types of mechanical things you would want to. It's actually got a place for all different kinds of people. You know, we've got people that came out and did nothing but work on our garden in the back corner. So we've got a garden that grows. Go figure.
And for those who are maybe wanting to know, you do a fantastic job on social media, the Facebook page, of just sharing your experiences from day in and day out. And it's a really cool thing. If you go to Facebook and type in Frying Pan Tower, Richard, you do a great job on social media, just kind of showing the behind the scenes look there.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. People ask what the tower is really like and how it survived these hurricanes. And some of the things that I've learned is that the engineers that put it together had a fair amount of experience with what they call Texas tower or Texas oil rigs, the genre in the 40s and the 50s. So they made this thing stupidly overbuilt. I mean, massively structurally strong. With the legs, I just got a blueprint that I hadn't seen in 10 years. And it actually indicates that when they set the base pilings down, they actually took pipes and then hydraulically rammed them through the legs down into the bedrock to the depth of, if you can imagine this, 296 feet.
Wow.
That's incredible. It's a football field of steel down into the bedrock and then filled up with cement. So, and the casing on the pipe that actually is water level down is multiple layers. So it's approximately 3.5 inches thick. We just, you know, we have to worry more about anything above water and just keep welding on parts there. So, yeah, I've gotten a chance to become a more proficient welder. And, since I don't have OSHA looking over my shoulder, it's like, yep, I'll do it. I'll do it right, but I don't have to get it inspected. So again, being outside the country does have some perks, right?
Next question is, it's kind of like just everyday life that we have here, the luxuries of plumbing and power, internet.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen you were watching the football game a couple of nights ago. You cook up these really nice looking dinners. So how do you get all of that 32 miles out in the Atlantic Ocean?
That's it. You know, this is truly a working environment along the lines of, we don't just say, hey, stick a solar panel up there, it'll be great, and you'll love it for 25 years. No, we actually know that they will hold on during a hurricane. We've had solar panels up for 3 or 4 hurricanes now. We know the flags don't last quite as well, but that's another story. And with those solar panels, we still are on conventional solar batteries. So we don't have lithium yet because we work off of a very tight donated budget, obviously. And then if we need to augment it, like tonight when everyone's using all kinds of things, I will run a small little 3K generator by Honda or something like that. But the good news is that we did also resurrect life back into the 40 kilowatt Detroit diesel that has been sitting here ever since the 1960s. And when we took it apart and looked inside at the pistons, everything was put back in almost perfect order. And then they closed the doors and walked away. So all we had to do was get it up and running again. Now we need to get the electrical part out of it, which is the diodes and the rectifiers. And guess what? I'm getting to learn something else. But once I do that, then we'll reach out to our audience and say, be nice to have some resistance heaters bolted back on the wall, and then we'll run that and be warm while we're out here working. So 99% of the time, we're just solar and wind. So we have a couple turbines and we've got a couple dozen panels and a battery room full of batteries that we watch very closely and monitor. And everything that we do out here, we can also look at and monitor from shore. So, and that was a 5.2 gigahertz microwave dish that we set up, shot to shore, 56 miles, talked a TV station into letting us put a dish up on their tower at 1,300 feet. And, you know, it's one of those, I can't believe they let us do this sort of stuff, but you know, we get really smart people and then they're excited about it. And then they tell other people and then we get a phone call. And a gentleman just got on a helicopter today that left that made a donation. And he spent the day or two out here. I didn't make him work, but he worked anyway. Couldn't stop him.
Jordan, I know you've got the big fun question for us meteorological nerds.
Yeah, so as the Carolina Weather Group, I'd be remiss if we didn't talk a little bit of meteorology while we're here. So what are some of the more memorable storms that have come by in recent times? I mean, I know I'm thinking about Florence and Matthew are probably the obvious ones, but maybe you have one that's maybe not quite so obvious.
Well, Arthur was an amazing thing. I actually was out here with 3 of my kids and 1 volunteer, and we planned on flying back by helicopter on a Tuesday with an upper limit of the wind speed of being around 45 miles an hour or so for the helicopter. I think it was a Bell Jet Ranger. And we woke up that next morning to 55 miles an hour constant. So we weren't going anywhere. Surprise, surprise. Had not been out here for a hurricane. And my kids are like, are we going to be all right? Of course we are. It's going to be great. So everything was great. The winds were averaging around 75. They got up to 100 and something during that. And we were all in here and it's very noisy. My daughter points out the window because there's a huge mooring light that's about 2/3 of a mile that way. And it has a 12,000-pound dumbbell weight at the end of a huge chain. And it's the marker for the very end of the shoals. Well, the waves were so big. They were about 30 feet tall. They don't even look like waves. They just look like hills that it was picking it up and slogging it along. And she says, Dad, is the buoy supposed to be traveling? So it marched off towards Wilmington. And then as the hurricane spun around, you know, we got to the backside of it and the winds were blowing from the other side. We just finished dinner and it blew in one of the back windows, just shattered it. And wind is going everywhere. And the rain's pouring in and we're back there trying to hold a piece of metal against it and get it all put back together. And my daughter's a little upset about this. And I said, it's okay. We were fine. She goes, I'm not worried about the tower, Dad. It made my cake in the oven fall. Unbelievable. So, you know, we've been out and I've since found that hurricanes can be really pleasant to watch when there's nothing in the air to hit you but rain. When you're on shore, you have to worry about all kinds of things. You have to worry about trees falling on your houses and that sort of thing. Out here, it's just rain. You wear safety goggles so that it doesn't sting your face too bad. And anything under 100 miles an hour, it's not going to blow you off the top. Over 120 miles an hour, it gets a little dicey. You know, we had some gust to that during a couple of them. And the water kind of comes in everywhere. So it gets a good rinsing, but that's all right.
Does the tower sway at all? Do you get a little bit of that rocking factor?
I'll show you. During the worst hurricane, this is it. That's it. Just enough to make the water wiggle around in the Culligan jug. That's it. You know, puts you to sleep really good. And they are really loud. They are quite noisy. But, you know, you asked the question really that I should answer more directly is about the weather and how and what do we watch and how do we know when we can go out here. It's only 30 miles out, but the weather here is very different than the weather on shore. On shore, we can have 30-degree days, and out here, because they have this enormous mass of water underneath us, we could be in, you know, t-shirt and shorts, or like today, we had a 25-degree temperature drop out here. I mean, it was beautiful. It was 75, and then it went down to 55 for a while. And I'm wearing a jacket because it's cool. So you kind of have to be aware that the ocean is what they would call an ever-changing, never-changing environment. So it's always going to be a little different, and you can only tell about 3 or 4 days in advance as to the true conditions in this one location. Being on top of a hill at the end of the shoals creates a Venturi effect. So the water goes much faster underneath us than it would maybe just a half a mile away. It's quite an interesting place to try and go scuba diving, that's for sure.
I would imagine the waves,
Yeah.
We see storm surge on the coast with landfall and hurricanes. And, we see these models that are predicting 20, 30-foot waves out in the ocean, but the normal everyday person doesn't get to see that. But you do. I mean, you were just talking about the experience with Arthur. I mean, I'm sure the first time you saw it was like, oh my gosh, but have you kind of got used to the fact of seeing these huge waves now after being out there so long?
It's funny, the smaller waves, just the 12 footers or so, those actually impact harder than the big ones. We have these legs that are 42 inches in diameter, so relatively speaking, they're very narrow. But if you catch completely square to the cross pipes at the 12-foot level, a 12-foot wave, you know the weight of water, it's quite a bit per cubic yard. You feel it, just a shudder like that. That was a good one. That hit well. The huge waves, they look strange because they really do look like hills rolling past. And then occasionally one of them will break over like you would see on a small wave on the surf. But then you look across it and you realize that it's breaking over hundreds of feet wide and 7 or 8 feet, the top of it's cresting over. And you're just thinking to yourself, if I had a jet ski, I bet I could ride that all the way to shore. But I don't know.
From what you've told us, it sounds like there's not many things that would cause such a concern that you'd have to evacuate. But I am curious what your emergency procedures are like. What things might it take to get you to have to bug out of the tower, and if so, what's the process?
That's great one. We have about 4 different forms of communication. We have, and that's for knowing what's going on. Of course, we benefit other people out here by having that available for them too. So we shoot our signal around here. So we kind of know what's going to happen weather-wise to some degree. It's really about a decision of, do I need to get back to shore because there's people on shore I might need to help? So when Matthew came through, we left a day after it happened, just simply so we could get back to shore and help reestablish power for several houses that were out, elderly people. But it's funny. I guess it's kind of the reverse. We got plenty of food, plenty of water. If you have a string and a hook, you can't starve. It's really more a matter of we stay away from things like COVID virus and monitor the people that come out, that sort of thing out here. People have said that this is probably the best place to survive a end of times or in a zombie apocalypse. I don't know. As long as we have our connection to shore with the marine band radio, with the internet that we have here, with emergency locator beacons, things like that, probably could sit out here and ignore the world for about a year if you had to.
Nice.
Not that I want to. I got family on shore.
Speaking of that and COVID, I know one big thing is folks coming out there and helping you. What was there downtime? I'm assuming there was downtime where you didn't have folks out on the tower. Yeah. What was it like when the world was going crazy and you're already out on this island? I'm sure for you personally it wasn't much of a change, but what was it like?
A few years ago, I had finished a job of 11 years and I needed a break. So I came out here and was just here for 6 months straight. Went to shore one time. And I noticed that you don't know what day of the week it is anymore. You don't really know what month it is after a period of time. And you start just living, I'm in this season. Oh, gee, I'm getting into fall now. Okay. But during the time that everyone was really locking down on COVID, I was here for a few weeks by myself and isolating. And it was odd because, I turn on the TV, I get it over the air, I get it over the net, I can see everything that's going on. So, you do always have the ability to communicate, same as we all do while we're still locked down. But I think it just made me really appreciate the fact that out here, I have a mask. I've got one in my pocket right now. And anybody that comes out here is going through a questionnaire of, have you been around anyone? Do you have the temperature taking? All that good stuff. They could still be carrying it, but we're trying our best to be just safe about it. So.
Right. Well, speaking of that, we talked about the weather aspect. One thing I also want to mention is I was looking through some of the Twitter mentions for Frying Pan Tower. Water spouts also, I'm sure you get to see your fair share of water spouts out there.
Oh, that's amazing, yeah.
But any other memorable moments? I know you were talking about the meteors a little bit earlier. I mean, you are out in the middle of nowhere, dark skies, so I'm sure you can see all the meteor showers and International Space Station travel across the. I mean, any other memorable moments out there? Any sunsets, sunrises?
We did a time lapse of what was it? The Neowise comet that was off, and we could see it pretty clearly. And what we didn't realize in our time lapse was that the ISS, International Space Station, came cruising right past. So it's all on the time lapse with there's the comet, there goes the space station, and there's the meteor. It's just, you don't know what you don't know if you're not in a dark enough area to see it. On the same type of thing, you might look down at the water, and I didn't know this, but there's a shrimp variety that when they snap their tail, they make a blue flash. And I'd never heard about that, but I was looking down in the water one evening, and all these little blue dots of light of all these shrimp just pop, 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 pop. And it was like incredible. How would you have known? So, the wildlife that you don't see when you just look across the ocean is all abundant underneath there. And it's just increased my desire to help educate people. So we have the above camera, the water level camera, and then the shark camera down on the very bottom that we do for explore.org. And that's in classrooms all around the world with kids watching it. Just kind of fun. So hopefully they'll learn about the ocean and, keep the straws out of the turtles' noses and understand the power that is in our oceans. I mean, the weather is by virtue of this enormous body of water that gets heated up and moves around. I mean, the things that our world does, I just think there's so much for us still to learn. And I really applaud what you guys are doing on sharing and discussing what's going on with the weather, because it's not a matter of do I have on a jacket so I can go from my apartment to the car. It's what's happening in the world and why are there, storms and fires in different places. And that's all about weather and what's happening, right?
Yes, that's true.
The one thing I'd like to learn, those spiny lobsters, how do they compare to Maine lobster? What do they really taste like?
Oh, I had thought they would be, because they're so large, that they would be tough, right? Nah. They have no claws, but they can have very long legs, almost like, a snow crab, those are giant ones. And their tails are usually about that big around, about that long, and they're deliciously fresh and soft. We have divers that come out here and they'll grab them. We have a lot of rock ledges. So if you grab the one or two out of there, next day another one will move in because they're always looking. So they're migrating at night, running around. And they brought up 4 enormous ones. We filled up a stainless steel bowl that was about this big, full of lobster meat. We all ate, there was 6 of us, and we ate so much lobster we couldn't stand it anymore. So the next day when we wanted to go fishing, we were fishing with lobster meat, which is just ridiculous. So it's really, really good.
For those folks who are listening tonight and they may feel like, this is a worthy cause that I want to give to, I know looking at your website, I mean, you've got a shop with apparel that you can do. You have a list on Amazon that folks can purchase and send to you, all sorts of way to help out the cause. So tell us about that. And I even see a signature coffee blend. So tell us about all the different ways that we can help you guys out there doing the research you're doing.
It's really funny. A few times I would have a conversation and talk, people that would be watching about, having this cup of coffee or that cup of coffee. And I finally
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I'm not going to go and grab a Starbucks or a Pete's or a Dunkin' Donuts. And so I found a blend that was incredible. And the company that makes it, Black Powder, said, well, I'll tell you what, we'll make you that particular variety and we'll give you a percentage of the proceeds for the nonprofit. I thought, oh, win-win. And then they gave me free samples. So I'm going to drink that coffee because it's really, really good. The whole goal is, it's not just a YouTube clip that makes you a few pennies, or an Instagram or whatever, or a few shirts that you make $1 or $2 off of. It's whether or not we can get enough people to pay attention to this, to restore this. And that really is my goal, is how do we restore something? So it's restore, obviously, protect, which is not only the sea life down there, but also the mariners around here. We've been really lucky. We've actually helped save 3 different divers' lives out here and over the last few years. And then preserve. How do we get it so it's self-maintaining? And I think the only way to do that is basically what we're doing right now. Sharing the message, educating people, and helping them understand that it's not me. Again, I joke, it's like I'm the chief custodian and janitor. but I'm also the one that really wants to get the world to understand that this is a rare thing that was done back a long time ago. And we typically don't do things like this anymore. We don't build big steel structures because we simply don't need to. And it's really worthwhile to save it. That's all we're trying to do.
Interesting that you say that. I was looking, you're on the wish list, you have like an AED, and I never would have put that together with, folks who may be out there and, 30 some miles off the coast and they need immediate medical attention. That's a great thing.
Ever had a heart attack when you had to, get him out of here. We had the helicopter flew out here and grabbed him. So a big Coast Guard helicopter snatched him off. And he was okay. Next day, he was fine.
Wow. Amazing story. Well, Richard, I personally want to thank you for what you're doing. And you were talking about Dan about getting some storm chasers out there. We may have to pitch in on a helicopter ride and come out and at least have a meal with you or something.
I'd love to get you guys out for a weekend. And you know what? If you give us enough notice, we'll find a volunteer with the boat and just have you guys come out on that. How's that?
Hey, I am down for that. we are up for that. And again, Richard, how can we follow you? I told about your the Facebook page, but do you have Twitter or anything else that they can follow the work you're doing?
We've got we're either Frying Pan Tower. I forget what his original or something. So we have an Instagram. It's easy to find us. You search for Frying Pan Tower. Clearly, there is also a in the middle of the woods, a frying pan light tower, not a light tower, but a tree tower for observing for other things. You'll know it when it's us because we have water around us. So we have Twitter, we have YouTube, we have Instagram, we have Facebook, and I don't know what else.
Well, you're talking about
and our website, of course.
Yeah, at the explore.com, which we got permission to air some of the footage during hurricanes.
Oh, good. It's explore.org. They're good.
Yeah,
folks.
Explore.org. Yes. Yeah.
They're doing good things.
Definitely check that out.
That's awesome. Yeah. Good deal.
Well, Richard, we thank you for your time. And for those who are watching here on the Carolina Weather Group, we hope you have a great rest of your week, and we'll see you next time here on the show. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue looking back at some of the previous severe weather events that's not only affected the Carolinas but the Southeast. And this is the 10-year anniversary of the April 27, 2011 tornado outbreak, not only for the Southeast, including Mississippi and Alabama, but there's also some tornadoes in Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. So we want to focus our attention right now on the Alabama aspect of that. And we have with us Chief Meteorologist from ABC 3340, James Spann. James, appreciate you spending some time with us as we kind of look back at this. I think you categorize it as a generational tornado outbreak for the state of Alabama. A very well forecasted event leading into it. Take us behind the scenes as you there at the station are getting not only the viewers ready, but the reporters ready, the storm spotters ready. Take us back to what it was like a couple of days leading into the event.
Well, it was a well forecast event. And, one thing about it, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. I didn't know. I mean, could it be? Yes. But odds of an event like that are always not that high. So I didn't know we were going to have 62 tornadoes that day. I didn't know that the death toll would be so high. But having said that, it was a Wednesday event, and you could start to see it, about 5 days out. The Friday before the Wednesday, we started to mention it. And then after the weekend, we really hit it hard, Monday and Tuesday, with everything we had. And I think people were prepped, and I think people knew that it was coming. But despite that, the only number that matters to me, and I'm a numbers guy, is 252. That's the number of people that died that day. We had 251 names, and we had one infant that was delivered prematurely at 6 months. The infant did not have a name, and the infant didn't live. So 252. And that's just a reminder, guys, we got some work to do. I think what we learned that day is that what we do is not enough. We need some help. And we've been trying to get help for the last 10 years to make the process better.
It was an interesting time too, I believe, because that's when social media started coming into effect. And looking back through some of the coverage, you had the storm chasers out in the field. You were getting some reports via social media.
I guess Twitter was about maybe, 5 years old, and Facebook had been around for a while, and it was still kind of primitive. The penetration of the public is not as high as it is now, but it was still very helpful. I think the most amazing thing to me looking back on that day was how we were able to get video back from the middle of nowhere. I mean, we had some pretty remarkable video of these big wedge tornadoes. I mean, literally in the middle of nowhere. And cell service in 2011 is not as good as it is now in terms of coverage. But with social media, yeah, I pushed out stuff on Twitter and Facebook when I was on the wall over there. But it's still, like, even today, the most important thing I do is television. But it was great getting reports and pictures and video, not as much as we get today, but that always helps. I mean, it's just crucial. I mean, you can't beat showing a live video of a tornado. In fact, that's one thing we learned from social science, is that when you show radar on television, and we were standing out there April 27th, 2011, I don't know, in the morning we were there for 5 or 6 hours. And in the second round, we were up there for 8, 9 hours. You show radar, it doesn't mean much to people. I mean, all you weather dweebs on here, you show a hook echo and a debris ball, the eyes roll in the back of your head and your underwear starts flapping up and down your legs. Everybody knows, man, this is awesome. But to most people in the street, they don't know what that is. And even if you communicate that clearly, they still might not believe you. But by golly, if you show them a live video stream of this big tornado, they're going to dig a hole and they're going to get into a safe place. So we have to do a better job of getting cameras on these tornadoes. And it's problematic for us. You guys know this where you are. I mean, most of our tornadoes are rain wrapped. Most of them happen at night. We have hills, we have trees, but we do the best we can. But I thought on that day, it was pretty amazing how many tornadoes we did get on camera.
You had multiple tornadoes at one time. How was that? I know you and I had some meteorologists out in the field, another meteorologist in the studio helping you. What was it like covering multiple tornadoes, strong tornadoes at the same time?
There's no book or manual on how to do that. You don't learn that in college. You kind of learn it on the fly on that day, which is what we had to do. And that's one of the things I look back on. And then everybody's probably seen, whether people that listen to this show here, they've probably seen some of that. History is going to judge us for what we did that day. And I tell Jason Simpson, Jason was the meteorologist with me in the studio. We bonded that day. If you go through a generational tornado event with another meteorologist in the same room, you will be bonded for life. And I've known Jason since he was a kid. He interned with me. He's a really close friend. He's chief meteorologist of the station in Huntsville now. But, history is going to judge us, the two of us, for what we did that day. And I don't even know if what we did was right or wrong. Obviously, we did something wrong because 252 people died. That's inexcusable for anybody in the weather enterprise, inexcusable for the public. These were precious people that died. And I look back on it, I wonder, like the Tuscaloosa tornado. Everybody talks about the Tuscaloosa tornado. Well, what about the Cordova tornado? Tuscaloosa is a population center here. There's a big college there, University of Alabama, and everybody knows about that, and everybody knows what happened. It was a horrible tragedy. I'm not trying to lessen the magnitude of that, but what about the same EF4 that was down at the same time in Cordova in Walker County, where 2,000 people live at that many? Nobody talks about that. And did we focus too much on the Tuscaloosa tornado because we had that thing on camera and not focus enough on the Cordova tornado? I think about that a lot. And even in that case, we had 2 others down at the same time. And you just try and bounce back and forth between these things as best you can. And I try and give equal time. And I firmly believe that television meteorologists discriminate against people that live in rural areas. And that really makes me mad because I am from the guys. I'm from rural South Alabama. I'm from Greenville, Alabama. You guys ever seen Forrest Gump? Where's Forrest Gump from? Greenbow, Alabama. The guy that wrote that book, I know him. He passed away recently, Winston Groom. He patterned Greenbow after Greenville, this little town where I came from. And, if it's in a big market, part of the city, the metro, will be on television live, local, late breaking, saving lives, the Weather Authority. But the minute it goes out into a rural area where maybe there's 1 meter in the whole county in the television ratings world, you go back to Freak of the Week or whatever it is on television, which is absolute insanity. What you're saying, people that live out in the country, their lives don't matter. And I'm not going to play that game. And the day they ever tell me to stop, I'll just go somewhere else where I can do that. But they've always supported me here. But I wonder, if I didn't serve the people in rural areas enough with that, and I regret that. I can't go back and change it. I can't go back and fix it. But it was horrible dealing with multiple strong, violent tornadoes down at the same stinking time. The easiest tornado of the day was the Coleman tornado. That was the first one of the afternoon. It was an EF4. We had no other tornado at the time. We had it on camera. I didn't have to bounce back and forth between multiple storms, and we stayed with it. And it worked. Nobody died in that tornado. 20,000 people live in Coleman. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I did it right, but I did the best I could do under the circumstances.
I was actually in Coleman filming the Coleman tornado when that occurred. And I was live streaming it as well at that time to Chaser TV, which was the big Storm Chaser streaming platform back in the day. One of the things that was crazy is the communications actually kind of went down, cell communications and pretty much everything else. And people were kind of distraught and didn't know where to turn to get their information from. That was one of the biggest things that stuck out to me that day was how communications failed at the very end of everything and kind of in the middle of the outbreak. So can you talk to us a little bit about in a position of trying to communicate to the public how that was affected?
I think one thing people forgot about too that day, we had a morning round of storms. It was basically a QLCS, and some pinhead named a squall line a QLCS a long time. I call them a squall line, quasi-linear convective system, whatever. It was linear. And we had a few embedded tornadoes, and there was widespread wind damage. And that morning, we had 250,000 people with no power before the big events started. And 5 people died in the morning storms. That in itself was a tragedy. And so we had a problem going into the afternoon with so many people without power. You had a lot of cell sites down. You had a lot of infrastructure damage. And our TV station, we had a lot of damage. We had cameras down. We had microwave paths that were down. We were crippled. I mean, all these engineers, we had a little break between the morning round and the afternoon round. And we got off the air for a little bit after the morning round. All these engineers, they came in there telling me everything that wasn't working. This doesn't work, and this is down. This is not working right now. And I finally said, guys, stop. I need to know what is working, because we've got to get through the afternoon and prioritize how we're going to repair what we can in the next 2 hours. And they did a great job of getting things back, including that Coleman camera. That's one of the ones that went down. But yeah, there was clearly infrastructure problems with communication that afternoon. I think the one thing we learned is that some people have forgotten that good old radio and television is free. It is over the air. It has nothing to do with a cell network, and it's pretty darn reliable. And we often just blow past that these days. I'm going to watch it on my phone on YouTube TV, or I'm going to watch it on, whatever on a streaming platform. But what happens when all the cell sites go down? We're still on the air. These big 5 million watt blowtorch transmitters we have, not that many people watch them over the air now, but I think we have to remind people that with a, crappy $5 antenna from Walmart, you can pick up 60 channels, and you need to have that in your toolkit at your home in terms of severe weather. So I think that's the one thing we need to do. And goodness, local radio, people have forgotten about it. Everybody streams, their music on their phone, but they forget that we've got these local radio stations that are 100,000 watt blowtorch FMs and AMs, and they will simulcast our coverage. And they provided a lifeline that day. And I got to give a shout out to all those radio stations that just simulcast our coverage. If you listen to all those videos, those YouTube videos about like Tuscaloosa and these places, you could hear my voice. That was over the radio. So I think that's a thing we need to remind people of today, is that TV is still free. It is still over the air, and you don't need a cell network to watch it.
James, the thing I wanted to ask you is what has changed over the years since April 27th of 2011, and how do you do things differently today when you're on and involved in a situation like what happened back on March 17th of this year compared to the way you handled April of 2011?
Well, here's the deal. After the event, I didn't talk about it for 6 months. I had nothing to say. And people that know me, that's an anomaly. I mean, I'm a bag of hot air, and I've always got something to say. In fact, the National Weather Association annual meeting was here in Birmingham that year. Usually, James, they get me up there just to wave my hands, and I talk loud and I say something, that's outrageous. And I didn't speak. I had nothing to say, nothing. And everybody just couldn't believe it. But I needed to go through the phases of grief. These people died on my watch, and I'm in the process of trying to memorize every name. I'm not there yet. I was hoping to be there in 10 years. 251 names, their stories. Let me tell you, so you want to get motivated? You do that when there's a tornado in your market. Learn their names, talk with their families, get to know them. It will be so motivating for you in future events. But what the first, after 6 months, I said, all right, let's roll up our sleeves and let's fix it. Something went wrong. There were 62 tornadoes in one day in the state, and there was a darn good warning for every one of them. In some cases, the lead time was 40 minutes. And I thought the death toll that day should have been 30. And 222 people ought to be listening to this show right now. And so I went to some of my friends in the social science world and said, help. And the first one that really reached out to me was Dr. Cloco McLean, Kim. And so many others I've befriended, and I'm not going to start mentioning names because I'll leave somebody out, but they have been such a great help. But this is the bottom line. What we do is not enough. My background is physical science. My first major in college was electrical engineering, and I changed majors and finished in meteorology. I don't know anything about being some TV guy or radio guy, or I don't know anything about it, really. I've just tried to watch people that I think are good and learn from them. I don't know anything about human behavior. And here we are trying to get people to do something, to take action. So they have so helped us. But here are the quickies on what we've learned, how things have changed. There's no doubt in my mind the number one reason people died that day, the siren mentality. I don't know what it is about Americans, especially in tornado-prone areas, and these stinking sirens. It's like there's a love affair. They think they're sexy or something. Now, I'll admit they sound cool. I mean, you get a video, some guy with a tornado down and that thing's wailing in the background, but you can't hear that thing in your house during a raging severe storm at 3 a.m. And we've got to be better at teaching people. This ain't it. I mean, they serve a purpose. They reach a few people outdoors, but that's it. And weather radio penetration is embarrassingly low in tornado-prone areas, Oklahoma, Alabama. And we've got to do a better job of getting a weather radio in every house. And again, that doesn't work on cell technology. You guys know that, these big RF transmitters the Weather Service has, and, teach people about, your phone's not enough. You got to have 2 ways. Because your phone's going to quit working, and WIA might not work, and your app might not work, and the weather radio. But if you do all this stuff together, you'll get the warning. But that's the main thing, the siren mentality. And the number 2 reason people died, the lack of helmet use. It's not that hard, guys. It's not. Most people that die in tornadoes, and let me just say this, I dabble in healthcare. I call it my hobby. For 15 years, I have been the chairman of the board of a really large tertiary care hospital here. I've just been interested in it. And I fell in love with these people 15 years ago, and I've learned a lot by talking to ER docs. And they will tell you that most people that die in tornadoes, what do they die from? Blunt force trauma. From where? The skull and the neck region. And all you need is a $5 bicycle helmet from Walmart. And probably over 50 people would be alive today. So it's messaging. It's messaging before the event. We've got an event Thursday, so I just messaged on television. What's the message? Have 2 ways of getting the warning, and it's not a siren. And you're going to have a helmet in your safe place for everybody. And that's not just for kids. And a lot of people go, well, it's nice for a kid. No. It's for everybody. I mean, you put a helmet on me, it's not a good look. It's like, lipstick on a hog, but it's going to keep me alive. Every life is precious. And so we've learned to message, helmets. That's really, really, really important. And, I could keep going, but one thing that we knew that we've screwed up on with the false alarm ratio was too high. It was over 80 in 2011. That's insane. Over 80% of tornado warnings were false alarms. We heard this in research all the time. I hear tornado warnings all the time and nothing ever happens. So the Weather Service in Birmingham went through a really comprehensive program going back to basic science. Kevin Laws is one of my heroes, the Sioux down here. They were issuing tornado warnings for, high-based storms, high LCLs. Never produced a tornado here, never. And they went back to the basic science and cut out all these bogus warnings, and the FAR is down in the 30s now. And all these things have added up to where it's a lot better now. We had, and I'll stop answering your question. I could talk all day on this, but we had an event last Wednesday, St. Patrick's Day. We had 25 tornadoes in one day in the state, 25 last Wednesday. Not one person was killed and not one single person was hurt. Let me tell you what, 10 years ago, it wouldn't be that way. So we've learned a lot, and I think the lessons learned have paid off.
James, you hit on a couple things I want to get your expertise on: social science, overwarning. National Weather Service right now is undertaking their initiative to simplify some of their communications, but also kind of introduce tiers for what goes to WIA and how the public then gets triggered. In your experience, is that going to be enough, you think, to help reach people and get them to understand? Or beyond what's already scoped, do we have more work that still needs to be done?
Look, it's not that hard. Here's the problem. And I'm just as guilty as anybody else. I'm guilty as sin here at this. But we go to these conferences and we listen to these research papers and we talk with the social scientists and we gather up in these conference rooms and we do what we think it's best for us. Who cares about us? That's not who we're serving. We're serving real people out here in the real world. You know what we need to do more often is go hang out in I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. I bet you guys have never been in a Dollar General. That's where real people are. You want to know what real life is like? Go to a Dollar General. They're sweet people. They will talk to you. They will tell you things. You don't need a $100,000 grant to get this information, and you listen to them. And they'll tell you, is the false alarm ratio too high? What do you need on your phone for wireless emergency alerts? Do you need to have severe thunderstorm warnings on there? Do you need to have only tornado emergencies? So I think that's part of our problem, is that we've disconnected from the people that we serve. And all of this stuff, you know, and I'm a big fan of HazSimp. We got to simplify this. I'll be honest with you guys. There's some messages the Weather Service sends. I don't even know what it means. I mean, what is an aerial flood warning and a flash flood warning and a flood warning? I mean, it's bewildering to people, all this stuff. So a lot of this stuff has got to be simplified. And they're on the road to doing that. But as we look at the transformation, you know, in the warning process, you know, in the next 10 years, we have to be careful to be sure we're not doing it for us. We're doing it for the people.
Hey, James, this is Jordan.
I sound cranky, don't I? I'm sorry. I sound too cranky tonight.
Hey, now this is an engaging conversation here. Given how generational the April 27th outbreak was, it seems like we're hearing a lot of the use of the term bust today when it comes to outbreaks that don't quite measure up to April 27th. Now, I know this is a pet peeve. Twitter post on this just the other day, because some people were calling last week's outbreak in Alabama a bust, even though there was, no loss of life and, tremendous success for the Weather Service. So can you talk a little bit about why that's become such a trend nowadays?
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the weather enthusiasts and these Facebook pages. And listen, I don't want to throw water on these guys. Most of them are high school kids and they love weather and they want to learn weather and they don't mean any harm. But they'll get on Facebook and they'll say, look at the STP. Look at these updraft helicity tracks. This is going to be worse than April 27, 2011. This is going to be a killer mega storm of the century. And people don't know it's a 15-year-old kid. And they're going to share it and share it and share it and share it and share it. And it just gets out of hand. And, I think that's part of the problem. And I don't even like that question when people ask me that. For example, we have a very high-end severe weather episode likely here Thursday. It's pretty common for episodes like this in March and April. This is the core of the spring segment of the tornado season. And the question is, will this be like April 27, 2011? I don't even like to answer that. That's a bad question. And of course, the answer is no. Let's do a study of climatology. I love numbers. I love looking at history. I really do think if you study history and climatology, it's a valid way of looking at what might happen in the future. And where we are down here, our generational events prior to 2011, what's the one before that? You guys were not even alive when the other one happened.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Four. Okay, I was a senior in high school. That changed my life. That's a topic for another show. But prior to that, it was March 21st, 1932. Prior to that, it was February, 19th of 1884, the Enigma outbreak. So they happen every 40 years. And that's a generational, really a definition of generational type storm to me. So the next time we have a day like April 27, 2011, I will be at the cemetery. But, so what? I mean, we had 25 tornadoes the other day. That's a big deal. And we didn't have all these, strong, violent tornadoes. It didn't produce that. And in a way, maybe you can, that's part of the criteria that I think was not met. But other than that, that was a big deal that day. And, we got to quit getting hung up in these comparisons and all this hype and everything. I mean, and here's the other thing too, if we hype everything that comes along, nobody's going to listen to us. Nobody. I mean, goodness. And what we don't even recognize is the fact that there are a lot of people that are scared to death of this thing. There are people right now that are scared to death of what's going to happen Thursday because of something that's happened in their life. They've had a close encounter with a tornado, hurricane, severe thunderstorm, flood. Something's happened and it triggers this PTSD or some reaction, and they have a real phobia. And goodness, if I go on and say, the odds of somebody chewed me out last week because I said the odds of your house being hit on one of the biggest severe weather days in history, like April 27, 2011, are tiny, tiny. Most everybody in Alabama was not affected April 27, 2011. And some guy just reamed me out. He said, most of the state was affected. No, you're lying. So we've got to do something to calm these folks down and give them some comfort level and quit hyping everything up and do it in a calm way. And we'll get through it together. We'll be okay. So I don't like these comps every time we have a moderate risk or a high risk, and immediately it's going to be another April 27th. Every event is different. And again, the next time we have a day like that, be 2038, 2048, 2050, you guys will still be doing this show here, but I won't be around.
Hey, James, quick question here. You bring up the risk. Have we overcomplicated that, the SPC?
Well, come on. You guys, I'm sure you guys have talked about it like we have. The category names just are horrible. Yeah, we know trust me. I'll go down to the Target down here in Alabaster and say, what's the highest level risk? Is it moderate or enhanced? Everybody says enhanced. Everybody says enhanced is a higher level risk than a moderate, where in reality it's flipped. And, it's just not working. I mean, it works for people in the weather business. And when you talk with people in the weather service, they say, well, all the emergency managers have been used to those names and those criteria, and they're used to it. Well, so what? Are we here just to serve emergency managers or people that work for the weather service or broadcast meteorologists? We don't know. And so I really think we have to revisit that. And some TV meteorologists just don't even use it. Some good friends of mine don't use their words. They have different colors and different names. And I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of that, because consistency is important to me. If one guy says one thing and some guy says something else, and who knows who you believe? I think we should be messaging the same thing, but I think we have to work together to fix that. And we need to bring in some of the SPC guys and have a long talk. And really, it's way up. Rich Thompson, John Hart. These are my heroes. They got nothing to do with this. It's up there at NOAA headquarters where this kind of stuff is made. But the 5 levels don't bother me. And I mostly use numbers now. That's what I use. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. I'm kind of getting away from even using those words because it's just not working.
Thank you, James. We appreciate your time tonight. Go follow James on social media. I'm sure you probably already are if you're watching our show. And just great to get around and hang out with James. And I promise you, we'll have him back. We've got a whole list of questions we didn't even get to tonight. So stick around. We'll make sure that James repays us another visit here real soon. So for the rest of everyone here on the panel, we hope you enjoyed the show. And we will see you back here next Wednesday night for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome, everyone, to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue part 2 with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantori.
So I think to talk to you, Jim, and not bring up the famous commercial of you going to the beach and playing beach volleyball and going to different places, and the crowds run away from you, and you're like, what? I'm just here to go to the beach, which is an amazing commercial. I think it's a fun kind of
that was pretty
pastime
brilliant
for all of us. So kind of in the sense of that commercial and kind of how we know you, how are the actual kind of emotions and reactions of communities when you do show up and they do see you? Is there sometimes some mixed emotions, or is it usually kind of just people are excited to be meeting you and in an area that is going to be on TV, or is it more of a thing where people are kind of sometimes a little bummed?
No, to me, it's both. To be honest with you, Dan, and it's really both because, I mean, obviously during hurricane season when I show up, it's not going to be good. I mean, the good news with Sally, I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be moving after my shots. We've been moving every day, so this is no different. Till we finally wound up in Pensacola, but some people are still excited to come out. Their town's getting some attention. I've been doing this a while now, so people have kind of grown up, just kind of getting used to, if there's going to be a big weather story, Jim's more than likely going to come to town. So if it like I've always said, if it creates the awareness and it has people react in a way that they protect themselves and their family, then great, mission accomplished. So I still kind of get both ends of the spectrum. I mean, I told you one time, I can't remember which storm it was, but I think I was going to North Carolina. I mean, this lady literally, she saw me on the plane. She hollered at me. She told me it was my fault in front of everybody on the plane. I was just like, okay. But yeah, so you run the gamut. That was probably the most extreme right there.
And there's whole, I'm sure you've probably seen them or ran across them, but there's Facebook groups devoted to Where's Jim Cantori. I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a
Facebook page, right?
That's right. And they post pictures of what they think is you, what certain like Storm Chaser cars or Weather Channel cars. And they'll say, he's now been spotted at Sunset Beach. And then, it's got hundreds and thousands of members.
So for the record, guys, do you know how many bald, short Italian men exist in this world? A lot. And I'm just one of them. Okay, so yeah, I get spotted a lot in places. I'm like, and I sometimes I read those in my Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sitting right here at my house looking at this, and who is playing me, or who do they think is me? So it's cool. I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool because I never in my wildest dreams thought that a guy that just wanted to get the forecast right would be, somebody who developed a Facebook page for. So, I mean, it's kind of fun when I can play along, I will. But, like I said, at the end of the day, if it helps people get ready and creates an awareness, then mission accomplished.
All the memes that come out of that, I'll read you one. I sent.
Oh, dude, the memes. Oh my God.
Oh man. So one that I thought was kind of funny. I sent this directly to you because it was right in the middle, right when the COVID was just, the fear was so high at one point. And I said, if Southerners don't seem too worried about this coronavirus deal, it's because we have been conditioned to believe that we likely don't need to be concerned unless or until this man shows up. And it has a picture of you. So,
I mean, yeah, they seem to get better every year. So it's like I said, it's very humbling. It's nice to be a meme.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude on it a lot. I mean, the idea is if you can bring attention in a positive light to the storm, then you're doing a good thing no matter what, and that's great.
It's really weird. Bobby Labonte is a friend of mine, and I remember when he was telling me a story about the ESPYs, where he was in the back room with Tiger Woods, and he was, they were both just kind of like, are you here for this? Yeah, we're here for this. I mean, when you don't really want to be in the limelight. Sometimes when you're in the limelight, you don't really want to be in the limelight. It's not what you strive for. It's not, you don't wake up in the morning and say, oh gosh, what can I do to make myself more in the limelight today? I mean, that's just really not. I mean, Bobby is a fantastic race car driver. He won a championship. That's all he wanted to do. Tiger is a phenomenal golfer. All he wants to do is play excellent golf. And now, as you saw from this weekend, his son can play pretty good as well. It's just, I think that the true professionals, the notoriety that comes along with them is just kind of an after effect. But I do think you also have to embrace it. You can't ignore it. You have to embrace it, because I'll never forget the time as a kid I got a chance to meet Reggie Jackson. As you guys know, I'm a huge Yankees fan. And I got a chance to get an autograph from him. I stood in line just like everybody else. They used to have this big thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything and anything to do with sports. And I was like, oh my gosh, Reggie's signing for Upper Deck. I got to go get Reggie. So I had my baseball and I stood in line just like everybody else. So when I finally got up there, which was, probably 45 minutes, I was like, oh my gosh, I handed my baseball. I said, Mr. Jackson, what a pleasure to meet you. I mean, you've been my, you've just been my hero. You took the Yankees to a world championship. And he turns around and looks at his publicist or whatever and goes, hey, how much time we got left here? 15 minutes. All right, here you go. And he handed the ball to me. It was just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I just never forgot it. And I'm not Reggie Jackson, but people that want to meet you and want to come out and talk to you, I think you owe them a little bit of your time because you've been given this gift and it's there to share. And that's really how I feel about it. But I'll never forget that experience, and I always go back to it. And look at, I can't say that Reggie didn't have another thing to do. I can't blame him for that, but I just never forgot that reaction, how disappointed I was. Now, if I'm out to dinner with my girlfriend or if I'm with my kids and we're talking and having a good time, and if you want to come up and talk about climate change or what we should do about NextRad, I'm like, hey, can we save this for another time? Pick your times and when you approach people. That would be my best advice to other folks out there. But I'm happy to talk to you. I am a true weather geek. I love talking about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes it's going to be good. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to be right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. But that's me in a nutshell.
Speaking of NextRad, could you talk to those folks in Washington and get us a radar in Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, I look at, if we wait around for phased array, we're gonna have more tornadoes missed. We're gonna have more gaps. They told us not to really talk about this, but now that I'm on with you guys, yeah, let's fill the holes. Let's fill the gaps. It's long overdue. I mean, we got a nice system down now, and I know this data needs a lot of maintenance and it's very, very expensive. And if that's the case, then come up with a great, new phased array, and let's roll that out. Let's just roll out phased array. But until we get there, let's fix the stuff that we got. Maybe add a few mobile radars here and there to fill in the gaps, especially when you're talking about large metropolitan areas and cities. I mean, at this point, the NWS radar, the guys that are operating the radar and monitoring the radar, they know where the gaps are. They've been doing it for years. I mean, it's not like they're just coming out with this out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm pro filling the gaps all the way. Do it. It's long overdue, guys. It's long overdue.
So I have just one follow-up question here about how you deliver your message and the best way you can kind of connect with your viewers and stuff. So really, in a perfect world of your day-to-day, big storm comes around or whatnot, would you rather spend more time actually kind of doing on-camera storm action coverage where you're in the heart of the storm, or would you rather spend more time kind of in some instances being from a safe location where you can spend better time broadcasting, have clearer messages, and work more on the communication side?
So studio versus non-studio, I think that's what you're asking me, right? I like a mix. I've got to have a blend because I still need, like when I was told I was going to go out to the snow the other day, I was like elated because A, it wasn't a hurricane, and B, it was just, I just love getting out in it. Because here you are, you spend all this time looking at model data and this, that, and the other thing, and reading this and reading that, but you to go out and experience it, and then to kind of bring it home to the viewers, that's the win, that's the home run. I don't want to live in the field, and I don't want to live in the studio. I got to have a blend of both, and hopefully, I'll be able to carry that to the end of the career. But it is getting exhausting out there. I won't lie. When you go through an eye wall, guys, And then you got to get up the next morning and do, kind of tell everybody what happened. It's tiring. I mean, the adrenaline takes you through the event. And then after that, the tiredness and the lack of adrenaline, I mean, you got to find it from somewhere else, but you still got to put together 2 words in a sentence. So that's how that's going. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, Jim? How you doing?
Good, man.
So to kind of piggyback off of that question, take us through your workday at the Weather Channel, from when you wake up to when you leave the Weather Channel for the day.
So AMHQ is the show I'm on, 7 to 10 in the morning. Get up about 4:15, come down to this very computer that I'm on, jump on it, see what's going on. Like I said, Twitter is nice not only for us to communicate with each other in the enterprise, but also it kind of helps me centrally get my thoughts together. What do I really want to say about this? What do I think about it? And I can put it down right there and go from there, because more than likely I'm going to be talking about one or more of those things when I get to the Weather Channel. So, I'll get in about an hour before my show. I'll slap a little powder on, put my mic on, go meet with my weather producer, talk about any interviews that are coming up with my show producer, and boom, here we go for 3 hours. Strap in and enjoy the ride, and be ready for whatever Stephanie has to throw at you, because it's usually something you didn't expect. But it's great. She makes it fun. She really does. She makes the whole 3 hours go by. I mean, when her, Jen, and I aren't there together, it's definitely different. And that's not to say other people aren't talented, because Felicia and Tevin and Jordan and Chris, those guys are all incredibly talented. But it's just we've been working together so long now. We kind of got this little routine. We kind of know each other's quirks and things like that. So it's very fun. After the show, we have a meeting at 10:30. A call in, kind of talk about the evening show, Mike's show, Bettis' show, and then what's going to happen the next morning, who we may have as guests and things like that. And that is my day.
And tell us, behind the scenes, who's in the studio during the show, and how many people are working on the show every day.
So in the studio, it's either 2 or 3 talent. Sometimes they'll have somebody from home. Like if Steph or Jen are on the road and they just get back, they will have them home for a couple of days. Again, this is all about a part of the COVID thing. It's been weird. I've actually been lucky, because when I've come back from the field, it's been a Friday. So I just go into my weekend and I just come back into the studio. I think I'm the only guy who doesn't have a home studio. I said, look, I will come in. I have no problem in coming in. They have me in this area where nobody's around. I have my own desk. It's literally yards and yards away from anybody else. So I'm nowhere near anybody. And it's literally as soon as you walk in the door. There's a couple floor directors, 2 weather producers in the studio, but we're all spread apart. I mean, that studio that we have downstairs that we're doing the immersive reality on is huge. It's kind of like a half a gym, if that gives you an idea of the size. So ceiling wise and width wise. So we just have everybody spaced out perfectly. And, a lot of the cameras are run from inside the production booth, so they can run those from upstairs with the joystick. So we don't need people down there moving cameras, even though sometimes you have to move some of the cameras. It's really the jib operator who's got to move this big jib and this big teleprompter so that we're out on the new augmented reality set. That's got to be there for you. But let me tell you something, guys. As you get older, that prompter doesn't change size. It's still the same old TV, 15-inch TV. So you're trying to why is that thing way far away? Why can't I see that? It doesn't get any easier to read, is my point. So that's really been the biggest change. A lot more reading versus just ad lib, especially with video and stuff like that. And you're kind of bridging different things together. That's what it looks like in the studio. It's cool. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I really do. Guys, it's still a thrill to get up in the morning and go to work every day. It is. I don't even consider it a job. It's still fun. It's still fun to look at the weather and get it right. It really is.
That immersive reality technology that you were talking about, I know we discussed it last year, but 12 months later, I'm still fascinated by it, as many others are. Tell us about some of the challenges of working with a piece of technology that's maybe new.
Well, so remember I just said this is like the size of a small basketball court, or half a basketball court. So with prompters way over here and monitors way over there that can't get close to you, some of the data on the graphics is really hard to read. So when we walk along and we see those little candlesticks there with the high and the low and the precip, one of them looks like a little crystal ball. So I can't see those numbers unless I'm looking at a monitor. And sometimes that monitor is just far enough away where I can't quite read that number. So if I don't preview those graphics first, it's definitely an beep moment out there and sometimes I'll turn the wrong way because you're so far away, you forget which side it's actually on in the real world. So it still takes some getting used to, and I'm absolutely not as comfortable as I am with a telestrator and a monitor in front of me or right next to me where I can touch it. So I'm out in no man's land, really.
Well, another one of the neat things you've been a part of at the Weather Channel is the Local on the 8s. Your voice is on there. Tell us a little bit about that process and how cool it is to be that person.
So Local on the 8s. Oh my gosh, when did I do that now? Maybe 10 years ago. But it took about 18 hours to record all. I mean, you have to record each number. There's different phrases that are coded. And so they put those codes together based on the forecast, right? And so partly cloudy will come up with winds increasing to 25 miles per hour. Those are two different things that I would record. I don't record all that in one thing. But so I thought, oh my gosh, so I get a chance to do this now. I'm going to be fancy with it. I'm going to like, if it's 108 degrees, I'm going to like really, it's 108 degrees. Heat index, 108. Wind chill, minus 55. So I went through and I did all that. And, that was about 3 hours worth of recording. And so then they got back to me and said, Jim, you can't really do that. You need to be kind of monotone here because we're going to marry all these different phrases and words and numbers together based on code. And you can't like be way up here and then but winds will be calm. Winds are 0 to 10 miles an hour. So it just won't sound right. So you need to be so I had to go and record all that again. But so much for trying to be different, right? So that's the story behind your local forecast. Well, and it's crazy, dude, because when I here I am with my mask going through an airport and somebody will look at me and they'll be like, I know who you are. I know I recognize that voice and I know it's from the local forecast. So not even being able to see my face, just from the local forecast, I get recognized now. It's crazy.
Well, it sure sounds a lot better than it used to before that.
Yeah, well, it's HD. It's got a little bit more resonance to it, reverb to it. And yeah, it's not the National Weather Service radio, that's for sure.
Well, Jim, I had a question about what it's like to do your road trips. You've already talked about this a good bit, and we know that no two road trips are alike for sure, especially when some go to severe weather events, some go to hurricanes, some go to winter storms. Right. But what is a typical road trip like for you? What's the advanced planning like? What's it
Frank,
like to actually cover it?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is that I want the ball when the game's on the line. Okay. So what that means is in the morning before I travel, I don't like if we have a pending hurricane, I don't want to not be on the air. I want to be able to go in there and talk about it. But that becomes a very long day. Okay. Because you're up early, you're in doing your thing, and then you got to go home. You either have to pack if you hadn't the night before, and then, travel to the airport and go through that whole rig.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for today.